Answer my call, O dragon of eternal sin, O calamity of progress, O forerunner, O land of everlasting peace, O flame of scorching souls, O dweller of the abyss, O voice of the source, O first cause of all things, O principle of the circle. Great Negri, your servant summons you. In the depths of darkness, someone whispers incantations, revealing a smile, for he knows he shall ultimately merge with the divine. All of this stems from a soul deceived into another realm, stripped of its protagonist's halo. In a desolate wilderness, the brisk autumn wind does little to dampen Wang Yuan's spirits, for he has acquired the celestial system, granting him passage across myriad worlds. Who would believe he is not the protagonist? Just the thought of a promising future fills him with joy. Is this the other world? Wang Yuan muses, observing his surroundings, inhaling deeply, and feeling the refreshing air of this new realm. He inquires of the celestial system, what manner of world is this? Will I be able to communicate freely with the natives here? Surely the entire universe cannot solely speak Mandarin? Do not fret regarding communication, host. The system is equipped with the truth language, a form of speech inherently imbued with unique information, comprehensible to any sentient being. It is also one of the primary languages of the multiverse. A cold voice responds, evoking the impression of an intelligent computer. This world, by classification, is a low-magic realm where primitive shamanism and life cultivation techniques prevail. The predominant race is Caucasian, akin to the Western medieval period of your original world. Of course, you need not concern yourself with such details, they bear no significance for you. As these words were uttered, an odd hint of derision crept into the system's otherwise frigid tone. Why is that? Wang Yuan curiously inquires, surveying his surroundings without sensing any impending danger. Because this world possesses a unique characteristic of suppressed fate, the celestial system's cold voice elucidates. In most worlds, the operation of events is influenced by a force known as fortune, with the pinnacle manifestation being the protagonist's halo. In this realm, however, there exists a peculiar nature that suppresses fortune. Any semblance of fate holds no sway here. Even the protagonist's halo is rendered a mere statistical anomaly, where chance truly remains chance, never evolving into inevitability. The system maintains its icy tone, yet malice and an undeniable undercurrent seep through its words. Such a thing as a protagonist's halo truly exists, huh? How unfortunate for the protagonist of this world. Wang Yuan chuckles, only to suddenly feel dizzy, accompanied by an unsettling sensation in his nose. Wiping his nose, he notices the crimson stain upon his hand, hastily tilting his head back, yet the nosebleed refuses to cease. Frustrated, he interrogates the system. Did you not say that traversing poses no danger? This system's traversal technology is remarkably stable and causes no harm to humans. Then why am I bleeding? Wang Yuan asks, panic rising as he clutches his nose, only to be startled by the appearance of numerous red spots on the back of his hand, which multiply and enlarge at a visible pace. In the shallow parlance of humanity, one might say it is a case of acclimatization failure. The celestial system spoke with palpable disdain. In any realm where the host exists, even a slight distance can evoke various ailments due to environmental factors, let alone in a foreign world. Ordinary acclimatization issues may merely manifest as diarrhea. However, this is an alternate realm. The host body is attuned to the environment of Earth, specifically Asia. In this new world, there exist novel pathogens, and the host's immune system struggles to function effectively here. Moreover, the host carries a plethora of bacteria and viruses from your world, which are likely to mutate in this unfamiliar setting. If it were spring, with favorable temperatures and ample human interaction, it is conceivable that the host could unwittingly unleash a significant epidemic upon this realm. Wow! Wang Yuan bent over, violently retching. Once he finished, he began to cough desperately, his body temperature rising abnormally. As you wish. The celestial system intoned softly. A force enveloped Wang Yuan, causing his weakening frame to roll aside, revealing a stone inscribed with the words home on one side and doctor on the other. Is there anything else you require, host? The cold, malevolent voice of the celestial system continued to resonate near Wang Yuan. Save me, cure my affliction. Wang Yuan cried out, grasping at the proverbial lifeline. As you desire, the celestial system replied. In the next moment, Wang Yuan felt a tug, and the system added, I've already ascertained your ailment. Do not engage in wordplay with me. Why do you seek to condemn me? I am but an ordinary individual among over 7 billion people worldwide. Why choose me? Wang Yuan was not foolish. He could clearly discern the system's intent to lead him to his demise. The leverage of equivalent exchange is still lacking thus. Let the host comprehend his fate. The celestial system seemed to consult something before continuing. An ordinary person is merely a self-perception of the host. Within the host resides something of immense value. That is the protagonist's halo that envelopes the host. Had this system not intervened, the host would soon embark on his journey as the protagonist. Accomplish these 3 tasks, and the protagonist's halo shall belong to this system. So you intend to kill me? Wang Yuan despaired, involuntarily succumbing to another fit of coughing. He attempted to rise, but his limbs felt weak and unresponsive. Halfway up, he stumbled and fell again. It is not this system that will cause the host's demise. Such an outcome would preclude the acquisition of the protagonist's halo. The host shall perish due to the environment. Here the system has already acted to assist the host as requested. The celestial system corrected him. According to my findings, the host has 1 minute of life remaining. Do you have any final words? Feel free to express them. The system shall not relay them, for the lever of equivalent exchange has already been balanced. The celestial system maintained its icy tone, delivering a barbed mockery that pierced the heart. The chilling mockery of the celestial system echoed in Wang Yuan's ears, rendering him speechless. He certainly harbored a multitude of thoughts, yet his desire to survive overshadowed all else. Regrettably, everything felt utterly futile. He could scarcely muster the strength to stand. Dead, a radiant polyhedral crystal detached itself from Wang Yuan's body, commencing the recording of the system log. Host deceased, the chain of the soul has been severed, initiating the acquisition of the protagonist's halo through an equivalent exchange bridge. Protagonist Halo Collection complete. The Halo Collector YD 2335 is now proceeding with the registration process. Classification: Urban Supernatural Genre, Quality, Average Completeness, Intact. Host is forming a remnant soul. Immediate world traversal initiated to prevent contamination of the protagonist's halo. Upon completing the registration of the protagonist halo, the polyhedral crystal soared through the void, swiftly departing this realm, leaving behind the lifeless body of an interdimensional visitor and the gradually forming remnant soul upon it. Chapter 2. The remnant soul in the desolate wilderness, surrounded by decaying corpses, a plethora of animal remains littered the ground, transforming the area into a grim makeshift graveyard. Should one possess the gift of spiritual perception, they would discern a mosaic-like entity meandering amidst the chaos, vaguely humanoid in shape. From the surrounding cadavers, wisps of white smoke continuously emanated, drawn into this figure, rendering it increasingly corporeal. Ah, behold! A flock of crows swooped down from the distance, irresistibly lured by the putrid flesh below. Upon landing, they began to feast upon the carrion. The indistinct figure ceased its wandering, fixating its gaze upon the crows, its still clouded thoughts realizing that, shortly, these creatures would meet their demise, thus providing a fresh source of vaporous sustenance. Instinctively aware of the significance of the white essence, the figure patiently awaited the death of these beings. As anticipated, the crows, after indulging in the decaying remains, suddenly emitted a mournful cry and collapsed to the side. Yet, the figure remained in suspense, expecting the white vapor to rise from the corpses. Instead, a peculiar sensation dawned within its consciousness. The crows regained their footing and resumed their grisly feast. Gradually, the figure became more distinct, revealing the visage of Wang Yuan, who began to awaken to his surroundings. He recalled his name, pondered the reasons for his presence here, contemplated his current state, and even found himself capable of coherent thought. If nothing else, I must be a ghost, Wang Yuan mused, easily accepting the reality of his spectral existence. Though many memories flooded back to him, he realized that he had also lost countless others, not merely the essence of life itself. He observed the crows consuming his remains with a calm detachment, both physically and psychologically. He felt no revulsion. In former days, the sight of such decomposing bodies would have sent him fleeing in terror. Within his consciousness, he perceived a connection to 13 nascent awarenesses, each transmitting a refreshing essence that facilitated his awakening. These 13 rudimentary consciousnesses belonged to the very crows that continued to peck at his corpse. Their feathers were shedding, replaced by burgeoning black down, as if their forms were expanding. The pathogens that had led to Wang Yuan's demise had not claimed the crows. Rather, they had undergone a transformation, inexplicably linking their consciousness with his. Through this mental connection, Wang Yuan found he could impart his will to the crows, though they could only comprehend rudimentary commands. Directing them to perch upon a distant stone was feasible, yet instructing them to dance was beyond their grasp, as the notion of dance eluded their understanding. However, Wang Yuan remained unperturbed. He recalled having studied some information about crows, realizing that, on Earth, the most intelligent avian species was not the mimicry-skilled parrot, but the crow. The childhood lesson of the crow drinking water exemplified its remarkable cognitive abilities. Although their brains are considerably smaller than those of domestic dogs, their overall intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of canines. The pressing concern now was to seek out more sustenance. Wang Yuan wore a grave expression. He sensed that his soul was enveloped in a veil of white mist, a protective shroud that consumed itself continuously. The moment that mist dissipated, his soul would be left utterly exposed. Though uncertain of the consequences of such exposure, an instinctual urgency made it clear that revealing his soul would not bode well. The predicament he faced was that this wilderness had nearly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Aside from the 13 crows and a few microorganisms, there were virtually no other life forms. The decaying animal corpses no longer provided significant white mist, and without a steady supply, Wang Yuan risked vanishing entirely. Fortunately, he was not as described in tales of the supernatural, where exposure to light would spell doom. With the white mist as a barrier, he could linger in the sunlight for a while. Perhaps the sunlight of this other world was different. As he gazed at the setting sun painting the wasteland in hues of crimson, he found solace in the thought. Thus, his foremost objective was to migrate in search of abundant life forms to replenish the dwindling supply of white mist. Not only did he require sustenance, but the crows too needed more nourishment. The refreshing aura they exuded was even more vital than the white mist. While the latter merely safeguarded his soul, the former fortified it. Of course, the crows could only provide a limited amount of this essence each day. Subsequently, Wang Yuan conducted numerous tests and gradually grasped his current abilities. Presently, he existed in a state of soul, devoid of sight and sound, replaced instead by a spherical field of perception. This field extended approximately 3 meters into the surrounding air, allowing him to see and hear clearly within that range. However, upon contact with solid objects, this perceptual range diminished rapidly. For instance, when sensing the soil beneath his feet, the field could only extend about 10 centimeters, a distance permitted by the soil's porous nature. When he attempted to perceive a stone, the field barely reached 1 centimeter. Moreover, Wang Yuan's mobility was limited. At full exertion, his speed was akin to a leisurely stroll. His capacity for movement stemmed from a force generated by his soul, reminiscent of the psychokinesis he had once learned about. Yet, at present, this force was exceedingly feeble, capable of merely propelling himself and perhaps rustling a few leaves. The range of his interference matched that of his perceptual field. Indeed, it was a dire situation. Wang Yuan recognized that this lamentable state was a consequence of his own folly. A lesson learned once was sufficient, as the saying goes. What does not kill me makes me stronger. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Wang Yuan gazed at the desolate expanse strewn with bleached bones. The mist had nearly dissipated, and the transformation of the crows was complete. Each had grown 2 or 3 sizes larger, their glossy black feathers having regrown, while their claws and beaks glimmered with a chilling sharpness. Thus, it was time to embark on a quest for new havens of life. The lingering souls drifted gently, accompanied by 13 crows. The autumn breeze swept through, causing the withered grass to bow, modestly concealing some of the ghastly white remains. It was likely that by the following year, these bones would nourish a new tapestry of verdant grass. By then, none would remember the events that had transpired here. And the journey of the lingering soul, Wang Yuan, was merely at its inception. Chapter 3. Negral. A wisp of white vapor emanated from the carcass of a creature resembling a rabbit, which was absorbed into Wang Yuan's being. After briefly sensing the state of the external vapor, he estimated how long it could sustain him before embarking on his journey once more. Along the way, Wang Yuan made numerous new discoveries, the most significant of which was the examination involving 13 crows. As anticipated, the bodily fluids of these 13 crows harbored the mutated pathogens, rendering them 13 individual vectors of disease. Any animal that came into contact with the fluid from these crows would succumb to infection. Throughout his travels, he consistently directed the crows to capture other creatures for experimentation with the pathogens, conducting hundreds of trials to date. The infected animals invariably met their demise within half an hour to a day, although a lack of experimental subjects could have contributed to the variability in results. During these days, Wang Yuan also encountered a plethora of organisms distinct from those on Earth, yet none escaped the lethal grasp of the 13 mutated crows. These crows carried deadly pathogens, and a single peck could seal an animal's fate. The manifestations of infection varied among the experimental subjects, with mammals exhibiting a mortality timeline similar to Wang Yuan's own. The subjects included herbivorous creatures akin to rabbits, carnivorous beings with long fangs resembling tigers, and omnivorous primates similar to monkeys. Their symptoms commenced with nosebleeds and weakness in their limbs, followed by vomiting and diarrhea, culminating in a state of lifelessness. The entire ordeal lasting approximately half an hour to an hour, with omnivorous animals typically enduring a bit longer. Insects fared far worse, upon contact with the crow's excrement. They struggled for merely 10 minutes before succumbing to death. The meager supply of white vapor they provided led Wang Yuan to completely abandon his research on insects. Only birds exhibited a remarkable resilience against these mutated pathogens. The average survival time for over a dozen infected birds was 18 hours. One particular species even underwent a transformation akin to that of the crows, shedding its feathers and beginning to grow new ones, yet tragically perished after 27 hours. The mutation proving unsuccessful. In his previous life, Wang Yuan had succumbed within mere minutes, primarily due to the simultaneous onset of multiple pathogens and various internal environmental factors unique to this otherworldly realm. Now, the pathogens carried by the crows had undergone several mutations, vastly different from those that had once led to his demise. Remarkably, these pathogens continued to evolve, and Wang Yuan could vaguely sense their presence, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. The white vapor was depleting rapidly. Wang Yuan took refuge in a cave, where the sunlight outside was bright but gentle, typical of autumn. However, the moment he stepped into the sun, the vapor enveloping him would dissolve swiftly, and given its scarcity, he was reluctant to waste it. The notion that malevolent entities do not manifest during daylight hours held some theoretical validity. Wang Yuan surmised that this white vapor served a protective function for his ethereal form, thus safeguarding him from potential threats. The crows continuously provided a refreshing breeze, and at last, Wang Yuan felt his soul gradually becoming more complete. He likened himself to a deflating balloon, desperately trying to seal the leaks to retain the air within. Metaphorically speaking, his body resembled that balloon, while his soul was the air inside. Now that the balloon had ruptured and much of its air had escaped, he was incessantly seeking other means to preserve what little remained. In a strict sense, he was no longer the human he once was. Indeed, parts of his soul were now derived from the crow's contributions, rendering him merely an incomplete remnant of a spirit, despite having inherited much of Wang Yuan's memories and essence. I require a stable supply of white mist. If possible, I need more crows to furnish additional breath to mend my soul. Wang Yuan contemplated. Although the 13 mutated crows constantly provided a cooling aura, it was far from sufficient. Perhaps, once my soul is restored, I shall no longer fear the depletion of white mist or the exposure of my essence. Winter would soon arrive, while I need not concern myself with the temperature. The crows did. The pathogens continued to mutate, and at any moment, these 13 crows could succumb to the changes. Should they perish? Without their aid in capturing life forms and replenishing the white mist, the only fate awaiting me would be complete annihilation. It was imperative to swiftly locate an intelligent being. Only then could my forces develop in an organized manner. Wang Yuan remained in the cave, unable to move, lost in contemplation about the path ahead. A profound sense of urgency filled his heart, for he was genuinely teetering on the brink of extinction. A moment's inattention could lead to his utter demise, leaving nothing in his wake. As twilight descended, Wang Yuan set forth once more, the 13 crows scattering to scout the surroundings for signs of humanity. He glided forward, buoyed by an intuition that once he discovered humans, many of the challenges he faced would be effortlessly resolved. Camaro, be careful. A bearded man cautiously used a dagger to dislodge a spider from the shoulder of a young man before swiftly crushing it underfoot. Thank you, Uncle Doxu. The young man, known as Camaro, appeared to be merely 14 or 15, his youthful face still bearing traces of fear as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the bearded man. Oh, how peculiar. A strange sound emerged as a somewhat larger crow perched on a branch, tilting its head to observe the group below. Damn it. The followers of Negri, it seems you have brought misfortune upon us, one member of the hunting party remarked, furrowing his brow upon spotting the crow. In the language of the Koshi people, Negri connoted filth, disease, darkness, and misfortune, while also being the name of a deity. Due to the crow's inky plumage, harsh croaks, and carrion eating habits, they were often referred to as the followers of Negri. According to legend, all crows worshipped this deity named Negri, perpetually spreading disease and ill omen on its behalf. The bearded Daka drew his bowstring, poised to shoot, only to discover that the Nagar had taken flight with a swift flutter of its wings. Chapter 4. The proper method of ascension at last. Have we discovered intelligent life? Wang Yuan stood motionless, remaining so until the last trace of white vapor emanating from the corpse before him dissipated entirely, at which point he began to drift forward slowly. The rate at which the vapor was consumed was indeed alarmingly rapid, even in the absence of sunlight and despite his inactivity. The vapor continued to diminish with each passing moment. Should there truly exist other spirits, it was unfathomable how they managed to survive. As he floated, Wang Yuan pondered, could this phenomenon be attributed to the low magic realm? Had it not been for the fortuitous bond he formed with the 13 mutated crows, restoring his intelligence and providing assistance in capturing other life forms, the white vapor would have long since proven inadequate. He could only speculate how those newly born and mindless spirits managed to endure. As for the humans, Wang Yuan had no intention of immediate contact, for there loomed a significant obstacle: communication. This was an alternate world. Although these humans bore a resemblance to Caucasians, without genetic testing, who could ascertain their lineage? Furthermore, their language was entirely foreign to him. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that they harbored a distinct aversion towards the crows. Wang Yuan noted their expressions upon discovering the crows, which were devoid of the joy typically associated with spotting prey, instead exhibiting a raw disdain. There were 8 experimental subjects, posing a considerable threat to the crows. Wang Yuan dared not risk the crow's safety. The loss of even one would weigh heavily on his heart. Until he could establish large-scale breeding of the mutated crows, he must proceed with utmost caution. The wilderness at night was fraught with peril, teeming with nocturnal creatures. And with limited visibility, a human without a flame would likely never see the morning sun again. Gathered around the campfire, the hunting party's atmosphere felt disconcerting. This year, something seemed amiss. The scarcity of prey was lamentable. They had been out for 3 days, and the meager catch was barely sufficient to sustain themselves, leaving them at a loss for how to fulfill their village's obligations. Let us not dwell on it too much. Everyone should rest early. Tomorrow, we shall venture deeper and surely capture more game. The bearded Dax comforted them. The others nodded in agreement, settling down to sleep around the fire. Yet one among them, the young Camaro, appeared somewhat lost. It was his inaugural expedition with the hunting party, an unrefined novice, prone to errors throughout their pursuit, and with such disappointing results. He felt a pang of guilt, as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. Perhaps tomorrow will bring better fortune. Camaro consoled himself as he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Little did he know, not far from their camp, Wang Yuan lingered, his observations through the crow's perspective and his own sensory field revealing new insights. The humans were enveloped in a thin layer of white vapor, distinct from that which he absorbed, for this vapor bore the resonances of its owner's will. Upon approaching, Wang Yuan discovered that the white vapor enveloping his form began to counteract the vapor of the humans. What could this signify? Young energy? This life form was enveloped in a willful white aura, a phenomenon that Wang Yuan had never encountered in other creatures, leaving him uncertain whether it was a trait unique to humanity or indicative of some peculiar aspect inherent to these individuals. He commanded a crow to soar from above. And then, as if justice descended from the heavens, a mass of white substance plummeted down, striking a man squarely in the face, leaving his nose and mouth smeared. The man immediately jolted awake. Upon touching his face, he wore an expression of dismay, yet he refrained from shouting. Instead, he whispered something to the night watchman before rising, torch in hand, to seek the riverbank to wash his face. As he walked, he began to feel slightly unsteady, but he attributed it to a mere chill. Upon reaching the stream, he cautiously inspected the water for any lurking threats before scooping some up to cleanse himself. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence behind him. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily attempted to roll away, but as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering him weak and powerless. A pair of dark claws swiftly covered his mouth, stifling any cry for help, while several other crows deftly restrained his limbs. Despite his frantic struggles, he could not free himself from their grasp. Wang Yuan observed the fallen foreign human, noting how the man's willful white aura waned in tandem with his own growing weakness until it was nearly extinguished. A surge of desire blossomed within Wang Yuan's essence, an overwhelming urge to extinguish this life surged forth. Without hesitation, he commanded the crows to act. Their sharp beaks plunged into the man's neck, creating a gaping wound, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to death. A significant plume of white essence ascended from the lifeless body, abundant enough to sustain Wang Yuan for an entire day, with more continually emanating from the corpse. In that moment, a fleeting memory flickered through Wang Yuan's mind, a recollection from a time when he was devoid of emotion. It was when he first manifested that he felt an imminent disintegration, only held together by the surge of white essence escaping from his own body. Simultaneously, fragments of the man's memories began to seep into Wang Yuan's essence. Alongside the white aura, there was a refreshing essence that gradually mended and completed Wang Yuan's being, albeit with some foreign elements mixed within. Why must I die? Why must it be me? Echoed the man's thoughts. I still wish to live. Let others perish instead. The clearest memories were those of the man's final moments. Intertwined with a tempest of emotions, anger, resentment, unwillingness, fear, and a profound attachment to life, mingled with hatred. As his perception and interference abilities intensified, he gained a rudimentary understanding of the local language. Wang Yuan absorbed the man's memories, feeling his essence gradually solidify. Exhilarated by the revelation, this was indeed the rightful path to a ghost ascension. If I were to eliminate the remaining 7 individuals, would it allow me to complete my soul? The white aura enveloping Wang Yuan's spirit began to shimmer with a crimson glow as his thoughts shifted. The memories and emotions of the deceased incessantly influenced Wang Yuan, igniting within him a desire for violent retribution. However, gradually, he relinquished such foolish notions. Chapter 5. Dissemination. Other specters, if they wish to survive, must resort to murder. Only through taking lives can they sustain their existence. Wang Yuan pondered. Every act of killing would inevitably absorb the resentment and bitterness of the deceased, leading the spirits to become increasingly ferocious. It is also likely that the specters might fail to claim even a single life. Wang Yuan floated around the corpse, drawing in the ethereal white mist. Even in his current state, the act of killing a person proved to be exceedingly arduous without the assistance of crows. He needed to approach the individual closely, employing his own white mist to counteract the self-willed essence of the other, ultimately using his feeble interference to affect the frail internal organs of the target. If the opponent possessed robust vitality, it might not suffice to secure a kill. Therefore, the ascendance of specters is fraught with difficulty. Wang Yuan contemplated how to handle the remaining 7 individuals. Slaying them all would be an utter waste. To avoid being tainted by the negative emotions of the deceased, he could not absorb their white mist. The reason for my contamination lies in the fact that the final emotions I absorb from them are those of pain, resentment, and despair. Wang Yuan recalled a certain type of person. What if they were to perish with tranquility or even joy? This notion holds potential. He reflected upon the memories of the individual he had absorbed, Negri, the deity of disease and misfortune. According to this person's recollections, the system had not deceived him. This world is indeed a realm of low magic. Wang Yuan believed in the existence of deities, for the phenomenon of traversing worlds had occurred, and the existence of gods is not far-fetched. However, he did not believe that this low magic realm housed deities akin to those in the land of cherry blossoms, where 8 million gods coexist. In this person's memories, the world was divided into various ethnicities based on geography. They were known as the Cautions, who attributed divine names to all things. For instance, Negri, representing disease and misfortune, the goddess Minas, symbolizing calamity, and the goddess of new life, the tender sprout. Furthermore, there existed numerous deities representing all manner of entities they could encounter. Most of these individuals maintained a superficial belief. For instance, the deer serve as messengers of the goddess Rielis, and it is said that anyone who slays a deer will be forsaken by Rielis and directed towards her sister Minas. Yet, when presented with a deer before a hunting party, would they refrain from killing it? They observe the taboos of the deities as long as it does not impact their own well-being, but once their own interests are at stake, such concerns dissipate. Thus, the older, more experienced members of the team must perish, Wang Yuan concluded. The fluctuations in belief among certain individuals are cyclical. In youth, they may retain a sense of reverence, but as they undergo more experiences, they come to realize the fallacies within these beliefs. Interestingly, upon reaching old age, individuals often return to paying heed to such matters. There is but one task before me, to shatter their illusions and then exert dominion over them. Wang Yuan is a person adept at learning. The system had treated him thus from the very beginning, overwhelming him and dictating his life and death. as well as the protagonist's halo that enveloped him. Now, in his desire to survive and thrive, he must adhere to this reality. Hearing the growing commotion nearby, Wang Yuan instructed the crows still feasting on the corpses to depart, opting instead to remain quietly by the remains. With the current integrity of his soul, he perceived the pathogens within the crows with increasing clarity. He could sense those microbes continuously mutating, which exhausted the crows significantly, compelling them to incessantly feed. Indeed, under such conditions, the crows could hardly sustain themselves for long. Wang Yuan waited in silence, yearning for greater strength. I must become more powerful. Before long, the hunting party arrived, armed and prepared, only to discover the grotesquely disfigured corpse. Under the flickering light of their torches, the face of the bearded Daxus appeared ominously volatile. In past hunting excursions, fatalities among the team were not uncommon. Yet this occasion was different. One had perished inexplicably, scarcely even uttering a scream. An unsettling sensation burgeoned within him. However, as the leader, Daxus concealed his unease, aware that displaying such trepidation would disrupt the morale of the team. "Enter the corpse of Naikir," Daxus commanded, his eyes narrowing as he stooped to retrieve a black feather from the ground. Observing the wounds on the body, he spoke gravely. "Keep your weapons close and watch for aerial attacks. Is it Negri's followers? Has Negri set his sights upon us?" Kamaro murmured, casting a wary glance at the feather. "What nonsense," Daxus retorted, his countenance darkening. "How could Negri possibly target us? This is merely an unfortunate accident. All of you, go to sleep. Those on watch should remain vigilant." Though the others wore grim expressions, none dared to contradict Daxus. Two members, who were typically closer to Nike, took it upon themselves to lift his disfigured body aside and began digging a grave, preparing to inter the corpse. While the two mourners felt sorrow, they did not dwell excessively on it. Life in this world was fraught with such tragedies: death from starvation, conflict with the Kent people, disease, or fierce beasts. They had witnessed death in myriad forms. As they cast the body into the grave, inhaling the earthy scent mingled with the metallic tang of blood, they gradually covered it with soil. The grave was modest in size. It would not be long before a beast, drawn by the scent of blood, would unearth it and feast. Yet, the two men remained unperturbed, for now they sought solace in the act of burial. Gazing at the filled grave, they panted heavily, feeling an unprecedented fatigue. This puzzled them. As members of a hunting team, poor physical condition was tantamount to risking their lives. After all, it was merely a matter of digging a grave. How could it be so exhausting? "Cough, something feels amiss," one remarked, clearing his throat. "It isn't particularly cold tonight. Yet I feel a bit dizzy." Wang Yuan drifted around the two individuals, observing the waning white mist surrounding them, remaining silent. Chapter 6. The Dominator. As two individuals engaged in the burial of a corpse, they inadvertently inhaled a certain strain of pathogenic bacteria. Though the quantity was minimal, under Wang Yuan's influence, these pathogens began to proliferate rapidly within their bodies, even undergoing some mutations. It was not enough, however. Wang Yuan floated beside them, his soul form still incomplete, rendering his control over the bacteria feeble at best. Had his abilities been stronger, he could have manipulated the pathogens to induce transformations in these humans akin to those of crows, thereby completely dominating them. Patience was essential. Success could not be achieved in an instant. Wang Yuan approached one of the individuals, whose external aura was significantly weakened due to the interference of the bacteria. As he drew near, their auras clashed, and his perceptive field began to extend towards the person's body. After days of nourishment from the crow and the earlier bounty from the deceased, Wang Yuan's perceptive field gradually strengthened alongside the restoration of his soul form, now extending approximately 6 meters in the air, with a penetration depth of about 3 centimeters into the human body. This, of course, excluding the protective aura. The temple region of the skull is the most fragile part of the cranial bone. As Wang Yuan's influence permeated the individual's mind, the person abruptly succumbed to death from a brain injury sustained in slumber, manifesting a surge of white aura due to the circumstances of his demise. Wang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately absorbed the white aura, enveloped in a comforting sense of security. As a cool breath imbued with the person's memories entered his being. Accepting the individual's memories, Wang Yuan stood still, gradually digesting them, striving to reject the insignificant ones. Indeed, this individual's memories and emotions were considerably easier to assimilate. His predominant emotion was confusion, with no trace of resentment. Armed with the experience from his initial encounter and prepared mentally, he was less susceptible to these emotions. Continuing onward, feeling a portion of his soul restored, Wang Yuan approached another infected individual, his slightly augmented influence once again penetrating the person's mind. This sensation prompted Wang Yuan to halt his actions, refraining from immediately ending the individual's life. Perhaps due to the replenishment of his soul, he vaguely perceived the individual as consciousness, which bore resemblance to that of a crow, yet was markedly stronger. Unlike the crows completely subservient to him, he found himself unable to dominate this individual. Limited to mere communication, Wang Yuan attempted to convey some words, causing the slumbering person to furrow his brow and stir restlessly, indicating that his transmission had indeed made an impact. Excellent. This made controlling them even easier, Wang Yuan thought. Before ruthlessly ending the individual's life and absorbing his white aura and cool breath, further restoring his soul. In the early morning, when the night watchmen came to awaken the others, they discovered the grim reality of 2 deaths, standing before the lifeless forms. The remaining members of the group appeared anxious and unsettled. With the previous death, 3 individuals had now perished, should another fall. Their hunting party of 8 would suffer significant losses. What was the cause of death? Dax's expression grew grave as he remarked that their village's hunting party had not experienced such casualties in over a decade. The last occurrence of such a tragedy was during his initial days with the hunting team, when they ventured deep into the wilderness in pursuit of prey and encountered a tackler, abandoning the bodies of 4 of their comrades in a desperate escape. Is it a plague or poison? One individual, covering his nose, lifted the garments of 2 fallen hunters with a handkerchief, revealing numerous dark spots on their skin. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew a dagger and made a small incision in their skin, allowing a viscous, dark red fluid to ooze forth like gelatin. At that moment, a massive raven soared overhead, emitting a deathly caw that sent chills down the spines of those present. Could it truly be that Negri has set its sights upon us? Disease and misfortune, someone said, their face pale, hastily covering their mouth and nose as they retreated. Just yesterday, they had dealt with the corpse of Nak, pecked to death by ravens, and now another tragedy had struck due to illness. Surely it was Negri that had targeted them. Observing the anxious crowd, Dax exhaled deeply. Had it been merely one death, he could have quelled the ensuing panic with his authority, but with 2 succumbing to illness so suddenly, all thoughts turned toward Negri. Their faith in these deities, though shallow, was woven into the very fabric of their culture, making it difficult to outright deny their influence in such dire situations. Excellent. The ideal state has been preliminarily achieved. Wang Yuan floated nearby, keenly observing their reactions. The tension among them had reached a fragile peak, and their semblance of normality was merely a facade created by Dax's false sense of security. Once the leader was shattered, through successive blows, the group would inevitably crumble. This was precisely why Wang Yuan refrained from killing the bearded Dax at night. A person's complete breakdown does not stem from a singular blow, but from a series of assaults that offer hope only to obliterate it. At that moment, they would fall entirely under my dominion, much like my raven. Wang Yuan's thoughts danced, enveloped in the pleasure of controlling others. This very delight illuminated his desire to grow stronger, to wield dominion over more aspects of existence, rather than being subjugated by external forces. It was precisely due to my frailty that I became subjugated, reduced to this wretched state. I must continuously grow stronger and master more elements, thus freeing myself from the chains of control. As Wang Yuan gazed upon the sun gradually ascending, he hesitated little before deciding to press the advantage. Should he allow them a moment's respite, they might discern the inherent weakness beneath his facade. If that were to happen, utterly dismantling their resolve would prove exceedingly arduous. He is filled with impatience. Once he eliminates Dax, he will seize control of the team. With their assistance, he will further dominate their village. At that point, with the support of a multitude of humans providing sacrifices and an endless supply of white mist, they will also cultivate crows, breeding more mutated ones to exert influence over a greater array of matters. Chapter 7. The trap. The hunting party traversed the wilderness, their spirits deeply unsettled. The scarcity of beasts was exacerbated by an ominous atmosphere, rendering the group disinterested in the hunt, and consequently, their efforts yielded no results. A sudden, uncontrollable cough pierced the silence, prompting the entire group to halt in their tracks, all eyes turning towards the source of the sound. I merely have a tickle in my throat. I am not afflicted by the plague, the individual stammered, attempting to maintain a facade of calmness, though his steps instinctively retreated. Brett, raise your shirt. Let us inspect your skin, Docky's commanded sternly. Unbeknownst to him, he too felt an irritating tickle in his throat, and his movements appeared somewhat weakened. Brett's face froze in apprehension, yet he complied, lifting his shirt to reveal small dark spots adorning his skin. His breath came in labored gasps. and despair etched across his countenance. Brett Dawkins uttered softly, pausing for a moment before approaching him. We cannot ascertain whether the rest of us are infected. For the sake of the remaining members, you must depart from the group. Do not abandon me, Brett pleaded, trembling visibly. Brett, Dawkins shouted, seizing his attention. Listen carefully. For the village's sake, you must leave. Dawkins held his breath, embraced Brett briefly, then slowly stepped back, drawing his bow. Now, obey the command. Depart from the group and do not approach us. Otherwise, for the safety of the party, I will be forced to shoot you. Brett's lips quivered. Yet he ultimately remained silent, lowering his gaze as he ran in a solitary direction. Dawkins, bow in hand, watched as Brett faded into the distance. A myriad of inscrutable emotions flickering in his eyes. Only when Brett had vanished into the dense thicket did Dawkins lower his weapon, turning to his somber companions and murmuring, "Let us proceed to Tuck Ridge." Quite a robust physique, Wang Yuan observed from the shade of a distant tree, his gaze fixed upon the fragmented party. The previous night, he had manipulated the air laden with pathogens towards those he deemed expendable, ensuring their infection. However, their generally good health and the minimal exposure to the contagion meant that only one individual had thus far displayed clear symptoms. I may have been overly ambitious. Perhaps I should have waited until nightfall to act, as this consumption of energy is rather excessive, Wang Yuan pondered, his eyes calculating the dwindling resources as the hunting party resumed their journey. He resolved to execute his plan based on their current conditions, estimating that the onset of illness would likely manifest by evening, a more opportune moment for his intervention. As they trudged along, a heavy gloom enveloped the group. Dawkins, disheartened and devoid of interest in the hunt, led them directly toward the Tuck Ridge he had mentioned. Coughing began to echo through the ranks by midday. Yet this time, Dawkins merely instructed the afflicted to maintain their distance, refraining from expelling them as he had with Brett. Perhaps he had begun to sense the shadow of the plague looming over them all. Beside Tuck Ridge lies a small cliff adorned with a cascading waterfall, its waters cascading with a melodious roar. A few members of the group cough as they linger beneath the falls, while Camaro, visibly unsettled, retreats further into the distance. Daxus gazes at the sun, gradually sinking in the west, and realizes that his life too will descend like this celestial body. However, unlike the sun, which shall rise again the next day, he knows he will never rise again. Yet, upon hearing the cawing of crows nearby, Daxus gazes at the sunset's afterglow and smiles. For he too wishes to shine with his own brilliance once more. I should have known that you wretched beast would follow. Daxus struggles to stand, half drawing his bowstring to release an arrow. Alas, the arrow flies too sluggishly, easily evaded by the mutated crows. Still making a final struggle? Wang Yuan observes the small quartet of shooters from a distance, indifferent to their resistance. The contagion is rapidly taking hold, within half an hour at most. They will lie incapacitated and perish under its influence. However, he still desires that some of the crows take down a few of them. For this would solidify Negri's image in the hearts of the people, the crows becoming his emblem, facilitating control over the remaining survivors. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnaws at him. As he watches their futile attempts, the sound of the waterfall echoes incessantly in his ears. The waterfall. Water, Shili River. Wang Yuan suddenly freezes, recalling Daxus' words regarding that braid, and hastens to perceive the situation with the crows. He discovers that Daxus and his companions have deliberately herded the crows closer to the waterfall. Damn it! Wang Yuan quickly orders the crows to scatter. But he is a moment too late. He witnesses a figure leap from the waterfall, clutching a net, a man covered in dark spots, blood seeping from his nose and mouth. It is the exiled Blaze. With his last ounce of strength, Blaze casts the tattered fishing net over the crows. He teeters on the brink of death. Had Daxus and the others arrived even a moment later, he would have perished. Daxus embraces him, intent on conveying the message of this ambush. Just as he had stated, the village needs him. If these followers of Negri are not eliminated, the plague will inevitably spread to the village. Daxus' earlier words to Braid echo in Wang Yuan's mind, and he suddenly comprehends. Tuck Ridge is adjacent to Shili Lake, and Daxus had this plan from the very beginning. Wang Yuan has fallen into his trap. How dare he? He cannot even be certain that the crows would attack them, nor that the one named Braid would understand and fulfill his commands. How could he dare? Wang Yuan, too consumed by the humiliation of being outwitted by his prey, charges towards them. The crows, ensnared in the fishing net, are an immobile target, and despite their weakened state, Daxus and his companions cannot miss. As the arrows are loosed, Wang Yuan immediately senses the consciousness of one crow waning. His supply of white mist had diminished significantly. although eliminating these individuals could yield a considerable amount of white mist. The loss of the crows would be detrimental. Without their assistance, the distance to the human settlement remained vast, and with only the strength of a lingering soul, it was highly probable he would not reach the human enclave in time, thereby exhausting his white mist. Damned. I have been so careless. Wang Yuan sensed the consciousness of the crows dwindling one by one, frantically drifting toward those humans with smiles on their faces. Chapter 8. Character flaws. Dax's hands trembled, blood streaming from his nose, yet he still managed to release the arrow he held. The arrow pierced through the fishing net, striking the crows, and a delighted smile spread across Dax's face. What of Nagri's followers? What of the disease? Had they not all fallen into my calculations? Suddenly, the eye of a companion burst open, a force piercing through the gap, splattering dark blood everywhere as he collapsed to the ground. A mad grin frozen on his face in death. Wang Yuan did not falter. He commanded the wounded crows to obstruct those that remained unscathed while he charged at another individual, unleashing his force to eliminate the foe. Kamaro dispatched the crows mercilessly. Dax's mouth oozed black blood. He could no longer draw the bowstring and fell to the ground, his life nearing its end. Kamaro, trembling as he clutched his bow and arrow, found himself hesitant to attack now that he stood as the sole assailant, especially given that he faced Nagri's messenger. Do not be afraid, Kamaro, Dax shouted with his last strength, imparting courage to Kamaro, who knocked an arrow and pulled back the bowstring. Wang Yuan, lost in thoughts of regret for leaving Kamaro uninfected, felt his mind whirl with strategies to break the stalemate. Only 6 crows remained, 3 of which were severely injured. Their survival was uncertain, but the pressing concern was that without Kamaro's intervention, all the crows would perish. The dense white mist surrounding Kamaro suggested that it would take several minutes to counteract the force that could kill him, and in those minutes, he could easily dispatch the remaining crows. As Wang Yuan rushed towards Kamaro, the thick white aura enveloping him made communication impossible. There must be a way. Wang Yuan compelled himself to remain calm. Observing the blood left by the crows, he conceived a seemingly viable plan, yet his interference power remained insufficient. He turned to the dying Dax, resolved to act without further contemplation. Without hesitation, he extinguished Dax's life, absorbing the white mist and the refreshing aura that emanated from him. Dax's emotions, filled with madness, determination, and satisfaction, haunted Wang Yuan, yet he sensed another crow's consciousness fading away. Wang Yuan unleashed his interference power, enveloping the blood of the crows on the ground, and with all his might, splashed it onto Kamaro's face. Drenched in the foul-smelling blood, Kamaro froze momentarily before erupting into terrified screams, misdirecting his arrow in panic. Though their medical knowledge was rudimentary and even considered primitive, they understood that diseases were contagious. Particularly the blood of the infected, once tainted, one would likewise become a target for Nagri. Did you kill my messenger? A strange, familiar voice suddenly echoed, sending Kamaro into a frenzy as he frantically sought the source of the sound. Upon locating it, he was struck with terror, his legs giving way beneath him. The dead had returned to life. The speaker is none other than the deceased Darks, lying on the ground with dimmed eyes. Yet his lips move as if gasping for breath like a fish stranded on land. The voice emanating from him is exceedingly strange, the pronunciation so distorted that one might struggle to discern its meaning without careful attention. Did you slay my messenger, human? This time, his words are markedly clearer, albeit still fraught with issues. At least Kamaro comprehends the essence of the utterance. You are Negri, Kamaro exclaimed in terror. You have slain countless of my messengers. I curse you. You shall perish in agony from disease, your skin will rot, your blood will turn black, and your bones will decay. Is it truly so? The deceased Darks uttered in an odd tone, articulating vague phrases. If you seek atonement, it is not beyond reach. Please tell me. Great Negri, Kamaro trembled, his voice laden with a tumult of emotions, ecstasy, dread, resentment, remorse, and shame. Ha. Dark's corpse emitted a sound akin to a rasping laugh. You have slain my messengers, which naturally paves the way for me to cultivate more. The 2 remaining crows, remnants entangled in the net, finally extricated themselves, while the injured ones had succumbed to their wounds. Darks and his cohort had smeared their arrows with the toxic plant's juice. Now, only these 2 mutated crows remained from Wang Yuan's original 13. These 2 messengers shall accompany you, aiding in suppressing the plague that afflicts you. You must extol my greatness and enlist more to assist in cultivating messengers for me. Otherwise, not only you but your entire village shall suffer under my curse and perish in the plague. Yes, Yes, great Negri, I shall adhere to your commands. Kamaro hastily replied. Human, your foolish demeanor makes it exceedingly difficult for you to achieve your aims. In light of your devotion, I grant you the privilege to summon me. In times of adversity, you may seek my aid. Thank you for your benevolence, great Negri. Kamaro fervently expressed his gratitude before cautiously inquiring. But how might I summon the great Negri? What you are using to converse with me now will suffice. Simply offer what you have at the appointed time, concluded Dark's corpse, closing its mouth thereafter. Kamaro waited with bated breath, eventually ascertaining that the great Negri had departed. Though the two ebony crows continued to fixate on Dark's with their darkened eyes, Wang Yuan exhaled in relief. The predicament had, at least for the moment, been resolved. Apart from the loss of 11 crows, the overall plan remained largely intact. The emergence of such issues stemmed from myriad causes. But the most significant was his own weakness, not merely in strength, but in various other aspects as well. Initially, he was merely an ordinary individual, a weakling. Even after transforming into a lingering soul, his character underwent alterations, bestowing upon him extraordinary powers. Yet, he remained a weakling, burdened by various flaws in his disposition, prone to arrogance and carelessness. Unless these traits were amended, the same issues would inevitably recur. Wang Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. He recognized the necessity of becoming stronger, not solely in terms of strength, but also in character and disposition. Chapter 9. The Arrival. I was once an ordinary human, stripped of any extraordinary powers. My character remained that of an average individual, lacking even the merits of a truly exceptional person. With such a disposition, how could I aspire to become the sovereign of all beings, surpassing humanity itself? Wang Yuan gazed upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about him, recalling the sensation of absorbing the cool essence of the deceased, which granted him access to their memories and emotions. If a soul bore resentment and suffering at the time of death, those very feelings would assail Wang Yuan's reason. Conversely, if the departed possessed positive emotions, could he harness those sentiments to reshape his own character? Take Dax as an example. Wang Yuan looked at Dax's lifeless form, reflecting on the unwavering determination that characterized his final moments, the resolute drive to achieve his goals at any cost. If he could absorb such emotions, might he find the courage to cast aside his hesitation and cultivate fortitude? Wang Yuan's current actions were merely an artificial acceleration of his personal growth. As long as it was his own choice, there was nothing to fear. Kamaro observed as 2 crows began to peck at the corpses, feeling utterly at a loss. He dared not urge the young man. Wang Yuan had been thoroughly crushed. Even as the crows feasted on his companion's remains, Kamaro could only endure. The previous utterance from Dax's corpse had irrevocably convinced him of Negri's existence. Coupled with his own affliction, he was unwilling to embrace death, thus he completely submitted to Negri. Simultaneously, the humiliation of witnessing his companion's body being devoured provoked a deep-seated turmoil within Kamaro. To soothe his conscience, he instinctively sought justification. It was not his cowardice, but rather the impossibility of humans triumphing over the divine. Such a struggle would only bring calamity to the village. Indeed, he rationalized, it was for the village that he was justified in his stance. Dax's defiance of the messenger was the true folly, and the fate of being consumed was a deserved punishment. Kamaro's resolve strengthened, and the burden of guilt began to dissipate. Wang Yuan absorbed the residual white essence from the corpses, observing the subtle shifts in Kamaro's expressions, enabling him to discern the latter's inner turmoil. Wang Yuan felt a profound appreciation for this development. The more Kamaro pondered, the more aligned he became with Wang Yuan's perspective. He would extol Negri's invincibility and become a devoted follower, for to do otherwise would imply he was a cowardly and despicable individual. Yet, who could comfortably accept such a reality? Kamaro certainly could not, which solidified Wang Yuan's control over him. As Wang Yuan watched the crows tear into Dax's throat, he was reminded of the ingenuity he had displayed in a previous dire situation, manipulating the vocal apparatus through his interference power. By emulating the sensation of speech from Dax's memories, he had initially produced words that sounded strange. Wang Yuan had approached this endeavor with a sense of desperation. Had he not absorbed a sufficient amount of the cool essence to enhance his interference power, he would have found it nearly impossible to achieve such a feat. This too could be deemed a form of communication. Wang Yuan mused. The transmission of consciousness was suited only for those who were nearly devoid of the external white essence of infectious pathogens. Thus, the introduction of an additional mode of communication was indeed beneficial. The essence of the souls had become considerably more complete. Wang Yuan absorbed the residual white mist from several corpses, commanding the crows to cease their pecking. his obsidian gaze fixated on Kamaro. With Negri's protection, the village was destined to flourish. Soon, the threats from the Kindish would be inconsequential, and there would be no need to assemble a hunting party. All for the betterment of the village. Wang Yuan followed closely, keenly sensing the progression of pathogens within Kamaro. With the further integrity of his soul, his control over the virus had intensified. For now, Kamaro still served a purpose. He could not perish prematurely. Thus, Wang Yuan managed the proliferation of the pathogens within him, ensuring he lingered a while longer. An arrow shot forth, striking true at a creature resembling a wild boar, which they had dubbed the boar beast. The creature swayed twice before collapsing. Kamaro approached slowly, joy evident upon his countenance. "Please, esteemed messengers, wait a moment," he respectfully addressed the two crows. Severing one of the boar beast's hind legs, which he meticulously prepared and offered for their consumption. Lighting a fire, Kamaro roasted some meat and cautiously peeled back his clothing, revealing small dark spots on his skin, though they had not expanded for quite some time. Ahead lay the village of the Kashi. Wang Yuan absorbed the white mist from the boar beast, and to avoid revealing his unsuitability for daylight excursions, his actions appeared somewhat erratic, leading to significant depletion of the mist. However, as they were now in proximity to the village, he began devising subsequent strategies. With Kamaro's assistance, the dissemination of Negri's greatness throughout the village should pose no issue. Although the profound cultural influence of Negri, as a deity of all things, had made inroads into Kashi culture, mobilizing everyone to assist in raising crows and periodically offering one or two individuals as sacrifices seemed implausible. Given the inherent timidity of this fellow, additional contingencies were necessary. Upon completely absorbing the boar beast's white mist, Wang Yuan recognized the need for some trump cards to address unforeseen circumstances. A rodent-like creature approached the boar beast's remains, licking the blood that had pooled on the ground. Wang Yuan floated effortlessly before the creature, exerting his influence to capture the mouse. As an intriguing thought sparked in his mind. Chapter 10. A direct bite to death. Kamaro gazed upon the man before him, a figure he recognized as Jacques, the captain of the village guard and a respected official within their community. It was said that he was destined to become the next village chief, and he shared a close friendship with Dax, a member of the hunting party. Contemplating this, Kamaro sneered and remarked, "Dax, ha. He has offended the great Negri and has perished in anguish amidst the plague." "Kamaro, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Please, cease this jesting," Jacques replied, narrowing his eyes with grave seriousness. "How can this be mere jest?" Kamaro retorted defiantly. Dax disregarded all taboos, slaying the messenger of the great Negri and invoking the plague. Had I not prayed to Negri for forgiveness in time, the contagion would have already spread throughout the village. "Kamaro, you..." Jacques attempted to respond further, but then noticed Kamaro loudly proclaiming his words to the villagers who had gathered due to their quarrel. "Enough. Do not speak without evidence," Jacques interrupted, unable to accept the unclear fate of his friend, and he remained skeptical of the so-called Negri. Kamaro observed the anger etched upon Jacques' face, swallowing hard. The man towered over him, a head taller, and in the past, such fury directed at him would have left Kamaro nearly speechless. Yet, this time was different. Behind him stood the great Negri. Contemplating the wonders of Negri, Kamaro straightened his back and proclaimed with respect, "Evidence. I summon the two divine messengers." "Not bad," Wang Yuan, standing at a distance, found Kamaro's display satisfactory. He commanded two crows to fly from the branches and circle overhead, their dark eyes fixated upon the villagers below. "These two are the divine messengers of the great Negri, and I am here to proclaim the decree they bring. Jacques, should you dare to obstruct me, it matters not if you perish from the plague, but do not endanger our village." As the two black crows circled ominously above, a wave of fear swept over the villagers. The cultural reverence for the name of Negri permeated every aspect of their lives. To say they believed was one thing, yet to deny it was another. In the face of impending doom, they found it difficult to dismiss the words of Kamaro. Their gazes towards Jacques shifted, apprehensive of the potential consequences should they truly invoke the plague. Jacques too observed the crows, feeling the weight of the villagers' stares. He yearned to draw his bow and shoot down the birds, but he was certain that any movement on his part would be met with resistance. Dax and his companions had slain the followers of Negri, inciting the wrath of the great deity. Initially, Negri intended to unleash a plague upon the village, ensuring its desolation and the suffering of its people. However, the great Negri had spared them, demanding only their devotion and assistance in nurturing new messengers. In the customs of the Kajin people, The act of presenting one's forehead signifies a complete surrender, an offering of oneself entirely. Kamaro, are you certain that all you say is true? A voice suddenly echoed, as an elderly man, leaning on a cane and bearing a stern expression, approached with the assistance of a young girl. The village chief. Kamaro's demeanor shifted, while he might have dared to retort against Jacques. He felt a twinge of hesitation to deceive the esteemed village chief, a figure of great respect within the village, a deeply ingrained mindset over the years. I speak only the truth. If we do not present our foreheads to Negri and assist in cultivating great messengers for him, calamity shall surely befall our village. My intentions are solely for the benefit of our community. I assure you, I speak the truth, Kamaro asserted defiantly. I understand. But matters such as these cannot be resolved hastily. We must deliberate further, the village chief replied, narrowing his eyes. With his life experience, he could easily discern the embellishments in Kamaro's words. However, the messengers of Negri could not be fabricated. This situation demanded careful consideration. After a moment's contemplation, the chief proposed, let us convene a meeting shortly. Would you and the two esteemed messengers join us? This caught Kamaro off guard. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy. The chief's amiable treatment left him at a loss for retorts. Wang Yuan, observing from the side, shook his head. Kamaro was too young, easily swayed by the chief's demeanor. Should he dutifully attend the meeting with the crows, his authority would dissipate entirely. Even if Negri were indeed present, Kamaro would find himself severely weakened, acquiring little power, perhaps merely aiding in the sustenance of the crows. Sacrifices would be nearly impossible. Thus, Wang Yuan took action. Several rodent-like creatures surged forth, their decaying skin exposing raw flesh, emitting ghastly shrieks as they charged at the elderly chief. Kamaro suddenly felt a sharp pain, collapsing to the ground. The rodents leaped onto the village chief, gnawing relentlessly. Despite his esteemed position and authority, he succumbed to the attack, collapsing with cries of despair. Revealing his vulnerability, he was no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. Grandfather, someone help. The young girl beside him hurried to swat the creatures away, but recoiled in pain, revealing a bright red wound on her hand, prompting her to shout for assistance. Do not approach. Kamaro cried out from the ground, agony lacing his voice. The Nar beasts carry the curse of Negri. If bitten, the plague will ensue. The chief's words have incited the wrath of the great Negri. Thus he faces this punishment. Assisting him will only further anger Negri. Witnessing the once mighty village chief perish so tragically before him, Kamaro experienced a profound revelation. In the presence of the great Negri, all authority, including that of the chief, was rendered insignificant. The individuals who had initially intended to lend assistance abruptly halted their actions, retreating to a distance to avoid the village chief and the girl who had been bitten. The desired effect had been achieved, Wang Yuan remarked with a smile, relieved that he had prepared a contingency plan. Once infected with the pathogen, the rodents exhibited no resistance to Wang Yuan's consciousness signals. Unlike crows, these were disposable tools, likely succumbing to illness and death within mere hours. However, this sufficed, having established such a formidable presence. It was expected that few within the village would dare to oppose him, save for that one, Jacques. With this thought, Wang Yuan turned his gaze towards the man who had clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 11. Divine Grace and Evil Spirits. The greatest obstacle has been removed. If Kamaro still cannot resolve the situation, I shall have no choice but to seek a new representative. Wang Yuan contemplated as he observed Kamaro struggling to rise from the ground. It is imperative that this individual be replaced. It is merely a matter of time. Although Kamaro is currently under Wang Yuan's firm control, one must never underestimate a person. As power grows, so too does ambition. Status dictates perspective, and Kamaro, possessing knowledge of much of Wang Yuan's information, may not comprehend the full scope now, but that does not guarantee his ignorance in the future. This peril must be extinguished at its root. For now, I shall wait for him to stabilize the village's situation. After all, having someone familiar in charge makes large-scale rebellion less likely. Once Negri's influence takes hold, the overly informed Kamaro will need to be discarded. Wang Yuan floated about, surveying the state of the village. At present, his primary concern was to discern the intentions of the man named Jacques. Judging by his demeanor, he did not appear to be inclined to submit, which was to be expected. Before Wang Yuan and Kamaro's arrival, Jacques was the greatest beneficiary. The captain of the hunting team was his close friend, and he was poised to become the next village chief. However, with Kamaro arriving under Negri's mandate and slaying the former chief, a significant portion of power had been swiftly usurped. For both personal and public reasons, Jacques could not relinquish his ambitions. Yet under the looming threat of plague, the villagers had gathered around Camaro. After all, Negri had already demonstrated his might. Jacques believed that had he dared to openly resist at that moment, he would have been overpowered by the villagers. The events had unfolded too abruptly. They were caught unprepared. The highly esteemed chief had been publicly slain, forcing Jacques to swallow his indignation for the time being, biding his time until he could devise a plan to confront Camaro and the so-called Negri behind him. "It's quite early today," a blonde woman with a modestly rounded belly remarked gently from within the house. "I just heard some commotion outside. Has something occurred? This situation is rather complex, isn't it?" The perceptive woman noticed Jacques' unease and added softly, "It's of no concern to me. You need not worry. I hail from the Taggio family. Now, he is convening the villagers to confirm their submission to Negri." Jacques succinctly recounted the situation, shedding his facade of confidence. "My reason tells me that I should yield. That way, I shall remain safe. Yet, if I do not rise, I fear I shall regret it. However, should I choose to stand, provoking the plague, I would not only betray the villagers, but also you." Jacques' eyes brimmed with helplessness, caught between misguided actions and dire consequences, plunging him into profound indecision. When faced with a difficult choice, one must opt for what they believe to be right. Isabella embraced her husband's head tenderly and said, "I will support you. As for Negri, I suspect he may not be a deity after all." Isabella replied with a smile. "Isabella, what do you know?" Jacques lifted his gaze to meet his wife's, aware that she was not of Corsican descent and that her origins were rather intricate, laden with numerous secrets. "Evil spirits?" Jacques nodded in affirmation. "In my homeland, there once occurred an incident involving malevolent entities, resulting in many fatalities. This specter was capable of manipulating dense fog, earning the moniker the Devil in the Mist. Countless souls vanished within the shroud. And it was ultimately the Archbishop of the Divine Grace Church who managed to purify some of these spirits, bestowing upon the world a glimpse of the Lord's radiance. His wife was a devout follower of the Divine Grace faith, yet this did not impede their bond. Jacques respected her beliefs. "Isabella, are you suggesting that the Divine Grace Church possesses methods to combat these evil spirits?" Jacques seized upon the crux of his wife's statement. He himself held little fascination for the Corsican belief in the divinity of all things. Yet he did not dismiss the idea of employing the Church's power to exorcise the Negri. "The Lord is omnipotent," Isabella replied with a smile. "Even if the Negri is not an evil spirit, it is close enough. The Divine Grace Church indeed has countermeasures." Standing aside, Wang Yuan absorbed the dialogue. Pondering the insights gleaned, the Divine Grace Church, a manifestation of supernatural forces in this world, this was a low magic realm. Yet low magic did not equate to the absence of magic. From Isabella's assured tone, it was evident that while her claims might be embellished, they were not entirely unfounded, suggesting that the church wielded some supernatural power. The devil in the mist she spoke of was likely akin to him, a lingering soul with the ability to manipulate fog. Wang Yuan contemplated various possibilities, recognizing that, regardless of the circumstances, Jacques was not one to be spared. Observing Jacques, who remained lost in thought, Wang Yuan glided away. The Divine Grace Church had already established itself as a formidable sect, far stronger than Wang Yuan, thus it was prudent to refrain from provocation for the time being. Meanwhile, afar, Camaro, still conveying the will of the Negri to the villagers, suddenly felt an itch upon his skin. Two crows took flight, veering off in a different direction, guiding Camaro to follow. He dared not linger, hastening after the crows until he arrived before a dwelling in the village, where the granddaughter of the village chief was confined. She had been bitten and infected with a contagion, and Camaro had imprisoned her here under the pretext of preventing the spread of the disease. Wang Yuan drifted near the girl, who was clutching her injured hand, her pallid complexion rendering her frail figure almost ethereal. However, this delicate beauty bore no significance. A surge of interference emanated, and the girl grasped her head, her brow furrowed, until eventually, she succumbed to a silence devoid of breath. Chapter 12. Your fearlessness I shall accept. When Camaro pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of the young girl's lifeless body. Her skin was pallid, devoid of color, and her frail form lay upon the ground, so delicate that it evoked a sense of pity, even possessing an eerie beauty. Numerous villagers had followed Camaro, and upon witnessing the girl's corpse, they gasped in astonishment. As the granddaughter of the village chief, she was exceptionally beautiful and had undoubtedly been the muse of many a young man. Yet now, she lay dead in such a tragic manner. Indeed, the corpse emitted an uncanny resonance, and the deceased spoke once more, though it was not her voice that emerged. Ha ha ha. Kamaro, you have truly disappointed me. There are still those who dare to defy my will. Negri, please forgive our ignorance and folly. We would never dream of opposing your wishes. Kamaro quickly fell to his knees, and under his lead, the terrified villagers followed suit, trembling in fear. You may not dare, but some do. He intends to contact the heretical Church of Divine Grace to defy me. Ignorant people, if you do not yearn for my glory, then I shall bestow upon you a plague instead. Please, Negri, forgive us. Who is the wretched soul that would commit such an abominable act? Tell us, who is this sinner? Someone cried out frantically. He is the sinner of the village. We shall not let him escape. After the village chief's neglect led to the messenger of Negri being bitten to death, the villagers had become utterly convinced of Negri's existence. How could they not fear the impending plague? A wave of panic began to spread through the crowd. Thus, if you were able to deliver him to me, I might grant you another chance. Wang Yuan spoke slowly through the girl's voice. The sinner is the man named Jacques Darkme. Deliver him, and let my messenger take him away. Perhaps I shall consider forgiving you this time. Now, make your choice. Plague or sacrifice. This is your final opportunity. With those last words, the girl closed her mouth, and Wang Yuan observed the villagers' reactions. Do we truly have a choice? Kamaro stood up and proclaimed loudly. Jacques has forsaken the faith of the Kashi people for his own selfish interests. He is not only the sinner of our village but also the sinner of the Kashi. To protect our village, we have no alternative. This young man is growing indeed, Wang Yuan thought as he watched Kamaro's performance. Under his guidance, Jacques was completely cast aside by the village, and a throng of people surged towards Jacques' home, their emotions ignited. The few rational individuals were left powerless, as the threat of the plague had driven the majority to madness. We shall wait 2 days before seeking the aid of the Church of Divine Grace, Jacques said, grasping his wife's hand. Before that, I must take you to a safe place. Remaining in the village is far too perilous. Jacques Isabella was about to say something when she heard the cacophony outside, with many voices clamoring for the surrender of Jacques in exchange for the village's peace. Jacques, you seek the aid of the heretical council and have provoked the great Negri. For the sake of the village, to spare it from the plague and ensure its safety, I implore you to lay down your weapon and cease your resistance. Kamaro endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, yet a subtle curve of amusement betrayed him at the corners of his mouth. Kamaro had begun to relish the power bestowed upon him by Wang Yuan. Once merely an ordinary boy who had just joined the hunting team, he now stood as the captain of the guard, celebrated by the entire village, and a likely candidate for village chief. Yet before him stood Jacques, utterly defenseless. He surveyed the villagers who had gathered around. Their eyes, once filled with admiration and envy, now brimmed with hatred and fear. What rendered Jacques most powerless were the gazes of some, filled with pleading. Please, lay down your sword. Please, abandon your resistance. Please, become the sacrifice. Please, sacrifice yourself for the village. The grip on Jacques' sword faltered as he realized he could no longer fight. Turning, he saw Isabella, tears streaming down her face, gently shaking her head as if to say something. He smiled softly, silencing her with a gesture, and pointed to her belly, his gaze rich with tenderness. Then, he turned to Kamaro and declared, I can relinquish my resistance and submit to your judgment, but my wife is innocent. All sins are mine. Spare her. Kamaro's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Isabella's swollen belly. His lips moved as he spoke. Negri's decree pertains solely to you. The sinner. We have decided to deal with you by the great tree behind the village. You may go. In the distance, 2 crows swooped down, mercilessly pecking at Jacques' body. While the villagers knelt in submission, Jacques, however, did not gaze at the crows but rather at the golden-haired woman in the distance who wept and prayed for him. Tears streamed down Jacques' face. He feared not death, but lamented that he would not witness the birth of his child, nor accompany Isabella to the brink of death. He would depart first. As blood flowed freely, Jacques' vision grew dim, and he beheld a vision. Isabella, holding a golden-haired little girl, a striking resemblance to her mother, both radiantly beautiful. Wang Yuan hovered nearby. Indeed, he possessed qualities worthy of admiration. Given the chance, he might have become a renowned hero. But life offers no what-ifs. To face adversity with courage is valiant. To confront death without fear is to embody true bravery. Wang Yuan watched as Jacques succumbed to his wounds. I bear witness to your demise. A great plume of white mist and a refreshing breeze surged toward Wang Yuan. Your courage and fearlessness shall be accepted. Chapter 13, Qualified Experimental Subject. Feeling rather content, Wang Yuan meticulously discerned the emotions within, selectively absorbing those he deemed beneficial while striving to filter out the unnecessary detritus of feelings. Among these discarded emotions, the predominant sentiment was the lingering concern for family, which Jacques cherished as treasures, yet Wang Yuan regarded with indifference. However, he found himself intrigued by the woman, Isabella. From Jacques' memories, Wang Yuan gleaned considerable information about her. Isabella was not a Kosi, but rather a Degan from the kingdom of Intercame, hailing from an aristocratic lineage, the Taguil family, a cadet branch of the royal house. In the past, the royal family of Intercame was embroiled in a civil strife over the throne, entangling the Taguil family as a collateral branch. Isabella Taguil fled for her life, seeking refuge here, marrying Jacques d'Acme, and adopting the name Isabella d'Acme. What piqued Wang Yuan's interest was the Taguil family's moniker as the children of the dragon, rumored to possess draconic blood. Logically, a low-magic world could hardly sustain dragons, and the notion of draconic lineage was likely a mere fabrication. Nevertheless, according to Isabella, their family had once produced a dragonborn, endowed with the power of a dragon. Regardless of the veracity of this lineage, upon learning of Jacques' death, Isabella's complexion paled dramatically, seemingly overcome by the shock of her husband's demise, causing her to collapse to the ground in a faint. This village predominantly consisted of Kosi, who would serve as the source of Wang Yuan's future energy, and he was determined to ensure their survival. Contemplating his plans, particularly concerning Isabella and her purported draconic bloodline, he resolved she must endure. Wang Yuan floated before Isabella, commanding a raven to transmit pathogens, thereby using them as a medium to forcibly intervene in her body and administer rudimentary cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Fortunately, her weakened state allowed for his limited interference to take effect. He also summoned another raven to call for assistance from others to aid her. Watching as Isabella transitioned from peril to safety, Wang Yuan displayed a satisfied expression, beginning to devise his subsequent plans. Having accessed numerous memories, he had acquired substantial insight into this world. In the ancient Kosi mythology, a blinding light capable of severing all existence annihilated the progenitor of all beings, whose remains transformed into the present world, giving rise to all things. The will of the progenitor became the spirits of all entities, each bearing various divine names. By invoking these divine names, one could receive aid from the spirits of all things, though the Kosi's fervent cries to these deities proved futile. According to the Kosi's accounts, the diverse races of the world originated from the derivations of different spirits, with the Kosi representing the essence of spirit itself, allowing them to perceive the divine names of various spirits. Thus, Kosi also connotes spirituality. The nation of the Cossacks, Trilandia, once basked in the glory of a magnificent history. Yet now it lies in ruins, with a multitude of Cossacks scattered across various lands. A small faction has managed to establish such villages, and it is rumored that the Cossack Restoration Organization is fervently endeavoring to reclaim their homeland, albeit with little success over the years. Wang Yuan gleaned a wealth of information from these mythic tales, particularly the undeniable differences that exist among various ethnicities, which manifest even in the mundane aspects of daily life. For instance, the village's greatest adversaries, the Kinshins, are innately predisposed to thievery. Their instinct to invade is etched into their very blood. Some formidable Kinshins even exhibit peculiar transformations. What a fascinating world it is. Wang Yuan slowly absorbed the remaining essence from Jacques' lifeless body. Camaro observed the individuals dutifully complying with orders, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, only to soon encounter a middle-aged man standing a short distance away, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Upon realizing that Camaro had noticed him, the man turned to leave, limping as he walked at a rather slow pace. Camaro's lips quivered, and the pride he had just felt dissipated significantly as he hastened after the limping figure. "Father, why have you come here?" Camaro maintained his composure as he spoke. "I am not your father. My son perished in the hunting party," the limping man retorted angrily, continuing to move forward. Camaro halted, his countenance darkening as he implored. "I act for the sake of the village. Why do you deny me? Do you believe I am in the wrong?" Camaro suppressed his fury. "Everything I do is for this village, for our family. Do you think I desire to join the hunting party? Had it not been for my unborn brother, would I have sought to join? Would I have sacrificed Jacques to prevent the plague from descending upon this village?" Camaro spat vehemently. The middle-aged man paused, offering no reply, and continued to shuffle away, his back becoming increasingly stooped. Camaro's father had once been a member of the guard, but after suffering an arrow wound to his knee during a conflict with the Kinshins, he was forced to retire. However, several months ago, Camaro's mother became pregnant once more. Unwilling to abandon this child, Their modest household required a steady and substantial income, prompting Kamaro's father to enroll him in the hunting party. Through his powers of intervention, Wang Yuan transmitted a certain quantity of pathogens from a crow into Kamaro's mother's respiratory tract, confirming her infection before instructing the crow to fly away. According to memory, winter was imminent, and soon the innate marauders, the Kinshins, would be upon them. The Kinshins appeared to be quite suitable subjects for experimentation. Chapter 14. Naming and development. Gazing upon the 5 speckled, gray-green raven eggs, they were placed behind the village. Nestled in the great tree where Wang Yuan's 2 mutated ravens had constructed their nest, the incubation period for raven eggs spanned 16 to 18 days, and it remained uncertain how many days these eggs had already been incubated. Under Wang Yuan's command, the 2 ravens took over the hatching process, and it was believed that new ravens would soon emerge. Since the fallout with his family, Kamaro had rebuilt a house in the back village, residing there while managing various chores. With the village head deceased and Jacques, the presumed successor, also perished, Kamaro now held the greatest sway within the village. In the past, villagers led their separate lives, but now the brilliance of Negri enveloped the settlement, instilling a sense of trepidation regarding past behaviors that may provoke the great Negri. For instance, when a household sheep fell ill and perished, they previously would have consumed what they could or buried it to enrich the soil. Yet now, there was uncertainty. Perhaps Negri had cast his gaze upon that sheep, and they dared not dispose of it carelessly. Observing Kamaro dismiss those who approached with inquiries, Wang Yuan floated to the great tree behind the village to scrutinize the raven eggs. He pondered whether these new ravens could adapt to the ancestral pathogens. The current pathogens had undergone countless mutations. Initially, the pathogens were merely a strain of avian disease that Wang Yuan had brought from his world, which posed little threat to the vaccinated populace there. However, upon arriving in this low-magic realm, the pathogens began to mutate due to new stimuli, ultimately claiming Wang Yuan's life, yet fortuitously forming a symbiotic relationship with the ravens, resulting in their benign mutations. The primitive pathogens carried by these ravens were christened ancestral pathogens, which presently serve to establish a stable consciousness link between the mutated ravens and themselves. In contrast, when affecting other life forms, these pathogens could result in fatality due to the recipient's constitution. Furthermore, Wang Yuan had taken to naming certain phenomena. For instance, the white vapors exuded upon death were designated as life essence, while the refreshing aura was termed soul essence. Other mutated pathogens derived from the ancestral strain were either named according to their characteristics or assigned numerical designations based on experimental subjects. Many of these mutated pathogens originated from the contributions of the villagers of Kashi. A new regulation emerged within the village. Individuals who fell ill were mandated to journey to the back of the village to receive the blessings of Negri's messenger. Once confirmed as ill, they would be conveyed to the messenger, who would bestow upon them the gifts of Negri, in other words, the infection of ancestral pathogens. Wang Yuan would continually observe the transformations of these pathogens within the afflicted individuals. Certain pathogens, such as those causing influenza, would be consumed by the ancestral pathogens, inciting a new wave of mutations. Wang Yuan aimed to examine the effects of these mutated pathogens on the human body, ensuring that the carriers would not succumb to death while collecting valuable pathogens. Some ailments bear no relation to pathogens, yet individuals may still harbor these microorganisms, transforming into mere human incubators for observing the behavior of pathogens across diverse populations. Fortunately, Wang Yuan has managed to suppress the proliferation of these pathogens, ensuring that the infected neither perish nor develop complete immunity to the affliction. Once the pathogens entered Wang Yuan's body, they swiftly mutated due to a tumor, leading to a variant strain that eluded his control and proliferated wildly, resulting in numerous dark spots appearing on his skin. These spots continued to expand, ultimately causing the villager to become entirely darkened, with crow-like black fuzz beginning to sprout from his skin. However, before those black feathers could fully emerge, he succumbed to death. Ultimately, Wang Yuan preserved this mutated pathogen, periodically administering sustenance to maintain the vitality of what he named the black crow pathogen. During the patient's transformation, he exhibited feats beyond ordinary human capability. A terminally ill individual transformed into one who could effortlessly leap 5 to 6 meters and strike with enough force to shatter the supporting beams of a house. Wang Yuan recognized the necessity of cultivating this black crow pathogen, albeit with further refinement required. In addition to the black crow, another pathogen captured Wang Yuan's interest. Originating from Kamaros, where individuals had harbored pathogens for an extended duration, Perhaps due to the ancestral virus being suppressed within the Comoros for too long, a peculiar mutation occurred, rendering it dormant. Yet, once Wang Yuan exerted control over these pathogens, they stimulated the Comoros to secrete two distinct substances, one evoking a sense of euphoria and the other instilling profound terror. The specific substance secreted was entirely at Wang Yuan's discretion. In truth, if he chose not to intervene, the Comoros would not perish due to the pathogens. This pathogen, capable of inducing both pleasure and fear, was dubbed dominance pathogen, implying that once infected, escape from Wang Yuan's control was impossible. More importantly, the current Comoros, akin to the mutated black crow, could provide Wang Yuan with soul energy, a refreshing essence. Unlike the black crow, the soul energy derived from Comoros bore emotional and slight memory impurities, reminiscent of the belief in deification witnessed in his previous life. Was it possible that the true essence of soul energy was a manifestation of faith? Wang Yuan pondered, albeit he had chosen to forego the soul energy provided by Comoros. Wang Yuan harbored no desire to become a deity of faith, a being that, despite appearing to wield control over all, was in truth governed by a multitude of followers. A notion he found intolerable. He was willing to embrace changes in character, but could not abide being passively transformed. Wang Yuan defined his ambition as that of a dominator rather than a deity. If such a deity existed, he contemplated a day when he would exert control over it. While the dominance pathogen proved to be quite useful, regrettably, its infectious spread remained exceedingly weak, limiting its proliferation to the Comoros alone. Wang Yuan sighed and then continued to observe the development and mutation of the ancestral pathogen within various hosts. He contemplated that Comoros' mother was likely nearing the time of her delivery. Chapter 15. The righteous Noah heart-wrenching cries echoed within the room, while a limping man anxiously awaited outside. As the newborn's initial wail pierced the air, Wang Yuan observed the infant closely. Comoros, your successor has been found. Upon witnessing the birth, Wang Yuan sensed the ethereal essence emanating from the infant. Thanks to the influence of bacteria, the newborn appeared remarkably healthy, soon opening his eyes to reveal a pair of deep, dark orbs that gazed in Wang Yuan's direction, accompanied by a joyful smile. Can you perceive my presence? Wang Yuan chuckled softly. Although Comoros, due to his control over the bacteria, found it challenging to escape Wang Yuan's dominion, he was nonetheless aware of far too much. Moreover, this newborn was undoubtedly far more exceptional than he. The infant was ultimately named Noah by his father, and the bacteria within him were designated as the righteous bacteria. Wang Yuan, with a hint of wicked amusement, bestowed this name upon the bacteria, which, given the current circumstances, appeared to enhance the physical capabilities of its host. This newborn was extraordinarily robust, almost unrecognizable as a mere infant. Simultaneously, the righteous bacteria, in relation to humanity, paralleled the primordial bacteria concerning crows. Wang Yuan could effortlessly perceive the consciousness of this infant and exert numerous influences upon it. In the biblical context, the term righteous fundamentally refers not merely to an individual's moral conduct, which is a mere consequence, but rather to the covenantal relationship that one holds with the divine. Thus, a person who believes in God and adheres to divine laws is regarded as righteous. Noah's covenant with Wang Yuan was embodied in the bacteria within him. Hence the designation of righteous bacteria. That is my brother, Comoros remarked from a distance, observing the child who had become the focal point of attention. His gaze flickered with envy and jealousy. Were it not for the emergence of this sibling, he mused, he would not have joined the hunting party and encountered such circumstances. As these thoughts coursed through him, a wave of panic washed over Comoros, instigated by the controlling bacteria within him. Whenever he harbored negative thoughts concerning Negri, his instincts would trigger a response, prompting the secretion of a substance that elicited fear. Witnessing the family that had now relegated him to the periphery, Comoros turned away, resolute in his decision to dedicate everything to Negri. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan continued to observe the effects of the righteous bacteria, noting Noah's rapid growth and remarkable intelligence. Were it not for Wang Yuan's constant connection to his consciousness, he might have almost believed the child to be a reincarnated soul. Wang Yuan quietly watched this scene unfold, and Noah's behavior inadvertently reminded him of the legends of the Koshis. In their tongue, Koshi signifies spirit, and the Koshis are said to be a race born from the primordial essence of all beings, capable of perceiving the divine names of all things and wielding extraordinary powers through them. Walled, he pondered, furrowing his brow. Is it not the term for those who partake in the essence of the Koshis? He contemplated the implications. Could the myths surrounding the Koshis hold a kernel of truth? As if sensing Wang Yuan's gaze upon him, he turned towards Wang Yuan and smiled joyfully. Wang Yuan returned the smile, regardless of the secrets held by the Kosi people. At least for now, Noah was his righteous ally. The bacteria required further refinement, as the current strains provided him insufficient strength. Wang Yuan subtly attuned himself to the distribution of bacteria throughout the village when suddenly he received a transmission from two mutated crows. Were the crow eggs about to hatch? Lightly detaching from Noah, he propelled his soul body swiftly towards the rear of the village. After significantly enhancing the completeness of his soul body, the power of his interference had notably increased, thereby augmenting his speed as well. He soon arrived at the large tree behind the village. Within the crow's nest, 5 eggs had only yielded 2 hatchlings, both lively chicks adorned with a mere layer of down. This was the abode of the mutated crows, and the air was saturated with ancestral bacteria. Upon encountering these bacteria, the chicks exhibited no adverse reactions. Instead, they appeared remarkably vigorous, clearly indicating a harmonious affinity between the current ancestral bacteria and the crows. Typically, ordinary crow chicks require about a month of care from their adult counterparts before they can fledge. However, these crows might be ready to leave the nest much sooner. Wang Yuan utilized his interference to assess the condition of the hatchlings, making a brief estimation. One by one, the crow eggs continued to hatch, and nearby villagers had already prepared some sustenance, various fruits, insects, and even carrion. The 2 adult crows, not needing to forage, could effortlessly bring food to nourish the chicks. All 5 eggs successfully hatched without any adverse effects from the bacterial environment, though they were extremely prone to hunger. The situation was promising, though one could not dismiss the possibility of mutations occurring as they matured. After observing for a time, Wang Yuan contemplated that while the crows might not hold significant importance at present, an increase in their numbers would still be advantageous. The crows consistently provided a steady stream of soul energy, albeit meager, which accumulated over time to become increasingly stable. He pondered what might transpire following the completion of his soul body. Although his soul body appeared whole, he alone understood the profound emptiness that lingered within him. A constant reminder from his instincts to consume more soul energy to restore his completeness. At times, when he infected some pregnant women with bacteria, he felt an overwhelming urge to plunge into their abdomens. In those moments, he sensed that such an act could fulfill his soul body, allowing him to reincarnate as a human. However, that impulse was firmly suppressed. Firstly, he could not guarantee that, upon reincarnation, he would retain his memories. Secondly, even if he could preserve his memories, he was reluctant to revert to humanity. Currently, he could grow stronger by absorbing soul energy. Transforming into a human might lead him into peril, potentially resulting in his demise as a human, after which he might not even have the opportunity to become a lingering soul once more. Chapter 16. The Kenshin's 2 days had passed, and the fledglings grew at an astonishing pace, now vibrant and chirping eagerly for sustenance. Kamaro stood beneath the grand tree, his gaze icy as he observed the bound crows. Pointing at a crow with a severed wing, he coldly remarked, "Though these crows have not yet belonged to my lord, that does not excuse your cruelty. Who is responsible for this injury? Step forward." Kamaro's eyes swept across the members of the new hunting party. "If you wish to avoid incurring the wrath of the great Negri." One individual, trembling, glanced around before finally stepping forth. This person was familiar to Kamaro, a childhood companion, yet now the only expression in his eyes was one of fear. Observing the fearful demeanor of his former friend, Kamaro steeled his heart. The injury to the crow was merely a pretext. The true reason for this excuse was Negri's command for a sacrifice. To openly demand a villager for sacrifice could provoke fierce resistance from the villagers. Thus a pretext was necessary to designate those who had aired his offerings. Now, this childhood companion had unwittingly become the one to bear the brunt of such fate. Kamaro dared not defy Negri's orders, and thus could only express his regrets towards this individual. As Kamaro squinted, preparing to speak, he noticed a member of the guard approaching on horseback from a distance. "Lord Kamaro, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Kenshins." The guard dismounted swiftly and whispered, "However, I now offer you an opportunity, a life for a life. Join the guard, take down a Kentian, and redeem yourself with his life." Ultimately, Kamaro's heart softened, and he spared his childhood friend. Wang Yuan, undistracted by Kamaro's inner turmoil, pondered the information regarding the Kenshins, known as natural brigands. The instinct to plunder was ingrained in their very blood. This characterization was not rooted in racial prejudice, but rather in the inherent identity of the Kenshins as thieves, rendering any attempts at reformation through education nearly futile. Once, in the nearby kingdom of Royas, A benevolent noble scholar believed the reason all Kinshins were brigands stemmed from their upbringing among thieves, learning the skills of robbery from an early age, thus inevitably becoming brigands in adulthood. He hypothesized that if a Kintian were raised in a proper household, he could surely grow into a virtuous individual. On one occasion, while out, he intervened to prevent a group of adventurers from killing a newborn girl among a band of Kintian brigands, asserting that the infant was innocent. Amidst the adventurers' mockery, he adopted the child, never revealing her Kintian heritage. From childhood, he ensured she received the finest education and etiquette, treating her as he would his own daughter. At the tender age of 15, she nearly inherited the noble title of a learned aristocrat. Had she not been accused of administering slow poison to him since she was 12, with irrefutable evidence against her, instead of being addressed as Lady. She is now known as the notorious thief, aka Elisa, when ika was merely 12, untouched by the sinister knowledge of malevolence. She inadvertently became aware of a form of chronic toxin and, devoid of any enmity, chose to poison the noble scholar who had adopted her. The nature of Kinnish folk is such that they do not perceive the act of plundering others as shameful. Rather, they often take pleasure in it, sometimes even indulging in acts of pillaging when unnecessary, relishing the thrill it brings. While the Kinnish are indeed prone to thievery, they are not devoid of cunning. They refrain from attacking forces that are too powerful and do not exterminate their victims entirely. For the absence of those they prey upon would ultimately lead to their own demise, as they are disinclined to labor. The villages of the Kashans fall into the category of those frequently ravaged, with Kinnish marauders visiting annually to pillage. Each time, the villagers devise myriad strategies to fend off these bandits. Should the village lack any means of resistance and succumb entirely to the marauders, everything would be at the mercy of these brigands. The most harrowing incident occurred when the raiders invaded the village and set it ablaze, resulting in the destruction of numerous homes. Had the Kinnish not spared the remaining inhabitants for the sake of sustainability, the village would have long ceased to exist, with many Kashans perishing from starvation and exposure that year. Of course, there have been comparatively tranquil years, where both sides flex their muscles. The bandits, upon discovering the bone too tough to chew, would demand a portion of the village's grain before retreating. However, this time, the village was entirely transformed. Now under the dominion of Wang Yuan, who would not permit his possessions to be swayed by others once more. Initially, Wang Yuan resolved to eradicate the Kinnish, as the Kashans are ultimately his dominion, representing a sustainable resource. Yet, he was reluctant to treat them with undue cruelty. In contrast, Wang Yuan held little regard for the Kinnish. The pathogens cultivated in the current environment are predominantly of low virulence. He wonders if the Kinnish, with their innate proclivity for plunder, could possibly foster highly infectious pathogens. This notion intrigues him, yet he requires a measure of armed force beforehand. For the village's military strength was already scant, divided primarily between the guard and the hunting teams. The hunting team had been nearly obliterated under Wang Yuan's command, leaving only a novice, Kamaro, while the guard suffered losses, with some members reassigned to form a new hunting team in pursuit of crows. The village's combat capabilities now stand at an unprecedented low. Were it not for the confidence in Negri, it is likely that many villagers would have already contemplated fleeing. Observing the captured crows, Wang Yuan recalled the unfinished black crow pathogen. A notion began to take shape. This village of Cossacks was indeed too insular, possessing scant information about the outside world. Perhaps, from these Kinnish brigands, he could glean some insights into external affairs. Chapter 17. To be in a position of weakness is to be subjugated. The steeds galloped swiftly, while the Kinnishmen erupted in ecstatic shouts. They relished the act of plunder. The thrill of seizing everything that belonged to others excited them. Their primal instinct was to wrest away possessions from their adversaries, transforming the belongings of others into their own. Satisfying this inherent nature brought them an unparalleled joy, akin to the fulfillment of other human instincts. Conspiracy and violence were etched deeply into their very essence. However, the resistance from the Corsicans was feeble, as a portion of their guard had been forcibly conscripted into the hunting party to seek out crows. The Corsicans' inability to resist stirred the blood of plunder within the Kinnishmen. Should the village be invaded without opposition, the tragic fate of years past, when many villages were incinerated, might once again befall them. The Kinnishmen pursued the members of the guard with fervor, loosing arrows and leaping over nearly futile traps, mocking the Corsicans who fled helplessly. In previous years, the Corsicans had employed traps and various countermeasures from their guard to impede the advance of the Kinnishmen. At that time, however, the Corsican guards resembled caretakers for unruly children or servants attending to a lord. They were compelled to resist against the Kinnishmen's assaults, lest they stoke the flames of plunder within them. Yet, they dared not retaliate too fiercely, for inflicting substantial losses upon the Kinishmen could provoke their wrath. Some villages had been annihilated simply for slaying a few Kinishmen. It was akin to the dynamics of a romantic relationship, when one treats their partner well yet receives complaints. And when one is unkind, the grievances only amplify. The root cause lies in the perpetual state of being the weaker party. This imbalance rendered all actions erroneous, such was the nature of love, and similarly, the Corsicans' predicament in confronting the Kinishmen. Their weakness necessitated careful consideration of how to resist. They could neither be overly aggressive nor entirely submissive. Wang Yuan observed the fleeing Corsican guard from a distance. Recalling words he had once encountered, only the weak contemplate the larger picture, for they cannot afford the consequences of a disrupted situation. True strength lies in the absence of such deliberation, as the strong embody the larger picture. The Kinishmen were once that embodiment. Unbothered by whether their slaughter of the Corsicans was excessive, whether their pillaging of grain would leave the Corsicans destitute, or whether their humiliation of their wives and daughters was tolerable. All adverse conditions in the world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. Wang Yuan spoke slowly. Had he been powerful enough, he could have discerned the flaws in the system's deception, assuming the role of protagonist in his original world. Had the Corsicans possessed sufficient strength, the Kinishmen would not have dared to tread near their village, just as the Kinishmen never cast their eyes upon the kingdom of Inkami. Now, we are stronger than these Kintish men, and thus they are the subjugated. Wang Yuan observed the approaching Kintish bandits and issued commands. Kamaro's expression shifted as he turned to glance at the anxious group of Corsicans behind him, clutching a jar tightly, appearing bewildered. Among them was Kamaro's childhood companion. Who had erred? The jar you hold contains the great Nagri's cursed substance. Any who come into contact with it shall perish in disease. When the time comes, cast it upon the Kintish men to draw their attention, Kamaro instructed. Next, your task is to capture as many untainted Kinishmen as possible. They shall serve as our offerings to Nagri. The more you capture, the greater your rewards. Especially you, should you fail to secure a sacrifice, you will become one yourself. He directed at his companion, extending his last act of goodwill. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Kamaro's command, the group of 7 or 8, clutching the jar, charged towards their target. The members of the guard, mounted on horses, fled frantically, arrows flying past them. They dared not halt. To do so would invite death from the galloping Kintish marauders or from arrows seemingly shot from nowhere. Their initial orders were simply to lead the people nearby, with assurances that assistance would come. The pursuing Kintish bandits numbered over 20, all mounted, armed with long knives and bows. Hee, I'm about to hit your backside. You run so slowly. Are you offering it to me? One Kintish man jeered, laughing heartily as he mercilessly released an arrow that struck a man's foot. In pain, he lost his balance and fell from his horse, crying out for help. Yet none of his companions paused to assist him as they watched the Kintish men draw nearer. He struggled to crawl forward, but with an injured leg, escape was impossible. The bandits rode up to the Corsican, temporarily halting their pursuit. This year, the Corsicans seemed to have relinquished their resistance, their lack of defense rendering them less urgent in their plight. The wounded man continued to crawl forward, his will to survive strong. However, if mere desire could manifest reality, the world would not be so sorrowful. Hey, little Corsican, it appears you possess little wealth. I shall show mercy this once and merely take your life. One Kintish man proclaimed gleefully. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Tears and snot streamed down his face as the Corsican crawled desperately forward, like a humble worm pleading for survival. We have no need to heed the pleas of a worm. The Kinishman excitedly raised the lasso, skillfully casting it to ensnare the neck of the Cossack. And then with a swift slap to the horse's rear, galloped towards the village. Chapter 18. The black raven's flesh. The horse surged forth once more, this time dragging behind it a man. The unfortunate Corsican, tethered to the beast, let out a series of agonized cries that quickly faded into silence. Here, there were no proper roads. The so-called paths were merely uneven dirt trails. Being towed along such treacherous terrain by a galloping horse brought one perilously close to death. Meanwhile, a group of 28 Kintish brigands, each possessing formidable combat prowess, stealthily approached, clutching those cursed jars. From a young age, these men had been trained in the art of plunder, where brute strength was paramount. Currently, there were only 8 of them, and a headlong charge would be tantamount to suicide. Even with Nagri's curse in their possession, they dared not brazenly confront the Kintish men. Did this curse truly hold any power? Hidden within the nearby thicket, Sin scrutinized the seemingly ordinary sealed jar, harboring doubts about its efficacy in exterminating a multitude of Kintish men. As the sole heir of the Earl, he had initially shared Kamaro's reluctance to join the hunting party. Yet, he chose to enlist in a new hunting brigade, seeking new messengers for the Great Negri. Each raven captured promised substantial rewards, a far lesser threat compared to stalking the great beast of the wilderness. At this juncture, Kamaro had already submitted to Negri, surrendering all that he was. The cold stare he received was a reflection of Negri's own gaze upon him. In a desperate bid for survival, Sin found himself once again amidst this assault brigade, resolved to capture a Kinnish man as a sacrificial offering to Negri for his penance. In truth, he held little confidence in the endeavor. Yet, pondering the choice between being sacrificed to Negri or perishing in conflict with the Kinnish men, he opted for the latter, perceiving it as the more honorable fate. Are they approaching? Sin heard the thunder of hooves, tightening his grip on the jar cradled within his arms. As the sound drew nearer, his body trembled. Sharing a glance with his comrades, they collectively hurled the jar into the air. Little Corsican mice, are you lying in wait for us? The Kintish men laughed raucously, dismissing the jars as inconsequential. After all, these Corsican mice dared not offend the Kinnish, buoyed by the hundreds of their compatriots behind them. However, this occurrence exceeded the brigands' expectations. The jar shattered around them, releasing a torrent of black liquid that swiftly enveloped the vicinity in a foul stench. This noxious odor struck suddenly, causing those poised to shoot to falter in their aim, while the Corsican bound to the horse became drenched in the viscous black substance. Standing at a distance, Wang Yuan's perception was not particularly attuned to scents, yet he observed the spillage of the black liquid with a calm demeanor. Beginning to document the first large-scale human experiment of the black raven bacteria among the Kintish men had commenced. Additionally, he could initiate an experiment on the infection of the horses. Wang Yuan actively controlled the rapid proliferation of pathogens ahead. The dark viscous substance served as a vector for the black crow virus, infiltrating the bodies of the Kinnish people through its foul odor. Before their disgust could turn to anger, one individual emitted a piercing scream of agony. The Cossack, previously ensnared by Matto, was the first to mutate after being contaminated by the black slime. His body, which had been on the brink of death, broke free from its bonds. His skin darkened abnormally and began to decay at an alarming rate. With remarkable agility, he lunged at a Kinnish man still reeling from nausea atop his horse, sinking his white teeth into the man's foot. The infected individual was spurred on by the black crow virus, awakening latent potential within his body, enhancing his biting strength to the extent that he tore a substantial chunk of flesh from the Kinnish man's foot and devoured it voraciously. After consuming the raw flesh, the decay on the mutant slowed momentarily, but in the next instant, the Kinnish man retaliated, severing the mutant's head with a swift stroke, dark, ink-like blood gushing forth. Yet, even without a head, the mutant continued to writhe, and from the stump of its neck, flesh buds began to sprout, as if attempting to regenerate its head. Regrettably, the mutant could not endure, its body rapidly decomposing into a pool of black liquid. Before the bitten Kintish man could exhale in relief, he was unseated by his horse, which savagely trampled him with its hooves. The Kintish man was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had devolved so drastically. Suddenly, amidst the stench, he found the scent emanating from the horse to be particularly enticing, compelling him to bite into it. Driven by an instinctual urge to prey, the fallen Kintish man sank his teeth into the horse's belly, causing dark, rancid blood to spill forth, drenching him. Yet, he remained unrepulsed, instead indulging in the blood and tearing at the horse's flesh. Chaos spread further among the Kintish people and their steeds. After succumbing to the infection, their skin began to blacken and rot, with the only apparent remedy for their decay being the flesh and blood of other living beings. Wang Yuan observed from a distance the mutations of the pathogens. As they engaged in frenzied cannibalism, various new strains of the black crow virus emerged, each becoming increasingly bizarre through mutual infection. Ultimately, a multitude of flesh, smeared in black slime, coalesced into a writhing mass, comprising the blood and flesh of horses, Kintish men, and the initial Cossack. This amalgamation pulsated and merged, as if on the verge of forming a new life form. Through the pathogen's sensing ability, Wang Yuan discerned the immense vitality of this nascent entity. He was genuinely intrigued by what sort of life form would ultimately arise from this confluence of blood and flesh. Chapter 19. The lost object. The chunks of flesh withered rapidly, and a black-red tentacle extended from within, followed by a grotesque mass of meat, upon which more than a dozen eyes opened simultaneously. The moment those eyes blinked to life, Wang Yuan's expression shifted, not due to the unsettling gaze of the newly born monstrosity, but because, at that precise instant, something emerged, causing the crucial pathogens that constituted the creature to gradually slip from his grasp. The myriad eyes of the creature spun wildly, as if surveying this world, and then it tore through the decaying flesh surrounding it, revealing its complete form to the onlookers. The region that ought to be referred to as its head was a grotesque tumor of flesh, with those numerous eyes darting about incessantly. Below this grotesque visage was a hunched humanoid shape, adorned with two black-red tentacles sprouting from its back, while the creature's feet resembled hooves. The entire being lacked skin, reminiscent of a skinned frog, exhibiting a dark red hue. It struggled forth from the rotting flesh, taking a step before collapsing back into the lifeless remains. After a brief struggle, the creature rose once more, pausing as if contemplating something, and then leapt directly out of the decaying mass, advancing toward Wang Yuan's position. A palpable sense of danger emanated from the creature, and for the first time, Wang Yuan felt a direct threat. Initially, his perils stemmed from within, such as insufficient white mist. The external dangers were scarce and hardly manifested as threats. Yet, he remained composed. The emotions derived from Jacques played a significant role, instilling in him a semblance of calm amidst the impending chaos. He floated backward, continuously observing the creature's behavior, which did not resemble that of a nascent life form. It exhibited its own mannerisms and quickly grasped its surroundings. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The mass, resembling a head, split open numerous orifices, emitting a peculiar tone akin to a language, followed by a rhythmic sound pattern. Cascacasos? What a sensation! Wang Yuan pondered deeply about how the pathogens had initially lost control. It felt akin to a higher consciousness descending. Soul transference? The term suddenly struck him, providing a possible explanation for the creature's bizarre behavior. Yet, no matter how one viewed it, this being was not human. The creature then impatiently shifted to another form of communication, interspersed with the language of the Kent people. Though it seemed to have only just begun to learn this tongue and was utterly incapable of conveying any meaningful thought. Was there a desire for communication? Wang Yuan scrutinized the creature, but before he could react, it, frustrated by the lack of understanding, charged forward, seemingly desperate for something. I, too, am eager to learn of your intentions, but alas, it appears we are at an impasse. Wang Yuan contemplated alternative methods to acquire the information he sought. The interference surged forth, disrupting the advance of the adversary. Several diminutive creatures, infected by pathogens and bearing signs of decay upon their skin, scurried from the sidelines. Although the primary objective was to assess the Black Crow pathogen, the increasingly cautious Wang Yuan naturally contemplated the inadequacies of the Cossack Guard. Therefore, he once again infected these small beings, exerting control over them through his mastery of the bacteria, forcibly commandeering their consciousness. Under the pathogen's influence, these creatures charged wildly towards the peculiar entity, frantically gnawing at it, while the creature's trailing tendrils swiftly waved about, attempting to extract something of value. Unfortunately, these small animals, ravaged by Wang Yuan's pathogens, retained little of their self-awareness, and he doubted the creature could extract anything meaningful. Indeed, the creature, enraged, cast aside the small beast and ceased its movements, over a dozen eyes fixated on Wang Yuan, as if to indelibly etch his visage into memory. Subsequently, the creature's form rapidly disintegrated, a surge of soul energy, accompanied by abundant vitality, oozing from its carcass. As this soul energy neared obliteration, its memories had significantly faded, leaving Wang Yuan with scant information, even failing to comprehend the creature's language. The sole clarity resided in its final actions. The creature's essence, through some enigmatic means, had touched upon something deep within his soul, and in pursuit of that awareness, it relinquished a considerable amount of soul energy before vanishing from this realm. Was this truly a soul transference, or an act of volition from that being? Wang Yuan was profoundly exhilarated. His greatest trepidation had been the prospect of being trapped in this so-called low magic world for eternity. Should that occur, even if he mastered this entire realm, his yearning for dominance would remain unquenched. He recognized that with the existence of low magic, there must also be realms of mid and high magic. He could not allow himself to be confined to a mere corner of existence. To his astonishment, he had encountered an outsider today, gleaning the means to traverse worlds. Thus, Wang Yuan eagerly endeavored to perceive the depths of his soul, to grasp the essence within. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, and the surroundings seemed to settle into stillness. The Kinnish raiders who had invaded the Cossack village lay decimated, with only a few escaping, among whom were 2 Kinnish captives. Sin, brimming with excitement, beheld the captured Kinnish individuals. He had succeeded, seizing the opportunity to claim one as a substitute for himself in the sacrificial rites. thereby preserving his own life. I have succeeded, Sin exclaimed exuberantly, while Kamaro, standing at a distance, instructed others to deposit firewood upon the withered, decaying flesh and ignited a flame, for the black crow pathogen would otherwise rampantly infect all surrounding life. As for the final creature, Kamaro and his companions chose to feign ignorance. Hearing Sin's jubilant exclamation, a faint smile graced his lips. Though friendship had waned, the mere act of survival was, at least, a silver lining. As Sun attempted to articulate further thoughts, an abrupt chill enveloped him, and an overwhelming force penetrated his forehead, rendering him powerless as he collapsed to the ground, extinguishing his life. Wang Yuan observed the ethereal essence and vitality escaping from Sin's lifeless body, and a fraction of the pent-up frustration and agitation within him finally began to dissipate. Just moments prior, Wang Yuan had employed the methods of a creature to delve into the depths of his own soul. Unlike the monsters, however, there was a profound void within his own essence, and in that instant, he finally comprehended what had been irrevocably lost from his spiritual being. Chapter 20. A new birth that does not belong. Wang Yuan was fortunate. By a stroke of fate, he managed to capture a fragment of a soul wanderer's essence, thus discovering a means to traverse worlds. Yet, he was also unfortunate, for this method held no utility for him. The true composition of a human soul remained an enigma to Wang Yuan, but observing the creature's behavior suggested that it believed the essence deep within the soul, along with its own memories, constituted its true self. Consequently, when forced to abandon this world, it relinquished most of its soul, preserving only the core of its being. Wang Yuan gazed into the depths of his own soul, finding it barren. Rather than mourning what he had lost, he felt more as though he himself was the discarding entity. Extracting the fragmented information from the creature, he gained further insight into his predicament. The essence within the soul, in the creature's lexicon, bore the name Gusa. This term roughly translates to true self, root, or origin, representing the primordial existence of the soul. In the vernacular of cultivation, it equates to true spirit. The so-called soul is merely a derivative. Strictly speaking, Wang Yuan's true spirit had already reincarnated, leaving the current incarnation of Wang Yuan as merely a vestige of the original. It mattered little that he was gradually becoming something other than his former self. From the perspective of soul perception, the creature's essence bore a resemblance to his true spirit, while his own self-observation revealed an abundance of impurities within his soul. These impurities stemmed from crows, various animals, and a significant number from the Kishi people. Each individual's true spirit is unique, and thus their resultant soul is equally distinct. Wang Yuan absorbed the soul energy left behind by dying beings, which, while rapidly augmenting his soul, also rendered it a chaotic amalgamation. It was indeed a disheartening revelation. Within the fragmented remnants of the creature's information, it was revealed that these beings could traverse different worlds by harnessing the characteristics of their true spirit. They had encountered numerous otherworldly civilizations, and their good in number served as an evaluation of a life-form's soul potential. Their power system appeared to revolve around the gradual liberation of one's true spirit, drawing strength from their origins. In contrast, the power systems of other civilizations invariably involve the true spirit in attaining higher levels. The greater an entity's good in number, the more readily it could release its true spirit. The creature's elevated good in number granted it access to the arcane art of soul traversal, allowing it to journey to other realms. Should Wang Yuan venture into the creature's world to assess his good in number, the conclusion would be stark: a soulless remnant, heavily tainted by soul force, possessing limited spiritual capabilities, and classified as expendable. Indeed, had the creature not struggled to adapt to this new world's environment, Wang Yuan's meager strength would have rendered him even less significant than mere fodder. Nonetheless, aside from this disheartening news, there were still numerous benefits to be gleaned. Wang Yuan has gained a clear understanding of himself. He recognizes that his potential is limited. Without true spiritual essence, his ability to control the virus will soon reach its zenith. In this low magic world, he might still achieve some notoriety, but should he venture into a higher realm, he suspects he would be effortlessly obliterated. It is time to reconsider the notion of reincarnation. Wang Yuan recalls the impulse he felt in front of a pregnant woman, prompting him to revisit a thought he had once abandoned. Should he be reborn, it is highly likely that he could regain a new spiritual essence. Drifting towards a pregnant woman, he finds himself before Isabella, the wife of Jacques, hailing from the kingdom of Intercami, as he senses the warmth emanating from her womb. Where the unborn child resides in a nascent state of true spirit, he contemplates that by attaching himself now, he might indeed attain a new beginning. After prolonged reflection, Wang Yuan floats gently forward, the allure growing ever stronger. Ah, new life. He sighs deeply, but ultimately refrains from entering Isabella's womb. The prospect of being forever stagnant is more intolerable to him than being governed by any other entity, even a new true spirit. The term spiritual essence is merely a reference from the realm of that monster. Other worlds may indeed possess alternative methods for attaining strength or complementing one's true spirit in different ways. Wang Yuan comforts himself, realizing that since he cannot accept reincarnation or the attachment to another's true spirit, he must tread a solitary path, hoping to forge a new way forward. If the Church of Divine Grace can restrain evil spirits, it must possess some knowledge regarding them. Thus, he establishes a modest objective to infiltrate and dominate the Church of Divine Grace to acquire information about the evil spirits. However, before that, he must first develop himself. Wang Yuan assesses his resources, which are rather meager, for he has only been in this world for a little over a month and commands limited power. A month later. Isabella suddenly clutches her belly and cries out in pain. She is about to give birth. Several neighbors observe the scene, yet few offer assistance. After all, Jacques had once sought help from the Church of Divine Grace, blaspheming against Negri, and in this village increasingly under Negri's dominion. Few dare to risk aiding the sinner's wife and child. At best, they refrain from tormenting this unfortunate expectant mother out of respect for past connections. Isabella, in anguish, struggles to crawl into her home. With no one to aid her, she must rely on herself. She prepares boiling water, sterilized scissors, and towels, enduring the pains of labor as she readies herself. After an indeterminate amount of time, with the first cries of the newborn, a wrinkled baby appears in Isabella's hands, a daughter. Gazing upon this new life, the resilient mother weeps with joy. In accordance with Jacques' wishes, she names her daughter Nala, Nala Darkme. Wang Yuan stood at a distance, observing the newly named life, Nala, his expression growing grave. He sensed the pathogens within her, yet found himself powerless to control them. These pathogens had already fused with certain elements within the girl, and although Wang Yuan could still perceive their presence, they had transformed into an intrinsic part of her being. Chapter 21. 10 years later. Noah, there are disturbances. A youthful voice called out, as a little girl with a ponytail stood below the building, shouting. Noah, perched by the second-floor window engrossed in a book, closed it with one hand and raised his head. At the age of 10, Noah appeared remarkably robust. His neatly arranged attire and meticulous demeanor rendered him the leader of the local Koshian youth organization. Setting the book aside on the table, Noah leaped from the window, smoothing his black hair, looking nothing like an ordinary 10-year-old boy. What is going on? Who dares to cause trouble nearby? Noah squinted. For this place was no longer the small village it had been a decade ago. Ever since the great Negri descended with miracles 8 years prior, repelling the Kinshins. This once humble village had been referred to as Reisturmia, meaning the place of great concern. Here, great could signify either devilish or divine entities, transcending human comprehension. Gradually, the name Reisturmia was embraced by the Koshian people, for before this, the village had lacked even a name. Subsequently, the Kinshins launched a second retaliatory assault. But under the radiance of Negri, they were once again vanquished. Reisturmia then entered a period of rapid development, with a multitude of scattered Koshian individuals flocking to it. For Negri was a legend belonging to the Koshian people. Whether perceived as a benevolent deity or a malevolent spirit, the sense of belonging among the Koshian was profoundly heightened. In a decade, Reisturmia had evolved into the largest trading hub in the vicinity, its populace becoming increasingly diverse, predominantly composed of Koshian, who venerated Negri and established the Crow organization to maintain order in Reisturmia. The community also included merchants from both nations. However, these were not always reputable traders. As relations between the Kingdom of Royas and the Kingdom of Innerkami had grown tense, leading to an official cessation of trade. Yet, in the face of profit, trade prohibitions were little more than a jest. Many continued their exchanges, with Reisturmia emerging as the prime location for such activities. A plethora of smuggling operations brought immense wealth to Reisturmia, which in turn attracted an ever-increasing number of individuals, including mercenaries seeking missions, bodyguards, and an array of illicit undertakings. Aside from mercenaries, pickpockets, assassins, and prostitutes also congregated in Reisturmia, drawn by its riches. However, not all were motivated by wealth. Fugitives, deserters, and intelligence agents found refuge here as well. Geographically, Reisturmia still belonged to the Kingdom of Innerkami, a region once deemed remote and devoid of value, home only to a struggling populace of Koshian. Consequently, the Kingdom of Innerkami paid little heed and no one came to administer the area. Now, even if the kingdom of Interkami desired to exert control, it found itself powerless. The nation had weakened significantly, the internal strife within the royal family having drained much of its national strength, a primary reason for the strained relations between the two kingdoms. It was rumored that the kingdom of Royas was mobilizing war efforts against the nobility within its borders, and it seemed inevitable that conflict between the two nations would soon erupt. Thus, the realm of Rheastemia gradually descends into turmoil. The kingdom of Interkami not only seeks to assume nominal leadership over it, but also aspires to actual occupation, transforming it into a bulwark against the kingdom of Royas. Conversely, Royas yearns for dominion over Rheastemia, thereby complicating Interkami's efforts to establish a defensive line against Royas. Among the two nations, the rulers of Rheastemia exhibit a predilection towards aiding the kingdom of Interkami. This inclination stems from two primary reasons. Firstly, unlike Interkami, the kingdom of Royas is a quintessential ethnocratic realm, wherein the nobility comprises solely Royas people, relegating other ethnicities to the status of second or even third-class citizens, or worse, slaves. Secondly, the current might of Royas is formidable. Should they truly align themselves with Royas, the likelihood of being utterly consumed by it becomes alarmingly high. Noah traverses the chaotic yet strangely ordered landscape of Rheastemia, gradually amassing a considerable following of Kosi youths behind him. The merchants in the vicinity regard this assembly of youngsters with wary eyes. Unlike the Raven organization, which maintains local order, this cohort of Kosi youths possesses remarkable combat prowess. Initially perceived merely as a group of unruly children, their organization swiftly assimilated numerous pickpockets from Rheastemia, thereby asserting control over the underground order. These Kosi youths, particularly those born after the manifestation of Negril, surpass their peers in both physical attributes and intellectual acumen, rivaling even adults in many respects. A lone wolf has recently arrived in Rheastemia, having successfully completed a task, but now pursued to its den. A young girl recounts the events to Noah, referring to the lone wolf as a mercenary operating independently. It is not he who has captured our companions. He seeks our assistance, seemingly in search of someone, she explains, her expression peculiar. He appears to be looking for the mad girl as family. Noah halts, recognizing the name of the mad girl, Nara, one of the few Kosi youths who defy his authority. Even if she were to submit, Noah would refuse acceptance, given her lineage as a descendant of a criminal. Let us first meet this lone wolf, he declares, making his way toward the den of the pickpockets. Meanwhile, deep within Rheastemia, beneath a grand tree, Wang Yuan opens his eyes. Suddenly, a multitude of dark entities erupts from the tree. Hundreds, if not thousands, of crows take flight, forming a vast, ominous swarm. Are you searching for Nara and Isabella? As Wang Yuan's confidant, Noah possesses insights that Wang Yuan is privy to as well. It appears that the seeker is not a member of the Interkami royal family, but rather a mercenary, a notion that piques Wang Yuan's curiosity, albeit slightly. Given that research on Nara is at a critical juncture, Wang Yuan is resolute in not allowing anyone to take Nara away, at least not for the time being. Let us first allow Noah to gather more information, Wang Yuan silently contemplates. Chapter 22. The legendary ranger Chris. Several youths crouched on the ground, one of them bearing the marks of a recent altercation. A middle-aged man sat comfortably in a chair, clad in leather crafted from an unknown creature, adorned with various trinkets. His face, lined with scars, bore a disarming smile as he tossed a small stone into the air, catching it with ease while observing the group of pickpockets. When Noah entered the den of thieves, he was greeted by this peculiar scene. He glanced at the man's attire and spoke, "If I am not mistaken, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Chris Moto. I did not expect you to grace Rheastemia with your presence." "You know me?" the middle-aged man replied, surprise evident in his tone as he scrutinized the boy before him. With his discerning eye, he could ascertain Noah's true age, which only amplified his astonishment. "I am quite an admirer," Chris Moto said with a smile, his expression tinged with something unusual. Chris Moto, a ranger renowned across the continent, a miraculous figure thought to be immortal, had his legendary exploits chronicled by his friend, Zachary. To most youths of the land, he was a paragon of aspiration. "May I inquire what brings you to Rayas?" Noah asked, curiosity piqued. He was genuinely interested in understanding the significance of Isabella, the wife of a notorious criminal. "I have received a commission to locate a woman. According to leads, she arrived here over a decade ago and has remained ever since," Chris replied with a gentle demeanor. "Forgive my boldness, but may I know more about this woman?" Noah inquired, his interest intensifying. "Regrettably, Mr. Noah, I can only divulge limited information. The woman's name is Isabella. She is currently 29 years old and a follower of the Church of Divine Grace, Chris stated, observing the expressions of Noah and his companions, then smiling knowingly. You know where she is, do you not? Chris said with a serious tone. Tell me her whereabouts, and I shall compensate you handsomely. Noah maintained his composure. Though his peers struggled to mask their emotions in the presence of such a seasoned individual, Isabella had arrived in Rayos over a decade ago, at a time when the great Negri had yet to reveal his divinity, and the village was small enough that any elder could recount her tale. Then what has piqued our interest? Noah questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. As an experienced legendary adventurer, he could not believe that Chris had fallen victim to a petty thief like Ras. Clearly, the astute Chris had intentionally allowed a small fortune to be pilfered, drawing the attention of pickpockets, and subsequently tracing them back to their lair. It was evident that he sought their assistance for reasons beyond a mere search for a missing person. Indeed, one must not underestimate the situation at hand. Chris cast aside the stone in his hand, speaking with a grave tone. I have indeed located Isabella and am aware that she has a daughter named Nala. However, abducting her will not be a simple task. I am being watched, and a reckless meeting would only expose our target. Chris squinted, his scarred face obscuring any clear expression. Thus, I seek your assistance in arranging a clandestine meeting with her, for there is a place that requires her presence. Do you trust us so readily? Noah shook his head. There must be some measure of trust between individuals. Chris produced a pouch of coins from his bosom and rose. Striding towards the exit, this is a deposit. Please make the necessary arrangements swiftly and ensure that it remains discreet. As Chris's figure receded into the distance, Noah remained silent, contemplating Chris's words, discerning the blend of truth and falsehood therein. He recognized that complete trust was unwise, yet total disbelief was equally perilous. As for Chris's intentions, they seemed utterly absurd. A legendary ranger requiring the assistance of a local to discreetly meet a woman, with the notion of trust being nothing short of ludicrous. Let us proceed as if it were a typical business transaction, Noah commanded. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan drifted invisibly before Isabella, gradually grasping the significance of Chris's quest to find her. In light of the current geopolitical climate, Isabella was originally of the Tagyul family, a branch of the royal lineage of the Interkami kingdom, sharing the blood of the Dragonborn. In the wake of a royal conflict, the reigning king, Sirthai, had eliminated many of his kin who posed a threat, including the Tagyul family, which had suffered severe repercussions. As the eldest daughter of the Tagyul family, Isabella had fled to what was then a humble village, where she encountered her lifelong love, Jacques. In present times, due to internal strife and other factors, the Interkami kingdom had grown increasingly feeble, and war with the Royas kingdom seemed inevitable. The support for Sirthai waned, with a growing number of nobles seeking his abdication. However, due to the ruthlessness of his purges, few remained who could claim the throne. If one were to consider the matter, Isabella, as the eldest daughter of the Tagyul family, indeed possessed the qualifications to ascend as queen of the Interkami kingdom. Yet, uncertainties lingered. While Isabella was qualified, she was not the sole claimant, and no matter how merciless Sirthai had been, he could not eradicate the royal bloodline entirely, as such actions would only lead to his own demise. At this juncture, it was not unusual for someone to seek out Isabella. What was peculiar was that the visitor would be Chris. Isabella's claim to succession was not particularly strong, making Chris's appearance all the more anomalous. There was information within this scenario that I do not comprehend. Wang Yuan observed the little girl entering through the door, beginning to calculate how to leverage this situation for greater benefit. Chapter 23. Dragon blood. Before us stands a girl of approximately 10 years. Her hair a cascade of unruly golden locks. Her attire, tattered and worn, bears witness to a life of hardship, while her face, smudged with soot and grime, gives her the appearance of a tomboy. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern an exquisite beauty that transcends the ordinary. She seems to embody the finest traits of her lineage, exuding an innate charisma that commands respect. This seemingly rough and tumble child is none other than Nala Darkme, the daughter of Isabella and Jacques. Chris observed her for a moment, only to furrow his brow in sudden realization. He removed his scarf and began to breathe rhythmically, attuning himself to the subtle vibrations of the atmosphere, as if he were merging with the very air around him. With a deep exhalation, it appeared as though he expelled something from within. Negri Chris then rewrapped his scarf around his mouth and nose, attempting to minimize his contact with the surrounding air. He pondered internally, it is imperative to alert Augustine swiftly. I had not anticipated that this malevolent spirit had evolved to such an extent. It has even been expelled from within? Wang Yuan, observing Chris's actions through the eyes of the infected, could not help but express admiration. The realm of Rayastemia was his dominion. Despite the influx of outsiders, Wang Yuan's controlling nature ensured that he had left his mark upon this land. The pathogen, pervasive in nature, is not particularly virulent, nor does it possess extraordinary powers. Its only commendable qualities are its capacity for reproduction and stability. Presently, this insidious pathogen permeates every corner of Rayastemia, enveloping its inhabitants in a veritable ocean of contagion. Their every breath, meal, and sip of water becomes an interaction with this ubiquitous microbe. The pathogen's infectiousness is relatively weak. Humans must reside here for 1 to 2 weeks to become fully infected. Even upon infection, the consequences are minimal. The pathogen merely accelerates physical fatigue without inflicting significant harm. In stark contrast lies the pathogen's adhesive nature. Once infected, it becomes exceedingly challenging to eradicate, as the microbes swiftly adapt to their host's constitution, spreading throughout their body and establishing a symbiotic relationship. The so-called breathing technique is a subtly existing force in this world. The records Wang Yuan has gathered over the years merely hint at its existence. It is a practice preserved by a select few among the nobility and royalty, enabling one to sense the rhythms of existence. Through varied breathing patterns, practitioners can align themselves with these rhythms, enhancing their perception to unprecedented heights. Otherwise, Chris, being merely mortal, would struggle to detect the minute pathogens and expel them entirely. It is said that this breathing technique possesses additional powers. However, the information available to Wang Yuan is limited. Today marks his first encounter with someone employing this technique. The low magic of this world is indeed remarkably subdued. Thus far, Wang Yuan has discovered only 3 forms of supernatural powers. The first is the Divine Grace sect, whose adherents claim to be bathed in divine grace, thereby possessing extraordinary abilities beyond the reach of mere mortals. Wang Yuan has encountered a priest from the Divine Grace sect who indeed exuded an aura of the extraordinary. The second form is the remnants of souls, often referred to as malevolent spirits. The third is the breathing technique previously demonstrated by Chris. Over the years, Wang Yuan has amassed a wealth of information regarding various supernatural powers, including the sorcery practiced by the Koshir people, who assert that they have awakened the Koshir spirit, enabling them to communicate with all things, summon the names of deities, and harness the forces of nature. Wang Yuan's righteous companion, Noah, has acquired some rudimentary knowledge of this art. Additionally, there exists the kingdom of Royas, reputed to possess a form of supernatural power known as ancestral spirit armor, which, according to records, can enable a single warrior to take on 100 foes on the battlefield. However, Wang Yuan has yet to witness this phenomenon. Furthermore, the most widely known form of supernatural power is that of the wizard. In the materials Wang Yuan has collected, wizards are said to wield various spells through the use of diverse materials, many of which appear akin to mere parlor tricks, relying on chemical reactions, such as producing fire or conjuring smoke. Nevertheless, there are certain spells that unmistakably display the manifestation of supernatural power. From the memory of a mercenary, Wang Yuan once glimpsed a scene where a wizard scattered a substance that transformed a living person into a toad. The world is replete with accounts of supernatural powers. However, some of these are mere figments of imagination, while others have not been seen for ages, perhaps having long since faded from existence. It is imperative that the breathing technique be acquired. Wang Yuan mused, recognizing that the breathing technique involves the perception of rhythm and its utilizations, with little connection to the essence of true spirit. Although he cannot wield the breathing technique himself, he can glean knowledge from it, laying a solid foundation for his future strength. Moreover, the research on Nala must be expedited. This has been Wang Yuan's primary focus for years. Nala's mother hails from the Tagyal family, known as the descendants of dragons, reputedly capable of awakening their draconic bloodline. Perhaps due to the influence of the bacteria Wang Yuan has introduced, or perhaps as a consequence of the fusion of the Koshir and Tagyal bloodlines, the dormant draconic bloodline, which had not awakened for generations within the Tagyal family, is gradually stirring within this young girl. This draconic bloodline had partially merged with Wang Yuan through the maternal conduit, Isabella, during her gestation, resulting in Wang Yuan's inability to control the bacteria. However, this very circumstance allows him to perceive and study the draconic bloodline within Nala through the bacteria. Over the years, Wang Yuan has made significant strides in his analysis of the draconic bloodline. For instance, the pervasive bacteria he previously cultivated were specifically manipulated to evolve into a strain resembling that structure. Compared to Wang Yuan's true vision, the so-called pervasive bacteria is merely an incidental byproduct. The ideal strain he envisions has yet to be fully realized. Nala, a young girl embodying the draconic bloodline and partially fused with the bacteria, serves as the perfect vessel for cultivation. Mother, today I sold a considerable amount of fabric again. Am I not impressive? The young Nara gazed upwards, playfully seeking Isabella's affection, a fleeting glimmer of gold shimmering in her pupils. Chapter 24. Prophecy. Nara is truly remarkable. Isabella praised as she gently pinched her daughter's cheek. Due to Jacques' condemned status as a sinner, both Isabella and Nara, as the wife and daughter of a criminal, faced relentless ostracism from others and struggled to survive in this harsh environment. Longing to escape, Isabella had attempted to flee on several occasions, each ending in bitter failure. On her first attempt, she seduced a passing merchant, hoping to join his caravan out of Rheospermia, but the following day, the merchant was discovered lifeless in his chamber, his mouth and nose oozing black blood. Her second endeavor involved a formidable mercenary. That night, Isabella witnessed despair incarnate as hundreds of enormous crows erupted from a tree deemed forbidden, forming a dark cloud that engulfed the mercenary, who was almost instantly reduced to bones. Most recently, she had allied herself with a missionary from the Church of Grace, trusting in his faith. However, she soon encountered the terror that lay within him. A shadow of gloom flickered through her mind, yet Isabella concealed her feelings, having relinquished any thoughts of escape. As Rheospermia expanded over the years, her skills in textile weaving ensured her survival, regardless of her circumstances. Chris observed from a distance before departing, his breaths deep and rhythmic, as if he were merging with the very air around him, attuning himself to its cadence while wandering through the streets of Rheospermia. By day, Reyes teemed with life. Merchants and mercenaries navigated its bustling thoroughfares, where traders from both kingdoms exchanged their respective goods. As the war between the two nations loomed, trade thrived even more fervently. For instance, a particular fruit cake from the kingdom of Intacamite had long been favored by the nobility of the kingdom of Roya. Yet, with relations deteriorating, Intacamite was unwilling to cater to the pleasures of their rivals, resulting in a scarcity of such resources. Consequently, smuggling of these delicacies surged, with the fruit cake fetching prices akin to gold, driving merchants to madness in their pursuit of profit. While Chris observed the prosperity surrounding him, he remained acutely aware of the undercurrents that lay beneath. More importantly, he recognized certain individuals concealed within the throngs, understanding their purpose for being there. 6 months prior, an inquiry had been made to a witch regarding the future of the waning kingdom of Intacamite. The witch had prophesied that a savior maiden would arise to rescue the kingdom, a daughter of dragons, a divine gift, and a person of true purity. Following her proclamation, the witch vanished, and this somewhat dubious prophecy had permeated the upper echelons of Intacamite society, garnering the belief of many. After half a year of searching, the focus shifted to the prophecy of the Dragon Maiden. According to legend, the first king of the kingdom of Intacamite was the son of a dragon, endowed with formidable draconic power. This prophecy naturally evokes thoughts of royal bloodlines, leading to the mysterious deaths of several women of noble lineage. The formidable Hearth is not one to relinquish control easily. Although the missionary from the Church of Divine Grace failed to escort Isabella and Nala away, he managed to convey the essence of her existence to Bishop Augustine within the church. Consequently, a faction within the kingdom of Inakami, believing in the prophecy, advocated for the rescue of the mother and daughter duo. The official forces of Inakami are reluctant to intervene, as the reigning monarch remains Hearth, who could effortlessly orchestrate Isabella's downfall if he so desired. Both sides harbor their own apprehensions. Those aligned with Hearth wish to keep any potential savior out of the public eye, while Augustine and his allies fear that exposing Isabella and her daughter could plunge the kingdom of Intakami into further chaos. Thus, Bishop Augustine enlisted the help of his esteemed friend, the legendary Ranger Chris, imploring him to extricate Isabella. The individuals surveilling Isabella are agents dispatched by those loyal to Hearth. Presently, 4 factions converge in this locale. Chris meticulously assesses the situation. The first is the host, Negri, a cunning spirit whose power reigns supreme here, alongside the Cautions, an unknown contagion, and the crows under his dominion. For reasons yet unclear, he has confined Isabella and her daughter, presenting the most significant obstacle. Next are the spies of Hearth, among whom are skilled assassins tasked with eliminating Isabella and her daughter. However, when necessary, they could also serve as allies against Negri. The third faction comprises local merchants and mercenaries, neutral forces that may shift their allegiance for profit, yet the presence of the contagion could transform them into adversaries. Lastly, there is Augustine, who will soon arrive with reinforcements. Chris's current mission is to gather sufficient intelligence and ensure the safety of Isabella and her daughter. Contemplating the means to fulfill his mission, Chris muses on the notion of a savior, reflecting on the exceptionally pure maiden. His thoughts drift back to the encounter on the snow-capped mountains, and as he touches the scar on his face, he shakes his head, refocusing on strategic considerations. The countless crows pose the greatest threat. Should they swarm, he would have no means of survival against such an onslaught. However, he recalls from the church's records that these malevolent spirits require sustenance to exist. In the densely populated region of Riastemia, Negri cannot afford to unleash a horde of crows, as it would lead to the area's decline, something the spirit would not desire. The pressing issue remains the entity responsible for the death of Bugital. Chris's expression turns grave as he pauses in a narrow alley, a white ring in his hand pulsating with a distinctive rhythm in his perception. Chapter 25 The Final Whisper Part 1 Did Bugital perish here? Chris sensed the pulsation of the ring in his hand, scrutinizing the surroundings. This ring was the vow ring of the Church of Grace, held by the missionary Bugital as he vowed to God, binding his life to the promise made at that moment. It was through this ring that Bugital communicated with Augustine, far away at the headquarters of the Church of Grace in the Kingdom of Incantations, conveying certain messages. Are you lamenting as well? Chris placed the ring on the ground, pressing his hand against the earth, his breath growing exceedingly heavy as a peculiar force surged from his hand, spreading outward. The rhythm of the heart. Chris's expression grew solemn. Bugital, allow me to see who has taken your life. Let me hear your final whispers. Hush, be cautious. Those crows will not act en masse in populated areas, but one must remain wary of a cornered foe, Bugital urgently cautioned, clutching the wound on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Isabella cradled the sleeping Nara, her face etched with terror. Mr. Bugital, please do not concern yourself with us. We cannot escape this place. That demon will not spare me. Do not fear. Our Lord will bestow his grace upon us. Bugital's hand glimmered with a white light as he pressed it against his wound, black blood splattering forth. When he was ambushed by two crows while rescuing Isabella and her daughter, their talons had easily torn through his priestly garb, leaving several bloody holes. Yet he had subsequently vanquished the crows with his divine gifts. The Lord has promised me the power to save others. Thus, for the sake of that promise, I shall not abandon any soul deserving of salvation. I will extend my hand to anyone in need. A gentle smile adorned Bugital's face as he encouraged Isabella. I shall procure a carriage and take the well-traveled roads. We must simply get out of Riastemia, Bugital reassured. However, Bugital was not as at ease as he appeared. Setting aside the possibility of the enemy unleashing a swarm of crows without regard for the populace, his survival was improbable. Such a multitude of crows could only be countered by a military response. Against such a force, which could easily become a natural disaster, any individual would struggle to withstand. Moreover, there existed a rational malevolence. Such entities were seldom recorded in the annals of the Church of Grace, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Besides the crows, the entity known as Negri undoubtedly possessed other powers. Samira, a soft whisper echoed from afar, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose. Bugital's expression shifted, his body darting aside, a gash appearing on his cheek as blood sprayed forth. The Lord has bestowed upon me the strength to protect others. Bugital chanted praises, his form shimmering with a faint white light, shielding against the hidden perils within the tempest. As the tempest gradually subsided, Bridget's countenance grew solemn. Samira, the deity of the tempest in Corsican lore, lingered in his thoughts. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Corsican legends. Were sorcerers still part of their heritage? Accompanied by Isabella, Bridget had secured a carriage and was hastening towards the realm of the Kingdom of Incantations. With a vigilant eye, he scrutinized his surroundings as he guided the horses. Nuarila. The sudden soft sound caused a shift in Bridget's expression. A verdant hue erupted upon the wooden planks of the carriage, rapidly growing until, within mere seconds, the entire vehicle disintegrated, and the horses, unbridled, bolted into the distance. Nuarila, the goddess of tender shoots symbolizing new life in Corsican mythology, had already caused green buds to sprout from the scattered remnants of the carriage. Bridget crouched beside the debris, a radiant white light shimmering around him as he shielded Isabella and Nala behind him. He understood that he could no longer delay. Evasion would only exacerbate their predicament. The only recourse was to unearth the hidden adversary and vanquish them to secure the safety of Isabella and her daughter. Bishop Augustine. Heed my words. There exists a suspected sorcerer in the service of Negri, currently pursuing me. I am compelled to confront him, and I shall endeavor to bring you good news. Through arcane means, he conveyed his message to the oath ring and trusted to the Church of Divine Grace. Drawing the long sword from his side, he pressed its blade against his forehead, murmuring incantations. Bestow upon me, O Lord, the eye to perceive all. In that moment, a sigil appeared upon his brow, unlocking a peculiar vision that seemingly revealed their assailant. A fleeting figure chanted incantations, and with a radiant flourish of his longsword, Bridget struck towards the source of the disturbance. Samira. The tempest howled once more, battering against Bridget's form, yet the sword in his grasp bore an extraordinary might, cleaving the wind and unveiling the figure behind it. A composed youth, impeccably dressed, with raven-black hair that lent him an air of coldness, wielded a tome that Bridget swiftly recognized as the sacred scripture of divine grace, the canonical text propagating the Church's doctrines. A mere youth, Bridget did not underestimate him. The Corsicans had once unified the continent, establishing the Grand Terralancia Empire, where sorcerers played a pivotal role. The collapse of the Terralancia Empire had scattered the Corsicans and nearly severed the lineage of sorcery. The emergence of this youth, possessing such formidable power, demanded respect. Listen well, young one, regardless of your motives or those who stand behind you. Isabella and her daughter are nobles of the kingdom of Innercamus and devout adherents of the Church of Divine Grace. I am resolute in my intent to escort them from this place, for my lord shall grant me strength. Bridget declared, pointing his longsword at Noah, his voice resolute. The divine has made a covenant with you, bestowing upon you power. Noah recited a verse from the holy scriptures of divine grace, then cast the sacred text aside, his expression devoid of warmth as he gazed coldly at Bugidal. I regret to inform you that from this day forward, your covenant with the divine is hereby terminated. Chapter 26, The Final Whisper, Part 2, Helro. Noah softly intoned the name of the god of strength, feeling the divine power imbue his body with vigor. The tempest howled once more, its fierce winds knocking individuals to the ground, yet the true peril lay in the concealed threats within the storm. A mere misstep could leave one with deep, lacerating wounds. But Bugidal remained unperturbed, releasing his grip on combat. For he was undoubtedly one of the apex warriors in this realm, endowed with 5 divine blessings. The blessing of salvation promised healing for wounds and ailments. The blessing of protection formed a shield against harm. The blessing of true insight granted him a unique vision to perceive what was invisible to the human eye. The blessing of justice allowed him to sever what he deemed unjust. The blessing of life bestowed upon him a formidable physique. It was through the human form that Bugidal bore these 5 divine gifts, making him a paragon among the favored warriors of the Divine Grace sect. My lord has granted me the power of justice. Young one, your allegiance to the malevolent spirit is an act of injustice. I shall cut you down. With his sword gleaming with the light of conviction, Bugidal cleaved through the winds, preventing the hidden threats from approaching him. The life blessing endowed him with robust strength, allowing him to appear in the alley where Noah stood in the blink of an eye. Stamalanro. Noah, unfazed, skillfully invoked the name of the god of fortification, summoning the spirit to coalesce swiftly in the air, forming a barrier before Bugidal's sword. A black ichor erupted as a grotesque wall of flesh materialized, composed of dark, pulsating masses. Bugidal's sword struck the wall, sending splatters of black blood flying, as the mass writhed, attempting to engulf the blade. Defilement. Bugidal scowled, and the white light emanating from his sword intensified, shattering the grotesque wall into a pool of black liquid. The mark on his forehead radiated brilliance as he regarded the composed Noah, who remained calm in the face of danger. For a mere boy of about 10 years, his unwavering demeanor was commendable. Even the most exceptional youth of the Divine Grace sect pales in comparison. Bugidal sighed, yet as an adversary. Such a talent could not be overlooked. To you, who embodies wicked intent, my hand of salvation cannot reach. My apologies. With little more to say, Bugidal lunged forward, his sword infused with the power of justice aimed directly at Noah. Missionary, do you truly believe this is a battleground? Noah gazed at the approaching sword without a trace of fear, fully aware that in a test of strength, he would not stand a chance against Bugidal. Even the abilities of the warlock are but half-baked. The current divine powers are merely the result of gradual exploration. In truth, when it comes to combat, they are far beyond his capabilities. The formidable power he possesses is a mere reflection of the domain of that esteemed individual. The sharp objects hidden within the tempest are none other than the pervasive pathogens that linger in the air. The divine name of the tender branches can sprout swiftly, thanks to the abundant nutritional energy provided by these pathogens. Negri. Unlike other divine names, this time Noah's invocation of the divine name is marked by profound reverence. It represents a pact with one who has become part of his very essence, the one he has chosen to serve for eternity. The pathogens in the air begin to coalesce rapidly, and with the assistance of Noah's invocation, these pathogens gather and transform into a mass of black flesh. This mass of black flesh seizes the long sword thrust toward it by Bugidal. The writhing black mass continues to twist and contort until it assumes a humanoid form. White viscous fluid seeps from its surface, drying into a pallid skin, and ultimately, a naked man materializes before Bugidal, grasping the sword firmly in his hand. Noah discards his cloak, draping it over the man, and respectfully steps aside. Negri, Bugidal exclaims, attempting to wield his sword, but it is ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him unable to withdraw it. The moment he lays eyes on the man, an ominous sensation crashes into his soul, evoking the harbingers of disease and misfortune from the myths of the Koshian people. You may address me thus, the missionary of the Divine Grace sect. Wang Yuan does not refute Bugidal's words. He is but a remnant soul devoid of true spirit, hence lacking a true name. Whether referred to as Wang Yuan or Negri, the meaning remains the same. Is this the bestowed power of the Divine Grace sect? Quite fascinating indeed. Wang Yuan grips the blade of Bugidal's sword, attuning himself to the peculiar force it emanates, and steps forward with a slight stiffness in his body. The corporeal form created from the aggregation of pathogens lacks bones, organs, or vessels. It merely resembles humanity while fundamentally remaining a conglomerate of pathogens under the dominion of Wang Yuan's microbial manipulation. My master has promised me the power of righteousness, and I shall cleave through the darkness. Bugidal bellows, pouring his entire being into invoking the divine gift. A resplendent light erupts from his sword. Yet the outcome engenders a profound despair within him. His long sword remains firmly grasped in Wang Yuan's hand. The bestowed power fails to inflict any harm upon Negri. How can this be possible? Bugidal cries in disbelief. There is nothing impossible, Wang Yuan replies with a smile. Once I discern the weaknesses inherent in the power your divine gift represents, I cease to fear it. As long as something exists, it possesses vulnerabilities. And I have laid bare your weakness. Thus, your chances of victory have vanished. Weakness. It seemed that Bugidal had come to a realization. As the runes upon his forehead shimmered with light, he scrutinized the longsword in his grasp and noticed that, at some point unbeknownst to him, its very essence had undergone a transformation. The gift of justice, fundamentally a force that repels all, was now contingent upon my conviction. A conviction that mandated the sword to sever through all things. Yet, now, this sword had been entirely supplanted by Negri. The blade was now adorned with countless black veins, having inexplicably fractured into shards, sustained solely by the connection of pathogens. Consequently, these pathogens had become an integral part of the sword, and the corporeal form entwined with them also belonged to the sword, rendering the gift of justice utterly ineffective against the body of the pathogens. Chapter 27, The Final Whisper, Part 2, Cough. Bugidal suddenly bent over, expelling a torrent of black blood. Have I unknowingly become a vessel for pathogens within me? He released the hilt of his sword, revealing numerous wounds upon his hands, through which the malevolent germs surged into his body. My lord has granted me the power to save others, a divine gift of salvation. As black blood spilled from his mouth, Bugidal's resolve grew ever stronger, his body radiating a resplendent light, with billowing white smoke emanating from him. A gift of salvation? The power to heal ailments and mend wounds? Wang Yuan made no attempt to obstruct Bugidal, merely observing as he endeavored to purge the invading pathogens. You must understand. Those germs have already consumed too much of your flesh, becoming an irreplaceable part of you. This expulsion may rid you of their torment, yet it also draws you closer to death. Demon, what do you dare to suggest? Bugidal's eyes locked onto Negri, as fissures appeared across his body, forcing out the inky blood. Submit to me. Wang Yuan extended his hand toward Bugidal. With your injuries, even the gift of salvation cannot heal you. Thus, surrender to me. Allow my pathogens to flow into your being, offer me your brow, receive my blessing, and share life with the germs. Under their support, you could live on, endlessly. Do you question my faith? Demon, Bugidal shouted in fury, 5 white runes manifesting upon his body, symbolizing salvation, protection, true knowledge, justice, and life. You are enraged. Have you wavered? Wang Yuan chuckled, his fingers elongating infinitely, transforming into tendrils of black pathogens that reached toward Bugidal. You too fear death, do you not, missionary? Your lord has not bestowed upon you the strength to confront it. You conceal your dread of mortality behind your anger, missionary. Submit to me, and you shall discover that there is naught left to fear. Wang Yuan's words possessed an enchanting allure, as if they could pierce the very depths of the soul. Over the past decade, he had consumed the essence of many, gaining profound insight into the human psyche, accurately tapping into the universal fear that dwells within, thus provoking Bugidel's spirit. The white light surrounding Bugidel began to wane, as the black tendrils of pathogens infiltrated his being, penetrating his skin and coursing through his veins. Accept my blessing, Wang Yuan chuckled softly, directing the pathogens to surge into Bugidel's trembling body. Indeed, I do fear death. Even now, my body quakes with the terror of mortality. In that moment, Bugidel's voice resonated with an unusual calmness. My lord has not granted me the strength to face death. Yet his existence instills in me the conviction to confront it, even in fear. Following the calm came a tempest, as if thunderclouds erupted with fury, unleashing the torrential force of a storm. Demon, perish. A brilliant light erupted from Bugidel, surging towards Wang Yuan along the tendrils of bacteria that had invaded his body. In that fleeting moment when the bacteria penetrated him, he became the very embodiment of Bugidel's ailment, a condition that could be cured. As the radiant glow dissipated, humanoid forms emitted thick plumes of smoke, remnants of the bacteria that had been healed. Yet, in the next instant, the lifeless bacteria crumbled into carbon fragments, revealing the dark flesh beneath. Thus, I deliberately altered my bodily structure. My form is not as tightly interwoven as that of a human. Within me lies a skin formed from the desiccated slime of these bacteria, creating a nesting doll-like layering. Such superficial assaults, lacking in depth, can only eliminate the outermost layer of my being. In this bacterial-laden environment, my body can swiftly recuperate, impervious to destruction at its core. Wang Yuan, with a grave demeanor, addressed Bugidel. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Present your forehead to me. That was impossible, demon. Bugidel collapsed to the ground, feeling an unprecedented proximity to death. He feared mortality, yet his faith in the divine instilled in him a belief to combat this terror. Then there is no other recourse. However, it is precisely this conviction that, in my eyes, has been transformed into a most exquisite dish. Though I may not conquer you, I can still indulge in a delightful feast, which is not a poor outcome. Wang Yuan extended his hand once more towards the dying Bugidel. Over the years, Wang Yuan had learned to provoke his adversaries to a certain extent. Should they falter, they would easily choose to submit to him. Conversely, if they could unleash their inner convictions, such determination would serve as the most delectable essence for Wang Yuan, who sought to absorb their soul energy. Bugidel's unwavering resilience rendered his soul increasingly savory, especially considering the multitude of confidential information regarding the Divine Grace sect nestled within his memories. I shall accept your indomitable spirit. Just as you stated, our knowledge of Negri is insufficient, but fret not. I shall convey this to others who will triumph over you. Negri. Bugidel pondered the information pertaining to the malevolent spirits. The Divine Grace sect had conducted extensive research on these entities, aware that they could glean the memories of the deceased. However, all who were blessed had surrendered everything, including their souls, to the divine. How could one bear to see the sacred soul defiled? Thus, the sect devised a secret technique allowing members, in their dying moments, to transform their souls into a unique resonance. This method safeguarded the members' souls from desecration by malevolent spirits while capturing the final whispers of the dying, preserving their memories. Only fellow members of the Divine Grace sect or adept practitioners of the breath of all things could decipher the information contained within. Is there truly no soul energy using forth? Wang Yuan mused oddly, standing before Bugidel's lifeless body. Recalling Bugidel's final actions, he chuckled softly and departed under Noah's respectful escort. Is this your final whisper? I have received it. Bugidel. Chris rose to his feet, anger etched across his face. Negri. In accordance with Bugidel's last wish, I shall surely defeat you. Beneath the great tree, Wang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. I eagerly awaited. Chapter 28, The Encounter Dam. That Kosi youth, could he be the sorcerer? Chris's expression darkened. Although he had anticipated the inextricable connection between the Kosi and Negri, he had not expected that the boy would be the very practitioner of the sorcery. Recalling the memories of Bugidel, where the other had extended an invitation to him through the sharing of pathogens which could transcend the limits of human existence, it became apparent that an overwhelming number of individuals would submit to Negri's dominion. Even merely viewing the other through Bugidel's memories compelled one to acknowledge an ineffable allure. A sense of peril, an ominous depth. Those of feeble will standing before Negri would likely succumb to fear and yield. Is this Mr. Chris? A voice suddenly echoed. Chris turned toward the sound to see a figure clad in a black robe standing not far away, observing him. By the command of Lord Camaro, I ask you to come forth. Your requests have been duly acknowledged. The dark-cloaked figure spoke in a grave tone. We shall arrange for you to meet with Isabella and her daughter, but whether you can take them with you will depend on your capabilities. Is that so? Chris regarded the black-robed figure, recognizing these individuals as the cozy guardians of the Order of Reastermia. Through their rhythm, Chris could sense their unusual vitality. Have they been transformed by Negri? Chris pondered, contemplating how to vanquish them should a conflict arise. Please, follow me. The dark-cloaked figure turned and walked away. Chris squinted slightly and followed suit. As a vanguard, he was aware that Augustine and others, as high-ranking members of the Divine Grace sect, would face considerable obstacles in their attempt to arrive here. Prior to Chris's arrival, the upper echelons of the Intercomi Kingdom were engaged in various exchanges and struggles for interests regarding this matter. If all went as planned, Augustine should soon arrive with reinforcements. Only then would they have the confidence to extract Isabella from this place. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for Chris alone to protect the safety of Isabella and her daughter. Here we are, Mr. Chris. Please, enter. The black-robed figure guided Chris to a magnificent estate and pushed open the grand door for him. Thank you, Chris replied solemnly, stepping forward without hesitation. No need for gratitude. Mr. Chris, I hold your deeds in great esteem and hope for an opportunity to engage with you, the black-robed figure said politely, lifting his hood to reveal a face adorned with dark markings. My name is Nosades. I eagerly await that day. Chris glanced at the dark markings on Nosades' face, nodded, and proceeded inside. After traversing a lengthy corridor, he arrived at a hall to find a young man engaged in prayer. Legendary Ranger Chris Modo. It is an honor to meet you. I am Camaro, the young man said, rising from his prayers. Camaro still retains the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old. The passage of a decade has scarcely left a mark upon his visage. However, a discerning eye would recognize a profound transformation in his demeanor. The former Camaros was merely a timid youth consumed by a frenzy, yet now anyone who beholds him cannot help but be struck by an unsettling aura. It is as if a terrifying entity lurks within the depths of his soul, poised to emerge at any moment and devour those who gaze upon him. Camaros, leader. It is an honor to meet you. Chris regarded the peculiar young man before him, recalling the information he had gathered about Camaros. Upon their encounter, Chris, through his breathing technique, keenly sensed the discordant rhythm that surrounded Camaros. The essence of this breathing method lies in its ability to harmonize oneself with the rhythm of the universe, as a being among myriad forms. Each person possesses a unique cadence that may shift according to their state of being. An adept practitioner can discern the irregularities in another's rhythm, thereby identifying areas of affliction, rendering many disguises ineffective unless one can alter their inherent cadence. Yet, the rhythm emanating from Camaros was distinctly bizarre, even more so than that of the Harbingers. The Harbingers exhibited peculiarities within their rhythm, infused with strange elements that altered their movements, while Camaros' rhythm seemed an unnatural amalgamation of two conflicting cadences. The disquieting sensation evoked by this disarray could instill fear merely through its perception. Negri? Chris inhaled deeply. This incarnation of Camaros could indeed be likened to Negri, for a substantial part of his essence had been tainted by Negri, transforming him into a mere puppet of obedience. Lady Isabella and her daughter are presently in the rear chamber. You may see them now. Whether they choose to accompany you is a matter for you to resolve, Camaros stated calmly. Additionally, do not disrupt the order of Leah. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chris maneuvered around Camaros and entered the back room, where he found Isabella seated nervously, accompanied by the inquisitive young Nala, who surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Greetings, Lady Isabella. Chris approached the mother and daughter, employing his breathing technique to attune himself to their rhythms. Isabella's rhythm was normal, albeit marred by the pervasive pathogens acquired from her prolonged residence in Leah, accompanied by minor ailments. What truly astonished Chris, however, was Nala. Her rhythm rivaled his own, and within it echoed the roars of dragons, devoid of any trace of the encroaching pathogens. Had the bloodline of the dragon's offspring been awakened? Was Nala the prophesied savior? As Chris gazed into Nala's innocent eyes, a fleeting glimmer of gold sparked within, and he found himself finally believing in the witch's prophecy. Isabella's lips quivered before she ultimately declared, I refuse. Chapter 29 Final Remarks for our sake. Far too many lives have been sacrificed. Isabella lamented, I witnessed the death of the missionary Bugidal right before my eyes. That existence will surely not spare me. You are mistaken. Chris chuckled, I am not that fool Bugidal. Isabella gazed at Chris in astonishment. Bugidal sought to rescue you for his beliefs. He wished to extend a hand to anyone worthy of salvation. But it seems you have given up on yourself. unworthy of Bugidal's efforts to save you. I, however, merely accepted the commission of a mercenary. My task is to escort you away. Your desires matter not. Whether you consent or resist, I shall take you with me. After all, Bugidal paid with his life for this mission. Chris turned to leave, his tone grave. Thus, I must fulfill this task, lest I betray the sacrifice that foolish man made. As Isabella watched Chris walk away, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her fate had been fraught with misfortune. Despite her noble lineage, she had faced a coup that ensnared her family, forcing her to flee alone to the Cossack enclave at the border. She had been fortunate to encounter a love that would support her throughout her life, only to have him cruelly murdered while she was with child. She struggled to give birth to her daughter and raised her with great difficulty, perpetually overshadowed by the specter of a demon. Had it not been for Isabella's indomitable spirit and her responsibility towards her daughter, as well as Jacques' dying wish for her to live well, she might have succumbed to madness long ago. Mom, please don't cry. Everything will pass, Nara comforted, embracing her mother. In the distance, two figures clad in black robes observed Isabella and her daughter from outside the window, their gazes icy. Initially believing Isabella to be utterly terrified, it now appeared she had rekindled thoughts of escape. One of the cloaked figures spoke slowly. Should I say, it is indeed the legendary Ranger, Chris? It seems I may have the opportunity to confront this great legend. The other figure chuckled softly, displaying palpable anticipation. Go ahead, Nosates. After all, he is your idol. It was his exploits that inspired your travels in the first place. The black-robed figure approached Isabella, continuing, I shall take care of Isabella. They are the individuals entrusted to watch over her. Besides that Ranger, others harbor intentions toward her as well. Understood, Lord Otter. Although Chris is my idol, with the grace of Lord Negri, I shall surely defeat him. Indeed, the greatest respect one can show to an idol is to best him in battle. Camaro prayed once more, indifferent to the departing Chris or the crows preparing to strike. Gazing at the darkened statue encircled by ravens, Camaro could only pray repeatedly to numb himself. Although his body still belonged to him until now, he was acutely aware that his days were numbered. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and Camaro's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed. He rose to his feet and gazed upon the handsome youth before him, whose visage bore a resemblance to his own, the bloodline seemingly awakening a flicker of clarity within Camaro. To his astonishment, it was you. Camaro appeared to let go completely, a fractured smile gracing his face. Is this the cruel whim of Lord Nye? I merely happen to be free, Noah replied calmly. Even though he understood the connection between them and anticipated the events to unfold, he remained emotionally unperturbed. Armed with a bow and arrow, he faced the ensnared crows, while Uncle Dax lay nearby, black blood pooling at his lips as he frantically urged Noah to shoot the crows. Summoning his courage, Noah prepared to release the arrows. However, in the next moment, the net was torn asunder, and that figure, no, that demon emerged from the mass of crows, exuding an aura of malevolence and foreboding that drained Camaro of his courage. What do you want from me? Camaro screamed in despair. Am I not even allowed to resist in my dreams, to entertain a thought of defiance? Oh, foolish one, have you not already offered your forehead to me? Why then do you still harbor fear? Wang Yuan declared with a brazen smile, standing amidst the pile of corpses, possessing a twisted, alluring beauty that lent him an indescribable charm. It was this very charm that compelled many to submit to him, whether they were Corsicans, Kinshins, mercenaries, merchants, wandering heroes, or even pious priests. None could escape the fate dictated by this being. The more this was the case, the deeper the anguish and madness consumed Camaro. For it was he who had drawn this demon from the wilderness, propagating its influence among the Corsicans. It was he who had become a pariah, a solitary leader, and ultimately a mere subject for experimentation. You are exceedingly foolish, Camaro. Wang Yuan approached him step by step. Since you are so tormented and regretful, relinquish those trivial matters, be it morality or emotion, and choose to completely yield to me. In doing so, everything that troubles you will become utterly meaningless. Standing before Camaro, Wang Yuan extended his hand. Speak your choice, Camaro. My benevolence has removed all other options, thus whatever you choose, you shall not suffer. Ha ha. Camaro looked at Wang Yuan's outstretched hand and erupted into maniacal laughter. As Wang Yuan had said, he had been driven into a corner. He stepped forward, the illusions fading away, and before him stood not Wang Yuan, but Noah, his brother. Brother, if you can, please tell father I'm sorry. Camaro embraced Noah, uttering his final words, and in that moment, he was finally free from fear. With a piercing blade, Noah expressionlessly pushed aside the lifeless body of Camaro, following divine instruction. He collected the golden-hued blood that flowed from Kamaro's heart. Turning to the ravenous figures outside, he proclaimed a worldwide manhunt for the criminal Moto, charged with the murder of the former leader Kamaro. At last, it seems fitting, Kamaro. Wang Yuan stood beneath the tree, observing the crows pecking at the decaying corpse, bestowing a final commentary on this once loyal servant. Chapter 30. I am Negri. Noah entered a secret chamber. Cradling a box that contained the golden blood extracted from the heart of Kamaro's, his elder brother. A decade prior, upon the birth of Nala, Wang Yuan commenced his research on the awakening dragon blood within her. Over the ensuing years, he relentlessly studied this dragon blood, leading to the development of a pervasive contagion that has spread across the realm of Reastermia and continues to extend outward. Moreover, Wang Yuan's most esteemed research bore fruit 3 years ago, yielding a preliminary form. The dragon blood gradually awakening within Nala possesses several remarkable characteristics. Firstly, it enhances the physical prowess of its host, endowing those with dragon blood with extraordinary vitality. Secondly, this dragon blood carries what is referred to as legacy information and a spiritual energy known as dragon might. Individuals who awaken their dragon blood gradually gain an understanding of the draconic language and evolve towards the essence of dragons. Wang Yuan had perused the historical records of those in the Interkamate Kingdom who awakened dragon blood, finding that they invariably exhibited distinctive traits: formidable strength, obstinacy, gluttony, greed, and lethargy, yet they all possessed an undeniable charisma that compelled many to follow them to their demise. To Wang Yuan's astonishment, within the entire Interkamate Kingdom, there had never been a precedent of a woman awakening dragon blood. Perhaps the anomaly induced by the pathogens he introduced was the catalyst for Nala's awakening. Regardless, over the years, she has begun to exhibit certain characteristics befitting a scion of dragons. Regrettably, Wang Yuan is not the true inheritor of the dragon blood. Although he has acquired the legacy information, he genuinely struggles to comprehend the draconic language. He has dispatched individuals in search of those knowledgeable in dragon speech, but to no avail. Thirdly, an inseparable bond exists among dragon blood. Even when extracted, it remains closely linked to Nala. The golden blood within Kamaro's heart is, in fact, the dragon blood that Wang Yuan meticulously extracted from Nala's body via the pathogens, which he subsequently modified and implanted within a suitable host for continued gestation. A suitable host is one capable of inheriting the dragon blood. It remains uncertain whether the dragon blood underwent mutation, but to become a suitable host, one must meet 3 conditions. First, the body must be thoroughly infected with Wang Yuan's pathogens. Second, one must be of Koshian mixed heritage, with Kamaro's and Noah's mother hailing from a diminutive lineage. With these 2 criteria, the implantation of dragon blood can be achieved. Yet the recipient will gradually find themselves unable to endure the pressure exerted by the dragon might within, ultimately succumbing to madness. There are few individuals who meet all 3 conditions, including Kamaro's and Noah. As a righteous man bound by a pact with Wang Yuan, Noah cannot serve as a test subject, especially given the inherent instability of the experiment, as the dragon blood Wang Yuan has concocted remains in its nascent stages. For 3 years, the blood of dragons has exchanged 5 hosts, with Kamaro being the 5th. Through Kamaro, this blood of dragons has finally undergone a complete transformation under Wang Yuan's influence, evolving into the soul blood, which can also be referred to as the Negri pathogen. The blood of dragons and the soul blood share similarities. One primarily embodies the essence of dragons, while the other encapsulates the essence of Negri. According to Wang Yuan's expectations, the soul blood can enhance the physical prowess of its host and, to a certain extent, fortify their mental faculties, awakening abilities reminiscent of a shaman like Noah. Wang Yuan possesses some creations that can achieve similar results, yet it is the remaining 2 effects of the soul blood that he truly values. Noah gazed at the golden blood within the box, observing its turbulent movement, revealing the darkness lurking behind its golden facade. Calmly, Noah unfastened his garments and grasped the ritual blade that had been prepared nearby. He plunged the blade into the box, allowing it to absorb the golden blood, and without hesitation, drove it into the location of his heart. Upon withdrawing the dagger, no blood splattered forth. Instead, he witnessed the golden blood writhing like a living entity, mending the wound created by the dagger. Ultimately, a peculiar mark emerged at the site of the injury, resembling a crow taking flight, yet akin to a majestic dragon soaring through the skies. Noah sensed that something within him was being extracted, as if something was beginning to gestate. For the first time, this expressionless youth displayed a glimmer of joy, realizing that he was becoming a part of the magnificent Negri, drawing closer to his divine entity than ever before. Beneath the colossal tree in the forbidden domain of Rhea, Wang Yuan picked up a fallen leaf, feeling his soul body beginning to coalesce at an unprecedented pace, gradually mending the voids within him. This revelation led Wang Yuan to understand what it was, his most essential missing fragment, the true spirit he had lost. The origin of his soul, his very essence. Once he restores it and gains a living body, he would transform into a true life form, rather than the lingering soul he currently is. By completing this restoration, he would be able to utilize the soul-piercing method acquired from monsters, traversing other realms without the fear of being trapped in this low-magic world. As Wang Yuan felt the essence beckoning him, his soul body urged him fervently to restore that fragment. Only by doing so could he become the genuine Wang Yuan, not merely a remnant bearing his name. Those who have never experienced it cannot fathom the immense allure that this fragment holds for Wang Yuan at present. The sensation of reclaiming something once lost, of regaining it anew, is intoxicating for him. Wang Yuan had extended his hand to many, compelling them to submit to him. Yet now he perceived a presence extending its hand towards him. Thus, from this day forth, I shall officially become Negri, severing the remnants of the past. Supporting his crumbling soul body, he revealed an exceptionally radiant smile. Chapter 31. The Raven People, Part 1. Such an ominous rhythm. Chris halted, his expression darkening profoundly. He had battled the frenzied A-Long and faced the most savage Kinshins, encountering an array of adversaries, yet this foreboding cadence was a sensation he had never experienced before. What was happening? He felt Nagri simultaneously unprecedentedly weak and remarkably powerful. Chris regulated his breath, harmonizing his own rhythm with the surrounding environment, extending his perception to uncover the source of this disturbance. He shifted direction, moving towards the sensed location, only to abruptly leap aside to evade a flying stone. The projectile struck the ground, creating a small crater, revealing its considerable force. A direct hit to a human's vital points would likely spell death. Mr. Chris, it is a pleasure to meet you again so soon. The cloaked nosades approached Chris with a casual demeanor. Are you intent on venturing into the forbidden grounds? Are you here to thwart me? Chris's gaze sharpened. I have long wished to engage you in combat, nosades. Or should I say, senior? Nosades replied with palpable excitement. It was your exploits that inspired me to leave home and confront this intricate world. The prospect of defeating you with my own hands is exhilarating. Originally, the Raven people's discipline forbade me from striking the guests of Rhea, and I had contemplated excuses, but now such pretense is unnecessary. Nosades proclaimed loudly. This man before you is the perpetrator responsible for the death of Rhea's leader, Kamaro. All unrelated individuals, please vacate this street. In no time, the thoroughfare was entirely deserted. In Rhea's Temia, the Raven people upheld order with strict discipline that could not act against those who had not transgressed Rhea's laws. However, any provocation of Rhea's Temia's order would result in merciless retribution from the Raven people. It was precisely this rigorous order that attracted many merchants. Such a baseless accusation is excessive. Chris arched an eyebrow. Does it matter? Lord Kamaro is indeed dead, and there are witnesses who saw you enter his estate. That is sufficient, Nosades shrugged, slowly shedding his black cloak to reveal his bare torso. His body was adorned with various twisted black lines that writhed and shifted with his movements, creating a disconcerting sensory impact that even evoked a sense of nausea. Is that Nagri's alteration upon you? Chris scrutinized the dark tendrils, sensing that ominous, distorted rhythm. His breathing began to alter. Nagri was steadily regaining strength, and he could not afford to squander time on this raven. This is a gift from my master, and you shall succumb to this power, Nosades replied, his expression gradually calming. A true warrior maintains composure in battle. While emotional surges might enhance one's temporary state, they are hardly a sustainable path. The dark tendrils surrounding Nosade swirled as he swiftly countered with a punch that collided with Chris's fist. The inhuman force caused Chris to grunt, taking a step back. The blessing of Lord Negri has bestowed upon me strength and speed beyond human limits. In a mere contest of might, you are no match for me, Nosade stated calmly, refraining from immediate retaliation. Can you keep up with the rhythm fist? Chris remained silent, understanding that mental fortitude is paramount in combat. Some warriors often engage in verbal provocation during battles, aiming to unsettle their opponents and disrupt their composure. The rhythm fist employed by Chris was a technique that adapted to the opponent's movements, creating an unconventional striking pattern that left adversaries struggling to respond. As it countered their rhythm, the peculiar black lines intrigued Chris. He surmised that they served a purpose beyond merely enhancing strength and speed, as mere physical prowess could not trouble him. Among his previous adversaries, there were creatures like the Yalong, far surpassing humanity. rendering even extraordinary strength and speed insignificant in their presence. Steeling himself, Chris endeavored to withstand Noseades' might while executing his rhythm fist. Each strike aimed at vulnerable points on Noseades' body, yet each time, Noseades adeptly blocked Chris's attacks. Strangely, he had not launched a single counterattack, despite possessing the advantage of strength. How disappointing, Elder. I had anticipated greater prowess from you, Noseades remarked after deflecting another of Chris's punches. Your breathing technique indeed grants you the ability to target human weaknesses, but with Lord Negri's blessing, I have transcended humanity. In a sudden shift from his previous defensive stance, Noseades launched an attack, using the very rhythm fist Chris had employed. To Chris's astonishment, Noseades struck with the same technique. Targeting the weak points of human movement, an impossible feat for one unversed in the breathing technique. Chris narrowly evaded Noseades' blow, refocusing on his opponent's breathing patterns. Something felt amiss. Noseades' breathing did not adhere to the principles of the technique. Furrowing his brow, Chris took a deep breath, aligning his own rhythm with the surrounding environment. He unleashed an astonishingly swift punch towards Noseades. If the rhythm fist targeted the opponent's weaknesses, then the technique Chris now employed was the silent fist, harmonizing his movements with the environment. The silent fist, seamlessly flowing with the ambient rhythm, encountered unprecedentedly little resistance and was exceedingly difficult to detect. Hence its moniker as the assassination fist. As Chris's fist grazed past Noseades' head, the force of the punch sent Noseades' brown hair billowing, although it appeared somewhat strained. In the final moment, Noseades managed to evade Chris's assault. Chapter 34, The Ravenfolk, Part 2. Noseades paused his offensive maneuvers, transitioning into a defensive stance. Even the silent strikes of Chris were effortlessly intercepted by him once he fully embraced this defensive posture. With every assault I launched, the ebony stripes upon his skin exhibited an unusual writhing. Chris calculated silently in his mind, inhaling deeply before aiming a blow at Noseades' head. The dark patterns on Noseades' visage quivered slightly as he swiftly retreated and countered with a punch. Despite his apparent confidence, Noseades was far from triumphant. In fact, a profound concern lingered within him. Although Chris seemed overwhelmed and suppressed at present, the depths of Noseades' strength remained unfathomable. Each time Noseades believed he could overcome Chris with an attack, the latter would nimbly evade, leaving Noseades feeling as though he could not grasp his opponent's vulnerabilities. If this stalemate persists, it will be to my detriment. A thought flickered through Noseades' mind as he continued to absorb Chris' onslaught. Just a little longer, and I shall master this fighting style. With the blessing of Lord Negri, I am destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. Noseades reaffirmed his conviction. 5 years ago, he had merely been the younger son of a noble family in the Roya's kingdom, unable to inherit his family's title. He faced a choice, to become a steward for his elder brother or to follow a scholar and become his apprentice. At that time, he foresaw a future devoid of excitement, and it was the series of biographies about Chris Moto published by Sakri that inspired Noseades. He yearned for a life of adventure, prompting him to depart from his emotionally barren family. Wandering through the Roya's kingdom, he honed his martial prowess. Alas, being the younger son of a noble, he would not have reached Riastemia had it not been for his modest intellect. 5 years ago, Riastemia was not nearly as prosperous as it is today. The Kinshins still dared to intrude now and then. When he arrived, the Ravenfolk had not yet been formally established. Only the precursor to the Ravenfolk, the Rhea Guard, existed. At that time, he was neither robust nor wealthy enough to procure weapons, struggling to survive in Riastemia, where sickness or starvation could claim him at any moment. The adventurous life he envisioned was far from the reality he encountered. During one of his forays with a merchant caravan, the convoy was intercepted by the Kinshins. He attempted to resist, but was mercilessly subdued, much like his present predicament, subjected to a barrage of fists and feet, silently enduring the pain of the blows. He seized an opportunity when a Kintian became careless, biting into the opponent's neck. It was this primal instinct that led to his rescue by the Rhea Guard, where then Captain Otter invited him to join the nascent Ravenfolk. His endurance against the Kinshins' assault was a prelude to his retaliation. Likewise, his current suffering beneath Chris' strikes was also for the sake of countering. He recalled the moment he became a Ravenfolk and chose the method of augmentation, understanding his own strengths and weaknesses. Thus, he evenly distributed Lord Negri's blessings throughout various parts of his body. The entities known as Black Ravens have formed a symbiotic relationship with him, not only elevating his physical prowess beyond the limits of humanity, but also endowing him with a unique capability. The Black Raven pathogen is, in essence, a fragile entity, easily succumbing to external stimuli. Thus, With each of Chris's strikes yet to land, a portion of the Black Raven bacteria perishes, imparting a piercing sensation that enables Nosades to anticipate the opponent's assault. Furthermore, the manner of the adversary's attacks is meticulously recorded by the Black Raven bacteria that permeate his body, and once the data is sufficiently amassed, he can replicate that particular fighting style. When confronted by such an adversary, he finds himself almost invulnerable to their strikes and subsequently capable of mastering their technique, delivering a profound psychological blow to his foe. The instant he discerns their weakness, he can easily vanquish them. He felt it, the memory imprinted by the Black Ravens throughout his body. It was this very fighting style. Evading yet another of Chris's attacks, Nosades unleashed a punch, propelled by the memories recorded by the Black Raven bacteria. That utterly harmonious silent strike, supported by Nosades' already formidable physique, moved with an astonishing speed, rendering Chris, who had blended into the surrounding rhythm, unable to react in time to the oncoming blow. Thus, should that fist connect, even a legendary ranger, at his core merely human, would either perish or be rendered utterly devoid of combat capability. At this moment, Nosades struggled to maintain his composure, for this singular punch would determine whether he could triumph over his idol. A joyful expression of victory flickered across Nosades' face, but before it could fully blossom, it was abruptly halted. He felt a jolt in his heartbeat, as if something profoundly discordant had erupted forth. His fist grazed Chris's cheek, and his body collapsed to the ground, rigid. Nosades coughed up blood, disbelief etched across his features. He had failed to perceive any attack, as if he had momentarily lost all sensation. By the time he regained awareness, he had already succumbed to defeat. Chris paid Nosades no further heed. Advancing forward as Negri continued to recover, time was of the essence. It was the breath, perhaps. Nosades struggled to rise, only to slip and fall once more. That discordant phenomenon was indeed the breath. Images of Chris's attacks flooded Nosades' mind. Each time before Chris struck, he would take a deep breath, and in that fleeting moment, Chris exhaled a breath that detonated something within him, causing him to instantaneously lose his fighting spirit. The battle was not yet concluded. Enduring the agony within, Nosades lunged forward, clasping Chris's right leg, as the black stripes on his body surged toward his face, sinking his teeth fiercely into Chris's right leg. The rhythm of gold. Chris inhaled deeply, synchronizing the rhythm of his feet with the metallic cadence around him. This maneuver could temporarily enhance his defenses, yet it would inevitably lead to a dissonance in his own rhythm. My chaotic movements had already inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. Even the strongest individual would be incapacitated by such pain and rendered unable to continue the fight. Chris, witnessing Nosades' frenzied actions, was taken aback. Why? What sort of enchantment does Negri wield that compels you to such extremes? Chapter 35, The Ravenous Ones, Part 2. Chris's deep chaotic rhythm is an advanced method of breathing, intricately linked to the rhythmic movements of living beings. The issues within the body manifest through these rhythms, and any disturbance within them can adversely affect one's physical state. Chris's technique involves deep breathing to implant certain rhythms deep within another's body, subsequently invoking those implanted rhythms through exhalation, momentarily disrupting the opponent's rhythm and causing disarray in their bodily functions. The internal organs of living beings are remarkably precise when the life rhythm is disturbed. As seen in Nosades' previous attack, it can backfire, affecting his own viscera. This was similarly true for the dragon, Elon. Elon's form exceeds that of mere mortals, clad in protective scales that render human weapons ineffective, making it a creature of unparalleled resilience. Yet, Chris managed to employ the deep chaotic rhythm to turn Elon's own power against itself. Given the force behind Nosades' punch, his internal organs were on the verge of rupture, rendering him incapable of combat. Chris found himself perplexed by Nosades' current demeanor. Nosades' expression was not one of madness. Dark lines coalesced around his mouth, and Chris began to comprehend his intentions. Those manifestations were a boon to the Ravenous Ones, but a venomous curse to Chris. The endurance of his body thus far was astonishing, yet if Nosades were to inject those black lines, which conferred immense physical prowess, into Chris's own being, it would spell certain death for him, and Nosades was acutely aware of this. Observing the clarity in Nosades' gaze only deepened Chris's incredulity. What sorcery did the dark spirit, Negri, possess? Chris forcibly enhanced the defensive capabilities of his legs using the rhythm of gold. Nosades, in his broken state, could not penetrate this defense. Yet, despite this, he persisted, summoning the last remnants of his strength. Nosades' gaze was resolute. He understood the implications of his actions, yet remained unafraid, bolstered by the power of Lord Negri. Memories flickered before him. He was among the first to receive the gifts of Lord Negri, transforming into one of the ravenous ones. In those early days, he had felt lost. But years of wandering had illuminated the limitations of his own abilities. Perhaps he possessed a measure of cunning or a fierce tenacity, making him somewhat exceptional among humans. Yet the more he recognized his own shortcomings, the more he felt his limitations keenly. This was not solely his plight. Others shared this experience, including heroes and legendary rangers like Chris, who similarly bore their own constraints. Nosades held this belief, leaving him feeling powerless and adrift until he encountered the Great Lord. Upon grasping the magnitude of Lord Negri's power, he discovered his true guiding light in life. You choose to allow the black ravens to envelop you entirely. It is a fascinating notion, Lord Negri had remarked at that time. You possess a keen understanding of your strengths and weaknesses, as well as your limitations. This is commendable. I find such qualities to be greatly needed. Understanding one's limitations is the first step toward transcending them and becoming truly formidable. Would you be willing to embody this trait alongside me? When Negri extended his hand, Nosades found himself unable to refuse. Since he could not break free from his own constraints, he chose to follow someone truly capable of overcoming such limitations, thereby becoming a part of that greater existence. Perhaps Lord Negri still harbors shortcomings, but Nosades managed a final smile, believing that one day, Lord Negri would shatter the confines of humanity and even transcend to higher realms, achieving a state of perfect existence. Surely others share this conviction. Lord Negri is not merely a leader they follow, but an ideal for which they are willing to strive and sacrifice everything. Therefore, Lord Negri, take my soul, my emotions, my essence, if they are of any value. You shall ascend to the highest throne, and we shall willingly become the steps beneath your feet. Nosades unleashed his final, futile strength as death approached him. The rhythm of life gradually faded from Nosades, and while willpower can often determine many outcomes, it is not all-powerful. At least for mere mortals, no matter how resolute their will, they cannot alter the laws of nature. Yet the cadence of that will left Chris profoundly astonished and increasingly perplexed, both by Nosades and by Negri. You appear quite bewildered, a voice echoed. A figure clad in a black robe, a raven, leapt down from the rooftop of a nearby house, landing not far from Chris. If he does not act, his faith will likely falter after being defeated by you, causing him to lose his chance at becoming a stepping stone, something the raven cannot abide. I would feel the same. A stepping stone? Are you here to intercept me as well? Chris inhaled deeply, preparing for battle, judging by the figure's silhouette beneath the black robe. It appeared to be a woman. Women, to some extent, possess vulnerabilities, a detail to keep in mind during combat. That could be said, but before that, I have matters to attend to. The raven removed her hood, revealing an unremarkable female visage. She extended her right hand toward Chris, holding a vial filled with a swirling black liquid. I am Desha, the raven, representing the esteemed Negri, and I extend an invitation to you, Mr. Chris. Desha spoke with gravity. Might I inquire if you are willing to join the ranks of the ravens? Please, do not refuse just yet, Mr. Chris. With a smile, she added, you are well aware of your own condition. By becoming a raven and accepting Lord Negri's grace, he could heal the dark wounds within you. Otherwise, it seems you may not have many years left. I believe there is no need for further persuasion, just as you hold your beliefs. I too have principles I must uphold. Chris unwaveringly declined Desha's invitation. He is undoubtedly aware of his own physical condition. The allure of a life filled with adventure is far less enchanting than one might imagine. Although such escapades can indeed lead to personal transcendence, the toll on the body is inescapable. If it were not for his mastery of breathing techniques, his body would have succumbed to collapse after years of perilous undertakings. Despite being a legendary ranger, he is still human, and thus, even a legendary ranger is not immune to death. Chris has long embraced the resolve to sacrifice his life, much like that individual from years past. Chapter 36. The situation as I exhaled a cloud of white vapor. It is difficult to convey the sheer despair one feels amidst the vast, snow-covered mountains. Were it not for Chris by my side, I fear I might have succumbed to madness already. Perhaps I had long been mad to follow Chris in diverting our pursuers. Chris appeared remarkably composed. He informed me that my breath had become erratic due to fear, akin to the rhythm of my life, and that maintaining a steady breath was essential for survival. The technique of breathing is indeed remarkable. It calmed my tumultuous spirit. Chris candidly confessed that he too was uncertain of his survival this time and urged me to prepare myself. Prepare for death? Perhaps it was Chris's demeanor that captivated Zachary, who chose to accompany us. In our endeavor to mislead our pursuers, The two of them separated from the Count's eldest son, traversing the vast expanse of the snow-laden mountains. The subsequent chapter, detailing our journey through the snow-capped peaks, was the final and most exhilarating segment. During that fierce battle in the mountains, Chris suffered facial lacerations, while Zachary sustained significant injuries, leading to Zachary's untimely demise shortly after the publication of the account. In the aftermath, the legendary tales of Chris were woven together by the accounts of various witnesses, though they diverged from the original narrative in several inaccuracies. Chris, he murmured nostalgically, his name escaping his lips, before his gaze hardened as he looked at Dasha across from him. Time has nearly run out. Kindly step aside, Miss Dasha. Though you are a lady, should you impede my progress, I shall show no mercy in defense of my resolve. Dasha smiled faintly, her previously ordinary features acquiring an alluring quality in her mirth. I am not Nozarts. The sentiment of mercy should indeed be expressed by me. Allow me to ask you once more, Mr. Chris, she said, drawing a slender sword from beneath her dark robe. Waves of darkness surged around her hand, revealing the location where she had been infected by the Corvus plague. You possess the qualities that Lord Negri desires. Submit to him, and you shall not only heal your hidden wounds but also gain the power bestowed by Lord Negri. Chris's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely swung his fist toward the woman. Meanwhile, a group lay in ambush along the path home for Isabella and her daughter, intending to eliminate both Isabella and Nala. Regrettably for them, the protection of the Corvus forces thwarted their mission, costing them their own lives. For instance, Nozards had developed the ability to record his opponent's techniques, while Otter was the true pioneer among the Corvus. His mastery of the Corvus plague made him the strongest of his kind, placing him among the elite ranks of Lord Negri's followers. Lord Otter, a merchant, clad in attire befitting his profession, approached Otter. His skin twisted and darkened, ultimately transforming into a puddle of blackish muck. The dark substance continuously shifted until it reformed into an unremarkable visage devoid of distinct features. Do you have any news, Galnan? Otter inquired. Garnan is also a member of the Crow organization. Like Nozades, he has chosen to implant the black crow bacteria beneath his skin. However, unlike Nozades, who employs it in combat, he allows the bacteria to completely consume his skin, thus endowing him with the ability of mimicry and transformation. Consequently, he often disguises himself as various individuals to traverse different regions in search of intelligence. Recent reports indicate that Bishop Augustine of the Divine Grace Church has arrived near Ray with a contingent of divine knights. Garnan's voice is as unremarkable as his appearance, blending seamlessly into the background. Reinforcements? Otter nodded in acknowledgement of this information. Additionally, there is another uncertain piece of news. Garnan hesitated before continuing. I have gleaned some fragmented information from a merchant of Royas, suggesting that the Royas Kingdom may send envoys to Ray. So the Royas Kingdom wishes to join the fray as well? Otter furrowed his brow. The situation was growing increasingly complex. I am aware of the circumstances. Continue your intelligence gathering and exercise caution. Understood. Garnan's skin twisted once more, darkening as he morphed into the youthful visage of a fledgling mercenary, having donned a new attire that made him appear as if he had only recently departed from home. My Lord Negri, Otter murmured as he observed Garnan's retreating figure, then turned his gaze towards the forbidden zone. Over a third of his own body had been replaced by the black crow bacteria, allowing him to perceive certain changes in Lord Negri through their bacterial connection. Otter, a slightly weary voice resonated within him, transmitted by the black crow bacteria, prompting him to kneel swiftly and lower his head in reverence. It is I, Lord Negri. How may I serve you? Furthermore, Nozades has been defeated by Chris, and it appears that Dasha is on the verge of losing as well. Shortly, I will impart the method to control the aberrant scales. Take them to intercept Chris. If you can slay him, that would be ideal. If not, do not force it. The utmost priority now is to navigate my dormant phase smoothly. Yes, my Lord Negri. Chapter 37. Opportunity, Lord Negri? Noah inquired, standing a short distance away from Negri, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Are you bewildered? Beneath the shadow of a great tree, surrounded by the bleached bones of various creatures, food for the crows and himself over the years, Negri sat upon a throne fashioned from a multitude of skulls. Indeed, I find your actions perplexing, Noah replied earnestly. This was a sentiment previously foreign to him. He had always complied with Negri's every command. Yet now he questioned. You do not possess a dormant phase. Although your soul is momentarily fragmented, you will soon recover under my sustenance. It appears that upon merging with me, you have attained a further liberation, Negri remarked, seated upon his throne of bones, his right index finger pressed against his forehead. Dozens of crows descended from afar, dropping a corpse at Negri's feet. Nosades. Summoning the name of the deceased, Negri beckoned with his left hand. From the corpse, a black ravenous plague erupted, gradually assimilating into Negri's being. The great tree behind him transformed from stillness to chaos as hundreds, even thousands, of crows surged forth, enveloping Nosade's remains. Within mere seconds, a fresh skeleton was produced. Negri settled once more, leaning his head against his right index finger. However, he exerted too much force, piercing his own skull. A wisp of vitality slowly dissipated as he withdrew his finger, revealing several jet-black tendrils intertwining at the wound, which swiftly mended itself. Subsequently, a white viscous substance oozed out, drying to form a pallid skin. Evidently, this body harbored considerable vulnerabilities. Negri felt no regret. Imperfection was to be expected. His focus lay in contemplating how to gradually rectify these flaws. This body could be considered one of Negri's research achievements. A corporeal entity forged from the amalgamation of numerous pathogens and vitality, possessing formidable physical prowess, far surpassing that of the raven folk. Moreover, it endowed him with various abilities. For instance, his nails were composed of a special bacterium that thrived on metal, their sharpness and durability akin to blades. The layer of white slime that constituted his skin formed a disruptive barrier, which Noah had tested. His mental perception could not penetrate the layer enveloping Negri. Furthermore, Negri's soul resided within. His interference and perception were not impeded, allowing him to command the crows without obstruction. Most importantly, this bodily layer significantly reduced the consumption of vitality, ensuring that exposure to sunlight did not accelerate its depletion. This was Negri's protective cocoon for his soul. Regrettably, it was not entirely successful. His control over force remained unstable, occasionally resulting in self-inflicted harm. Perhaps acquiring a breathing technique would resolve this issue. Nosades had indeed unveiled several of Chris's hidden cards. Negri, having absorbed the black crow bacteria from Nosades, spoke slowly. In the past, he could only absorb the life force and soul energy of a being immediately after its demise. However, the black crow and similar pathogens remedied this limitation upon the death of a crowman. The emanating life force and soul energy would be absorbed and preserved by the black crow bacteria implanted within. Negri could then gradually assimilate that energy at a later time. Noah, what do you think Chris would do if he knew I was in this so-called dormant state? Negri inquired of Noah beside him. In pursuit of the development of Rheospermia, we have accepted an excess of external powers along our journey, resulting in many aspects of Rheaster gradually slipping from our control. Even with the proliferating pathogens, they remain a power that must be hidden. This is an opportunity to cleanse the forces within Rheaster, while simultaneously extending our reach further. Likewise, these disordered factions require a chance, and I have provided that opportunity, instilling in them the illusion that they must unite to eliminate me. Chris is a talented individual. It is fortuitous that he is the leader of this joint operation, Negri remarked thoughtfully. So, you entrusted the aberrant scalers to Otter, simply to exert pressure on those individuals? Are you not concerned that Chris might be slain by the aberrant scalers? Noah, grasping Negri's intentions, expressed his concern for Chris. If he cannot accomplish this, then he is not worthy to lead those factions. His death would be inconsequential, Negri replied indifferently. The battleground between Dursa and Chris had shifted to another street, and Chris was compelled to acknowledge the tenacity of this woman. The precision of her slender blade, coupled with her inhuman speed of attack, forced Chris to exert all his strength to counter her onslaught. Nevertheless, he bore several wounds, blood streaming ceaselessly from them. Huff, huff. Dursa gasped for breath. Indeed, Chris was a legendary ranger, with a foundation in breathing techniques and an impressively well-rounded strength. She leveraged her physical prowess and the advantages of her weapon to press the attack, yet her efforts only inflicted minor wounds upon him. If this continued, she was likely to face defeat. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Dursa ceased her assault, biting down on the back of her right hand, causing blood and the dark black crow bacteria to flow and stain her slender blade. Each one of them is terrifyingly captivating, Negri, Chris sighed. Recently, the ominous rhythm of Negri had vanished entirely, as if it had concealed itself. Chris realized he could no longer delay, otherwise, he would miss the best opportunity to triumph over Negri. But is one person truly sufficient? Chris pondered as he glanced at the formidable Dursa before him. These loyal subordinates of Negri were all exceedingly powerful and unpredictable, leaving Chris to wonder just how strong Negri truly was. Perhaps it is time for me to seek some assistance? Chapter 38. The greatness of man daughters are utterly useless, especially if they are not beautiful. So spoke the man who claimed to be her father, a statement that etched itself deeply into the young Tessa's heart. She was merely the product of her father's fleeting affair, her mother a powerless commoner who, after a natural disaster, was compelled to seek out a father who aspired to ascend the social ladder with her, a mere 6-year-old in tow. Ultimately, her mother toiled in the merchant caravan, her servitude so humble that the merchant begrudgingly allowed them to stay. Most merchants, devoid of emotional attachment, were solely concerned with profit, without a tangible benefit. Even a woman with whom they once shared a night of passion, or a daughter of their own blood, would receive no attention, only a modicum of affection when it served their interests. Tessa grew up amidst the caravan. Her mother labored until her death, met with derision rather than sympathy. Though she harbored anger, Tessa came to understand a harsh truth of the world. Women were often mere vassals to men, and unless they possessed strength, they would forever remain unacknowledged. She devoted herself to acquiring useful knowledge and gradually became a significant figure within the caravan, transforming the scorn of her former detractors into respectful addresses of Mississippi. Perhaps inheriting traits from her father or shaped by her youthful experiences, Tessa was relentless. Every moment was dedicated to self-improvement or the pursuit of opportunities for enhancement. She employed her resources to enlist an elderly mercenary to teach her swordsmanship. Yet on the very first day, the mercenary ruthlessly declared that a woman's strength could never match that of a man, thus her efforts in swordplay would yield little success. A turning point arrived when the caravan reached Riastemia. Seizing the moment, she unhesitatingly abandoned the caravan to become a raven. This was her nature, to grasp every opportunity. With Camaro dead, the power dynamics in Rhea were bound to shift, and at this juncture, only by achieving merit and showcasing her abilities could she aspire to ascend further. Being a raven is certainly not my final destination. Tessa mused, her hands stained with blood in the black raven plague as she brandished her slender sword, her gaze penetrating as she fixed it upon Chris. Upon her initiation as a raven, she had chosen to implant the black plague into her hands, granting her remarkable steadiness and elevating her swordsmanship to extraordinary heights. The elderly mercenary, who once predicted her lack of success, could no longer withstand her strikes. Defeating you is my opportunity for ascension, and I shall seize it at all costs. With her slender sword in hand, Tessa lunged forward, the blade darting towards Chris's face like a bolt of lightning. Chris, your strength rests upon your breathing technique, and therein lies your vulnerability. The sword, veiled in that ominous substance, was not to be trifled with. Chris sensed the rhythm of his surroundings, deftly evading Tessa's frenzied assaults. It was at this moment that the rhythm of gold emerged. Chris inhaled deeply, his pores on his hands sealing tightly, revealing a metallic sheen as he deftly caught the thrusting rapier with remarkable precision. With a twist of his hands, he snapped the slender blade in two and leaned toward Desha, his fist descending unhesitatingly upon her form. Seizing the moment, Desha appeared unfazed by Chris's impending blow. Instead, she puffed her cheeks and expelled a spray of blood mixed with the sinister black bacteria toward his mouth and nose. The force of Chris's punch struck her squarely in the face, sending her reeling, several bloodied teeth clattering to the ground, stark against the earth. The black bacteria writhed as if alive, seeking to infiltrate Chris's mouth and nostrils, forcing him to halt his breathing technique. The heightened awareness that resonated with the rhythm of all things gradually dissipating. She had deliberately coated the rapier with her blood not to enhance its lethality, but rather to divert my attention, continuously thrusting it at my face to fixate my focus solely on her blade, thereby obscuring her act of containing some of the black substance in her mouth at that moment. Chris, somewhat flustered, struggled to dislodge the encroaching black matter that obstructed his mouth and nose. Deprived of the perception granted by his breathing technique, he felt utterly disoriented, akin to a person accustomed to sight suddenly rendered blindfolded. Desha fought to regain her footing, her face swelling grotesquely, rendering her already unremarkable features even more absurd. Yet she cared little, understanding that seizing an opportunity often demands sacrifice. Though she had infused the black bacteria into her hands, her physical condition had markedly improved. Otherwise, enduring Chris's punch would have surely rendered her unconscious. I have triumphed. Desha opted not to pursue her advantage, having suffocated Chris's breathing technique with the bacteria. She deemed this a victory. Within the merchant caravan, she was merely an illegitimate daughter. Had she not been cautious and vigilant, she might have perished during the trade journey. Now, although Chris's breathing technique was disabled, he might still possess hidden cards. There was no need to approach recklessly. Someone, eliminate Chris. Whoever succeeds will earn my plea to Lord Negri for the privilege of becoming a raven, Desha proclaimed in a voice that trembled with urgency. After a moment of silence, several figures emerged cautiously from the shadows, weapons in hand, approaching Chris with trepidation. The propagation of the black bacteria suitable for human implantation was not rapid, rendering the opportunity to become a raven exceedingly rare. The conflict between the ravens and Chris showcased the overwhelming power to those who lurked nearby. The prospect of acquiring Chris's breathing technique seemed painfully slim, requiring both talent and diligent training, far less appealing than the allure of becoming a raven. As the lack of air deprived his brain of oxygen, the world around Chris began to blur into a surreal haze, leaving him only with the silhouettes of those maliciously drawing near. 10 years prior, amidst the great snow-capped mountains, he had faced similarly ill-intentioned pursuers, blinded by snow blindness, able only to vaguely discern the looming figures. I am no longer the panicked soul in need of rescue that I once was. Chris closed his eyes, recalling the words of the person who had taught him the art of breathing. In the face of dire circumstances, you shall encounter the disturbances of fear. The true greatness of humanity lies in its ability to remain composed amidst terror and despair. Only through calmness can one discover the path out of hopelessness. Images flashed through his mind of Dessa biting her hand, the dark substance coursing through her veins. With newfound understanding, Chris clenched his hands tightly and hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Chapter 39, The Scaled Ones, Part 1. Are you so terrified that you plead for mercy? A figure brandishing a single-handed axe gazed with excitement at Chris, who was prostrating himself. What a legendary ranger, reduced to this pitiful state in the face of death. With that, the axe wielder rushed to the forefront, his face alight with eagerness as he swung at Chris. The sound of breath did little to alert the axe wielder. Chris, kneeling, lunged forward, his hands striking perfectly at the feet of his onrushing adversary, then rolled aside to evade the falling axeman. As Chris raised his head, he felt the sting of a wound on his forehead, blood flowing down his face, while the black raven spores writhed along the blood towards the injury, revealing Chris's mouth. Apologies, but I must sever the rhythm. Chris grasped the black spores clinging to his bloodied face, employing an advanced application of his breathing technique. Every entity possesses its own rhythm. By attuning to these rhythms, one can gain perception and even strength from all things, such as the rhythm of gold. Conversely, if one alters their own rhythm to become repulsive, they can expel unwanted entities. Previously, he had used this technique to expel the spores he had inhaled. Chris's facial blood quivered, and he flung the spores from his face onto the fallen axe wielder. These spores acted purely on instinct, yearning to invade a living body, naturally drawn to blood. It was fortunate that Chris had taken a mouthful of blood, ensuring that the spores did not flood his throat. Unlike you, woman. As he continued to breathe, Chris utilized the rhythm severance technique to expel the spores that had already entered his body. The axe wielder, now besieged by the spores cast upon him, felt them surge into his mouth and nose. He howled in agony as dark spots began to mar his face, and it was evident that he would soon succumb to the black raven disease. Simply being infected by the spores did not qualify one as a raven person, otherwise their numbers would be far greater, necessitating a limit on their ranks. One must commend the legendary ranger, even in such dire straits. He could discern the traits of the black ravens. Dursa, holding a fractured sword, could have cautiously directed others to eliminate Chris. Yet she would not choose to retreat in this moment. As she had declared, when faced with a situation akin to that of Nozert's, she would pursue the same course of action, to become part of Lord Negri, to grasp the opportunity to ascend with him to the pinnacle, to seize the chance to become a stepping stone through death. The image of Negri extending his hand to her surfaced in Dursa's mind. Humans inherently seek acknowledgement and necessity from others. Dursa's relentless efforts stemmed from a desire to escape the judgment of the worthless. Is life so undervalued by all of you? Chris observed the assailants who had been frightened into retreat, and then he turned his gaze to Dursa, who had previously hidden but now advanced with unwavering resolve, a flicker of admiration shining in his eyes. Regardless of whether the opposition is hostile or the beliefs they uphold, one must commend those who possess a profound understanding of their own needs, steadfastly adhere to their convictions, and are willing to sacrifice their lives for them. You may despise their beliefs as misguided, yet their unwavering dedication warrants respect. Enough, Dursa. A voice echoed from a distance, halting Dursa's advance. Adley, clad in a raven-black robe, stood atop the rooftop with a serious expression, stating, "Now is not the time for Rhea to lose a valuable ally. For Lord Negri's sake, please preserve your life." "I understand," Dursa replied, fixing her gaze on Chris, relinquishing her broken sword, and hastily retreating. A new adversary emerged. Chris, panting and adjusting his stance, felt the toll of 2 consecutive battles weighing heavily upon him. This new foe was formidable in rhythm alone. However, Chris's relentless pursuit of risk, coupled with his varied breathing techniques in combat, had rendered his body increasingly fatigued. The technique known as the rhythm of gold, which sought to harmonize the human form with that of metal, disrupted his own rhythm with each application, leading to a dissonance that had quietly accumulated into hidden injuries. Should these injuries manifest, Chris feared he might meet his demise on the spot. "Who can kill me? Who can kill me?" The axe-wielder, seemingly driven to madness, shouted. Afflicted by the Black Raven plague, he felt a twisted pain coursing through his entire being. For him, death had become a release. He staggered toward the nearest Chris, diverting a portion of Chris's attention. "The chaos you've wrought is sufficient. It's time for you to rest, Chris Moto." Adley, undeterred by the axe-wielder, spoke with a stern gaze and an odd tone. "Scale-bearer, eliminate him." A flash of dark golden light sliced through the air, instantly tearing the axe-wielder's body apart, the luminescence mingling with the spray of blood before Chris. Sharp claws lunged at Chris, hesitating for a moment as if sensing something. Blood splattered as Chris fell to the side, a long gash appearing on his right flank. Had it penetrated any deeper, it would have exposed his innards. Had the axe-wielder not slightly impeded that creature's advance, and had it not hesitated, Chris would have likely been torn asunder. "Thank you." The axe-wielder, his body mostly torn apart, collapsed to the ground, uttering those 2 words with an expression of relief before succumbing to death. What was that thing? An animal? Chris, in a daze, caught a glimpse of dark golden scales, along with a profoundly dissonant rhythm that reminded him of Rhea's leader, Kamaro. No. That creature was even more dissonant than Kamaro. "Continue." Adley's cold, peculiar voice reached Chris, prompting him to rise quickly. He dreaded facing opponents whose speed or strength far surpassed his own, for in such cases, the various techniques of breathing methods became exceedingly difficult to employ. Chris swiftly leapt into the narrow alleyway, for the streets were far too open, offering no impediment to such a rapid pursuer. Only by navigating the intricate terrain of the alley could he hope to confine that entity and ultimately prevail against it. A lingering question plagued his mind. Why had that being hesitated for a moment when it reached for him? Did he possess something about him that could influence its actions? Chris's thoughts raced furiously. A flash of dark golden light flickered by, and Chris found himself half pressed against the wall, narrowly evading this latest assault. Onward. The Scale-Bearer. Chapter 40. The Anomalous Scaled One, Part 2. Chris pressed himself against the wall, the rhythmic detachment allowing him to generate a repulsive force against his surroundings. By choosing to align with the rhythm, he could evoke an adhesive power. Indeed, certain aspects of my being appeared to influence this so-called anomalous scaled one, instilling a momentary hesitation in him as he confronted me. Chris scaled the wall, positioning himself atop the roof. The rhythm of the anomalous scaled one was rife with madness and suffering. Creatures imbued with such a rhythm were mere irrational beasts. How then did that Raven man command it? Chris deftly sidestepped as a slender black thread flickered past him. He breathed steadily, attuned to his surroundings. He was now traversing a precarious tightrope, where a moment's inattention could spell death. A flash of dark golden light erupted as the anomalous scaled one burst forth from the shadows, obliterating the rooftop where Chris had once stood. Suspended in midair, its movement slowed, revealing its visage before Chris. Its form was predominantly humanoid, cloaked in mottled dark golden scales, with mucus present beneath its armpits and a spiked tail trailing behind. Its face was a mask of madness, with ghastly white teeth interlaced and viscous saliva dripping downwards. Upon landing, the anomalous scaled one shimmered and vanished into the alleyway, consumed by dark golden luminescence. Was this dragon scale? Chris sensed an overwhelming dissonance emanating from the creature, saturated with frenzy and volatility, which reminded him of a past adventure. The sub-dragon he had once defeated with chaotic rhythms, though differing in hue, were the same rhythmic amalgamation that revealed the dark golden scales upon its form, indeed, genuine dragon scales. By the heavens, this must be the reason Negri sought to keep Nara. In an instant, Chris unraveled numerous revelations. Negri had discovered Nara's lineage as a dragon's daughter long ago. Over the years, he had forcibly retained Isabella and her daughter in Rhea to probe the secrets of dragon blood. It now appeared that Negri's research had yielded substantial results, with the anomalous scaled one being a byproduct of his endeavors. Chris had not erred. The anomalous scaled one was a creature born of Negri's relentless study of soul blood. Those hybrids of the Kosi people had been implanted with dragon blood, yet their souls proved incapable of withstanding the intrinsic dragon might. Under the pressure of this might, the implanted individuals descended into madness, ultimately losing their rationality as their bodies underwent grotesque transformations due to the dragon blood's influence. Thus, it could be inferred that the items capable of affecting the anomalous scaled one. Chris's gaze fell upon the pair of teeth dangling from his attire. Those were the fangs of the ferocious subdragon. Were it not for the influence of the subdragon's teeth, the anomalous scaled one would never hesitate in its assaults. Its power far surpassed Chris's, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. It was uncertain how many of such anomalous scaled ones existed, but it was evident that Negri's amassed strength was truly formidable. This ominous abomination must be eradicated. With a swift motion, Chris grasped the subdragon's teeth. No matter the circumstances, he resolved to navigate the present peril first, with the anomalous scaled one bearing the subdragon's teeth. He at least possessed a modicum of assurance. The true threat, however, lay with the raven man who commanded the anomalous scaled one. Chris recalled the fleeting black threats. Kill him. The chimeric. Adorai's voice echoed, and Chris immediately sensed an unprecedented peril. The dark golden chimeric transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards him. Chris brandished the dragon's tooth, obstructing the creature's path, buying himself precious moments to escape. Yet, in the next instant, his body stiffened as he noticed several black threads encircling him, sealing off all avenues of escape, lying in wait for Chris to unwittingly walk into their snare. With a thunderous crash, debris flew as the chimeric shattered the rooftop where Chris had stood moments before. The black threads spread from the ground, probing every minute detail of the surroundings. Should one trace the origin of these threads, they would find them connected to Adorai's fingertips. If these threads penetrated the body, they would swiftly propagate throughout the victim, controlling them like a marionette. Furthermore, Adorai's body harbored numerous strains of the black raven pathogen, which rendered him the mightiest among the ravenkin. Had Chris already succumbed? His heartbeat silenced by the chimeric? Through the threads extending from his fingertips, Adorai continuously sensed the movements around him, driven by Lord Negri's command, ensuring he would not falter. Suddenly, something felt amiss with the chimeric. Adorai sensed the agitated creature traversing a dark thread, the tremors it caused slightly excessive. Through the dissipating smoke, Adorai discerned a powder-covered figure sprawled atop the chimeric. Who else could it be but Chris? In the final moment before the chimeric lunged at Chris, he harnessed the rhythm, detonating the long-placed dragon's tooth. A dense cloud of bone powder was swept up by the wind generated by the chimeric, enveloping Chris, who expertly drew it onto himself. The potent scent of dragon compelled the chimeric to abandon its attack, allowing Chris to seize the opportunity to climb onto the creature. As he sprinted, Chris leapt to another position, exhaling heavily. The chimeric's body contorted before it collapsed, spewing forth golden blood intermingled with fragments of its innards. Once atop the chimeric, Chris relentlessly unleashed chaotic rhythms upon it, and even with its monstrous physique, it could not withstand the force of its own internal assault. Chris, I never expected you could slay a chimeric, Adorai remarked gravely. But this ends here. To avoid disturbing Lord Negri's slumber, you must perish. Upon concluding his statement, Adorai's expression shifted. It felt as if an unseen force compelled him to utter those words. Chris's eyes narrowed as he grasped the implication of Adorai's words. Indeed, Negri was injured. Hiding away to recuperate. Does it matter? Adorai suddenly laughed, and 4 chimerics, glowing like dark golden light, descended beside him. Upon one of the chimerics sat 4 cloaked ravenkin, including Dursa, who had rearmed herself with a slender sword, her icy gaze fixed upon Chris. Chris gazed at the ravenous beings and the encircling him, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Confronted by such overwhelming power, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, he was but a mere human. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. It seems we have arrived just in time. Chapter 41. The Church of Divine Grace. A newcomer donned a white robe adorned with subtle patterns, possessing a refined, somewhat androgynous visage, complemented by impeccably styled golden hair. At first glance, one could not help but feel a sense of goodwill towards him. Osgood, you have finally arrived. Chris exhaled in relief. The newcomer was none other than Chris's friend from the Church of Divine Grace, and his employer in this venture, the High Priest Osgood. Behind him stood 2 priests and 3 armored knights, each wielding a knight's sword. Every one of them had undergone rigorous knightly training and possessed the divine grace, enabling them to exhibit powers beyond mortal capabilities. Is the Church of Divine Grace planning to shelter this sinner who has slain the leader of Comoros? Adri stated coldly. The so-called crime is merely a designation of your own making. The particulars remain unclear to all. Such claims cannot garner public support, can they, Glorisk? Osgood responded with a smile, exuding an air of ease. Indeed, Lord Adri, I share your sentiments, a slightly rotund middle-aged man interjected, stepping forward with a wry smile that hinted at discomfort. Such assertions leave us feeling quite insecure. Glorisk, one of the merchants traversing between the kingdom of Intercam and Reastermia, represented the interests of the merchants within this domain. In regions bustling with commerce, power dynamics inevitably arise, and among the border traders, Glorisk served as a tacit leader or representative for the Intercam merchants. These border traders, often labeled smugglers, were fundamentally supported by the nobility of the Intercam kingdom. Following a series of power struggles, these representatives of smuggling merchants felt compelled to align with the Church of Divine Grace, exerting pressure on the rulers of Rhea. We share the same perspective, another voice chimed in. A group clad in matching attire emerged from the opposite side, their facial features revealing their origins from the kingdom of Royas. Behind them stood a merchant, the representative of Royas' trading merchants. Have you united due to the exposure of considerable strength? Adri furrowed his brow, dismayed by this unwelcome development. In Reastermia, the dominance of the Negrans was apparent, however. Should the two kingdoms unite their forces against Rhea, the backing of two nations would indeed pose a significant challenge. The immediate priority was to ensure the survival of our lord through this dormant phase, particularly in light of the recent circumstances. Adri recalled his involuntary utterance of those words and snorted coldly. We will conduct a separate investigation into the death of the Comoros leader. However, as a suspect, Chris must be placed under restrictions and await the resolution of this matter. Very well, let us temporarily cease hostilities, Chris nodded. The strength of the Negrans was unfathomable. Although he yearned to capitalize on their so-called dormant state, their current capabilities made success elusive. Then please remain within this courtyard. Should you venture outside without permission, it will be construed as a self-confession of guilt, and the enforcers of Rhea may execute you immediately. Otter locked Chris in a courtyard. Although he had considered apprehending him directly, the support of the Divine Grace Church and the Merchant Guild of Intercami made it difficult for Otter to achieve his goal. He hoped that the authorities would soon capture the true perpetrator. Augustine stood nearby, a gentle smile gracing his face as he remarked, May the leader of Comoros find eternal rest. Before long, a knight from the Divine Grace Church arrived, escorting Isabella and her daughter to the small courtyard. The young knight gazed at the bustling street beyond, which had quickly regained its former vibrancy, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. Even within the capital of the Intercami kingdom, many still succumbed to illness. The priests of the Divine Grace Church possessed the gift of healing, capable of curing most ailments. Yet the number of priests endowed with such gifts was limited. Utilizing these gifts required considerable physical stamina and energy, and they could not afford to treat the common folk without compensation every day. What intrigued the knight was that, while on his way to fetch Isabella and her daughter, he had meandered through Rhea and observed that most of the locals appeared remarkably healthy, as if disease were a foreign concept in this place. Meyerson, what are you pondering? A voice broke the young knight's reverie. Turning around, he saw one of the priests in their company, Wendona, a disciple of Augustine. Ah, Wen. Thank you for accompanying me to tend to those in need. Meyerson expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Having been born in the slums of the capital, he had been diagnosed with a constitution suitable for receiving the gift, which had led him to leave that life behind. He had been on the brink of death when the priests of the Divine Grace Church entered the slums to combat the plague. It was during this time that he was rescued and discovered his potential to become a Knight of Divine Grace. He often invited priests with healing gifts to provide pro bono care in the slums, yet most were reluctant to squander their time there. Treating nobles could yield substantial financial rewards, while the slums were filthy, rife with foul odors, excrement, and even corpses. It was hardly a place where self-proclaimed elite priests would willingly venture. In contrast to Meyerson, Wen, hailing from a noble family, seemed more enamored with power. Nevertheless, Meyerson sensed that Luen genuinely wished to spread the Lord's glory to all. Luen, you must strive diligently. I have high hopes for you, Meyerson said earnestly. With his advantageous background, being a disciple of Bishop Augustine, and possessing commendable abilities, many believed he would rise to a prominent position within the Divine Grace Church. After parting ways with Wen, Meyerson felt a twinge of uncertainty. He gazed at the thriving street ahead, lost in thought. Is it the heretical spirit, Negri, that holds dominion over disease? Chapter 42. The breathing technique. My perception of the rhythm is not erroneous. Negri, for reasons unknown, has succumbed to weakness and is now in hiding, presumably in a state of dormancy. On the second floor of the courtyard chamber, Chris asserted with certainty. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate Negri. I comprehend. I concur that it is time to eradicate Negri. The malevolent spirits are lifeless, unclaimed entities. Embodiments of injustice that must not be allowed to flourish unchecked. Osgood stood by the window, gazing downwards, where the enforcement squad, under the command of the Raven Man, was encircling the courtyard, openly surveilling the premises. His words rendered the presence of Glorisk somewhat awkward, for it was their influx as merchants that had emboldened Ray to its current stature. Thus, the pressing question arises, should we first escort Isabella and her daughter away, or should we keep them with us? Osgood paused momentarily before continuing. Upon hearing Osgood's remarks, Chris directed his gaze towards Isabella and her daughter, who were downstairs in the parlor indulging in food. Primarily, Ray does not offer security. The assassins sent by His Majesty, along with the men from the Kingdom of Royas, harbor ill intentions toward the so-called Savior Sanctus. For the time being, it might be safer for Isabella and her daughter to remain in Ray. Chris remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Although enemies abound here, relatively speaking, Negri's subordinates would protect Isabella and her daughter for the sake of the dragon's blood. The daughter of the dragon, the saintess of salvation, is it? Osgood's forehead bore the mark of profound knowledge as he observed Nala downstairs. Am I truly allowed to eat this freely? Nala lifted her head, her large, sparkling eyes inquiring of another female priest. Given the rarity of those suitable for divine grace, women can indeed become priests and knights of divine favor in Intercomi. Of course, it is all prepared for you. If it is insufficient, I shall procure more shortly, the female priest responded, her maternal instincts surging forth as she looked at the forlorn Nala. Really? Nala's eyes widened with innocence, and for a fleeting moment, the priest seemed to perceive a glimmer of golden light in Nala's gaze. Indeed, before the priest could finish her sentence, Nala joyfully rushed to the table, her small hands flailing as she eagerly stuffed whatever was within reach into her mouth. Delicious. Mother, you should eat too, Nala exclaimed, her cheeks puffed out like a dumpling. Her words muffled, causing Isabella to weep, realizing she had allowed her daughter to go hungry. Just a gluttonous little girl, Osgood remarked, supporting his forehead with a hand, yet exchanging a heavy glance with Chris, pondering, has the dragon's essence begun to awaken? Glorisk, you have been conducting business here for quite some time. Are there any skilled individuals we might employ and trust? Osgood inquired, turning towards the merchant beside him. I know of 2 individuals, though I am uncertain whether you can persuade them to take action, Glorisk contemplated before responding. Both possess distinct abilities, yet their personalities are rather eccentric. I cannot ascertain whether they are currently in Ray. Then let us meet those 2 individuals, Augustine remarked. Chris, you should remain here to recuperate. If you continue to strain your body, it may soon succumb entirely. Upon entering, Augustine had employed a salvific gift on Chris, thus garnering insight into the dire state of Chris's health. Understood, Chris replied nonchalantly, fully aware of his own condition. His fear did not lie in death, perhaps for him. Death represented a form of liberation. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chris rose to his feet. In the living room, Nara was animatedly gesturing at the dining table, her cheeks bulging as she munched on a chicken leg while stabbing at a piece of steak with a fork. Nara, Mr. Chris is calling for you, Isabella said, her tone a blend of concern and reproach. You must also be mindful of etiquette. Such behavior is rather uncouth for a lady. Nara, do you wish to protect your mother? Chris inquired, resting a hand on Nara's shoulder, attuned to her rhythm and sensing no discord in her movements, allowing himself to relax. Of course, Nara will always protect her mother, Nara affirmed earnestly with a nod. I shall impart some knowledge to you. Only by mastering it will you be able to better safeguard both your mother and yourself. Will you commit to learning diligently? Chris stated with gravity, observing the innocence in Nara's gaze, reminiscent of his own past, when he wandered without understanding. Nara was still too young, her comprehension limited, perhaps. When she finally grasps these concepts, she will have transformed into the savior she is destined to become. What I will teach you is known as the breathing technique, Chris declared, placing his hand on Nara's shoulder. He began to breathe in a peculiar rhythm, the cadence flowing into Nara through his touch, guiding her to synchronize her breath. A fleeting glimmer of golden light sparkled in Nara's eyes, and Chris stared in astonishment as her breathing almost instantaneously aligned with his, harmonizing effortlessly with the surrounding rhythm. Chapter 43. The Alliance. Augustine walked down the street with Gelrosk, feeling the divine insight bestowed upon him, enabling him to perceive the curious gazes of many passers-by. Among them, some were captivated by his exquisite beauty, harboring unsavory thoughts, while others appeared to be watchers. Could you introduce me to those 2 individuals? Augustine inquired, seemingly unfazed by the attention. "Oh, certainly," Gelrost replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "One is named Jason Todd, a mercenary, a brutal man, yet remarkably trustworthy. He arrived in Ray this year, reportedly seeking vengeance against the murderer of his family. As for the others, they might be opportunistic, but faced with Negri, they would likely turn traitor in an instant." Gelrosk elaborated, "Of course, some are too deeply concealed. I am only aware of these two. That is of little consequence. Those individuals will likely find others," Augustine replied with a smile, as they made their way to Jason Todd's residence, a tavern. This was not due to Jason's penchant for alcohol, but rather because most taverns served as venues for mercenary contracts in the exchange of information. Jason Todd hailed from an ordinary family. Had fate not intervened, he might have chosen a life at the docks, transporting goods, or perhaps become a carpenter or blacksmith. However, a pirate raid disrupted his existence entirely. These marauders showed no restraint, and unable to accept this reality, Jason embarked on a path of revenge. After extracting the physical description of the assailants from a surviving woman, he relentlessly pursued the pirates, honing his body and combat skills to a frenzied degree. Unfortunately, after a subsequent naval skirmish, most of the pirates were either killed or wounded, leaving the remnants to disband and seek refuge ashore, aiming to reinvent themselves as landowners in some obscure locale. As they entered the bustling tavern, Augustine's visage drew considerable attention. However, the priestly garb of the Church of Divine Grace deterred many from indulging in base thoughts, eliciting only fleeting glances. "That is Jason Todd," Gelrost remarked, gesturing toward a man engrossed in his meal. Though the phrase engrossed in his meal may seem peculiar, it aptly described Jason's demeanor. He consumed his food with meticulous care, as if it were an obligation he must fulfill. His expression remained impassive, even as he ingested a dish that contained insects, conveying an air of indifference. He was merely eating, not dining. Clad in a black vest, with silver hair cropped short, Jason had his weapons within reach. And such a dull yet ferocious individual had no companions by his side. "Quite an unforgettable character," Augustine observed, pulling out a chair opposite Jason and sitting down. "Is there something you need?" Jason queried, his directness suggesting he had no intention of wasting a single moment. "Indeed, I have a challenging commission to entrust to you," Augustine said with a smile. "Very well," Jason replied without lifting his head. "Do you know what it is that I wish to commission you for?" Augustine inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Those who are well informed are already aware," Jason remarked, swallowing the last morsel of his meal and finally looking up at Augustine. "Did you not notice that the tavern's attendants have not come to serve you? So why did you agree? One of my objectives may have been to become a crow. Even if you do not seek me, I shall find you. Furthermore, if you intend to locate Jack, it is unnecessary, for I have already sought him out. He seems to have taken on a task and departed from Leia." "Very good," Augustine nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Chris watched as Nara descended the stairs to continue her grand feast, his expression complex. When he had learned the breathing technique, he had also been guided by a predecessor and had struggled for over a day before managing to grasp it. Yet, Nara had nearly mastered it in just one afternoon. As for the more advanced breathing techniques, Chris did not instruct her. Such skills were contingent upon personal insight. Once the fundamental abilities were acquired, the advanced techniques could be learned through understanding. The breathing technique remained the same, yet each master executed it differently. Of course, the noble families passed down their breathing techniques along with other secret methods, which were not easily comprehensible through mere insight, but rather the culmination of generations of wisdom. Chris possessed a secret technique of his own, but it was unsuitable to pass on to Nara. Perhaps there would be an opportunity in the future. After bidding farewell to Nara, Chris seemed to exhale in relief. After all, she was the prophesied savior maiden, and having learned the breathing technique ensured her self-preservation to some extent. "Come forth. Having listened for so long, do you have any insights?" Chris's expression grew serious as he addressed the empty space in the room. "Is this truly the savior maiden foretold in prophecy?" The light in the vacant area distorted, and a figure donned in the uniform of the Kingdom of Royas emerged, bowing slightly to Chris. "I am Phasmic Rancher of the Flow of Light. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Chris." "Fakri's motto of the Flow of Flame," Chris replied, his demeanor becoming stern. "The inheritors of breathing techniques communicated through their secret methods. Negri is exceedingly perilous. So, in alliance?" Chris inquired earnestly. "His power is growing increasingly formidable. Posing a threat to the kingdom," Phasmic nodded. "An alliance is beyond question." "And what of Nara?" Chris asked slowly. "In accordance with ancient agreements, the rhythm shall never extinguish another rhythm. I will not lay a hand on that young girl. Which is precisely why you are aware of my presence and have still chosen to impart the breathing technique to her, Phasmic stated with gravity. What of the so-called Savior Maiden? Under His Majesty's leadership, even fate shall be trampled. How much less, then, the mere prophecy? Chapter 44, Preparation King Royas. Chris remained silent, recognizing that matters of state cannot merely be defined by notions of justice or evil. Should a conflict erupt between Royas and Intercamet, the people of Intercamet would undoubtedly view the denizens of Royas as malevolent. Yet, is the kingdom of Royas truly wicked? To categorize a vast collective solely by justice or evil is inherently biased. The concepts of justice and evil are merely reflections of societal morals. What aligns with the collective ethics is deemed just, while deviations are branded as evil. Thus, certain matters are indeed challenging to delineate, and sometimes it suffices to adhere to one's own moral compass without overthinking. Regarding His Majesty Eldritch, I shall refrain from comment. Chris remarked slowly. While it is imprudent to label nations strictly as evil or just, from a personal perspective, Chris found himself more inclined towards the kingdom of Intercamet. For one, Intercamet is a realm of diverse ethnicities, whereas Royas is predominantly Royasian, rife with severe racial discrimination, particularly following the emergence of the notorious thief aka Eliza. The prevailing sentiment among Royasians towards other races has been one of contempt. Conversely, under the rule of the so-called greatest monarch of Royas, Eldritch, the kingdom has exhibited a pronounced aggressiveness, expanding its territories through conquest. While this may be seen as a form of growth within their borders, for the common people, war has always been a source of suffering. Hence, while Chris does not deem the aggressors as inherently evil, his perception of them inevitably soured. Ultimately, all Chris could do was refrain from aiding Royas and, perhaps, lend support to Intercamet in an effort to avert the impending conflict. However, for Eldritch, it seemed all was inconsequential. If there is anyone among Chris's acquaintances whose cadence could rival or even slightly surpass that of Negri, it would be none other than His Majesty Eldritch. His demeanor exuded an air of superiority, confident enough to believe that even the deity revered by the Church of Divine Grace should occupy a position beneath him. 13 years prior, shortly after Eldritch ascended the throne, a bishop from the church sought an audience with him at the capital of Royas, requesting permission to propagate their faith within the kingdom. At that time, considerable interest in the church had already emerged among the populace, with some nobles advocating for its introduction. However, the motivations behind this support were often murky, oscillating between genuine faith and a strategic maneuver in the power struggles against the increasingly dominant Andre royal family. Now, the strength of the kingdom of Royas has far surpassed that of Eldritch's early reign. While Intercamet has seen a decline in power due to the internal strife instigated by King Sethai, if one were to pinpoint a singular reason for this, it would be the legitimacy of Eldritch's rule. Having consolidated his power by quelling dissent, he could then devote his efforts to the kingdom's development. In his quest for the throne, King Cersei relied heavily on the power of the nobility. However, once he ascended, his ambitions to expand the Indicami were persistently thwarted by those very nobles. Consequently, this self-proclaimed equal of Eldritch descended into a deepening silence. This led to starkly contrasting circumstances for the two kingdoms. Cersei now merely seeks to retain his throne, earning the moniker of the kingdom's sunset, while Eldritch is hailed as the greatest king of Royas in a millennium. Countless young citizens of the Royas kingdom willingly pledge their loyalty to His Majesty, ready to risk their lives for him. As a member of the Royas nobility, I feel a sense of trepidation at Eldritch's formidable strength. Yet, as a citizen of the Royas kingdom, I am imbued with immense pride for having such a king. Smick, with a complex expression, stated, "Let us conclude this topic. I shall refrain from taking action against that young girl. Moreover, I can restrain my subordinates. We will not act until Negri is dealt with." Smick spoke earnestly. Regardless of noble status or as a citizen of the Royas kingdom, Negri poses an obstruction. Let us set the time for midnight tonight. Is that acceptable? To avoid conflict, we will advance from the eastern side of the forbidden area. Agreed. We will approach from the south, Chris nodded. After exchanging some covert signals, Smick's form shimmered and vanished without a sound. The flow of light, perhaps? Chris sighed. Eldritch had nearly solidified his dictatorial rule, and those most opposed to this should be the nobility within the Royas kingdom. Yet now, Smick spoke of Eldritch with an air of admiration, underscoring just how formidable the current Royas truly is. Alas, this is a matter that should concern Cersei and the Church of Divine Grace. Chris's thoughts momentarily drifted to Nala's youthful visage, and he suddenly wished she would not become the so-called savior saint, for it would mean bearing an unbearable weight. After contemplating the situation, Chris slowly closed his eyes, needing rest to prepare for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Adri, with an odd expression, arranged the defenses of the forbidden area for the night, anticipating an assault from those aiming to undermine the great Negri. What struck Adri as peculiar was the source of this entire situation. It was likely orchestrated by that esteemed individual. He had begun to grasp a sliver of the grand design, yet numerous uncertainties remained. Regardless of the circumstances, Adri's duty was to safeguard Negri and maintain order in Reastimia, preventing any disruptions to Negri's period of slumber. With our lives, we vow to protect Lord Negri's safety, Adri declared to the Corvidi. Within the forbidden area, Negri sat upon his throne of bones, eyes closed as if contemplating something profound. It was not until night fell that he opened his eyes. Revealing a delighted smile, the show is about to begin. Chapter 45, the 15, as nightfall silently enveloped the land, it swiftly approached the stroke of midnight. With all forces assembled, countless souls surely found themselves restless this night, for the impending battle would irrevocably alter the fate of Reastimia. Would it be Negri, the Lord of Rea, who would vanquish the other formidable powers and seize dominion over the realm, or would the combined might of the two kingdoms triumph over him, fundamentally transforming the prevailing influence in Rea? Most would surmise that the two kingdoms held a greater chance of victory, given their state-sponsored resources. After all, Negri had only emerged a decade prior, his foundation undeniably inferior to that of the established kingdoms. Yet, those who had once recognized Negri's grandeur merely smiled knowingly, while logically, the two kingdoms appeared to possess the upper hand. The mere thought of that figure instilled a profound dread within them. An aura of foreboding surrounded him, as if humanity were but mere prey in his presence. An innate sense of danger incessantly urged every witness to cower or flee, praying fervently to evade his notice. For he was a being that transcended humanity itself. The only solace they found lay in submission, in offering their foreheads to him, thus alleviating their terror and unease. For they would become his possession, already ensnared in a hellish descent. Why fear the abyss any longer? Chris lifted his gaze towards the heavens through the window, where dense clouds obscured the moonlight, hinting at ominous tidings. Yet, the arrow was nocked, and it could not remain unloosed. Should they delay further, Negri might regain his strength. Turning, he beheld the assembled forces, the Church of Divine Grace, led by Bishop Augustine, accompanied by 2 priests and 3 paladins, altogether 6 individuals. Additionally, the merchant Glarask had brought 3 loyal guards, his trusted confidants. Moreover, there was Jason Todd, seeking vengeance for his family, alongside 4 enigmatic figures encountered along the way. Their diverse attire suggesting they hailed from Rea, yearning to resist Negri but too fearful to take a stand. Of course, the possibility of spies among them could not be dismissed, including Chris, and excluding the merchant Glarask and the mother-daughter duo of Isabella. They numbered a total of 15. Venturing towards Rea's forbidden domain, Negri's stronghold, it was likely that many had gathered in the kingdom of Royas as well. To be candid, even should the ancient dragon resurrect, the current assembly could easily vanquish it. The pressing concern, however, was the crows. Chris spoke gravely. These common birds of the Rea region were under Negri's dominion. A swarm of hundreds could effortlessly annihilate even a battalion of 100 soldiers. Without a means to restrain those crows, their endeavor would undoubtedly culminate in failure. Fear not, Mr. Chris, Glarask replied with a smile. Before our arrival, we commissioned the acquisition of a substantial quantity of smoke grass, which is likely already ignited. The so-called smoke grass is a peculiar type of dried grass, intentionally cultivated in certain pastures. Its primary function is to generate a substantial amount of smoke when ignited. This smoke lingers in the air, posing no threat to humans, yet rendering the avian population incapable of survival. Typically employed during the autumn harvest to deter migratory birds from feasting on crops, it is now utilized to subdue Negri's crows. Seated upon the throne of bones, Negri extended his hand, and unbeknownst to him, a cloud of smoke had already gathered around him. This smoke was not suffocating, albeit possessing a rather strange scent. However, it became evident from the chaotic cawing of the crows behind him that the source of this smoke was unmistakably clear. It appeared that there was no need for further restraint. With a smile, Negri raised his hand, and countless crows surged forth from the trees like a dark cloud. Soaring into the sky, beyond the confines of the forbidden land, an observer stood at a height, monitoring the situation. Upon hearing the cacophony of crows, he understood that they had vacated the restricted area and hastily dispatched a message. Jelosk soon received the news. Ladies and gentlemen, The crows have departed from the forbidden land. We have procured all the smoke grass in this vicinity, which can burn for 3 hours. Considering the smoke's lingering duration, it should sustain us for approximately 6 hours. Until dawn. Shortly, I will lead Isabella and Nara to a safe haven, Gelos declared. May the Lord's glory shine upon you all. Exchanging glances, the group exited the courtyard. The enforcement team stationed outside noticed the movement and quickly converged, brandishing their spears and demanding, Quasimodo, do you intend to violate the prohibition and confess to the assassination of the Camaro leader? Apologies, but we do not have the luxury of time to linger here. Chris sighed, his body moving with unwavering resolve. His rhythmic punches, delivered at angles incomprehensible to them, left the enforcers bewildered and unable to defend themselves. With just a few strikes, he incapacitated them. Though these enforcers were considered Negri subordinates, they bore no significant crimes and did not warrant death. Let us proceed. The group dispersed into smaller factions, subtly making their way southward towards the Leia forbidden area. The sky, already cloaked in dense clouds, was further shrouded by the smoke, diminishing visibility. Their nocturnal movements were compelled by necessity. Their actions, ultimately devoid of noble cause, would only become justified if they triumphed, allowing them to denounce Negri's malevolence and address the ensuing ramifications. Among the people of Leia, there were many astute individuals. Yet the majority were ordinary folk whose livelihoods depended on this region. Should these individuals lack a righteous cause and boldly instigate turmoil, they would soon grasp the true meaning of the people's wrath. As night fell, despite the impaired visibility, their mobility was considerably enhanced. The group maintained silence and swiftly approached the vicinity of the Leia forbidden land. A perimeter of walls and sentinels patrolled the outskirts. Shall we assault? Asked Oskudin, to which Chris was poised to nod in agreement. Among the group, a figure clad in an iron mask, bearing a bow and arrow, and slightly limping, stepped forward and spoke in a hushed tone. Follow me. Someone will open a door for us. We must hurry. With that, the masked individual led the way towards the wall. Chris and Augustine exchanged glances, and Augustine nodded. The others then followed the iron-masked figure in that direction. Having already resolved to break through, the situation could hardly worsen. Chapter 46, The 14, Part 2. You have come again. A guard stationed at a corner of the wall, upon catching sight of the figure in the iron mask, moved his lips and sighed. He has already destroyed one of my sons. I cannot allow him to ruin another. The iron-masked figure spoke in a low voice. Is it only these people? If you choose to walk to your demise, I am powerless to stop you. After tonight, do not claim to have known me. The guard, resigned, opened a small gate in the wall and turned away. Remember to close the gate. Let us go and slay the demon that has wrought ruin upon my son. The figure in the iron mask brandished a torch as he stepped through the doorway, turning to gaze at Chris and the others. In the flickering light, he appeared particularly weathered. This is precisely our objective, whispered Ostgudin, his tone grave. Chris said little more, stepping through the gate. As he inhaled and exhaled, he found his own rhythm in unprecedented harmony with the surrounding environment. The vibrations around him began to shift, and for a fleeting moment, Chris's expression stiffened before returning to normal. What is it? Ostgudin inquired as he followed him inside. Nothing, merely a disquieting resonance. Countless souls have been buried in this land. Chris replied somberly. Observing the vibrations alone, it felt as though the air was thick with the wails of the dying. Indeed, it is rife with grievances. The mark upon Ostgudin's forehead flickered as he cast a peculiar glance at Chris. Through the gift of true insight, he sensed something amiss in Chris's words, though there was no deceit. Let us proceed toward our destination. Time is of the essence. Chris continued without looking at Ostgudin. Pair off and maintain a cautious distance. Communicate with signals upon encountering the enemy. I will advance alone. Ensure that everyone has their dragon powder ready. When we encounter the aberrant scaled beings, that powder will be our chance at victory. The dragon powder Chris referred to was among the supplies provided by the kingdom of Intakami. The aberrant scaled beings would hesitate in the presence of creatures bearing a similar dragon aura. If the aura was strong enough, these beings might even forego their attacks. Without this weakness, the fast-moving and fearsome aberrant scaled beings would not be easily confronted. Though items related to dragons were dwindling, the royal family of Intakami boasted a dragon lineage. Taking pride in their heritage, many nobles collected dragon-related artifacts to showcase their refinement. This dragon powder was derived from dragon scales and bones contributed by Garask. Though most were from lesser dragons, it was sufficient to combat the aberrant scaled beings. Be cautious, Ostgudin advised tersely. He quickly implemented the prearranged plan, pairing the team and spacing them apart as they advanced. This strategy was also to guard against potential ambushes by the aberrant scaled beings. A cluster of individuals would find it challenging to evade the rapid assaults of these formidable foes, leading to inevitable casualties, if given the chance. They truly wish for this to be a fairy tale adventure, where the malevolent king is vanquished and the heroes emerge unscathed, culminating in a joyous conclusion. Yet, reality is far from a fairy tale. Of the 15 who entered, none can ascertain how many will survive by the end of the ordeal, let alone whether victory is within reach. In the dimly lit surroundings, cages and abandoned structures abound, seemingly narrating the conditions of a decade past. Chris picked up a raven's feather from a cage, recalling the intelligence he had gathered. When spring arrives the following year, an abundance of ravens will lay eggs, hatching numerous young, and the hunting parties will transform into foraging teams to provide sustenance for the ravens. It is during this time that Leia's trade begins to flourish. Initially, some merchants arrived, bartering grains for animal pelts, which later evolved into a hub for smuggling between the two nations. Approximately 7 years ago, this area was designated as a forbidden zone. By then, the raven population had grown sizable, necessitating dozens of koshis to clean the remnants of raven food daily. Thus, the region was deemed off-limits, leaving the skeletal remains to decay undisturbed, and unexcavated pits still dot the landscape. Typically, apart from the raven folk, only the food supply teams for the ravens venture here. Aside from a few bustling thoroughfares, the rest lies in utter desolation. The female priest and a knight of divine grace walk together, assigned to the same group, traversing the desolate paths. For the sake of stealth, they extinguish their torches, relying solely on the vision granted by the priestess's boon of true insight. Be cautious. There are signs of biological activity here, the priestess whispered. The boon of true insight from the divine grace manifests a runic symbol on the recipient's forehead, allowing them to perceive the world in shades of gray. The essence of things reveals its colors amidst this grayness, empowering the recipient to pierce through darkness and fog, unveiling many things invisible to the naked eye. The utilization of this boon can further develop advanced abilities. For instance, Oskrad has reached a point where he can discern the morality of individuals. The thoughts that flit through their minds manifest as colors in his vision, enabling him to ascertain friend from foe. Understood, came the somber voice of the knight. Muffled beneath his helm, he partially unsheathed his sword, vigilant of his surroundings, the pouch of dragon powder attached to him trembling slightly, releasing the sin of dragons to evade a swift demise by the aberrant scaled beings. If he can hold on a little longer, other teams will arrive to provide support. Of course, at certain moments, he may have to make sacrifices of life, to draw the enemy's attention, allowing the other teams to reach Negri safely. Wait, be careful. The priestess seemed to sense something, but before she could articulate her discovery, blood erupted, splattering onto the knight's armor. The knight of divine grace unsheathed his sword without a moment's hesitation, remaining vigilant to the sounds of his surroundings. He uttered not a single word. Beneath his helmet, an unknown liquid began to flow unbidden. Thus far, of the 15-man assault team, one had fallen. Chapter 47. 12 individuals. 3. This is a disgrace, without a doubt. As a paladin, it is imperative to safeguard the cleric behind at all times. Yet now the cleric's blood splatters upon him. This is indeed a humiliation. Rivers, wielding his knightly sword, gently caresses his armor. The slightly marred armor, now stained with the warmth of blood, prompts him to slow his breathing. The cleric's demise occurred in an instant. She had been invoking the gift of true sight, and even her ability to become invisible could not evade her perception. Thus, the enemy's position is a matter worthy of contemplation. The pressing concern is that he lacks the gift of true sight. In this inky blackness of night, he cannot proceed, let alone discern the enemy's location. How then can he hope to triumph? Tears cascade down his cheeks as he ponders, his fingers lightly tapping against his armor. The sound resonates sharply in the stillness of the night. A soft noise pierces the silence. Rivers swiftly ducks as something whizzes past him, embedding itself in a derelict building not far away. It is evident that the enemy is sensing his position through sound. Suppressing his sorrow, Rivers contemplates. The attacks are projectile, and the two strikes have originated from different locations. Her blood has splattered upon me, indicating that the attack's trajectory was aimed directly at him. Yet this latest assault has come from his flank. The adversary has shifted positions, but he has heard no sound to signal this change. Another sharp sound slices through the air, and Rivers immediately heightens his guard, only to realize that the attack is not directed at him. Following the initial noise, he hears a distinct sound of impact. The knight freezes. He has not been struck. and the foe would not be foolish enough to injure themselves. The intent behind the previous assault becomes clear. That wretched fiend is mercilessly targeting the cleric's lifeless body, seeking to exploit a weakness in the knight's defense. Rationality dictates that the path to victory lies in restraint, silently locating the enemy's position without drawing attention. Yet, how can one endure such a sight? She was a comrade, with whom he had fought side by side, trusting one another implicitly. She was his eyes, and he was her sword and shield. That scoundrel dares to assault her corpse. How could he possibly remain composed? Once more, the sound of slicing air fills the night, and without hesitation, the knight springs into action. My lord grants me the strength to protect others. A radiant white shield of light envelopes Rivers, momentarily providing him with a measure of visibility. He catches sight of a ghastly white bone spear, entwined with black threads, skimming the ground and hurtling toward the fallen cleric's body. As the protective light bestowed by his divine gift begins to fade, Rivers grips his sword tightly, standing resolutely beside his fallen comrade. He no longer conceals his breath. There is no need for subterfuge now. In his quest to defend his ally's remains, his position is irrevocably compromised. The attack is ground-hugging. Is the attacker lying in wait on the ground? Rivers contemplates, pondering the variance in attack angles. Could there be multiple assailants? At this moment, on the opposite side, closest to Rivers and the female priest, stood two trusted guards of Jalask. They had just heard Rivers' powerful invocation of the Guardian's blessing, yet felt powerless to assist, as they were confronted by a more perilous foe, the Scaled Ones. These individuals, infected by dragon blood, were incessantly oppressed by the draconic might within them, their minds spiraling into madness, akin to frenzied beasts devoid of reason. Only Negri had devised a method to control them. Otherwise, only entities imbued with the essence of dragons could momentarily halt their rampage. What tantalized them most was the opportunity to advance their studies at the Intakami Royal Knights Academy, where they could potentially acquire the art of breathing. Thus, they consented to join this expedition, and with their rich experience, they discerned the positions of the Scaled Ones through the cacophony of their frantic charges. Utilizing dragon powder, they successfully evaded the sudden onslaught of the Scaled Ones. One guard gripped a longsword, attuned to the surrounding sounds, while the other retrieved two rough-surface spheres, vigorously rubbing them together. As they sparked, he hurled one of the spheres in a specific direction. The sphere emitted smoke and crackled with flames, igniting as it rolled away, while the two spheres provided illumination amidst the darkness. The dark golden silhouette of a Scaled One flitted past the flickering light, as both guards, weapons drawn, stood back to back, vigilant of their surroundings, chewing on something to maintain their focus. There, one guard alerted, and in a flash, they rolled in opposite directions, tossing a rope towards one another. Crouching low, they spread their legs apart, pulling the rope taut. The Scaled One darted past, its scaled foot ensnared by the rope, causing the guards to stumble sideways. The coarse rope scraped against their palms, tearing through the bandages and skin beneath. Ignoring the pain, they charged towards the Scaled One. Stripped of its terrifying speed, it revealed itself to be merely a fearsome beast. However, as they surged forward, their momentum faltered as if obstructed by an unseen force. One guard swung his sword to cleave through this barrier, only to feel a sharp pain as something seized his arm. The uncontrollable grip forced his sword to slice across his companion's neck, inflicting a grievous wound. He could feel the entity burrowing into him, rendering him powerless as his sword was drawn against his own throat. Thus, of the 15-member assault team, 3 had fallen. Chapter 48, 12 People, Part 4. It seemed as though Otter had sensed something, promptly retreating into the shadows. Had he arrived too late? Chris approached the battlefield from another direction, but was met only by 2 increasingly cold corpses. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood intermingled with a peculiar aroma of gunpowder. Taking a deep breath, Chris fixed his gaze upon the 2 small orbs that were ablaze, then turned his attention to the shadows behind them. The dark golden aberrant creature leapt forth from the shadows. Its earlier leg injury had considerably reduced its speed. Chris deftly sidestepped to the side, swiftly making his way to the corpses, where he retrieved a fallen longsword and, without hesitation, swung it towards an empty space beside him. Several thin black threads were severed in an instant, and Otter charged out from the side, his right hand's skin and muscle rapidly darkening, transforming into a tentacle that lashed out towards Chris, while the aberrant creature pivoted and lunged again. The pitch-black tentacle swept past, causing Chris to lose his grip on the longsword. His body propelled backward, rolling on the ground to evade the creature's assault. The tentacle, formed from Otter's right hand, suffered a deep gash from the longsword, a wound from which black threads began to spread. Within moments, the injury had mended itself. I have devoured the flesh of my own arm with the black raven, Otter thought, and due to the limitations of the human body, only so much muscle can exist on a single arm. Yet, the boon from Lord Negri has allowed me to transcend the limits of humanity. Otter's body trembled as an abundance of dark matter congregated towards his arms, tentacles sprouting from his shoulders, each mimicking muscle formed by the black raven's plague. The thrashing tentacles created a howling wind, a harbinger of the dreadful power he now wielded. Chris rose to his feet and flexed his wrist. The strength of that black tentacle rivaled that of a dragon. If a human were to endure such a blow, they would likely be cleaved in two. Had he not sensed the impending danger and released his grip, his hand might have been shattered as well. He had transformed into a true monstrosity. Observing the multitude of dark, muscular tentacles sprouting from Otter, it was evident that he had become predominantly a creature of tentacles, rendering his original form a mere encumbrance. Behold, aberrant creature, go forth and vanquish him. Chris inhaled deeply, his body springing into action. The aberrant creature's speed had diminished, and with the aid of dragon powder, he merely needed to exercise caution, for it had become increasingly difficult for them to inflict harm upon him, though his range of movement was now restricted. Otter supported himself with two tentacles, while the others lashed violently. Trees were shattered, and buildings were reduced to rubble under their onslaught. The winds, stirred by the tentacles, stung Chris's skin. Faced with such a frenzied assault of tentacles, and the sporadic attacks from the aberrant creature, all of Chris's focus was devoted to countering these onslaughts. There was no room for error. A single strike from a tentacle or a successful pounce from the aberrant creature would spell his demise. What are you still holding on to? Surrender. The Black Crow pathogens do not experience fatigue or soreness like human muscles, and soon you will find yourself utterly drained. Adri's body dangled precariously from the black tendrils. As the pathogens that constituted his other parts were siphoned away to form muscular appendages, he appeared exceedingly frail, and were it not for the two tendrils supporting him, he would be unable to stand at all. Consequently, while his tendril assaults were ferocious, their speed and range were not formidable. Otherwise, Chris would not have been able to endure until now. Relinquish your resistance, Chris. You cannot triumph against me, especially not against Lord Negri. Adri spoke slowly. Look beneath you, Chris. You have already lost. Chris was taken aback as he noticed that the two ebony tendrils supporting him had shrunk significantly. And on the ground, a web of black threads had formed, ensnaring him. The threads pierced through Chris's trousers, embedding themselves into his skin, their delicate filaments burrowing deeper into his feet, constraining his movements. The massive tendril descended upon Chris, who was rendered immobile. You are the one who has lost. Chris exhaled sharply, deep chaotic rhythm. Have you not yet realized? Chris extended his hand, invoking the golden rhythm, straining against the tendril's assault. Much of your body has been consumed by the Black Crow. Now, as it is extracted to form tendrils, a dissonance in rhythm has emerged. Your emaciated form attests to this, and compounded by the poison, your rhythm has been severely compromised. My deep chaotic rhythm is merely an introduction. Poisoned Adri's gaze shifted to the two small spheres, nearly burned out, and the sustenance being incessantly chewed by the two individuals. And he comprehended the situation in an instant. You are gradually losing your strength. Chris braced himself against the tendril's strike, but at this juncture, the force of the tendrils had waned due to the rhythmic dissonance. The counterattack began. Rhythm disruption fist. Chris swung his fists, striking at the tendrils as if they were targets. The rhythm fist could exploit the weak points in an enemy's rhythm, rendering them unable to react, while rhythm disruption could create a repulsive force against the severed entities. Thus, with each punch, Chris unleashed a formidable repulsion. The threads embedded in his feet were torn asunder, one punch following another, until finally, one fist struck directly against Adri's chest, the repulsive force impacting his heart, causing it to rupture and cease beating. Sensing Adri's life force gradually waning, Chris strained to maintain his breath, vigilant against the assault of the aberrant scaled creature. Although he appeared to have achieved an easy victory, he was indeed on the brink of exhaustion. If Adri could endure just a moment longer, he might truly lose. In his current predicament with the aberrant scaled creature, he could do nothing but hope that, without a master's control, it would refrain from attacking him, imbued with dragon powder. After the demise of Otter, the aberrant scaled creature became exceedingly agitated. It fixated its gaze upon Otter's lifeless body, oscillating between approaching and retreating. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, it lunged at Otter's corpse. Opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and without a moment's hesitation, it sank its fangs into the nape of Otter's neck. A small, embedded bulge was ruptured, releasing a cascade of golden blood. Observing the creature as it voraciously licked up the shimmering blood, Chris gradually retreated, having dealt with his adversary. Yet, he pondered the fates of the others. Just then, he noticed a brilliant radiance emerge in the distance, its luminous glow strikingly magnificent. Chapter 49, 11, Part 5. What a dazzling radiance. Chris, captivated by the brilliant light rising in the distance, disregarded his fatigue and sprinted towards it. On the ground, the aberrant scales were ravenously licking the blood from Otter's neck. Suddenly, the creature froze as several slender, pitch-black tendrils emerged from Otter's neck and pierced the aberrant's mouth. The massive, muscular appendages began to writhe, constricting around the aberrant's throat. With overwhelming strength, they twisted its neck into a grotesque spiral before casting it aside. The aberrant's head rolled to the ground, and Otter, resembling a creature even more monstrous, extended his dark tendrils into the aberrant's body, extracting a still-beating heart. That was a close call. Otter rose to his feet, his new heart already functioning, while remnants of dragon blood slowly coursed through his veins. How troublesome. I am ill-suited for a dragon blood transplant. It's possible I might one day become a mindless aberrant. Otter felt an unprecedented exhaustion. The corvid virus had been working for too long, and he needed sustenance. Then, Otter noticed the corpse of the aberrant on the ground. He extended his right hand, and the dark tendrils spread forth, penetrating the lifeless form. Otter no longer cared about the contamination of dragon blood. He had resolved to replenish his energy and then pursue Chris and the others once more, determined to thwart the enemy's advance with his own life before succumbing to aberration. Do you believe you have performed admirably? The voice of Negri caused Otter's complexion to pale. Some enemies are already perilously close. Negri, seated upon a throne of bones, spoke in a chilling tone. Do you understand why I disseminated false information regarding my slumber? My subordinate. I believe it was to compel those lurking enemies to reveal themselves. Otter hesitated before articulating his thoughts. That is indeed one aspect. But I also believe that you have gradually fallen behind my pace. Negri's tone remained eerily calm, yet his words sent a shiver down Otter's spine. Consider the weaknesses you have exposed in battle: pride, arrogance, complacency. You have become increasingly feeble, immersed in the power I bestowed upon you. Negri's words left Otter in despair, as the meaning of his existence was cast into doubt, and he felt devoid of hope. I understand, Master Negri. Otter knelt, tears streaming down his face. His eyes filled with shame and resolve. No matter what, he would strive to excel this time, determined not to squander this opportunity and disappoint his master. Time briefly rewinds. At this moment, the Knight of Divine Grace, Rivers, stood vigil over his fallen comrade, prepared for an imminent attack. Did you hear that commotion? A mocking voice suddenly echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern its source. It is the sound of your other companions meeting their demise. The voice exclaimed with excitement. Your companions, much like this woman, were killed without resistance. Their flesh was pierced, blood spilled forth, and the most precious essence of life was lost in an instant. It is truly amusing how you people choose to live, when you could simply survive. Yet you instead seek death, clutching the corpses of your comrades as if they are sacred. Such a ludicrous notion only propels you closer to your demise. Cease your noise. Rivers admonished in a low voice, just then hearing two nearly simultaneous sounds slicing through the air. Guardian. A faint white light of protection shimmered, granting Rivers a glimpse of the trajectory from which two bone spears were launched. However, it was already too late to evade or deflect them. He barely managed to cleave one of the bone spears with his knight's sword, while the other pierced through his protective light, driving straight into his chest. How remarkably resilient you are, Sir Knight, the voice continued to mock. Yet your fortitude will only lead you to further torment. You have failed to discern my position. The next assault shall be your end. Who says I cannot locate you, you filthy, foolish burrowing rodent? This series of attacks has allowed me to pinpoint your whereabouts. Rivers shouted furiously. My lord grants me the right to sacrifice, and for the ideals I hold dear, I shall not hesitate. With a leap, Rivers erupted in a blinding white light, plunging his knight's sword into the earth beneath him. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as the ground sank below, revealing remnants of what lay beneath. This was indeed a vast pit where the remains of crows had been buried, filled with countless bones, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of soil. The accumulation of bones had natural gaps, which had been meticulously cleared to form passages connecting to various subterranean locations. The voice of his adversary echoed through these channels, creating an illusion of omnipresence. The sound resonated underground due to bone conduction. Once activated, the sacrificial gift imbued the recipient with formidable holy light, endowing their strikes with devastating power, albeit at a dire cost. The skeletal structure supporting the passageways had already been significantly depleted, and with River's sacrificial blow, it inevitably collapsed. Lying amidst the sunken heap of bones, Rivers, having invoked the sacrificial gift, felt his life nearing its conclusion. The buried corvids beneath the earth struggled relentlessly. Had it been anyone else in such a predicament, they would likely await their demise. Yet he was different. He had implanted the black crow pathogen into his own bones, allowing it to consume and replace his skeletal structure. When necessary, he could transform into a soft-bodied entity. In the palms of his hands, 2 hollow cavities existed. He had hollowed out the bones of his forearms, transforming them into a bone spear launcher, enabling him to fire any elongated object placed within. He extended the black crow pathogen from the hollow in his palm, fashioning it into a digging tool, relentlessly burrowing upward. The foolish knight, having unleashed such an assault, lay incapacitated upon the ground, on the brink of death. Ultimately, victory belonged to me. The crowman emerged from the earth, having cleared away the soil, yet before he could express his delight, he beheld Chris and 2 others standing before him. Thus, the blessed knight Rivers, having invoked the sacrificial grace, was rendered unable to fight, leaving only 11 out of the original 15 assault troops. Chapter 50. 10 individuals. End. How is the situation? The question was posed by another guard under Gelrosk, who was teamed with a divine knight. The guard's expression was notably grave, clearly aware of the demise of the other 2 guards. I employed a breathing technique to stabilize his rhythm. His life was preserved, yet he required urgent treatment, lest he remain in a perpetual state of unconsciousness. Chris rose to his feet. River's body leaned against the wall, his eyes shut in a deep unconsciousness. The sacrificial grace had drained him excessively. Had Chris not arrived in time to alleviate his after-effects through the breathing method, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Meanwhile, the divine knight was drawing his sword to prevent the captured Raven Man from escaping, preparing to extract intelligence. After all, the previous Raven Men had displayed an unwavering willingness to sacrifice their lives for Negri, yet this one crouched there, noticing Chris's gaze, and flashed him a charming smile. Will you spare me? I can divulge everything. Let me go, and I shall depart from Rhea, never to appear before you again. The Raven Man hunched his body, attempting to appear pitiful, his tone exceedingly humble. Isn't it said that Negri's Raven Men are fearless in battle? Chris inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Lord Negri chose the Raven Men to complete himself. Thus, anyone with desirable traits can be accepted, the Raven Man replied, exuding a sense of pride. While I may not rival those lords in combat prowess, my will to survive surpasses that of all others. Complete oneself? Chris narrowed his eyes. Elaborate. Divulge everything you know about Negri and any other Raven Men. I will speak at once, the Raven Man beamed, seemingly possessing an enchanting quality that compelled those who beheld him to gradually relinquish their hostility. His every action resonated with an uncanny comfort, inciting an involuntary desire to spare him. Regarding Lord Negri, I know little. My selection as a Raven Man was quite accidental. In truth, I have met Lord Negri only a handful of times. The Raven Man spoke cautiously. Back then, Lord Negri was not as otherworldly as he is now. He merely exuded a formidable presence, akin to a king, inciting an innate urge to follow him. Yet, as enemies fell by his hand and Raven Men offered their lives, he grew increasingly powerful and increasingly unlike a mere human. Honestly, unlike those who desperately seek to draw closer, I wish to distance myself from him. For being near him evokes an impulse to surrender my life in his service. Thus, my advice to you is to leave this place, truly. The Raven Man's gaze towards the group was strikingly sincere, a sincerity so profound it was almost terrifying. Lord Negri has transcended the realm of humanity. Each time he encounters me, he seduces me towards self-destruction, compelling me to surrender my will to live for his gain. Yet, with each escape from his enchantment, I sense his delight, akin to a farmer witnessing the vigorous growth of his crops. Even now, echoes persist in my mind, urging me to end my life and offer myself to Lord Negri, promising a release from all worries and fears. Would you not agree? The crowman's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of madness, his boneless form contracting, and in the next moment, he lunged at the divine knight like a venomous serpent seizing its prey, his arms outstretched, dark bones protruding from the voids of his hands. Without the safeguard of bones, the crowman was easily cleaved in half, collapsing onto the ground. Pain jolted him back to consciousness as tears and blood mingled, and with his last vestige of strength, he crawled toward the ancient tree of the Forbidden Land. Lord Negri, I do not wish to die. I still have room to grow. Save me, Lord Negri. No, you have already matured. A voice resounded within the crowman's mind. At this moment, your desire to survive is at its peak. Lord Negri. Even until his final breath, the crowman pleaded for mercy, yet he could not evade death. His life officially ceased, and the dark plague of the black crow seeped slowly from the void in his hand, merging with the earth, inching toward Negri's location. There is no need for shame. This is merely human nature. Chris chuckled softly. After his extensive travels, he had encountered all manner of individuals. And after witnessing Negri's eerie terror, the choices made by others seemed entirely reasonable. Demanding that others sacrifice their lives for the so-called righteousness is not true justice. It is merely moral coercion. Watching as the guards carried Rivers away, Chris sighed. Now only 10 remained. Excluding the 2 crowmen and the freed aberrant, their ranks had thinned. From the display of forces that day, it appeared they still faced 4 crowmen and 3 aberrants. He wondered about the outcomes for the others and the travelers from the Roya's kingdom. Let us move on to assist the others. We cannot afford further losses. And we are not far from Lord Negri, Chris said to the Divine Knight, as they navigated through the darkness toward the positions of their comrades. Upon the throne of bones, Negri rested his chin upon one hand, a joyful smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a diligent cultivator reaping a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, Negri lifted his gaze toward the front, where someone was hastening across the bones. Have they finally arrived? Allow me to witness the quality of your resolve. He mused with a chuckle. Chapter 51. Negri, Part 1. The Raven Man, draped in a dark cloak, raced across the bone-strewn ground, his breath coming in frantic gasps, as if he were fleeing from some unspeakable horror. Lord Noah, the enemy is far too powerful. John and the others have already been slain. We cannot hold our ground any longer. We must take Lord Negri and escape. He implored anxiously. Has your mind rotted amidst wine and women? Noah replied. Disappointment etched on his face as he regarded the Raven Man. Another rotten fruit, it seems. What do you intend to do, Lord Noah? The Raven Man questioned. His expression turning wary, the long black hair behind him swirling like seaweed. Anya, you once persisted with unwavering determination to earn your place among the ravens, Noah remarked, causing Anya's countenance to shift dramatically. Anya's expression grew increasingly complex, and with a tone tinged with urgency, he retorted, this is not the time for such discussions. The Royas are upon us. We must swiftly relocate Lord Negri. Alas, I was mistaken. Your tenacity remains, albeit now foolishly misplaced, Noah scoffed. What has led you to believe we can afford to flee? It appears you have thoroughly gone astray and must be pruned away. I shall be the one to prune you. Should you wish to perish, do not obstruct my path. Anya erupted in anger, his hair twisting towards Noah with a life of its own. Though this imp was an esteemed ally of Lord Negri, his youth rendered him weak. Eliminating him might pave the way for Anya to become the next esteemed ally. He infused the raven plague into his scalp, transforming his hair into tendrils of the raven disease. These raven strands were remarkably resilient. Once they ensnared an enemy, they would constrict tighter and tighter, until the foe was left riddled with countless wounds, suffering a torturous demise. Perish, obstructive wretch, Anya declared, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld Noah ensnared by the raven strands. Mechamizai, a surge of golden flames erupted, instantly igniting the raven strands, which disintegrated into dust. And from the remnants of the flames, Noah emerged unscathed. Mechamizai, the flame goddess of the Kosi people, was mythically depicted as a colossal dragon exhaling fire. After assimilating the soul blood, Noah felt a heightened resonance with the divine name of fire. Uttering the name summoned flames that were not only potent, but now gleamed with a golden hue. No, it cannot be. The flames consumed Anya's being, transforming him into a golden torch, the searing heat inflicting excruciating agony, yet amplifying his despair was Noah's overwhelming power. Your shamanic abilities cannot possibly be this formidable. Anya cried out in defiance. Do you believe everyone ceases their struggle after a single bout of perseverance? Noah gazed coldly at the torch and declared, you, who have come to a standstill, lack even the qualifications to ascend to adulthood. Let the darkness within you be purified by the flames. The brittle sound of bones echoed in the distance as 7 or 8 uniformed Royasians approached from the other side. Smick glanced at the lifeless Anya, then turned his gaze to Noah, this unnaturally calm youth. So, you are turning upon each other, seeking to surrender to us and pledge your loyalty to His Majesty Eldritch? Smick inquired deliberately, knowing that the youth would be unable to withstand provocation, perhaps revealing some useful information. A futile test. Noah maintained his impassive expression and slowly addressed the entourage from the Roya's kingdom. Lord Negri invites you to his presence to discuss certain matters. Do you wish to align with Royas? Smick squinted, attempting to discern any emotions on Noah's face, yet found nothing. Had he encountered this youth at the same age? He might have been deeply affected. "Please follow me." Noah turned, seemingly unafraid of any ambush from the Royasians. Smick furrowed his brow. If one were to think positively, perhaps Negri truly feared and sought peace with them. That would be ideal. Allowing the Royasians to seize the realm of Rheospermia and transform it into a forward base against the kingdom of Incam. However, the demeanor and actions of this youth suggested he was not inclined to surrender. Through his breathing techniques, Smick had sensed an ominous presence from Negri, and he had to concede that such a rhythm could only be matched by His Majesty Eldritch. Furthermore, from the fragments of information he had gathered, it seemed Negri was continuously evolving, becoming increasingly terrifying. Smick mused. Even if the other party intended to negotiate, they would likely seek to suppress Negri's momentum, preventing further advancement. "Stay alert for traps," Smick quietly warned his companions as he followed Noah onward. An aura of foreboding and danger, exuding an otherworldly charm that surpassed humanity, enveloped Smick as he beheld Negri seated upon the throne of bones. "Ah, you must be from the Royas kingdom. You appear rather commendable." Negri opened his eyes and addressed the secretive Royasian squad with a slow, deliberate tone. The manner in which he spoke and the gleam in his eyes caused Smick to tremble involuntarily. Negri seemed like a diner at a banquet, smiling as he remarked, "Look, this steak is quite exquisite, remarkably tender." This evoked a visceral sense of being the food itself in Smick, and it was no mere illusion. He surveyed the ground strewn with bones, remnants of various creatures, yet predominantly human remains. As a soldier of the Royas kingdom, Smick had likely slain more individuals than many would encounter in a lifetime. Though such acts fell within a soldier's duty, wherein life and death in battle bore no moral distinction, he occasionally grappled with feelings of guilt and unease. However, when confronted with the existence before him, Smick could deeply sense that the other party truly regarded them, these living beings, as mere sustenance consumed daily, with a complete lack of remorse. For to him, it was an entirely natural matter. "Negri," Smick proclaimed solemnly, as a member of the rancher family, as a bearer of the light flow. "As a soldier of the Royas kingdom, and as a member of humanity, I demand your immediate surrender. Otherwise, only annihilation awaits you." Ha ha ha. What a profoundly stirring declaration. Negri, seated upon the throne, propped his chin on one hand and, upon hearing Smick's words, erupted into a delighted laugh. "Then come forth, humans." Chapter 52. Negri. Part 2. Negri spoke of humanity as if he were discussing mere slices of bread, sending shivers down the spines of the people from the kingdom of Royas. "Attack!" Smick shouted, his body twisting and vanishing from sight, while several others drew their knightly swords and charged in unison towards Negri. Adorning the belts of these Royas soldiers were a series of thumb-sized vials containing various colorful liquids. The soldiers expertly withdrew one vial, shimmering with a fiery red liquid, tossing it into the air, where a knightly sword accurately struck it. The vial shattered, spilling its crimson contents, which coated the sword, igniting it with a bizarre, blood-red flame that emanated a peculiar and ominous power. Negri squinted, scrutinizing the layer of crimson fire. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the primary extraordinary powers of the kingdom of Royas throughout history were limited to two: the breathing techniques mastered by the nobility and the ancestral spirit armor, referred to as the kingdom's treasured artifact. Historical records indicated that there were only about 10 sets of such armor within the entire kingdom. The armor itself was ordinary, but the essence lay in the ancestral spirits. These ancestral spirits were the lingering souls of heroes from Royas history. Upon sensing their impending demise, they would partake in a ritual that, at the cost of their lives, transformed them into entities known as ancestral spirits. Subsequently, craftsmen of Royas would affix these spirits to armor, allowing any individual who gained their recognition to don the armor and receive the spirit's enhancements. Warriors clad in ancestral spirit armor were akin to 1 against 100 on the battlefield. The remaining souls typically disintegrated, transforming into a wisp of essence infused with their final emotions and fragments of memory. If the body remained intact and the soul's strength was sufficient, it could evolve into a lingering spirit. These lingering spirits lacked rationality, aimlessly wandering beside their corpses, sustaining themselves by absorbing life force. Once the body no longer possessed vitality, if the spirits failed to replenish their essence, they would ultimately dissipate into mere essence. However, in reality, when Negri killed, he absorbed a significant portion of his victim's life force. If the remaining souls could not even draw upon the vitality of their own corpses, they would be rendered powerless. Even if they transformed into lingering spirits, those spirits, despite awakening latent abilities, would be at the mercy of the more developed lingering spirits. Moreover, Negri had yet to witness souls retaining their essence after death transforming into any other form. He had attempted to intercept true spirits upon death. But the fate of these true spirits lay entirely beyond his control. The ancestral spirit ritual of the Kingdom of Royas might utilize true spirits, a prospect that had long intrigued Negri. Yet, the Royas warriors before him wielded an entirely new power. Intelligence he had gathered hinted that, after Eldritch unified the domestic factions, he had summoned various skilled artisans, even sorcerers, in an attempt to create something remarkable. Is this the creation of Eldritch? Negri beckoned with his finger, causing a bone to levitate, and with a flick, the bone transformed into a radiant white light, striking one warrior's nightsword, deflecting it, and then ricocheting to pierce the center of his forehead. The warrior's body collapsed weakly among the pile of bones, and rather than blood, a strange crimson flame ignited from the wound on his forehead, expanding until the entire corpse became a blazing torch. The flames danced upon the body, seemingly attempting to take on a specific form, yet failing inexplicably. The burning knight's sword fell amid the bones, and oddly enough, the white remains showed no sign of alteration. The flames flickered for a moment before extinguishing. The remaining warriors, undeterred by the death of their comrade, approached Negri, brandishing their knight's swords engulfed in eerie flames from various angles. Truly, they were oblivious to their impending doom. Negri sat upon his throne of bones, making minimal movements. With a mere gesture, the bones beneath him soared, transforming into a storm of skeletal projectiles, forcing the warriors to evade. A spine shot past the shoulder of one Rojas warrior, seemingly animated, coiling around his neck and tightening relentlessly. His face flushed crimson as he grasped his sword with one hand, while futilely trying to pry off the spine with the other. Negri continued to manipulate the skeletal assault, driving back the remaining warriors. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the stranglehold on the neck of the ensnared warrior, dragging him before Negri. Several spines rose, binding the warrior's limbs, rendering him immobile despite his desperate struggles. What appeared to be flames was, in fact, something far more sinister, Negri mused. With a wave of his hand, he directed the warrior's sword arm, positioning the knight's sword towards himself. As the blood-red flames drew near, something beneath the warrior's skin began to writhe, and when the flames finally seared him, the hidden form erupted violently. It was a network of veins, ablaze with crimson fire, tearing through the warrior's skin, yet what gushed forth was not blood, but that very flame itself. Was it merely fire that consumed blood? It seemed that any indirect contact with such flames would ignite this inferno. Negri contemplated as he compelled the warrior to plunge the knight's sword into his own flesh. Another torch ignited, and Negri found himself increasingly intrigued by this blood-red flame, judging by the reactions of these warriors. The internal dynamics of the Rojas kingdom had matured considerably regarding this power. Eldritch, it seemed, would prove to be a most delectable fruit. Suddenly, Negri raised his hand, and a curved blade materialized, suspended in midair. Did you think I would not notice you, human? With a snap of his fingers, Smick's form was forced into visibility. Propelled backward. Do you still wish to resist? Negri rose from the throne, his tone serene yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Kneel down, all of you. Chapter 53. Negri, Part 3. Upon hearing Negri's voice, the bodies of those present involuntarily responded to his commands, their legs weakening as if they could collapse to their knees at any moment. It was as though another version of themselves resided within their minds, dictating their actions. This was one of the abilities Negri had developed over the years, known as the Words of Dominion. Through the years, Negri had absorbed an immense amount of soul energy, gaining profound insights into human psychology. He understood precisely how different individuals might react psychologically in various situations. Thus, from the moment he encountered these individuals, his every gesture exerted psychological pressure upon them. The air was thick with a pervasive contagion, which they inhaled, allowing the pathogens connected to Negri to infiltrate their bodies. When the number of pathogens within them reached a certain threshold, Negri could communicate directly with their consciousness. Although the pathogens within these individuals were limited, Negri could still convey his intentions through subtle mental transmissions. The combination of environmental pressure, suggestive language, and the continuous dissemination of his thoughts via the pathogens would soon overwhelm the psychologically weak, breaking down their mental defenses. Once those defenses were breached, they would become mere puppets under Negri's control. Hence, this technique was aptly named the Words of Dominion. Suddenly, Negri furrowed his brow as he observed the warriors of Rojas, who had been struggling under his influence. In an unexpected turn, they stood upright, their legs no longer trembling. Brandishing their flaming swords, they let out a fierce roar, retrieving small vials from their waists. Within them swirled a golden liquid, which they crushed in their palms, shattering the vials and drawing blood that mingled with the golden substance. Negri noted with clarity that one warrior had lost a tooth during the roar. In an instant, he comprehended how they had escaped his control. Their tooth had been modified, infused with a certain serum, likely a stimulant, that elevated their spirits and liberated them from the grasp of the words of dominion. What, then, was the purpose of that golden serum? Intrigued, Negri watched the Rojas warriors in action, refraining from immediate violence. Should he slay them now, he would gain nothing but a mere collection of insufficient emotions. Instead, he preferred to maintain a glimmer of hope for them, teasing out their latent potential, allowing them to refine their souls to an optimal state. It was only then that their souls would become exquisitely delectable. After all, times had changed. In the beginning, Negri had struggled for mere survival and thus accepted whatever sustenance he could find. Now, however, he was no longer in want of food. He sought something far more exquisite to further his own evolution. He was not engaged in battle. He was merely in the process of culinary artistry, transforming these souls into something far more delectable. The blood of the Royas warriors intertwined with a golden liquid, which, as if awakened, proliferated rapidly, surging into the wounds of the warriors like a living entity. It was visibly apparent that something writhed beneath their skin, as if an entire being squirmed beneath the surface. Under the influence of the stimulants cleverly concealed within their teeth, their sensation of pain diminished significantly, and the agony they endured merely drew a furrowed brow. Soon, the physiques of these warriors swelled, their bodies taut with muscle and radiating a golden glow. The crimson flames on their knightly swords seemed to resonate with the fiery essence enveloping them, transforming each warrior into a colossal being ablaze with sanguine flames. Could they still cooperate? Negri perceived the rapid demise of the pathogens within them. Evidently, after integrating that golden liquid, their immune systems had been remarkably enhanced, rendering the few lingering pathogens within utterly incapable of resistance. It appeared that Eldritch had acquired something extraordinary. Such manifestly supernatural elements, though not entirely absent in this low magic world, were exceedingly rare, often either tightly bound by tradition or dwindling to mere remnants. In the case of the Royas warriors, the method of obtaining supernatural power through diverse potions had evidently reached a high level of sophistication, enabling mass production. The ability to manufacture extraordinary potions in a low magic realm clearly indicated the acquisition of remarkable resources. Of course, this supernatural ability likely bore limitations and side effects. Negri reasoned that otherwise, these individuals would not have waited until now to employ them. Moreover, some of these potions bore similarities to dragon's blood, containing a fragment of will. Observing the Royas warriors, Negri noted that since their consumption of the golden potion, their mental states had been in constant flux. It became clear that their intention behind using stimulants to counteract his command was not their primary objective. Rather, their foremost aim was to shield themselves from the influence of the will embedded within the golden potion. Could the raw materials for these potions also derive from some extraordinary being? Negri speculated as he once again commanded the skeletal remains to ascend, directing them towards the warriors. This ability to manipulate objects stemmed from Negri's spectral interference, although his influence was not overwhelmingly potent. The remarkable strength he exhibited was attributed to the presence of various pathogens within the bones. The synergy of his interference with the control over these pathogens allowed him to exert considerable force. However, this time, as the skeletal remnant shot forth, the Royas warriors made no attempt to evade them. The sanguine flames, having latched onto the golden warriors, underwent a transformation. Upon contact, the bones began to dissolve, turning into a pool of white liquid that splattered upon them before dissipating into a cloud of white mist. 5 humanoid torches charged towards Negri, exuding an aura of unstoppable momentum. Finally, it resembled a formidable spectacle. Finally descending from his throne, Negri gazed upon the 5 approaching Royas warriors, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Ever since the formation of the Raven Legion, Rhea's foes had been dealt with by the ravenous forces. Even those who managed to breach the Raven's blockade and arrive at the Forbidden Grounds would find themselves effortlessly dispatched by his hand. Reflecting upon it, Negri realized that it had been nearly 3 years since he had truly engaged in combat. The Ravens had gradually fallen behind his pace, and at this moment, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his prowess, for his adversaries bore a semblance of challenge, allowing him to exert a greater degree of his strength. As he beheld the advancing Royas warriors, Negri clenched his fists and smiled with delight. Chapter 54. Negri, Part 4. Those flames, initially, merely induced a transformation within the blood. It was only after they latched onto the Golden Warrior that a profound change occurred. Negri meticulously analyzed that in the midst of battle, as long as one did not achieve an overwhelming advantage, the information regarding the opponent's abilities remained crucial. Hence, a probing attack was essential. Negri clenched his fist and delivered a blow to the charging Roya's warrior. If Otter had gained extraordinary human strength through the substitution of most pathogens with the Black Raven, then Negri's entire physique was composed of pathogens, their simulated muscles enabling him to exert a force that pierced through the Roya's warrior's chest before he could react. The Roya's warrior maintained his composure. Under the dual influence of stimulants and the golden elixir, he felt a transcendence of spirit, rendering death no longer a source of fear. His unwavering conviction to achieve his goal drove him to muster his final strength to grasp Negri's arm. You are doomed. The flames of the End God will utterly consume you, reducing you to ashes. Even as his body was penetrated, no blood spilled forth, only a vivid crimson flame remained. Was this flame truly the flames of the End God? Negri observed his right hand rapidly melting away, devoid of panic, taking an intrigued approach to perceive the nature of this fire. As the flames threatened to spread to his shoulder, Negri's right hand detached itself effortlessly, revealing a smooth, clean severance. From this juncture emerged a black muscular arm, the size of an infant, slick with mucus. The arm expanded continuously until it reached a normal size. A layer of white mucus oozing from the black muscle, swiftly forming new skin. Negri had gleaned an understanding of the combustion rate and temperature of this flame. He flexed his newly formed right hand. It seemed as though something coalesced in the air. With a flourish, he extended his hand, and pristine white nails began to grow. Then you may perish. Should he delve deeper into his research, Negri could experiment with various pathogens to cultivate nails with even higher resistance. However, such endeavors proved unnecessary. Those ensnared by the will of the elixirs had elevated their convictions to the pinnacle of their potential. Thus, there was no reason to squander time. With the right seasoning, these individuals would serve as mere appetizers. Negri turned towards Smick, inquiring, "Is the first course ready, my dear sir? As a fallen spirit, you were once human, were you not?" Smick gazed at Negri in astonishment. Although he had anticipated Negri's formidable strength, he had not fathomed it would be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, his squad, the End God team, had been annihilated without a chance to retaliate. In terms of physical prowess, combat skills, and tactical awareness, Negri stood as one of the most elite beings in this world. Though these individuals may not possess the legendary prowess of the Ranger Chris, nor the esteemed lineage of Smick, they have traversed the mercenary path for many years, acquiring a wealth of skill and knowledge. Under the tutelage of numerous masters, Negri has absorbed their combat experiences, techniques, and even their instinctual awareness of battle. Even without extraordinary physical attributes, he stands as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of humanity. Moreover, with his unique physique and various exceptional abilities, he transcends the limits of the human species, wielding an overwhelming advantage over mankind. This explains why the drug-enhanced warriors of Royas fall easily before him. But what does it matter? To be entangled in the identity of humanity? To fret over actions that may not align with societal norms? To be burdened by the moral judgments of the heart? Negri scoffed, declaring, "In comparison to my aspirations, such concerns are trivial distractions. What I seek is dominion over all, unshackled by mundane considerations. I need only heed my own convictions." As Negri absorbed the essence of the Royas warrior and gleaned vital information, he addressed Smick. Ordinary individuals inevitably harbor something known as conscience, a byproduct of existence within this society, tainted by the so-called public morality. When one engages in actions that conflict with this public morality, it is only natural to be beset by the weight of conscience, leading to hesitation. You too, Smick, find yourself in such a predicament. You waver between the interests of Eldritch and the nobility, unsure whether to align with the force that could elevate the Roya's kingdom or decide with your noble heritage. Yet, I tell you, Smick, those doubts are but trifles. Extending his hand toward Smick, Negri urged, "Embrace the endeavor, Smick. Push open the door of treachery. Cast aside those superfluous concerns and submit to me. You will discover a profound sense of tranquility awaiting you." Smick trembled, compelled to acknowledge his wavering resolve. In that moment, his beliefs offered no resistance to Negri's invitation. Each person is ensnared within a colossal cage, bound by myriad restraints. It is undeniable that deep within, everyone yearns to break free from these shackles. Yet, in the act of liberation, one may encounter the tantalizing thrill of treachery, a pleasure that now beckons him. "You have made a judicious choice, Smick," Negri commended. It is this version of you that is worthy of becoming the first course. Chapter 55, Negri, Part 5. Although my willpower is as unyielding as granite, impervious to the passage of centuries, I deem it insufficient to attain the status of an omnipotent ruler. The steadfastness you exhibit in the face of temptation, and unwavering commitment to your beliefs, is precisely what I have long sought. Negri regarded Smick with a smile, stating, "As a reward for earning my admiration, I shall suppress my physical prowess, limiting my strength and speed to the pinnacle of human capability. And I shall refrain from employing my telekinetic abilities. Should you manage to overcome me, I shall spare you and may even consider collaborating with your sovereign." Enough of your grandiloquence. Smick's voice rang out from a distance, despite his physical presence remaining far from Negri. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. Have you not learned your lesson? Negri's right hand transformed, the virulent spores coalescing, and a pristine blade extended from his wrist, intercepting an invisible weapon. Suddenly, a gash appeared on Negri's cheek, revealing the dark, malignant spores beneath, while wisps of white vitality dissipated. Fortunately, the small wound mended swiftly. Your ability to discern my presence relies on those particles suspended in the air, does it not? Smick's voice echoed. They permeate the entire space, enabling you to ascertain my location and movements, even when I conceal myself. I have seen through your little tricks, Negri. Withdrawing slightly, Smick gradually revealed his form, and more apparitions of him emerged. Flow of light, illusions of light. By manipulating the rhythm of light, he conjured various phantoms, which, though resembling human figures, exuded the essence of suns. The creeping spores near the illusions were obliterated by the luminous rhythm. Now you cannot discern my true self amidst these movements. A dozen Smicks occupied different positions, their voices seemingly altered, making it difficult to pinpoint their origin. You truly possess a remarkable skill, Smick, Negri lauded. Unleash more of your potential, let your soul become even more delectable. With his right hand raised, Negri charged toward the phantoms of Smick, genuinely suppressing his physical attributes to the apex of human capability. Although still astonishingly swift, he was no longer so fast as to render reaction impossible. The myriad Smicks approached, their illusions strikingly convincing, rendering Negri unable to discern the real from the false. The genuine Smick blended seamlessly among them, and a lapse in judgment could lead to his undoing. The first Smick surged forward without hesitation, brandishing a curved blade to strike at Negri. He raised his wrist blade to defend, only to realize that this Smick passed right through him, merely an illusion. As Negri raised his hand to respond, several Smicks simultaneously brandished their curved blades, attacking from various angles. This maneuver countered his assault, leaving the others defenseless. If they chose to confront the illusory attacks, the true Smick would strike at Negri without any protection. However, in the next moment, all 5 fingers of Negri's left hand erupted, dark liquid splattering towards the surrounding Smicks. The liquid penetrated effortlessly, revealing that all those attacking Smicks were mere phantoms. Such caution? Negri remarked with surprise. He had contemplated this method of testing. Had the Smicks truly been among those phantoms attacking him, he would have delivered a lethal blow without hesitation. The Smicks remained silent, their numerous illusions continuously shifting positions, occasionally overlapping, creating a perplexing spectacle that made it difficult to discern the genuine from the false. In pairs, they launched relentless attacks from various directions. With the uncertainty of which was an illusion and which was the real Smick, it felt as if he were under siege by a dozen Smicks. Negri's left wrist sprouted a blade, and he danced with dual weapons, slicing through any approaching Smick. The ferocity of the phantom assaults grew, and Negri appeared somewhat fatigued from the onslaught. As his blade sliced through one Smick's figure, he swiftly redirected it to target another illusion. Yet, that half-illusion continued its assault with the curved knife aimed at Negri. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint shadow accompanying the blade. Just as the Smick thought victory was within reach, Negri spun his body, disregarding the phantoms. He parried the Smick's curved knife with his wrist blade and thrust forward without hesitation. Observing the blood upon his blade, Negri shook his head, realizing that had the Smick reacted even slightly slower, his wrist blade would have pierced the heart rather than the abdomen. The Smick gazed at the bones beneath his feet, his curved knife slashing through the air. Among the white bones lay a dark, meaty strip. Though your illusions are remarkably lifelike, the fact remains that they are false. Only you possess weight among them, Negri explained with a smile. Thus, I have concentrated an excess of pathogens within some of these bones, hidden away. Even your light-based movements cannot instantaneously eradicate them. Your footfalls cause the pathogens to shift, revealing your position. There was, however, one detail Negri refrained from sharing with the Smick. The light-based techniques were utterly ineffective in the presence of Negri's perception field. A mere fluctuation of light could not obstruct such awareness. From the very beginning, the Smyk stood no chance against Negri. The situation he presented was merely a facade to provoke his opponent's potential, yet in essence, Negri had consistently controlled the flow of battle while firmly holding onto several trump cards. It is precisely due to such an overwhelming advantage that Negri seeks to awaken the potential within his adversaries, engaging in various acts of leniency. In this world, there exists no protagonist halo. Under the weight of fate, one can rely solely on strength and wisdom. So, Smyk, continue to unveil your potential. My anticipation grows ever greater. Negri remarked with a smile, or you may choose to surrender to me. Smyk, taking deep breaths and attuning his rhythm, gazed at Negri across from him. Rising to his feet, he readied himself once more for battle, unwilling to succumb to despair, thus opting to persist in his fight. It is this very determination that brings even greater delight to Negri's smile. Chapter 56. Negri, Part 6. Have we arrived too late? A voice, slightly hoarse, interrupted Smyk's assault. Before him stood Chris and a group of 10, their presence palpable. Chris surveyed the scattered bones with a sigh, then shifted his gaze to Negri. Prior to encountering Negri, Chris had only sensed an ominous rhythm emanating from him, but upon meeting him face to face, he concluded that such an entity should never exist in this world. Evil spirits are a fundamental anomaly, an affront to humanity. They are born adversaries of mankind and must be eradicated. Augustine, a learned priest, had once combated such spirits and was acutely aware of their peril. Each developed evil spirit is akin to a natural disaster, their very existence sustained by the lives of others, be it the fog-wreathed demon of Incame Kingdom, the specter of the Green Elder that once plagued a town, or the shipwrecked souls haunting the eastern ports. What troubled Augustine and the entirety of the Divine Grace Church was the escalating frequency of these malevolent manifestations, casting doubt on the cataclysms foretold in the sacred texts, especially with the emergence of a rational evil spirit like Negri. According to the records of the Divine Grace Church, the Cautions once stood as the mightiest race on the continent, having established the vast empire of Trilanthia. This empire, which fell over 2 centuries ago, succumbed primarily due to the rise of a sentient evil spirit, one that wielded the power to manipulate hearts and incited internal strife, leading the once great empire to its demise. Evil spirits are the source of chaos, the erroneous consequence of existence, and their emergence heralds greater calamities. Thus, purification of these spirits is a consensus among the clergy. Are the main courses too impatient? Negri's gaze swept across the assembly, his predatory look at the food sending shivers down their spines. Then let us engage together. I have no qualms about your numbers, as the outcome will remain unchanged. Surely, most of you harbor a desire to conquer me? Negri chuckled, then pointed at Jason Todd among the ranks. You are Jason, are you not? You have come to Ray in search of Caddis Mareg, correct? Negri's words ignited a surge of emotion within Jason. He would never forget the horrors that befell his family that fateful day. And the singular belief that sustained him through the ruins was the pursuit of vengeance against the perpetrator of that devastation. That scoundrel is indeed here with you, Jason exclaimed. Having pursued the pirates who murdered his kin for 7 long years, only to finally trace their whereabouts here. Not just one, oh no, after arriving here. Caddis Mareg summoned his companions to assist him, Negri affirmed. All your foes now reside under my command. If vengeance is your aim, then muster your full strength to defeat me, Negri taunted. Then Negri shifted his gaze to the Iron Mask. Before Kamaro passed away, he asked Noah to convey his apologies. However, Noah is preoccupied with my matters and cannot relay this message to you. As his master, I shall take it upon myself to deliver it. Upon hearing these words, the Iron Mask's hand, gripping the bow and arrow, trembled incessantly. He was a father, and nothing ignites a father's rage more than the destruction of a child's life, especially when it concerns 2 children. Negri paid no heed to the Iron Mask's fury. In fact, the more enraged he became, the more pleased Negri felt. Sometimes, anger can indeed be a source of strength. The Divine Grace Order? It is a pity that Bugital's soul did not savor the experience. I hope you find it more delectable. This remark incited the wrath of the Divine Grace Knights and priests. And you, Chris? Negri finally fixed his gaze upon the legendary ranger. If you wish to keep your secrets hidden, then fight with all your might. Believe me, in this land of Rhea, news travels swiftly to the mainland. Once you are defeated, all your efforts will be rendered meaningless. Negri's words caused Chris's pupils to constrict. He refrained from inquiring how Negri had discerned the flaw. That was of little consequence now. His sole focus was to vanquish Negri. Without further ado, they plunged into battle. Jason's eyes blazed with vengeful fury as he raised his bow and aimed at Negri. Chris, along with the Divine Grace Knight Meyerson and another Divine Grace Knight, charged towards Negri, who stood amidst a pile of bones. The two Divine Grace Knights activated their protective graces, their swords glowing with righteous light, vowing to vanquish this malevolent spirit. Jason, the Iron Mask, and another newcomer drew their bows, releasing arrows that disrupted Negri's movements. Oscridon and his disciple, Rundona, invoked their gifts of insight, remaining vigilant of Negri's subtle maneuvers, occasionally employing their grace of salvation to dispel the miasma that pervaded the battlefield. Meanwhile, Smith concealed himself once more, awaiting a chance for a decisive strike. As for the masked warriors who had joined along the way, they merely sought to benefit from the conflict. They were outsiders forming a gang within Rhea, hoping to gain more from this battle. For them, the more intense the fighting between Negri and the others, the better, as their primary objective remained self-preservation. Surrounded by all, Negri wielded his wrist swords with relentless precision. The righteous grace upon the knight's swords rendered them capable of slicing through anything. Chris remained composed, occasionally throwing a punch, yet primarily observing. If you are disinterested in combat, then prepare to meet your demise. Negri's gaze suddenly fixated on the two masked warriors lingering at the periphery, disregarding the attacks from others. With a swift motion, he flung his arms, and two wrist swords flew from his body, piercing through the two warriors. My lord has granted me the power of justice. I shall cleave through the darkness. The Knight of Divine Grace did not squander this opportunity. With the knight's sword imbued with the blessing of justice, he struck decisively at Negri's neck. Under the influence of the blessing of justice, the sword sliced through Negri's neck as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. However, as the blade descended, he realized something was amiss. Negri's neck opened to reveal an emptiness within. Suddenly, the severed head erupted, showering vibrant liquids in all directions. Negri's headless body was torn apart, releasing a white fluid, and it shrank several sizes, resembling the youthful Negri. He raised his palm, the nails glinting like blades, and, with a swift upward motion, pierced through the protective blessing of the Knight of Divine Grace, driving into his neck and lifting his head cleanly away. Chapter 57, Negri, Part 7. With blood cascading freely, the youthful Negri hurled the head of the graceful knight upward with force, breaking through the shroud of smoke from the smoking grass, where it was seized by circling crows. What a delight! Negri exclaimed. For the two previously passive combatants hardly registered as adversaries in his eyes. His prior explosion of the head concealed acute pathogens. Once individuals became infected, they would swiftly exhibit symptoms such as dizziness, weakness in limbs, and shortness of breath. However, Meyerson was protected by a divine grace, which shielded him from the pathogens, while Chris adeptly evaded them through his breathing techniques. A volley of arrows shot forth, but with a mere flick of his hand, Negri cleaved them apart. The layer of earth he had torn asunder, transforming into a viscous black liquid that writhed, ensnaring the headless corpse of the graceful knight. Soon, a pitch-black headless knight stirred to life, charging towards Meyerson. Shock coursed through Meyerson's heart as he faced the offensive of his former comrade's cadaver, barely managing to fend it off. This was yet another manifestation of Negri's mastery over the deceased. Having developed a skill for animating corpses after mastering the vocal systems of the dead, the human body is endowed with instinctual responses, and even mundane actions can establish muscle memory. Negri enveloped the graceful knight's body in pathogens, allowing tendrils of the pathogens to penetrate the cadaver, incessantly releasing stimulants that prompted the body to move according to its muscle memory. The headless knight, engaging Meyerson, employed the very combat techniques of the graceful church that he had mastered in life, creating an illusion for Meyerson that he was battling a companion, thus restraining him from unleashing his full potential. To desecrate the dead, Negri, you are indeed a foul demon that must be eradicated, Oskid exclaimed in fury. Desecrating the dead is merely a tedious embellishment. However, it can ignite a spark of potential within you, rendering this trivial act somewhat valuable, Negri replied, tinged with excitement. Give it your all, humans, lest the ranks of the dead continue to swell. Come now, let us make this battle all the more entertaining. With agility, Negri surged towards Chris, as pathogens coalesced in the air around him, gradually augmenting his form. His movements were nearly flawless. Chris gritted his teeth, reflecting that the movements of most individuals exhibit discernible patterns, revealing inherent weaknesses. His rhythmic punches were designed to exploit those vulnerabilities. For instance, the majority of people are right-handed, and in moments of surprise, they instinctively reach for their right hand. leaving areas unprotected by the right hand as points of weakness in their rhythm. Thus, a strike to those weak points can feel awkward and uncomfortable. However, as Chris scrutinized Negri's movements, he found no such vulnerabilities. No matter where he attacked, Negri effortlessly countered. A faint sound could be heard as 5 fingers detached from the palm, their sharp nails resembling blades, darting forth with incredible speed. Chris barely managed to tilt his head to evade the fingers, but suddenly, his expression shifted. In the distance behind him, the iron-masked archer toppled backward, a gaping wound on his forehead oozing crimson blood. The father's fury ultimately failed to save his son, leaving him unable to rescue even himself. Jason gasped, his body collapsing onto a pile of bones, a distinct mark marring his silvery hair. Had he not remained vigilant, he too might have recently succumbed to a fatal blow. "Are you all right?" inquired another archer, a newcomer among the masked warriors, extending a hand to assist Jason. As Jason reached out, a sudden wave of danger washed over him. The masked warrior revealed a sinister grin, drawing a dagger and thrusting it toward Jason's heart. Reacting swiftly, Jason seized the warrior's wrist, executed a roll from the ground, and delivered a powerful kick to the warrior's abdomen, followed by a shoulder throw that sent him crashing into the pile of bones. "Indeed, a mere waste," remarked Negri with an air of indifference as his fingers slowly elongated anew. Negri extended his hand toward Ruin, enveloping him in a suffocating sense of impending death. As the eldest son of the Dona family, Ruin had been groomed from a young age through elite education, joining the Church of Divine Grace, and through his own efforts, became a disciple of Bishop Augustine, seemingly destined for a prominent position within the church's hierarchy. He was not ready to die. He aspired to ascend to the upper echelons of the church, even to the papacy, to expand its reach and spread the Lord's glory to a greater multitude. Yet, confronted by Negri, he felt paralyzed, his body rendered immobile by sheer terror. Negri had consumed an overwhelming quantity of human soul energy. When he focused his mental force upon an individual, that person would succumb to the oppressive weight of Negri's will. Although Ruin was remarkable, he was still too young. Our Lord bestows courage upon the world, granting the strength to face all challenges. Augustine invoked a divine gift once more, the blessing of fearlessness, which could be conferred upon others to bolster their resistance against mental forces. Ruin took a breath and darted aside, with Chris quickly following suit, inhaling deeply to employ the silent fist against Negri. Meanwhile, Meyerson surveyed the deteriorating situation, silently uttering an apology as he raised his knight's sword, the light of the blessing of justice beginning to radiate from it. A swift strike shattered the headless knight's corpse, gazing at the mangled remains of his comrade. A surge of guilt welled up within Meyerson, but he suppressed these unsettling feelings and charged toward Negri, though his fighting spirit waned with each passing moment. Chapter 58. Negri, Part 8. Negri stood effortlessly amidst the heap of bones, his strength still suppressed. The individuals before him were far from capable of instilling any sense of pressure. Now, only 6 adversaries remained, the legendary ranger Chris Modo, the high priest Augustine of the Divine Grace Church, his disciple, the priest Rundona, the divine knight Meyerson, the Smick Lancer of the Roya's Fallen God Brigade, and the Avenger Jason Todd. Each of these 6 possessed distinct virtues, marking them as the finest among humanity, though Rune and Meyerson appeared somewhat inexperienced. "Your resolve is still insufficient," Negri mused, reflecting on the pinnacle of human capability in this world, which seemed to converge around them, based on the intelligence he had gathered. The only figure surpassing them was Eldritch of Royas. "If the caliber of the elite is merely this, my journey will be limited." With a sigh, Negri acknowledged the existence of an insurmountable barrier. After all, this was merely a low magic realm. "Then I shall raise the stakes," he declared, his tone deliberate. "You have surely noticed that in Reastermia, most diseases are non-existent. This is due to my control over the very elements that would give rise to such ailments. However, should I command them to awaken, they would manifest diseases, infecting the merchants wandering across the continent, who would then become vectors of contagion, spreading pestilence far and wide. And with only 6 of you remaining, for each one who fails to meet my expectations, I shall activate the pathogens within 10 merchants. Trust me, this would be sufficient to incite a grand-scale epidemic. While this would diminish my resources considerably, I am prepared to bear that cost. The real question is, can you endure it?" As he spoke, Negri's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on the divine knight, who appeared particularly subdued, possibly due to the recent death of his comrade. "Of course, you could all choose to ally with me, aiding me in governing greater territories," Negri continued with a smile. "Under my stewardship, Reaster thrives, and its inhabitants no longer suffer from most ailments. All it costs is a few tributes." Consider this. Compared to the countless lives lost to disease each year, the tributes I demand are minuscule. You made a grave error in choosing to assault me, he seduced. Chris hesitated, silence enveloping him before he spoke. Though it is indeed tragic that people perish from disease, sacrificing tributes is unequivocally an act of wickedness. Using malevolent means to achieve a just outcome may seem appealing, yet I firmly believe it is misguided. And if it is a mistake, I shall not condone it. Disagreement is inconsequential. Unleash your full potential, and let me witness your resolve, Negri chuckled, shifting his gaze from Meyerson. Aware that the youth was now ensnared in an inescapable trap. At first glance, Negri's assertion bears a semblance of truth. Indeed, one could eradicate a majority of ailments at a lesser cost. However, during that time, Negri would also wield greater power. Perhaps diseases would be vanquished. Yet the repercussions might prove to be even more detrimental. Unlike Chris, Meyerson has not encountered a plethora of experiences. His profoundest impact stems from the impoverished souls in the slums, tormented by afflictions. The sight of his fallen comrades has left a chink in his psyche, leading him to question whether opposing Negri is a fundamental error. What then should one do in the face of such error? The answer is to seek atonement, dear child. A voice seemed to rise from the depths of his being, and Meyerson's gaze flickered. Behold, you struggle against the dead, yet the bishop offers no assistance. However, when one is in peril, Augustine is quick to extend his hand. This starkly illustrates the chasm between the destitute and the nobility. By virtue of his birth, one has become a disciple of Bishop Augustine. While no matter how hard he strives, Meyerson finds himself unable to realize his own aspirations. Yet now, he perceives an alternate path. Perhaps to others, this route appears erroneous, but to him, it is undeniably right. Such chaotic thoughts incessantly swirl within Meyerson's mind. Although his humble origins imbue him with a certain depth, it is undeniable that he was once a commendable youth. Unfortunately, his encounter with Negri has exacerbated his plight. Under Negri's insidious influence, trivial emotions have been magnified, ultimately becoming the last straw that broke Meyerson's resolve. As he grasped his knight's sword, eager to invoke his gift, he found all such blessings dimmed and lackluster. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Has even divinity forsaken me? Meyerson, what are you contemplating? Move quickly. One gasped, battling through his own throbbing headache to once again harness his gift to purify the pathogens. As the eldest son of the Dona family, a future noble, and potentially a high-ranking member of the Church of Divine Grace, it was disgraceful that he was paralyzed by a malevolent spirit. This humiliation could only be redeemed through victory. Observing when, Meyerson raised his knight's sword as the pathogens in the air began to coalesce towards him. Augustine, maintaining his gift of true insight, was suddenly beset by an ominous sensation, a premonition he had vaguely sensed earlier, yet the overwhelming presence of Negri had obscured it. Only now did Augustine discern the source of this foreboding. Turning, he beheld Meyerson, shrouded in shadows, his sword poised menacingly at Wynn's throat. A flicker of struggle crossed Meyerson's eyes, yet the encroaching pathogens infiltrating his body surged in number as Negri relentlessly communicated his will through them, further darkening Meyerson's essence. Meanwhile, Lewin, fatigued from excessive use of his gift, remained blissfully unaware of the peril lurking behind him. Care and concern lead to chaos. You are no different, Bishop Augustine. Negri remarked with disappointment. Despite his fervent faith, he remains but a man, fraught with vulnerabilities. My lord, sacrifice. Augustine uttered in fragmented breaths, and in the next instant, a radiant light erupted forth. Chapter 59. Negri, the lifeless body of Osgood, lay amidst a heap of bones, while Negri, standing behind him, was charred and nearly reduced to cinders. Is he dead? Jason inquired, his bowstring taut as he aimed at the smoldering figure. Not yet, Chris replied, suppressing his inner sorrow. He reasoned that from the last movements of Osgood, it was evident that Negri's form was layered. Despite the immense power of Osgood's sacrificial gift, it could only claim Negri's life once. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the charred body, and a mass of blackened flesh erupted from within, tumbling onto the skeletal remnants. This dark mass surged toward Osgood's corpse, burrowing into the gaping wound in his chest, replacing the heart that had been extracted. Dark tendrils emanated from the flesh, spreading throughout Osgood's body, manifesting as visible black lines beneath his skin. Struggling to rise, Osgood revealed a network of raised dark patterns beneath what was once smooth skin. I must admit, you are not to be underestimated, he intoned, or rather, Negri did, seeming more delighted than enraged by the destruction of his form. Negri, Without a corporeal vessel, you are no longer formidable. Your defeat is inevitable, Chris declared, inhaling deeply as he spoke with grave seriousness. You are far too arrogant, he lamented, charging silently towards Negri, his fist aiming for his chest. Chris, you cannot hope to defeat me. Do you think that after battling you for so long, I have accomplished nothing? Negri chuckled. Whether it be Smick or yourself, I have deliberately held back in our encounters. Even Oskides' sacrificial boon, I merely absorbed half-heartedly. Negri's breath began to shift, his essence harmonizing with the surrounding rhythms. A multitude of pathogens began to converge towards Negri, enveloping Oskides' body. That is the breath technique, Negri exclaimed joyfully. My mastery over pathogens reached its zenith long ago. The breath technique, which aligns with rhythmic movements, is the key to my breakthrough. In your battles, you learned it yet discovered that the pathogen form could not be utilized. It seems this technique harbors a secret, restricted solely to humanity. As the pathogens accumulated around Negri, his form swelled, but that became inconsequential. The environment is saturated with my pathogens. The rhythms I can synchronize with are 100-fold more than what you humans can achieve. I am the epitome of a perfect being. Such a rhythm. Chris felt a surge of shock, just as Negri had asserted. Humanity's use of the breath technique indeed had its limitations. Even the most gifted individuals could only align with a finite number of rhythms. This was the inherent constraint of humanity. Thus, practitioners of the breath technique placed greater emphasis on the utility of rhythm, and now, with Negri's ability to control pathogens, he had combined it with the breath technique, allowing him to align with rhythms far beyond the maximum capacity of any human. He became acutely aware of the rhythms surrounding him, mastering the breathing techniques to their utmost potential. Standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, his body now a grotesque spectacle with tendrils trailing behind him. Negri extended a hand towards Chris, stating, "This technique must be referred to as rhythm absorption, correct?" A formidable force of attraction manifested, destabilizing Chris's stance, drawing him irresistibly into Negri's grasp. Originally, rhythm absorption was designed to allow one to cling to other entities, yet Negri, harmonizing with the amplified rhythm, magnified this attraction beyond comprehension, rendering Chris utterly powerless to resist. Negri, as a practitioner of breathing techniques, you are bound by an oath that forbids one rhythm from extinguishing another. You too have cultivated these techniques and cannot transgress this vow, Chris spoke slowly, ensnared within Negri's palm. Do you truly believe I would adhere to such a ludicrous agreement? Negri scoffed. Then there is no other recourse. Chris replied somberly. Though I have anticipated this day, it still evokes a sense of lamentation. Then become a part of me, Chris, or perhaps Sakri. Negri unveiled Chris's secret. During their perilous journey on the snow-capped mountains, the true Chris had not survived. Despite his mastery of breathing techniques, he remained an ordinary man. In their battle against pursuers, although they vanquished their foes, Chris sustained grievous injuries, ultimately succumbing to the unforgiving elements of the mountain. Sakri recalled the final moments of Chris, who grasped his hand and imparted his last words. This world perpetually craves hope. Sakri, I beseech you, heed my request. Though Chris was frail, his eyes shone with fervor. This continent teeters on the brink of darkness, and amidst that darkness, people will always yearn for the flicker of hope. Sakri, become my legacy, forge a legend. You shall embody the beacon of hope for others and yourself. After departing the snow-capped mountains with Chris's cherished mementos of their adventures, Sakri pinned the tales of Chris's exploits into a novel, subsequently altering his appearance to assume Chris's identity. Year after year, Sakri became the embodiment of Chris, the indomitable legend, inspiring countless souls to embrace the path of the ranger, such as the ravenous Knothades, who indeed became a beacon of hope for many. As Chris's rhythm surged forth, it forcibly infiltrated Negri's being, initiating a transformation of Negri's own rhythm. The collective will of generations of practitioners of the breathing techniques began to inundate Negri, infusing him with ideals of hope, justice, and righteousness, striving to reshape his character. The breathing techniques held but one secret method, enabling the inheritor to swiftly master various breathing techniques and elevate their rhythm to its zenith. In those early days on the snow-capped mountains, Sakri had merely been a wandering bard, yet it was through the acceptance of this secret method that he could so swiftly become Chris. Do you believe I would be altered by these tedious thoughts? Negri exclaimed in anger, enduring the onslaught of ideas. Mystical light technique, blade of radiance. A curved dagger pierced Negri's body, striking precisely at the location of the dark mass that was his heart, unleashing an infinite brilliance and warmth. Chapter 60. Negri conclusion. Smick revealed his form, employing the foundational technique of light flow, which enabled him to render his physical presence invisible, achieving optical concealment. The ultimate secret of light flow, the blade of flowing light, allowed one's movements to harmonize infinitely with light. In an instant, the individual's original perception would dissipate, transforming him into light, enabling him to reach a predetermined location alongside the light and deliver a strike. This perfect alignment with light could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Otherwise, the human body would disintegrate. However, as long as the chosen target was accurate, such an assault was virtually impossible to evade. With Chris using the flow of fire technique to restrain, Smick's strike naturally found its mark. The outer layer of pathogens provided no effective defense, as the curved blade accurately struck the dark mass within. The contents oozed out along the blade, splattering onto his hands. Golden blood, which shimmered like a rare treasure, momentarily captivated Smick's attention. The curved blade, under the influence of the golden blood, seemed to come alive, instilling a unique feeling in his grasp, as if anyone before him could be effortlessly slain by this weapon. Chris lay on the ground, suddenly aged by decades, his life nearing its end. He lacked the strength even to move his head, and death approached as anticipated. A faint vitality escaped from his lifeless body. The extinguishing of his spirit came at a cost. The remnants of Chris's soul surged forth, his years of adventure having endowed him with a spirit beyond the ordinary. Thus, even in his current state as a lingering soul, he retained a degree of rationality. An unusual pulling sensation enveloped Chris's residual essence. Is this the path to the realm of the divine? Chris pondered in confusion as his soul traversed the heap of bones, eventually landing in the hands of a figure. Noah's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The leaders of these ghostly forces had indeed found their fate. In the next moment, Chris felt a torrent of emotions flooding into his soul, these feelings relentlessly battering his essence, most of which were negative: hatred, resentment, despair, and a profound fear and submission towards that individual. Negri. Chris's desperate cry echoed, but after a prolonged silence, only two words remained: Master. Noah gazed at Chris, now fully subservient in his grasp, recalling the previous conversation with Lord Negri. Do you understand, Noah? At that time, Negri was not residing within the viral entity, or rather, he was never confined to it. He floated above the ancient tree, observing the scattered bones below. Humanity is a fascinating species. They develop fixed mindsets towards certain matters, making it exceedingly difficult to escape their mental traps. Negri spoke slowly. They will overlook certain truths, choosing instead to believe only in what they perceive. I too once fell into such a trap, yet how could I confine myself to the mere form of a human? Negri chuckled softly. When I transcend such limitations, I am one, yet also a multitude. This world is unlike any other. It possesses attributes of absolute fate. The protagonist shall not come knocking, nor will the demon king be so foolish as to wait for others to arrive. In fact, prior to Chris and his companions entering the Forbidden Realm, Negri had already completed his own ascension. His soul is composed of fragments from many, all of which he has chosen himself. Given this, why should he confine himself to a single soul or the form of a mere human individual? Thus, the true purpose of the blood of souls becomes evident. The blood of dragons serves three functions: enhancing the host's physical prowess, carrying ancestral information and the might of dragons, and establishing an inseparable bond. The blood of souls replicates these three functions, transforming the host's body to bestow strength, carrying the essence of Negri, and forging connections among them. Noah, having infused himself with the blood of souls, allows Negri to manifest as his other self. This is why Noah proclaims that he and Lord Negri have become one, a bond that shall endure through the lineage of blood. Should Noah bear offspring, they will inherently possess the blood of souls. As his progeny matures, the true spirit will continually give rise to the soul, and the blood of souls will awaken, introducing Negri's essence into the nascent soul. Even if not completely infected by Negri, a secondary persona known as Negri will lie dormant within their bloodline. In summary, Negri has transcended from a singular soul into a soul pathogen rooted in blood. As he infects more individuals, he grows ever more formidable. The Negri that Chris and Smick vanquished indeed constituted a fragment of him. He absorbed various emotions, yet the number of those who consciously offered themselves as sacrifices remained scant. Most of the absorbed were warriors in life, and despite Negri's meticulous discernment of emotions, he inevitably absorbed much battle intent, compelling him to engage in combat. Consequently, he amalgamated a portion of the battle intent with unwanted emotions, concealing some of the blood of souls within his pathogen form. One might say that Negri owes a debt of gratitude to Chris and the others for assisting him in shedding the unnecessary aspects and facilitating the dissemination of the blood of souls. Caddis Mareg, Connor Kinway, Noah, or rather Negri, murmured softly. Suddenly, the pile of bones trembled as a rotund figure, towering 4 to 5 meters, rose from the heap. On his shoulder perched a man clad in dark armor and bearing a long spear, their faces obscured by helmets. They knelt before Negri, fervently proclaiming, "The ghostly legion pays homage to Lord Negri. It is time for your appearance. Clear the area, but do not exert your full strength. Let those who can flee, flee." Negri commanded. As he spoke, the transcendent aura he exuded gradually transformed, revealing the perfect visage of Noah once more. A pitch-black spear soared through the air, embedding itself into a skull. The figure bearing the spear leapt from the shoulder of the stout man, landing before the assembly, revealing a face twisted with sinister intent as he lifted his visor. Upon laying eyes on that familiar visage, Jason's emotions spiraled into chaos. Caddis Mareg. Haha. Jason Todd, your sister is truly remarkable, the specter chuckled. Just that single utterance sent Jason into a frenzied rage. He charged towards the apparition Caddis. But midway through his furious advance, an astonishingly swift skull struck him, shattering into a fine dust upon impact. Jason's body was sent hurtling backward, only to be caught by Smick. Run. Negri is not dead. Smick exclaimed in terror, as he sensed an ominous and overwhelming will invading his being, infecting him, seeking to supplant him. Chapter 61. The Demon and the Infected Nara. Are you hungry? Isabella whispered. They found themselves in Jelrosk's secret hideout. As a smuggler, his operations were inherently unsavory, and for the sake of his safety, he had established numerous secret shelters as sanctuaries. I shall prepare some food for you, Jelrosk reassured them. I anticipate good news will arrive shortly, so there's no need for undue concern. Thank you, Isabella replied softly, yet an ominous feeling gnawed at her. She could only hope it was a mere figment of her imagination. Nara Darkme observed Jelrosk as he rose to leave. A flicker of golden light danced within her obsidian eyes, and her demeanor began to subtly transform. Upon exiting his hideout, Jelrosk's expression shifted, a twinge of guilt crossing his face. He did not prepare any food. Instead, he departed hastily. After Jelrosk's departure, a team of expressionless individuals approached the cottage. They were agents of the Infamy Kingdom, under the direct orders of Emperor Ceresis, tasked with executing the unspeakable. Their objective this time was to eliminate Nara, the prophesied savior. Political power struggles are ever unpredictable. Jelrosk, being merely a smuggler, was under the influence of the Infamy nobility. Isabella suddenly felt lightheaded. By the time she recognized something was amiss, she had lost all strength and collapsed. Nara, no, she should be referred to as Negri, opened her golden eyes, gazing at the doorway. Within her flowed dragon's blood, not soul's blood. Negri, as a presence within her, found it challenging to emerge unless her mastery over the soul surpassed Nara's, which it did. The covert team spoke not a word. They broke through the door and raised their weapons to strike. Despite their target being an exceedingly charming girl, these agents felt no compassion. Elderly, children, women, scholars, any target must be eliminated. Yet, in the next moment, the girl smiled, and a profound dread emanating from her soul engulfed the hearts of the assassins. Even after enduring brutal training that numbed their emotions to the core, the essence of fear took hold of them. In that instant, they instinctively halted all movements, but it was too late. Emotionally desensitized, their actions bore no sustenance. Thus, they were destined for demise. Negri inhaled deeply, her form vanishing within the room. After battling Smick for so long, even as a fragment driven by combat, Negri had numerous opportunities to eliminate him, 18, to be precise. The reason for sparing him was undoubtedly linked to his mastery of the light flow. Within the perceptive realm of Negri, the enigma of the flow of light technique was meticulously unraveled. A delicate, white hand plunged directly into the neck of the clandestine assassin, unwavering, blood scattering in its wake. Negri approached the other assassins without hesitation, dispatching them swiftly. Within mere moments, all the clandestine assassins lay lifeless. For Negri, such trivial emotions held no sway. Should they prove useful, he would even sacrifice a fragment of his soul for them. If not, their fate was sealed. The cawing of crows echoed in the sky, lifting the lifeless bodies aloft. Negri wiped the blood from his hands, slowly merging into the essence of blood. Although the blood of souls had been completed, Nara remained a crucial experimental subject. Otherwise, Negri would not have emerged to exert control over his corporeal form at this juncture. As for Jason, he had been struck by the skull hurled by the specter Connor Kinway, his insides shattered, and his life force dwindling. Should he manage to survive, He would possess the potential to become a prime delicacy. If not, death awaited him in Rhea, and his lingering soul would not escape its fate. Lord Negri had already devised plans for him. Noah approached Meyerson, speaking softly, "Accept the remnant soul of Chris and become the leader of the Spectre Brigade." "Spectre?" Meyerson inquired. Indeed, the crows are those afflicted by the black crow pathogen, and due to stagnation, they faced annihilation in this battle. Soon, the Crow Brigade will undergo reformation, Noah elucidated. The Spectres represent a newly established force, distinct from the Crows. Currently, there are only 3 true members. You shall be the 4th and the soon-to-be leader. The term Spectre refers to those who have undergone the implantation of a secondary soul. Noah placed Chris's remnant soul before Meyerson, stating, "The secondary soul destined for you is Chris's remnant. You will acquire his abilities. However, to successfully implant the remnant soul, you must first be transformed into a living dead. Your body will undergo comprehensive modification. Your vulnerabilities, such as your heart, throat, and head, will be eradicated. You will no longer require breathing or sustenance," Noah declared coldly. "Of course, you shall also gain the powers you have long desired, drawn from disease. Thank you for your benevolence, Lord Negri." Meyerson responded solemnly as he accepted Chris's remnant soul. Smith carried Jason to the stronghold of the Roya's kingdom in Rhea, where Jason had already succumbed into unconsciousness, his life force at its nadir, on the brink of demise. Unbeknownst to him, one had wandered off, seeking the Paladin rivers, intent on swiftly escorting Isabella and her daughter away from Rhea. Smith gazed at Jason with a sigh. After all, they had fought together, and if it were possible, he would not wish for Jason to perish in such a manner. As he observed the curved dagger, radiating with a peculiar luminescence, a thought suddenly struck Smith. This knife could save him. Covering his head, Smith labored to breathe, scrutinizing his own life force, yet failed to detect the ominous and malevolent will of Negri. Instead, his body grew increasingly robust, even surpassing its previous limits. A fleeting golden glimmer appeared in Smith's eyes as he raised the dagger, aiming it at Jason's heart, and plunged it downward. Jason opened his eyes wide. Awakening from his unconscious state, he could sense that something within him had transformed. Chapter 62. "Jack House, what is this?" Meyerson inquired. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the dark liquid before him. "To become a revenant, one must first undergo the transformation into a living corpse," Noah explained. "This bowl contains the pathogens of that unique trait. It will induce a near-death state, facilitating the transformation into a living dead. Rest assured, the process is not particularly arduous." Understanding his predicament, Meyerson recognized that he had no choice, or perhaps this was his choice all along. He consumed the inky liquid, and an intense burning sensation surged from his throat to his stomach, making it difficult to breathe, as if his very insides were melting away. Noah then produced a dagger that shimmered with a golden hue, his expression grave. "This is the ritual blade. When it pierces the heart of one in a near-death state, they will become a living dead. However, without the aid of the elixir, it is sure to be excruciating." As the ritual blade penetrated his heart, Meyerson perceived a profound shift in his reality. If the world had once been vivid and colorful, it now appeared shrouded in a chilling stillness, as though he were separated from it by an invisible barrier. The so-called living dead exist in a peculiar state, maintained at the brink of death, where the significance of the physical form diminishes, eliminating fatal vulnerabilities. The essence that sustains his body resides in the presence of his master within the ritual blade. Noah carefully stowed the ritual blade, preparing to implant the remnants of Chris's soul into Meyerson. A living body cannot harbor 2 souls, they would only corrupt one another. The master may succumb to the taint of the remnant soul, resulting in a drastic alteration of character, or the remnant might consume the master's essence, seizing control of the true spirit. However, once transformed into a living dead, the 2 souls can coexist harmoniously under the influence of Negri's soul blood. Most malevolent spirits are muddled and incapable of wielding their powers, hence the existence of the Revenant army, Noah remarked, and in the next moment, his demeanor shifted, an ominous aura surrounding him. "From this point forth, you shall be the leader of the Revenant army." "Yes, my Lord Negri," Meyerson acknowledged, kneeling in submission as he embraced his newfound power. Previously, Lord Noah mentioned that the Revenant army comprises 4 members, including myself, aside from Caddis Mareg and Connor Kenway. Who else is part of this army? There is one unreliable fellow. Meet the assassin Jack. As dawn broke, a man clad in a white robe, exuding an aura of kindness, was distributing pamphlets to the early morning vendors. If one overlooked his words and the content of the pamphlets, they might mistake him for a missionary of the Church of Grace. I feel that wearing a white robe does not quite suit me. Perhaps I ought to don a black hooded cloak instead. But never mind that, Jack mused, handing a pamphlet to a vendor selling food. Sister, have you heard of the assassin, Jack? I cannot read, and I have no need for an assassin, the vendor retorted. Ah, this is where you misunderstand, sister. Jack, holding a flyer, proclaimed, the matter of hiring an assassin knows no bounds of age or gender. Perhaps one day, your son may meet his demise, and in that moment, you shall remember me. Trust me, dear lady, even women have need of assassins. A companion of mine, known as Jack House, has accomplished feats that left countless women clamoring for assassins. Jack spoke earnestly. You know House, that creature with the peculiar cry. Madman, be gone. Do not obstruct my business, or I shall summon the enforcers. The elderly woman yelled vehemently. Alas, business is hard to come by, Jack lamented as he began distributing flyers throughout the streets. A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, his face tinged with embarrassment, hesitated for a long while before approaching Jack. With respect, he said, Master Jack, my brother sent word of an important meeting and instructed me to inform you. Master Jack, my name is Brown, not Little Brown, the scruffy middle-aged man meekly defended himself. This meeting is truly significant. My brother insisted that you must attend. Oh, I see. It appears it is time for my formal entrance, Jack replied. I shall leave the distribution of flyers to you. Do not be lazy, Little Brown. He handed the flyers to Brown, his tone serious. The ghosts are now officially a team of 4. The remaining members are a mix of former pirates who once followed me and criminals from various nations who sought refuge in Leah, Caddis Mareg, seated nearby, introduced to Meyerson. Although he did not hold much respect for the captain, he recognized that the individual had been chosen by Lord Negri, and despite any grievances, he dared not voice them at this moment. I have sent someone to find Jack. He usually takes on assassin work, and he should arrive shortly, Caddis stated. Were it not for certain reasons, I would have preferred not to come. Dressed in an exquisitely crafted white robe, Jack walked amidst the piles of bones. His gaze fixed upward. What do you see in the sky? Meyerson inquired. Nay, I am merely guarding against any axes that may unexpectedly descend upon my head, Jack replied. Jesting. Logically, as an assassin, that name which cannot be spoken should belong to me. Why then was it bestowed upon a portly fellow? Is it that I have not mastered the art of stealth? Pay him no mind. When he fused with his secondary soul, an unforeseen incident may have occurred, resulting in his chaotic spirit. He often utters nonsensical words and engages in inexplicable actions, Caddis remarked helplessly. At that moment, Jack stood beside the rotund Connor Kenway, his expression grave. Good sir, what are your thoughts on using an axe? If that proves unfeasible, a concealed blade will suffice. Business for assassins is currently lackluster. I am contemplating opening a small shop to sell weapons. Care to place an order for a batch? Connor, towering at 4 to 5 meters in height, remained silent, completely disregarding Jack's words. Then you must be the captain. I am Jack, the king of ghost assassins. I shall heed your commands before you meet your end, Jack declared with a mischievous grin adorning his face. Though the meaning of taking a free meal eludes him, he is willing to obey commands. Meyerson nodded slightly and spoke softly. Lord Negri has issued an order for our ghostly forces to take action under the pretext of searching for Chris's accomplices, Smick Rancher and Lwendona, to eliminate the other factions within Riastemia. At the same time, we are to recruit auxiliary troops of the ghostly kind, all to undergo a transformation into the undead. Meyerson spoke slowly, an ominous black light flickering around him. Chapter 63. Aftermath. Where are you planning to go, Jason? Smick Rancher inquired in a hushed tone. Opposite him sat Jason Todd, draped in a long robe and enveloped in silence. Upon hearing Smick's words, Jason extended his hand. The blade that Smick had wielded had, in a strict sense, saved his life, yet it had also cast him into a certain abyss. Jason's hand bore the marks of decay. He could sense his flesh succumbing to death, slowly rotting away. His breath had ceased, his heart no longer beat. Yet he remained alive. It is no longer safe here. Nagri's men are scouring for our whereabouts. This time, we have utterly failed, Smick remarked, his expression somewhat dazed. Although the defeat felt inexplicable, a loss remained a loss. No, I have always existed solely for the purpose of vengeance. I harbor no discontent regarding my current state. Jason finally spoke, rising to his feet with a slight wobble. I must journey to a place where I can acquire the strength for retribution. This time, crushed by his adversary, Jason realized the futility of his previous efforts against Nagri. He had come to a profound understanding of his own frailty and recognized the necessity of becoming more formidable. Years prior, He had forsaken that opportunity due to its low probability of success, knowing that failure would mean death. In pursuit of vengeance, he had chosen to relinquish it. Yet now he sought that very thing once more, all for the sake of revenge. Please arrange for a beast of burden. I must reach my destination before my body completely decays, Jason declared with solemnity. Certainly, Smick replied, a twinge of guilt surfacing within him at the sight of Jason's current state, as he glanced at the curved blade in his hand. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, when Dona had located Rivers, who was recovering slightly, to deliver the grim tidings, Myerson's betrayal, the demise of Bishop Augustine and others, leaving only their dwindling support from the Divine Grace Church. I am uncertain. I awoke here, Rivers replied gravely. Please follow me. Negri's subordinates are using the guise of searching for fugitives to eliminate various factions. If we do not leave now, we may find it impossible to escape, Glorosk interjected timely. Isabella and her daughter are with me. Glorosk escorted the two to a hidden refuge where a carriage awaited. Isabella and her daughter were already aboard. Instructing the guards to lead them away from Rhea, Glorosk chose to remain behind, citing unfinished business. As he watched the carriage fade from view, Glorosk sighed deeply. From the shadows emerged Otter, whose skin was developing scales, forcing a grim smile as he remarked, Well done, Glorosk. You have made the right choice. Let the tendrils rooted in your heart remain there. Rest assured, they will not claim your life as long as you keep your tongue in check. Otter observed the now-vanished carriage, a glimmer of contemplation passing through his eyes. Originally, Lord Negri held Nala firmly in his grasp. Yet this time he willingly permitted the members of the Divine Grace sect to take her away. It seems that the Divine Grace sect shall never know peace henceforth. Adre smirked, a flicker of golden light passing through his eyes, even unbeknownst to him. Nala sat within the carriage, a fleeting glimmer of golden hue shimmering in her gaze. Everything appeared to have settled. Negri had decisively triumphed in this battle. However, in the aftermath, fewer and fewer individuals had the opportunity to behold Negri, as the forces of Rheastemia underwent a thorough cleansing by the demon troops. What troubled him further was his body, which had already surpassed human limits. He glanced at the curved dagger at his waist, fully aware of its significance. Though that malevolent will had not manifested even once, an ominous feeling lingered within him. Meanwhile, Jason was enveloped in a robe, exuding a repugnant odor. His movements had become exceedingly sluggish as he approached a canyon, the headquarters of the Sacred Valley Organization. This so-called Sacred Valley Organization consisted of a group of enigmatic assassins who honed their skills in murder for a particular ideal, tirelessly searching for something across the globe. Jason had once trained here. He shed his robe, revealing a body so decayed that it had become unrecognizable, and spoke in a hoarse voice, for the sake of vengeance. I have no other choice. May life bestow its favor upon me. The political landscape had shifted. It would be prudent for your existence to remain unknown. Due to the side effects of the sacrificial blessing, Rivers could no longer engage in battle, prompting him to resign from his position as a divine knight. He presented a set of male attire before Nala, his expression grave as he stated, You are still young. You can disguise yourself as a boy for now. I shall teach you the art of combat. Although your physique may not be suited for the Lord's blessing with the breathing technique of Chris, you will surely become a formidable warrior. I understand, Mr. Rivers. I will train diligently, Nala nodded earnestly. In a few days, I must also make a trip to Tarleroy. Rivers sighed, mentioning a small nation located in the opposite direction of Intakami. Eh? Nala questioned, looking at Rivers with curiosity. Shortly thereafter, the war between Royas and Inakami finally erupted. Chapter 64, The List of Characters. Negri, the protagonist, a harbinger of plague and ominous forces, has currently evolved into a soul pathogen, beginning to spread through the blood of souls. Noah, a righteous individual who has made a pact with Negri. Having infused himself with soul blood, he has simultaneously awakened the abilities of a sorcerer from the Cossack lineage, capable of invoking divine names to gain power, and can be regarded as the foremost individual beneath Negri. Chris Moto, Sakri, the heir to the breath technique of the fire stream, a legendary ranger originally named Sakri. He inherited the name Chris in the Snowy Mountains. Hailing from Talroy's, he authored Journey Through the Snowy Mountains. In battle, he utilized the technique of consuming flames to delay Negri's soul fragment, resulting in his demise, with his lingering essence being fused with Myerson. Smick Rancher, a noble from the Royas Kingdom, he also serves as the captain of the End God Squad, inheriting the breath technique of the Light Stream. He has currently been infected by soul blood and wields a ceremonial curved blade. Jason Todd, having lived in the port during his childhood, His family fell victim to a pirate raid. Driven by vengeance, he roamed the continent for 7 years, having studied combat in the assassin organization Sacred Valley. Currently, he has been transformed into a living dead by Smick's curved blade, preparing to undergo a certain transformation. Bugital, a missionary of the Divine Grace Church. Lauded as one of its mightiest warriors, endowed with 5 gifts: salvation, protection, justice, true knowledge, and life. He was slain by Negri, and in his final moments, he recorded information regarding Negri through secret arts, though regrettably, it bore no fruit. Meyerson, a former knight of the Divine Grace Church, hailing from the slums. He witnessed the suffering of impoverished people plagued by disease. Consequently, he betrayed the church, submitted to Negri, and became the leader of the demons. With Chris as his secondary soul, Rivers, a former knight of the Divine Grace Church, he sacrificed his gift to kill the Raven beings, suffering side effects that rendered him unable to continue fighting. He has now begun to teach Nara the art of combat. Isabella Darkme, originally named Isabella Tagul. She belongs to the noble house of Interkami, a branch of the royal family. Due to internal strife within the Interkami royal family, she fled to a Cossack village, marrying Jacques Darkme and giving birth to Nara Darkme. Nara Darkme, influenced by Negri, her lineage from the Tagul family, descendant of dragons, begins to awaken. She is prophesied to be the savior maiden of Interkami, the daughter of dragons. Due to the commonality between soul blood and dragon blood, she harbors Negri's persona within herself and has received the inheritance of Chris's breath technique. Gerlask, the leader of smuggler merchants in Interkami, under the control of the Interkami nobility, he has now surrendered to Negri. Otter, the former leader of the Raven organization, a first-generation Raven, he was defeated by Chris, with his heart shattered and replaced by that of a scale-bearer, showing signs of dragon blood infection. Caddis Mareg, a demon, originally a pirate, responsible for the murder of Jason Todd's family. After coming ashore, he chose to ally with Negri, bringing his companions along. Connor Kenway, a companion of Caddis Mareg. He accepted the invitation to submit to Negri, undergoing transformation into a demon. Killer Jack, one of the demons, seemingly experiencing a mishap during the fusion of his secondary soul, leading to peculiar behavior. Camaro, the first individual to be seduced by Negri, he is Noah's elder brother. Iron Mask, the father of Camaros and Noah, slain by Negri. Sesti, the instigator of the royal turmoil in the kingdom of Interkami. Eldritch Andre, the king of the Royas kingdom, possessing formidable authority, seemingly engaged in the study of a unique power. Galan, a raven man, endowed with the ability to change his skin, failed in a sneak attack and was killed by Jason. Noseades, a raven man who fought against Chris and willingly met his demise in battle. Dessa, a raven woman, who also fought against Chris and subsequently did not reappear. Jacques Darkme, a Corsican, husband to Isabella, who was killed by De. Braid, a hunter who ensnared Negri's initial raven. Dax, a hunter who eliminated the majority of Negri's initial ravens. That is essentially the gist of it. Further details will be gradually filled in. Chapter 65, The 7 Years' War. The long-anticipated conflict between the Kingdom of Royas and the Kingdom of Interkami has finally erupted. The Kingdom of Royas, under the leadership of Eldridge, has mustered an unprecedented fighting spirit. In contrast, the internal discord within the Kingdom of Interkami has prevented them from presenting a united front against the looming threat from Royas. The domestic nobility indulges in extravagance, while the struggle for power between the Church of Divine Grace and the military, coupled with the inertia of King Sirthai, who was solely preoccupied with preserving his position, has exacerbated the internal strife. Consequently, when faced with the onslaught from the Kingdom of Royas, they find themselves woefully inadequate. The defensive lines are continually breached, and the territories of Interkami are steadily lost. The nobles who have seen their lands taken are migrating towards the heart of Interkami, bringing with them new tensions and conflicts. The capital of Interkami, known as Ingemeral, becomes a backdrop to these tumultuous events. In a farmstead on the outskirts of Ingemeral, Nala, clad in armor and wielding a knight's sword, stands poised with her golden hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head, exuding an aura of valor. Opposite her stands Rivers, equally armored and confronting her with a knight's sword in hand. Rivers breathes heavily, his powers of grace curtailed. Yet the swordsmanship he had previously overlooked has experienced a breakthrough. In his hands, the knight's sword radiates an imposing presence, as if any adversary would be cleaved in twain by a single stroke. In the face of Rivers' assault, Nala remains composed. Her heavy knight's sword is wielded with a calmness that belies the intensity of the encounter. Her breathing follows a unique rhythm, lending her an extraordinary sense of coordination. Nala appears remarkably at ease in battle, her dragon blood awakening within her. Though not physically robust, her sheer strength renders Rivers awestruck. As if a colossal dragon resides within her petite frame, endowing her with superhuman physical prowess. It is no wonder she has such an insatiable appetite. Reflecting on Nala's voracious eating habits, Rivers ultimately coughs and retreats, conceding defeat. Nala's dragon blood bestows upon her exceptional innate talent. The synergy of her breathing technique and dragon lineage positions her as one of the continent's elite warriors, despite her relative inexperience in combat. Even without extensive battle knowledge, Nala should not be underestimated. Perhaps due to her Kashan heritage, this seemingly innocent girl possesses an astonishingly powerful intuition, enabling her to instinctively accomplish certain tasks. At the dining table, Nala adheres to the etiquette instilled by her mother, Isabella, yet her speed of eating transcends the ordinary. Her knife and fork seem to blur into a phantom-like motion as morsels of food are swiftly consumed. Her portion alone amounts to 3 times that of 2 others. Suddenly, upon finishing her meal, Nala lifts her gaze towards the entrance of the manor, where a young man in a white robe approaches. He appears more mature now, offering a slight bow to Isabella before nodding at Nala and proceeding to consult with Rivers regarding pressing matters. The kingdom of Intakami teeters on the brink of peril. Upon encountering Rivers, Wen spoke slowly. For the past 7 years, Intakami has lost more than half of its territory. Now, the soldiers of Royas have advanced to the Kalamai region. If Kalamai falls, Royas' army will march unimpeded, planting their flag atop the capital, Ingamarlo. So, what is it that you wish to convey? Rivers' demeanor was notably indifferent. He understood Wen's implications. Over the years, as the tides of war shifted, the political landscape within Intakami had also undergone constant transformation. What King Sur sought was merely the preservation of his throne. He was now dispatching envoys to negotiate with the kingdom of Royas, hoping to cede the occupied territories in exchange for an end to hostilities. However, this was nearly impossible. The envoys never even laid eyes on Eldridge before meeting untimely fates. Sirs had sent 3 envoys in succession, all meeting the same grim end. Conflict was inevitable. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that victory seemed unattainable. In summary, barring a miracle, the kingdom of Intakami appeared doomed. The nobles who had lost their lands were understandably reluctant to accept defeat. Though they had suffered setbacks, each still commanded a considerable number of private soldiers. A force that could be mobilized. One remarked, yet this force is far too disordered. They require a leader. The situation with the Church of Divine Grace was intricate and unsuitable for leadership. Thus it was time for Nara, the prophesied savior, to step forward. Wen spoke with urgency. This is the final opportunity for the kingdom of Intakami. But Nara is merely a child, Rivers interjected. You are aware of the immense pressure that position entails. Nevertheless, the choice lay between national ruin or faith in her. Wen smiled bitterly, expressing that his rapid ascendancy to the bishopric was not solely due to merit. If Royas were to conquer Intakami, Eldridge's temperament would surely see the Church of Divine Grace swept into history, along with the dissolution of its doctrines, thereby facilitating the rise of the capable. I shall contemplate it further, Rivers sighed. Rivers, do not forget, some individuals are destined for greatness, Wen stated solemnly before departing. As he passed through the hall, Wen's gaze fell upon the serene young girl, who wore a simple smile, her eyes seemingly glimmering with a fleeting golden light. Far away in Riastemia, the ravages of war had stifled prosperity, yet the land had grown stronger, standing as one of the rare sanctuaries of peace amidst turmoil. Anicia, the fate you spoke of is about to unfold, intoned the indistinct figure of Negri upon the throne within the dark palace, an oppressive aura surrounding him. Potent enough to induce faintness. Does prophecy truly exist in this world? Lord Negri, please trust in my wisdom, came the reply. The old witch Shi was an unattractive crone, brandishing a peculiar staff. Despite the oppressive aura brought by Nageli, she remained conscious and cackled. Hee. Nala will undoubtedly become the savior's saint. Only then can our ultimate objective truly be realized. Nala is still far too weak. Eldridge is not so easily vanquished. With my current strength, defeating whatever he wields is a formidable challenge. Nageli softly replied, let us hope so. I trust my efforts to restrain Eldridge for her sake will not be in vain. Believe me, Master Nageli, you are invincible. The eventual triumph will surely belong to you. Shiyu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Chapter 66, Granny Sia. The figure of Granny Sia, who stands beside Negri, approached Leia 6 years ago seeking refuge. Her profession is that of a sorceress, a character often referred to in tales as a witch. In terms of appearance, she embodies the archetype with her peculiar, aged visage, hunched posture, and eerie laughter. If she were a character in a fairy tale, she would undoubtedly be the quintessential Wicked Witch. The prophecy of the Savior Maiden was first proposed by Granny Sia. After making this proclamation, she vanished without a trace, only to reappear, offering her forehead to Negri. Currently, Granny Sia's primary responsibility is to instruct Negri in the arcane arts and the legendary language of dragons. Long ago, Negri deciphered the hidden legacy contained within dragon's blood, yet the information was encoded in the dragon tongue, rendering it nearly ineffective. Although Granny Sia is not particularly well-versed in the dragon language, she assists Negri in gradually unraveling the legacy's secrets without much difficulty. Rising from his throne, Negri's physique starkly contrasts with his previous viral form. He appears robust, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Scales begin to manifest across his body, and soon fissures emerge, spilling forth golden blood. His body then disintegrates into a pool of golden liquid, from which Negri's soul emerges, observing the shimmering substance and shaking his head. Another failure. I have reached the pinnacle of power in this world. This predicament is unavoidable. For Lord Negri, this world is simply too feeble. Granny Sia sighed nearby. But there is no need for haste. Darkness will inevitably arrive, and by then, the world shall not be able to thwart Lord Negri. Negri remained silent, picking up a nearby tome to peruse. He was not mistaken. In terms of sheer strength, he had indeed attained the apex of this world, reaching a point of no further ascent, and he sensed that his potential had been utterly exhausted. After all, he lacked a true spirit. Although he had ascended once more through the essence of soul blood, the constraints of both the environment and his own limitations now hindered his progress. The essence is the primary pathway for individual power enhancement. Granny Sia continued. Step by step, liberate the essence, allowing one's soul to undergo a qualitative transformation and acquire various extraordinary powers. Lacking a true spirit, Lord Negri could only seek alternative methods to elevate the quality of his soul. In an environment where even the initial liberation of the essence is a formidable challenge, achieving such a level of soul quality is already the limit for Lord Negri. Even if I were to liberate my essence for the first time, my soul strength would still be inferior to that of Lord Negri. This is what I admire most about him, Granny Sia expressed with deep reverence. Not enough. For me, it is far from sufficient, Negri murmured, gazing at the book in his hands. What Negri perused were historical texts he had collected, alongside various travelogues and mythological tales. The history of this world is quite ancient. Prior to the Kashan's Tralancia Empire, 3 recorded empires existed: the Lamashite Empire, the Redi Empire, and the Mwa Empire. These 3 empires are referred to in Kashan as life, glory, and guardianship, while Tralancia signifies hope. The mythologies passed down from these 3 nations, though slightly varying, share certain commonalities. For instance, their descriptions of the world's origin all depict a blinding light. According to the Kashans, this light vanquished the progenitor of all things, whose body birthed everything. The Lamashite narrative claims that this light shattered a fragment of the divine realm, which then fell and transformed into this world. It was only after this light that the world truly emerged, and during the era of the First Empire, Lamashite. The levels of power were evidently greater than they are today. Gods walked among mortals. The breathing techniques also originated from that time, and the current bearers of this tradition are bound by an ancient pact, suggesting that these techniques pertain to something of profound significance. Eldritch, that fellow, seemingly acquired relics from the First Empire, which led to the creation of the End God Brigade. The demise of the First Empire remained shrouded in mystery. It is said that during its reign, there was no such entity as an evil spirit. Following a prolonged period of turmoil, the Second Empire, Redi, was established, marking the first appearance of evil spirits, and the Church of Divine Grace was founded based on some remnants of the Second Empire. The fall of the Second Empire seems rather typical, as the royal family wielded absolute power, oppressing other races for an extended period, ultimately inciting various uprisings that culminated in its downfall, swiftly giving rise to the Third Empire. The Mwa Empire, the Third, existed for a brief span, shortly after its establishment. It engaged in conflict with an unknown force, leading to the inexplicable obliteration of the royal family and the majority of its military, thereby granting the Kashans an opportunity to establish the Fourth Empire, Tralancia. Alas, Tralancia also succumbed to the machinations of a cunning evil spirit, fracturing into chaos, resulting in the current state where the Kashans are scattered across the land. Multiple kingdoms coexist, along with numerous smaller nations. and the unified empire on the continent has not reemerged. Within the Church of Divine Grace, the evil spirits are referred to as the source of calamity, a misinterpretation. As time progresses and the number of evil spirits increases, it heralds the approach of a certain disaster. This world appears to conceal secrets intertwined with breathing techniques. The Church of Divine Grace and the evil spirits, as well as the world's inherent attributes of doom. Granny Xia, through her mastery of witchcraft, once liberated her own essence. Her true spirit, granting her a semblance of foresight. She sought out Negri to recount the future she had beheld. In that future, a despairing darkness shall descend. And following Negri is the sole path to escape the age of darkness. Amidst these words, the line between truth and falsehood blurs. However, since the venerable Xiepa offered him her brow, possessing mastery in sorcery and a profound understanding of draconic language, she undoubtedly held considerable worth. Naturally, Negri accepted her allegiance. It was precisely through her assistance that Negri ascended swiftly to the pinnacle of power in this realm. Given the wealth of knowledge she imparted, her intrinsic value was not insignificant, and Negri bestowed upon her a measure of respect, addressing her as the Venerable Xiepa. Chapter 67. Set. The kingdom of Inakami is now engulfed in chaos, with various factions at odds with one another. After 7 years of warfare, Inakami has been plagued by internal strife from the very beginning, resulting in a series of military defeats. The morale of the kingdom's forces has dwindled to nothing. To exacerbate matters, neighboring smaller nations have also declared war on Inakami, sending troops to seize its territory. The army of Royas has reached the final bastion of Kalamai. Should it fall, Inakami would be akin to a cornered maiden, vulnerable to the whims of its conquerors. There exists a pervasive lack of confidence across the nation regarding the defense of Kalamai. Despite its advantageous geography, the Royas kingdom is overwhelmingly powerful, outclassing Inakami in troop morale, weaponry, and supply lines. Inakami is not devoid of wealth. Rather, riches are hoarded within the estates of the nobility and the coffers of merchants, leaving the kingdom with scant resources for military funding. Logically, if all the forces of Inakami were to unite, there would be a fighting chance. Yet if logic were sufficient, the world would not be rife with conflict. By nightfall, Ingramelo is ablaze with revelry, bustling with noble soirees that seem more opulent than ever. Sethai stands upon the balcony of his palace, gazing at the seemingly thriving city, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The nobility are inherently selfish, in their eyes. Familial interests overshadow all else. What does it matter if the kingdom falls? They are acutely aware that if Royas invades, their losses would be even greater, as evidenced by those nobles who have already lost their lands. Yet, when asked to relinquish their wealth and manpower to defend the realm, they respond with a resolute refusal. The nobility are not foolish. They have been educated from a young age, rendering them far more astute than the common folk. They are not blind to the dire state of Inakami. Indeed, they understand it better than anyone. However, as long as the blade of Royas does not descend upon them, they shall harbor no regrets. For they are nobles. Even if Royas were to fully conquer the kingdom, their status would remain intact, as governance would still rely upon them. Without their guidance, the realm would surely descend into disarray. Should they fully submit to Sethai, the embodiment of royal authority, and contribute beyond their obligations, the monarchy would ascend above the nobility, a notion utterly intolerable to these lords. The nobility possess their own rights and responsibilities, after fulfilling their respective duties. Any demand for further contributions must be met with commensurate benefits. As it stands, all that remains for Sethai is the throne, and relinquishing it is an impossibility. The current predicament can be largely attributed to Sethai himself, who instigated the royal tumult that ultimately led him to the throne of Inakami. In his quest for power, he promised numerous privileges to the nobility to gain their support. The nobles indulge in revelry, numbing themselves to the looming threat of national demise. King Surzai, feeling helpless, ponders whether he regrets instigating the royal turmoil. He perceives little worth regretting. Rather, he laments his earlier impatience, wishing he had exercised greater caution to retain more authority. What do they seek now? In the midst of the royal discord, these individuals remained neutral, seizing opportunities amidst the chaos to bolster their own fortunes. Prior to the onset of war, they expressed considerable interest in replacing the king, yet as the conflict spiraled into despair, they pivoted to support him once more. King Surzai comprehends the stance of the Church of Divine Grace. Were a different kingdom to emerge, either through the assault of the Roya kingdom on Inakami, or had the Church's earlier mission to Roya succeeded, their position today would undoubtedly be one of neutrality. Essentially, The adherents of the Church of Divine Grace can no longer be deemed citizens of Intercomi. They embody a distinct class, the theocratic elite. Had it not been for Eldritch's disdain for the divine, the Church would have never lent him their backing. It is rumored that this support is for the Savior Maiden. The minister hesitated before responding, acutely aware of King Sir's eyes' past fervor for this prophecy. He had unleashed covert operatives to eliminate numerous potential candidates for the Savior Maiden, incurring the wrath of many nobles. One reason for their current reluctance to assist him. The minister anticipated an explosive reaction from King Sir's eye, yet to his surprise, the king remained remarkably composed. In that fleeting moment, the minister envisioned the young Sir's eye, a figure of remarkable ambition, relentlessly cornering the royal family and strategically amassing the majority of domestic power. Without Eldritch, Sirs would undoubtedly be hailed as a formidable ruler among the kings of Intercomi. Initially, the balance of power between Sirs and Eldritch was indistinct, with Sirs even earning some admiration. After all, Eldritch was the heir to the royal throne, while Sirs was merely a minor noble of a royal branch. A single misstep led to a cascade of failures. Ultimately, Sirs's efforts paled in comparison to Eldritch's noble lineage. Eager for rapid success, upon ascending the throne, Sirs believed he could gradually unify Intercomi through his own capabilities, yet he faltered. While he stagnated, Eldritch pressed forward, ultimately gaining an insurmountable advantage, distancing himself from Sirs, who once stood nearly equal, if not slightly superior. I have reached a dead end, Sirs, I lamented. Indeed, he could opt to relinquish the throne. With his command, he could still cultivate a significant power base. However, Sirs would rather perish than take such a course, for it would tarnish a king's pride. Who is the envoy of the Church of Divine Grace? He inquired. Runedonner, the minister replied, exhaling in relief. He is the newly appointed bishop of the church and the eldest son of the Donner family. Bring him in. Seth lamentingly expressed that at this juncture, he could compromise on everything except for the throne itself. Chapter 68. The Princess, Your Majesty, I shall speak plainly. Windona's expression was far from favorable. He held little respect for His Majesty SESI. The kingdom of Incomith had reached a perilous juncture. Should Marlow fall, the kingdom of Incomith would cease to exist. A reality both unacceptable to you and to the Divine Grace Church. One candidly remarked, the only recourse now is to unite our strengths to defending Marlow. The only one capable of rallying all forces at this moment is Nala. One continued, her draconic lineage has awakened, coupled with the prophecy, granting her an unparalleled advantage within Incomith. If she takes the lead, she will garner the support of the nobles who have lost their lands. The Divine Grace Church will also lend her their full backing, and the Dona family will persuade other nobles to dispatch their private armies in support. But under what pretext should she present herself? I understood that long ago. There were proclamations of the existence of a Savior Maiden within Incomith. And even in its current decline, the notion of a Savior Maiden still holds significant sway. The princess, one intoned solemnly. So be it, I declared without contestation. There was no dispute regarding the princess's status, as he possessed no further leverage, whereas the Divine Grace Church, though it held the greatest influence within Incomith, had continuously propagated its teachings in the surrounding lesser nations. Thus, while the church was rooted in Incomith, the kingdom's demise would severely wound the church. It would not lead to its obliteration. I found himself at an impasse. The only reason Incomith had endured this far was due to the church's efforts. With no alternatives available, he was compelled to acknowledge Princess Nala's legitimacy. With this rightful identity, if Nala could indeed turn the tide of battle, she could rightfully demand SES to step down, ascending to the throne herself, while the Divine Grace Church would naturally reap greater rewards from such an arrangement. Of course, all of this hinged upon reversing the course of the conflict and repelling the invasion of the Kingdom of Royas. Otherwise, any subsequent actions would be rendered meaningless. Furthermore, should Nala succeed in driving back Royas, SES would not be without means to alter the situation himself. To promote Nala, SES hosted a grand gathering, donning a confident and graceful smile, as though he were not the one facing annihilation. The surrounding nobles greeted him amicably, as if those who had refused to send forth private soldiers and resources were not among them. Were it possible, I would have relished the thought of eliminating this group of nobles entirely. However, he could not, for such an act would lead to the kingdom's swift demise. Even in the absence of Royas, nobles are an indispensable part of the state. Yet they also represent a malignancy within it. The issue of nobility is a significant dilemma in any kingdom. The kingdom of Royas derives its strength from the conquest of a significant portion of the domestic nobility by Eldritch. The privileges of the nobility within Royas have been drastically curtailed, rendering war an inevitability. Should external conflict remain uninitiated, civil strife would surely erupt. Eldridge, in a rather unconventional approach, harnessed his innate capabilities to consolidate power, transforming the nobility into ravenous wolves. If the campaign against Incamus were to falter, these wolves would inevitably turn on him. Fortunately, Incamus was unable to mount a formidable resistance, allowing Royas to sweep through and seize much of its territory. Or else Eldridge would have faced severe repercussions. In truth, had it not been for Negri's intervention, prompted by the prophecy of the old matron, which delayed certain clandestine forces within Royas from aiding Incamus, the latter's downfall would have occurred even more swiftly. It is worth noting that the turmoil of those days was instigated by Cersei himself. His fear of losing the throne led to a reduction in royal members, a strategy that ultimately deemed unnecessary as Incamus was destined for annihilation. Yet, none of these nobles dared to voice their thoughts, for such candidness would tear the veil of decorum. Nobles abide by their own codes. To breach these would signify exclusion from the game, with the consequence of a swift and obscure demise. Cersei, holding a glass of red wine, prepared to call upon Nala when he noticed her clad in a black gown, voraciously consuming the food before her, as if it were her sworn enemy. Upon hearing her name, she paused, fork and knife embedded in a hefty piece of steak, turning to gaze at Cersei amidst the throng, which momentarily made him question whether it was prudent to place his hopes in this young girl. Observing her mother's evident distress, Nala hastily swallowed the morsel, then laid down her utensils with an air of noble elegance. The awakening of her draconic lineage had indeed amplified her appetite. After all, George I, the founder of Incamus, was renowned for his prodigious hunger. Cersei chuckled, dismissing Nala's impolite behavior. Regardless, this gathering proved successful, as Nala's emergence as the prophesied savior and dragon maiden, facilitated by the church, began to unite various factions within Incamus under a single banner. Clad in masculine armor and donning a helmet that obscured her youthful visage, Nala rode a majestic white steed, the flag of Incamus billowing behind her as she led the troops to support the front lines at Colomai. Along the journey, numerous individuals chose to enlist in her ranks, including many dispossessed nobles and idealistic youths, such as Baron Lesleval. Chapter 69. Lesleval, having lost his father to illness at a tender age, was entrusted to the care of his aristocratic uncle, a baron whose title he could only inherit upon reaching adulthood. His uncle epitomized the archetype of nobility, successful yet duplicitous, presenting a facade of virtue while engaging in unscrupulous schemes to augment his wealth within the confines of aristocratic rules. Through a betrothal agreement, the estate of a noblewoman was transferred to Les, or more accurately, to his uncle. As Les matured, the unforeseen events surrounding him multiplied. Upon reaching adulthood and assuming the title of baron, Les began to distance himself from his uncle. Yet, it was undeniable that he had long lived under his uncle's shadow, grappling with the complexities of governing his estate. He sensed a conspiracy at play. After all, his uncle had managed his lands for many years, and one could not dismiss the possibility of an untimely demise befalling him as well. His survival thus far could be attributed to the distraction posed by the incursions of the kingdom of Royas, which had drawn his uncle's attention away. Les shared a similar disposition with his uncle, adept at exploiting the rules of nobility, a skill he had honed for survival. Having no one to trust in his youth, but relying on the laws of inheritance for protection, he had witnessed darkness and yearned for light, nurturing his own ideals. Therefore, when news of the savior maiden emerged, he seized the opportunity, using his lordly title to withdraw all resources and muster a private army to enlist. In the military, his uncle's machinations naturally unraveled, providing Les with a chance to truly establish his legacy. As he beheld the savior maiden on her white steed, he felt a significant admiration for her. Her appearance symbolized the light he so desperately craved, as though simply gazing upon her radiance imbued him with a sense of her purity and goodness. The girl possessed a strength that inspired belief. Les sighed, reflecting on his upbringing in an environment devoid of trust. To be able to trust someone wholeheartedly would surely be a form of happiness. Upon arriving at a village, he suggested to Nala, "Let us send someone to scout ahead and rest here. Though the situation in Colomai is urgent, we must also attend to our well-being. Otherwise, our soldiers will be unable to fight," he continued. "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment," Nala replied, nodding. Although she was not well versed in military affairs, she felt reassured by Les's apparent reliability. "Just be cautious not to disturb the villagers." Inside one of the cottages within the village, A man of unremarkable appearance suddenly opened his eyes, a fervent gleam in his expression. He frantically rummaged through his cabinet, discarding its contents until he unearthed the book from a hidden compartment. "The master calls for me," he murmured, almost deliriously. "The master calls for me." Cradling the book as if it were a treasured relic, he tenderly caressed its surface before placing it upon the table. The book was no larger than the palm of one's hand, its cover adorned with a vividly animated golden dragon. With utmost caution, the individual retrieved a dagger and, imbued with a profound sense of purpose and ritual, made a shallow incision on his palm, pressing it against the book's cover. Blood oozed forth, and to his astonishment, the golden dragon began to writhe, transforming into slender tendrils of gold that absorbed the crimson essence and then burrowed back into his hand. Nala suddenly glanced toward the village ahead, her innate sensitivity amplified by her breathing techniques, allowing her perception to reach an extraordinary pinnacle. Just moments ago, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of a malevolent and ominous presence within that village. Grasping the book with hands adorned by golden patterns, the man's visage remained ordinary. Yet, an unmistakable aura emanated from him, a perilous allure that instilled both fear and fascination. The cover was inscribed with the blood of souls. By activating it with his own blood, he could temporarily host the essence of the soul, enabling Negri to seize control of his body and manifest. However, not everyone could withstand the burden of the soul's essence. Once Negri descended, the man's body would inevitably succumb to the strain, rendering it uninhabitable. Yet, the pawns were fully aware of this consequence and willingly accepted their fate. The divine presence that descended upon them allowed them to shed their mundane forms, merging their souls with the divine, a most glorious transformation. It was as if Negri's gaze could penetrate walls, scrutinizing the ragtag assembly of reinforcements. In a short while, Negri rendered his judgment. This troop, hastily assembled under the banner of the so-called Savior Maiden, possessed a semblance of spirit yet bore the hallmarks of disorder, chaotic management, an amalgamation of backgrounds, and a glaring lack of combat experience. Should they venture forth to aid Kalamai, it would merely amount to a futile sacrifice, devoid of any salvational merit. "Let us first hone our skills," Negri remarked with a smile, striding toward the outskirts of the village with the book in hand. Beyond summoning Negri, the tome served another purpose. It was a vessel for pathogens. Crafted from unique materials, each page harbored a distinct germ, which would activate upon contact with blood. And with the right knowledge, the book could conjure monsters for battle. Upon exiting the village, Negri ascended a slope and beheld a row of gravestones. Most of the villagers were interred here, victims of the unrelenting turmoil that had stripped away their sense of security. The nobility had conscripted soldiers indiscriminately and levied heavy taxes, resulting in a disheartening increase in mortality. "Grow quickly, Nala," he mused, turning to the page adorned with illustrations of grotesque creatures, their decaying forms devoid of emotion, like a horde of soulless beings. "There are no traps within the village. I have selected a suitable location for the army to encamp and rest for the night," Les reported after his reconnaissance. "Indeed. Everyone be on high alert and arrange for watchmen. I have an unsettling premonition," Nala replied, dismounting her horse and surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. As nightfall silently descends, a decayed hand emerges from the earth, casting a shadow over the village below. Chapter 70, The Sword-Wielding Maiden in This Era. The survival rate of the population is quite low, resulting in a sparse distribution of people across the land. Although it is a village, the homes are sufficiently distanced from one another. The army, though not numerous, remains encamped in the fields to the south of the village. As Nala refrains from disturbing the local inhabitants, she sits not far from the campfire, her heavy armor still donned, occasionally lifting her gaze towards the other side of the village, where an ominous feeling lingers in her heart. "How is the night patrol arranged?" Nala inquired of Lays, who was approaching. "It has been organized," Lays replied, his expression grim. "However, I do not believe they will be particularly diligent in their watch. The morale is simply too low." He sat down with a sigh, adding, "They see no hope and do not believe they can win. Thus, their actions are devoid of motivation." "I understand," Nala nodded. "Over the past 7 years, the army of Interkami has been wearied by defeat, their spirit diminished with each loss. Their willingness to fight stemmed from a lack of alternatives. In other lands, deserters hold a lowly status. If discovered, they risk being relegated to the status of nameless slaves. A fate worse than death. Only those who have firmly established their beliefs and are unafraid to die for them deserve admiration. Otherwise, such a state of existence, even in death, merely elicits sorrowful sighs. Something must be done to revive their spirits, Nala thought, turning to gaze at the flickering flames. Her mind, however, was a blank slate. How could she inspire morale? After all, she was just a simple country girl, lacking the wisdom of a seasoned leader. Growing up in Rayastemia, she had faced widespread disdain from the locals, seldom interacting with others. In Intercomi, she remained hidden from the watchful eyes of Emperor Ceresis, spending most of her time on the farm, where Rivers only taught her combat, not how to uplift others, a skill he himself lacked. Indeed, leading troops into battle was the most arduous task. Nala pouted, longing for a hearty meal, yet the supplies were scarce. A heavy burden rested upon her shoulders, amplifying her distress. Nala had little concept of the nation, yet Intercomi was Isabella's homeland. In her youth, life had been exceedingly difficult, with Isabella often recounting tales of events in Intercomi. If Intercomi were to fall, Mother would be heartbroken, Nala mused. Recalling why she had agreed to Lwen's request to stand up, Lays observed her, noting that she was merely a 17-year-old girl, untrained in military affairs. None of this should rest upon her shoulders, yet when the moment called for someone to step forward, she did so, despite her turmoil, without harboring any thoughts of retreat. How beautiful it was! In Lee's mind, a hope blossomed. May she not perish amidst the ravages of war. The rising and falling echoes of terror jolted Nara from her distress. The screams pierced the stillness, emanating from the village, signaling that calamity had struck. Rising with a grave countenance, Nara realized that the ominous feeling she had sensed upon her arrival was not unfounded. Indeed, disaster had befallen this place. A group, follow me to investigate. The rest, remain on guard, Nara commanded, drawing her knight's sword. The pristine blade gleamed with an ethereal fire under the glow of the flames, reflecting the indomitable spirit of the armored maiden wielding it, evoking an ineffable resonance in the hearts of those who beheld her. Yes, several individuals instinctively rose to heed her call. Yet, Nara did not wait for them. Instead, she unfastened the reins of her steed, mounting swiftly, and galloped towards the village, her longsword held high. Observing the girl on the white horse, Lees chose to remain at camp, attending to various matters. In this moment of crisis, he discerned that the plight of the troop extended beyond mere low morale. The management was profoundly disordered. With Nara present, they had a nominal leader. In her absence, the nobleman would vie for dominance, leading to potential annihilation should an enemy strike. Lees firmly planted his knight's sword before him, declaring with resolute conviction, "If you insist on retreating, let us engage in a duel for the honor of the nobility. I shall not hesitate to sever your tear-streaked head, allowing you to perish in disgrace before the ancestors of the Margolden lineage." Holding his sword aloft, Lees demanded, "Now, reveal your decision." His actions captured the attention of all present, while Sir Margolden gazed at the white glove on the ground, ultimately refraining from retrieving it. Seizing this moment, Lees issued a command. "All return to your ranks, maintain the established formation, uphold order and vigilance, and await news from the front, thereafter proceeding to the village or retreating." Meanwhile, Nara, astride her white steed and brandishing her knight's sword, charged into the village, tracing the source of the screams. The blood of the dragon endowed her with night vision, revealing a tattered figure hunched over a corpse, gnawing relentlessly at something with its head bowed. As if sensing Nara's presence, the figure turned, its face withered and darkened, a gaping wound exposing decayed flesh, presenting a grotesque sight. In that rhythmic motion, Nara furrowed her brow. The individual resembled a plant or insect, devoid of any semblance of a soul, a true embodiment of the living dead. Chapter 71. The Book of Monsters. Nala, brandishing a knight's sword, cautiously observed the lifeless body before her. Suddenly, the reanimated corpse lurched forward, charging at her. With precision, she thrust the knight's sword into its heart. Yet, even pierced, the creature continued to writhe, flailing its arms as if desperate to gnaw at Nala's pristine skin. Frowning in determination, she swung her sword once more, severing the monster's head. Was decapitating them the only way to grant them peace? Contemplating this, Nala hurried to the figure sprawled on the ground. The man's neck had been torn open, blood oozing freely, a clear indication that he could not survive. His eyes gazed up at the night sky, seemingly accusing the heavens. Nala laid down her knight's sword and grasped his hand, offering a prayer for his soul, hoping he would ascend to the divine realm and find eternal tranquility. Behind her, soldiers approached, torches in hand and mounted on horseback. "My lady, what are your commands?" they inquired, dismounting and drawing their weapons upon sighting the decayed corpse. "It seems the dead have risen," Nala responded, rising to her feet as she beheld the lifeless body stirring once again. She reclaimed her knight's sword. "Lord, what manner of creature is this?" The soldiers, filled with dread, pointed their swords at the reanimated corpse. They had never witnessed a being so grotesquely decayed still possessing life. Coupled with Nala's words, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped them. "Steady yourselves," Nala commanded, cleaving the newly resurrected corpse's head from its shoulders. She turned to the soldiers and declared, "An evil force is at work, causing the dead to rise, and those who fall victim to their bites will transform into monsters." "Understood." The soldiers hesitated momentarily, then responded in unison. After issuing her orders, Nala led the soldiers away, and as they observed the unwavering resolve of their young princess, they felt an invigorating strength coursing through their hearts. She, merely a 17-year-old girl, was unflinchingly prepared to fight. What reason did they have to hesitate? "All villagers, remain calm and take refuge in your homes. If you encounter any wandering corpses, flee to the military camp station to the south," Nala proclaimed loudly. "We are the kingdom's soldiers and shall ensure your safety." A multitude of undead staggered towards Nala and her companions, yet she felt no fear, her grip on the sword unwavering. Such was her nature. When she believed in the righteousness of her actions, she acted without hesitation, just as she would step forward as a savior to bring joy to her mother. She stood resolute. The grotesque corpses fell as Nala granted them their peace. Following the arrival of intelligence, the commanding list dispatched reinforcements, and a legion of soldiers surged into the village, purging the area of the undead. After a tumultuous upheaval, order was finally restored. Along the way, those villagers who had been bitten suddenly succumbed to madness, causing considerable distress. However, they were merely a horde of corpses. Soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons could easily vanquish them once they overcame their fear of battling the undead. "My lady, we have gathered the information," said Rhys, gravely approaching Nara, who stood by the fire with a sword in hand. "These corpses were once the people of the village, buried in the cemetery on the other side. Let us take a contingent and investigate the graveyard," Nara responded. "Such desecration of the dead is an abhorrent act, indicative of a sinister plot from the kingdom of Royas." The notion of the infectious nature of these living corpses weighed heavily on her mind, should they manifest en masse along the rear lines of Interkami. The entire defense could collapse, rendering any advance to the front lines unnecessary. Without delay, the group hastened to the cemetery, where they discovered only empty graves behind the tombstones. Nara employed her breath technique to sense the surroundings, yet detected nothing amiss. Rhys, wielding his knightly sword, remained vigilant, inching forward when suddenly a living corpse lunged from the underbrush, charging towards him. Though Rhys was not exceptionally formidable in combat, his reflexes were honed through various encounters. Reacting swiftly, he retreated while thrusting the knightly sword forward. The living corpse collided with the blade, blood splattering forth. As the visage of the individual came into focus, Rhys noted an ordinary face adorned with a disturbingly content smile. Its right hand, withered like a dead branch, clutched a small book. Had this person not been dead for long? Flashed through Rhys's mind. Lifting his sword, the corpse ceased its movements and collapsed to the ground, the book slipping from its grasp and landing before Rhys. Upon glimpsing the book, a peculiar sensation stirred within Rhys, compelling him to step forward and shield it from view. Hearing the commotion, Nara and the others hurried over, glancing at the lifeless body and inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Nothing to worry about," Rhys replied with a forced smile, inexplicably concealing the book from his companions while deflecting their concerns. Later, he discreetly picked up the volume. As Rhys opened the book, he perused its pages and realized it was the source of the living corpse calamity. The tome consisted of 9 pages, each detailing the creation of various monsters. The first page described the transformation of a creature through drugs and surgery. Each entry featured illustrations rendered in bold black lines, vividly depicting the monsters as if they might spring to life at any moment. On the 5th page, the living corpses were described, though this page lacked any accompanying illustration. Chapter 72, The Return of the Abyss Through Hell's Mediocre at Best. Negri sat upon his throne, observing Nara's initial foray into battle, and he remarked thus: "Regardless of the circumstances, Nara's courageous display in combat had garnered her some favor. With the aid of Lays, this motley assembly of reinforcements had finally begun to coalesce. As for Nara, her fate rested solely in her own hands. I have already extended ample assistance," Negri mused, squinting as he turned to the elder, Grandmother Xie. "Grandmother Xie, have you noticed those individuals? Those who approach with malice?" Negri inquired. "This assertion is rather intriguing," Negri replied with a smile. "Indeed. Their pursuit of the esteemed one must stem from a desire to harness the power of Lord Negri," Grandmother Xie continued. "Regardless of the veracity of Hell's divine proclamations, one fact remains indisputable. The order of this world emanates from the light. light serves as its framework, while fire embodies its flesh and blood. Thus, what Hells frequently engages in is the selection of suitable targets, followed by an array of rites to transform them into malevolent spirits, Grandmother Sia elaborated. Over 2 decades ago, the fog-dwelling demons of the capital Inkami were conjured by this very group. They possess profound insights into malevolent spirits, leading them to mistakenly believe they could control Lord Negri, prompting their malevolent approach. Grandmother Sia cackled once more. Yet, how could these fools comprehend that the might of Lord Negri transcends humanity and even malevolent spirits, representing a truly invincible force? Nonetheless, despite the invincibility of the esteemed one's power, caution must still be exercised regarding the forces of the abyss, she remarked, shifting her tone. The world's original visage, the abyss? Negri's gaze seemed to penetrate through any veil, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. Indeed, ever since the blinding light cleaved the abyss, igniting flames, this world has traversed 4 empires: glory, life, guardianship, and hope. The fire ignited by the white light is on the verge of extinguishment, and the power of the abyss stirs restlessly. Such power has the potential to transcend the very framework of this world. While scarce, it is exceedingly troublesome. Is that so? Negri waved his hand, opening the obsidian palace doors, revealing 3 figures clad in black masks, each adorned with a single tear of white at the corner of their eyes. Standing outside the palace, may the abyss envelop, stripping all things of their fade. Truly, they are insufferably arrogant, Negri remarked. To disregard the will of others and forcibly erode their perceptions is precisely my approach. The ground beneath morphed into a black mire, tendrils extending from the abyssal depths to ensnare the 3 individuals from Hells. Yet, beneath the shroud of black mist, their forms appeared ethereal, slipping through the grasp of the tendrils as they continued their approach towards Negri's throne. The divine remains unseen. All that is visible is but a fragment. Under the cover of that black mist, no assault could reach their true selves. This is the reliance of Hells. Every official member can procure this mist, born of the abyss, through ritual. Confronted by the members of Hells, malevolent spirits inherently possess a disadvantage, for they are a manifestation of the world's errors. In their presence, light and fire wane to unprecedented weakness. In the shadows where light and fire fail to reach, the power of the abyss intensifies dramatically. This signifies that we shall become terrifyingly formidable. The 3 of them leapt into the air, their bodies enveloped in swirling black mist, which transformed into countless chains ensnaring Negri. Merely a troop of jesters. Seated upon his throne, Negri emanated an overwhelming pressure accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if the very air were fracturing inch by inch. Nothing else mattered. It seemed as though only Negri existed in the entire world. The soulless corpses of the 3 plummeted from the sky, the black mist dissipating to reveal their bare forms. Hells believed that garments, being products of light and fire, would further distort their true appearances. Their skin was etched with various incantations and scars, bearing testimony to the multitude of tortures they had endured: stabbings, whippings, amputations, flayings, and castrations, among others. Their flesh, tainted and reduced to the ashes of fire, rejected the creations of light and fire, believing that through these tortures, they could shed a portion of the ashes. Granny Sia explained, "It is said that their ultimate transformation involves shedding their corporeal forms to acquire new bodies composed of black mist. What, then, is the so-called blinding one?" The ground writhed, swallowing the 3 corpses whole. Inevitably, they emitted no soul energy. Clearly, the organization of Hells has more dealings with malevolent spirits than even the Church of Divine Grace, possessing defenses against them. Thus, Negri could only glean further information from Granny Sia. Granny Sia, having liberated the first root, acquired the so-called ability of foresight. Knowing many secrets of various organizations and the myriad mysteries of this world, she could be considered a true scholar. Hells posits that the divine is invisible, ineffable, immeasurable, and incomprehensible. Thus, when people observe the divine, they can only perceive 4 states, referred to as the 4 aspects of the divine. The blinding one represents the invisible. The tongue cutter signifies the ineffable, the hand cutter embodies the immeasurable, and the head cutter symbolizes the incomprehensible. The contagion of Lord Negri is vast and unseen, leading them to believe that you are the blinding one. Granny Sia remarked, "It is precisely because the tongue cutter has returned to power that Hells dares to emerge anew." Chapter 73, The Ceremony, the 4 Faces of the Divine? Indeed, it is rather dull. Negri rose from his throne. "Yes, my lord," he replied with a cackle. "In the territory of Indicami, in the realm of Scoro, the young Miss Morleese stood by the window of the castle's attic, gazing down at the knights practicing in the meadow below, her chin resting on her hand as she drifted into a state of ennui. Once, she could have engaged in salons with other noble young ladies in the bustling city, discussing life and ideals with poets and musicians. However, war had obliterated all semblance of joy. Here, there were only knights preparing for battle and farmers toiling daily, devoid of any entertainment. She felt as though madness was creeping upon her. Suddenly, Morleese spotted a commotion in the distance. A young boy appeared to be peering at the knights from outside the castle. Upon being discovered, several knights seized him, binding his hands with ropes and throwing him against a nearby tree, where they began to whip him with their riding crops. "Amy, that poor boy. Bring him here. Tidy him up and present him before me," Morleese said with a smirk. "Miss, the master has said," Amy, the maid, replied cautiously. "Go, heed my command," Morleese interrupted imperiously, "or else I shall bestow a few lashes upon you as well." Before long, the beaten boy was brought to Morleese's attic. Upon seeing the multiple red welts on his body and his ill-fitting linen garb, Morleese closed the window and instructed Amy to shut the door. "Come here. Let me inspect your wounds," she said to the boy. The boy, feeling uneasy, hesitated to approach. Morleese, not angered, carefully approached the wary lad, gently ruffling his hair before tenderly caressing the marks left by the whip on his face. The pressure of her fingers was light, eliciting a tingling sensation in the wounds, causing the boy to squirm uncomfortably. "Does it hurt?" Morleese inquired softly, her voice imbued with the fragrance of her perfume, which made the boy swallow hard. "Hiki." The noble girl chuckled lightly, her hand gliding over the boy's scars. As her lips parted slightly, she leaned closer, her delicate features mere inches from his, the warmth and scent further igniting the boy's senses. Yet in the next instant, Morleese unhesitatingly dug her sharp nails into his wounds, eliciting a pained scream from the boy. She covered her mouth and laughed. "How does it feel, wretched creature? Did you think I was about to kiss you? Did you feel the pain then?" With excitement, Morleese picked up a whip, striking the boy as she uttered words of delight. "Truly, you insignificant wretch. It is your greatest honor to bring me joy." In the past, Morleese and several other noble maidens found their greatest amusement in hosting salons where they would invite vagrants, beggars, and impoverished children, deriving pleasure from the torment of these lowly beings. As she ruthlessly lashed out, the boy, devoid of any capacity for resistance, only fueled Morleese's exhilaration. She relentlessly cornered him, her customary decorum vanishing in this moment of fervor. Perhaps it was precisely because she was perpetually required to engage with various members of the elite, maintaining the facade of noble etiquette, like a mask that must be worn, that they remained in a state of suppression. Yet, once liberated from such constraints, they transformed into frenzied beings, as if possessed by another persona. No one could possibly connect the wildly exhilarated woman mercilessly thrashing the boy in the corner with the delicate and sweet Miss Morleese from the ball. Morleese set down her whip and fiercely grasped the boy's neck, releasing him only when he seemed on the verge of asphyxiation. She then raised her foot and kicked him, grinding her heel into his body. Meanwhile, within the confines of her attic, two members of the Hales, adorned in black masks with white tear-like streaks at their eyes, engaged in hushed discourse. "Can we confirm the target?" one of the Hales queried softly. Although Intercomi is engulfed in internal strife and the Church of Divine Grace is somewhat beleaguered, that pack of rabid dogs will remain indifferent to the fall of a nation. The target's identity is undoubtedly accurate. If it were not, we would have drawn the ire of those mad dogs. Rest assured, I have verified multiple times. The target possesses the potential to become a fallacy. Under the power of the ritual, they will inevitably transform into a malevolent spirit, contributing to the advent of the abyss. The other Hales member affirmed. "In that case, let us proceed with the ritual. Let the entire Koslo territory serve as the offering." One of the Hales stepped through the door, where he found the maid Amy trembling in fear, terrified that such a fate might one day befall her. However, the sudden emergence of a blade from her chest extinguished her apprehensions. The Hales member unsheathed his sword and swiftly dealt with the maid's lifeless body, her entrails spilling out amidst the blood, while a gray-white stone inscribed with runes was inserted into her hollow abdomen. Thus, the girl's vitality and soul essence could be temporarily preserved by the stone, forming a crucial part of the ritual, significantly facilitating the birth of the malevolent spirit. The Hales did not pause. After disposing of the body, they continued their grim endeavor, slaying any who crossed their path, regardless of age, gender, or status. Under the blade of the Hales ritual, all distinctions vanished. Morleese was still engrossed in her torment of the boy. oblivious to the fact that nearly everyone else in the castle had perished. Another member of the Hales remained motionless, silently observing Marilis's increasingly extreme cruelty. Unbeknownst to her, a thick, dark mist had begun to envelop the castle, shrouding it in a peculiar silence. Yet, in her state of excitement, Marilis remained unaware. The boy in the corner was barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. Finally, the stationary Hales member drew forth the ritual blade and, without hesitations, plunged it into Marilis's head. The once abused youth opened his emotionless eyes, and the visage of the boy gradually faded, transforming into that of a member of Hell's adorned with a black mask. The same ritual blade was plunged into the heart of Marilis. Chapter 74. The Return Gift. As the ceremonial blade was drawn, blood began to gush forth. Marilis collapsed to the ground, a dagger having pierced her skull and another thrust into her heart. In a mere instant, this peculiar noblewoman met her demise. In the fleeting moment before her death, the agony consumed her, rendering her entranced. Over her lifeless body, strange entities began to converge, absorbing the ethereal essence that emanated from her corpse. In the eyes of the members of Hales, Marilis's lingering soul was in the process of formation. Two Hales members exchanged a glance and produced a grayish-white stone, distinct from the others due to its myriad tiny holes. They opened the chest of her corpse, removing the useless entrails, and placed the stone within. A force acting upon the soul drew in the nascent remnants of her spirit. This grayish-white stone was the Abyssal Stone. Acquired through rituals by the Hales organization over the years, renowned for its ability to preserve souls and vitality, thus deemed an exceedingly precious resource. For ordinary malevolent spirits, the Hales organization would typically utilize but a single Abyssal Stone to significantly facilitate their manifestation. However, the pursuit of Marilis was not merely to transform her into a common malevolent spirit. Her soul possessed the potential to become a hand of the butcher. Hence, they employed a considerable number of Abyssal Stones, even amidst the chaos instigated in Inner Kami and the region infested by the mad dogs of the Heretic Inquisition. The castle lay strewn with corpses, each interred with Abyssal Stones, as if some force enveloped these bodies, causing the flowing blood around them to form an eerie pattern. The porous Abyssal Stone within Marilis's corpse vibrated incessantly, drawing forth the essence and soul energy stored within the other bodies, transforming them into wisps of mist that surged toward the porous stone. Ultimately, this essence would merge with Marilis's residual soul, aiding her transformation into a competent malevolent spirit, culminating in the fire purification ritual that would elevate her to one of the four faces of the divine, representing the inscrutable hand of the butcher. With the tongue cutter already in place and the blinding eye having found a purpose, only the head cutter's counterpart, the unfathomable, remained. Once the four faces of the divine were united, the advent of the abyss upon the world would be imminent. The return to the abyss was the fervent desire of every Hales member. They had once been ordinary people, yet in this world, normalcy equated to disaster. This world ought not to be so. Why should the nobility inherently stand above others, possessing boundless resources, wealth, sustenance, power, and women? Are we not all human? Why should some be endowed with such privileges while others endure wretched fates, suffering various torments, only to succumb to despair? Was it a grave transgression that warranted divine retribution? Or was their fate simply predestined? Why must such disparities exist among people? In the end, these individuals arrived at a singular conclusion. This world, as it stands, is fundamentally flawed. Since the world is flawed, let us rectify this error. Those resolute individuals determined to transform this erroneous world have uncovered some enigmatic truths from the abyss. Dedicating themselves to profound study, they ultimately unveiled the world's reality as a radiant light pierced through the darkness, igniting a flame. The ashes left in the wake of this blaze metamorphosed their former selves. Garments are the offspring of the fire. Wealth is the offspring of the fire. Sustenance is the offspring of the fire. Power is the offspring of the fire. Desire is the offspring of the fire. Indeed, a significant portion of the current world is born from this flame. What a magnificent ideal! Why is it that some fail to comprehend this? Surely, it is their yearning for the hues of light and the warmth of fire that clouds their understanding. They must be deceived by the hypocritical ashes, misled by those futile illusions of beauty. 3 members of the Helser Society stood outside a foreboding castle, gazing upon its ominous faade with reverence, before turning away. The more offerings, the better. The newly arisen malevolent spirits require a substantial feast. The farmers and their wives were ruthlessly slain, their pleas for mercy disregarded, their suffering forgotten. As the 3 figures, masked in black, continued their relentless slaughter amidst the swirling darkness, You too suffer poverty and oppression from the nobility. Surely, you can comprehend our actions. They proclaimed. If you understand our methods, then embrace death for our ideal, nay, for the injustice that pervades the world. Suddenly, an unpleasant cackle interrupted. As an ugly old woman, leaning on a cane, appeared before the three frenzied Helser members. Beside her stood three figures, an enormous man towering at 4 or 5 meters. A gunman perched upon the giant's shoulder, and a young man clad in white robes, wearing a contemptuous grin. They were none other than the ghostly forces under the command of Negri. I believe you have misunderstood something, the old woman cackled, her laughter grating against the air. Seemingly oblivious to the Helser members' aggression. With a heavy thud, her cane struck the ground as she proclaimed, "We come bearing the will of our master Negri. Therefore, regardless of who you are or what noble ideals or nefarious schemes you possess, you shall be governed by the will of our master Negri." The atmosphere crackled with the tension of impending conflict. Chapter 75. A lack of hope and warmth perched upon Connor's shoulder was Caddis Mareg, emanating an ethereal azure aura. With a sudden leap, he descended from Connor's shoulder, brandishing a long spear, and thrust it towards one of the members of the Hales. A futile assault. For our true forms remain unseen, and what is unseen cannot be harmed. The Hales member scoffed, entirely disregarding Caddis's spear attack, and lunged forward with a ritual blade aimed at Caddis. Caddis's spear pierced through the body of the first black figure, yet the adversary's form shimmered like a mirage, enshrouded in the black mist of the abyss, rendering it impossible to discern its true appearance, and thus incapable of inflicting genuine harm. Meanwhile, the ritual blade of the first black figure penetrated Caddis's armor, embedding itself within his flesh. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Caddis grinned, sweeping his spear, sending the first black figure hurtling away, blood spraying forth. Observing the black figure rising, Caddis discarded the ritual blade lodged in his side, black liquid oozing from the wound. And his expression lit up with excitement. "During your attacks, you enter a fleeting state of vulnerability. Your body is already in a state of death?" The first black figure discerned Caddis's current condition. "Now the battle becomes intriguing," Caddis replied with a chuckle. "You typically exist in an invulnerable state, while my body seldom succumbs to death. To triumph over you, I must uncover your concealed weaknesses. However, I have already discerned one of your vulnerabilities. When you attempt to attack others, I can indeed strike at you, albeit with some hindrance, but I have succeeded. So, how will you respond now?" Caddis inquired with a malicious glint in his eye. "What is nurtured within the castle is of great significance to you, is it not? Should you choose to flee, I shall annihilate what lies within." Meanwhile, the imposing figure of Connor Kinway set down his weapon, a robust iron chain, trailing behind it a massive spherical weight. Although his movements were not slow, they lacked agility, prompting him to remain stationary. The second black figure launched an attack. But against Connor's vast physique, the assault merely tickled, delivering no meaningful damage. If the second black figure turned to assist his comrade, Connor would advance towards the castle. This realization struck the second black figure. If Connor remained unchallenged, he could not escape, lest he jeopardize the malevolent ritual. The colossal chain swung and crashed against the second black figure. Yet within the shroud of the abyss, all attacks went awry. Connor ceased his offensive, and had one possessed extraordinary vision, they would observe a violet luminescence beginning to emanate from him. Lastly, the third member of the Hales, the most unfortunate of all, found himself facing the amicable assassin, Jack. Jack's movements were remarkably agile. He deftly countered the third black figure's attacks with blocks and rolls. "How shall I address you?" "My brother?" Jack held a dagger in reverse, parrying the ceremonial blade thrust by Black 3, radiating an ethereal white aura. Noticing Black 3's lack of response, he nonchalantly continued, "Given your dullness, I shall call you Ada." Jack's words momentarily froze Black 3, whose subsequent attacks grew increasingly ferocious. "I apologize for striking a nerve. I sincerely beg your forgiveness, for I shall undoubtedly provoke you further." Jack rolled to evade another strike, ceaselessly chattering. "If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to a friend of mine named Gajiji. I trust you two will find common ground. May I ask you a question?" Jack slashed the dagger towards Black 3's groin, yet met only emptiness. "There's a saying about living beneath the groin. Why do you take such a misguided path by joining heirs? The once amiable Amu has transformed into Ada curse you. Perish." Black 3's assaults intensified, Jack's taunting remarks continuously igniting his fury. "Angry are we?" "Indeed." Jack deftly parried every blow with his dagger, his tone abruptly serious. "The so-called heirs are merely a band of defeated souls. They have lost everything and now channel their grievances against the world, yearning for light and fire, yet wishing to deprive others of hope and warmth because they themselves cannot attain it. What do you understand? Black 3 furiously attacked Jack. Black mist swirling violently around him, converging upon the dagger he wielded. His scarred body, almost inhuman, bore the marks of torment, skin torn away, ribs removed, and nails driven into him. Clutching the ceremonial blade cloaked in darkness, he spoke with a voice steeped in despair. Do you think these scars were inflicted after joining the heirs? Do you believe I do not yearn for hope and warmth? Black 3 charged at Jack. Now devoid of the protective mist, vulnerable to attack. The one who could bring me warmth and hope is gone. Such a tragedy, Jack remarked, his smile fading. The once white aura around him inexplicably transformed to a deep crimson. The ceremonial blade clashed with the dagger, the mist-enshrouded weapon severing Jack's dagger, ultimately beheading him. Jack, clutching the broken dagger, grazed Black 3's temple. Had the dagger remained intact, it might have cleaved his skull in two. Yet Black 3's body fell backward, his eyes behind the mask losing their spark as phantom echoes filled his ears. A boy of 7 or 8. If you haven't seen him, I advise you not to search. Several disappear each year, and they are rarely found. However, if you truly wish to look, venture into the alleyways of the noble district. With a stroke of luck, you might discover a corpse. These wretches are truly unpunished, such is their fate. Guards, seize the scoundrel who dared to attempt my assassination. Inflict upon him a punishment that will instill regret. To have slain that little miscreant was a privilege. Now, stripped of all worth, he can no longer propagate his kind. There exists no glimmer of hope or warmth. Chapter 76. The unfathomable Morley's Jack's severed head sprouted several black tendrils, connecting to his fallen body. Although he could not feel warmth in life, his corpse could still experience a fleeting warmth in death. Jack shook his head in resignation. Why harbor resentment towards the world? If there were to be any hatred, it should be directed at the Time Minister. He cast aside the half of a dagger in his hand. The reason it had failed to strike his opponent, despite its potential to slay Black Number 3, lay in his secondary soul's ability. The ghoul army consisted of living dead infused with secondary souls, which were transformed from residual souls. These residual souls, having detached from their true essence, gained a semblance of liberation akin to a secondary root release. For instance, Negri had awakened the ability to control symbiotic bacteria, but since it was a secondary release, this power initially manifested as weak. Negri's mastery over the bacteria grew as his soul body developed, making it increasingly formidable yet difficult to enhance. Fundamentally, it paled in comparison to the true liberation of the Elder Witch. Nevertheless, Negri's continuous evolution of the bacteria led to an exponential amplification of his control, which was a significant reason for the Elder Witch's profound admiration for him. Jack's implanted secondary soul awakened a unique ability he dubbed killing intent manipulation. However, unlike others, the killing intent he wielded did not originate from himself. Rather, it was derived from the malice of others. When Jack employed this ability, any killing intent directed towards him would be absorbed and transformed into weapons under his command. Although his severed dagger had not struck its target, the blade imbued with killing intent had nonetheless inflicted severe psychological harm, leading to his adversary's demise shortly thereafter. It could be said that the more killing intent others harbored towards Jack, the stronger he became. Inciting such malice was indeed one of his greatest strengths. Flames danced as Jack chose not to assist his comrades, nor halt the increasingly advanced ritual within the castle. Instead, he sat beside a pyre ignited by corpses, extending his hands to warm himself by the fire. The living dead, though nearly immortal, had lost much. The disconnection between soul and body rendered their sense of smell nearly non-existent, leaving Jack indifferent to the foul stench of burning flesh. Damn it. Where lies the weakness of this fat man? Black Number 2 relentlessly assaulted Connor Kenway, inflicting a myriad of wounds upon the corpulent figure, only for those wounds to swiftly mend. The undead body bore no fatal scars. Their forms were composed of bacteria, allowing for easy recovery as long as the bacterial tissue remained largely intact. Do not rush. Take your time. It was haste that led to AL's demise, Black No. 2 mused. Although unsure of why the opponent did not intervene to halt the completion of the sinister ritual, he knew that once it was fulfilled, the newly birthed Morleys would grow immensely powerful. The dark spirit, nurtured by the abyssal stone, would be driven by the forces of the abyss and would surely bring death to these intruders. It was already sufficient. Suddenly breaking his silence, Connor uttered a phrase, causing the assailant behind him, known as Black 2, to collapse onto the ground. His body was riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing forth as life slowly ebbed away. The ability bestowed upon him by Connor Kenway's vice spirit was termed damage reflection. Each time he sustained harm, the damage would accumulate and be reflected back onto the attacker. A single strike might only inflict a minuscule wound, but when these injuries amassed and erupted simultaneously, the result was truly terrifying, especially in conjunction with Connor's immortality, rendering this ability nearly insurmountable. Ha ha ha, your companions have all perished. Now it is your turn, Cartes taunted, wielding his spear as Black One gasped for breath before him. A nagging sensation loomed over Black One. The man before him, brandishing the spear, possessed the capability to end his life long ago but had chosen to prolong his suffering. This delay bore no ulterior motives, merely a desire to witness his anguish and despair. Such a person was the epitome of malevolence, relishing in the torment of others, deriving pleasure from inflicting pain and despair. His nefarious deeds were not driven by greed or material gain. Rather, he reveled in the sheer joy of wickedness. Just as he had once opted to become a pirate to plunder, he had not done so out of necessity. His previous life had been relatively affluent. He simply chose the path of piracy for the thrill it offered. Yet, one could hardly deny his fortuitous circumstances in aligning himself with Negri, acquiring the powers of the ghoul. Wail in agony. Reveal your suffering to me. Cartes evaded an attack from Black One, swiftly thrusting his spear forward, exploiting the opening to pierce his opponent's body. Now, succumbed to utter despair. With a twist of the spear, he yanked it back, drawing forth blood and entrails. Although the dark mist soon mitigated further harm, Black One was left on the brink of death. Behind him, the castle was littered with corpses, now desiccated remains. The abyssal stones within them were marred with cracks, threatening to shatter into dust at the slightest external force. Within the corpse of Morlise, the abyssal stone riddled with holes exuded a potent aura, heralding the birth of the new malevolent spirit that roared forth from the window, its colossal soul manifesting before all. The ghoul army, being the undead, could perceive the soul, while the distant figure of Granny Sia, having liberated her roots as a sorceress, recognized the spiritual form as a fundamental skill. Morlise's soul was immense. Due to the dark ritual, it lacked a human semblance. Resembling a grand mask adorned with a smiling woman, surrounded by dozens of tendril-like soul strands. Thus emerged the unfathomable Morlise. Chapter 77. The arrival. The colossal mask of the malevolent spirit of Morlise floated high in the sky. Ethereal soul threads danced gracefully, enveloping the surroundings in a veil of illusion, rendering the world a seemingly enchanting realm. The sky sparkled with clarity, and the once iron-scented air transformed into a sweet fragrance. Following the dark ritual, a torrent of soul energy surged into Morlise's being, elevating the spirit to unprecedented heights, coupled with the abyssal power derived from the Abyss Stone. This entity could be deemed one of the mightiest monsters in existence. This was made possible by Hell's willingness to expend such a significant quantity of Abyss Stones. Their prayers, however fervent, yielded only a fragment at most. This ancient organization, with its countless years of existence, could muster only so many Abyss Stones. This time, they presented nearly a third of their reserves, culminating in the creation of such a formidable spirit. Should Morlise undergo transformation into a true hand-chopper, her power would ascend once more. Ha ha ha, the dark ritual has succeeded. Black One knelt upon the ground, laughing maniacally. The enigmatic Morlise, her soul form reminiscent of Hell's crew surrounded by the mist of the abyss, now appeared as a mere illusion, her true essence concealed behind the mask, rendering all assaults futile against this Fade. The allure of this illusion was intoxicating, spreading like a gentle haze around her. The enormous mask in the sky wore a perpetual smile, evoking feelings akin to a lover's embrace or the comfort of a mother's arms. Even Black One, whose innards had been spilled, regained his footing, the illusion mending his wounds and granting him a sensation of perfect restoration. Suspended in the heavens, the vast mask hovered, while the soul threads danced around, not attacking Caddis and the others but tenderly caressing them, rekindling the vivid sensations of their former lives: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. Let us cease this struggle. There is no need to endure suffering. Instead, dwell eternally in this blissful haven, Morlise's soul threads gently coaxed. Instilling such thoughts in everyone present, Black One naturally knelt, and some hidden subjects, lured by this exquisite temptation, emerged slowly, prostrating themselves beneath Morlise, embraced by the soft caress of the soul threads. Behind Morlise, the castle gates swung open, and the deceased noble knights were resurrected, ushering in a grand banquet where food flowed abundantly, and wine cascaded like a never-ending fountain. Nobles danced with their servants. As the barriers of class seemed to dissolve in this place, Black One and the subject joined this seemingly eternal celebration, feasting upon glistening roasted beefsteaks, freshly baked white bread, and sipping sweet red wine, engaging in joyful conversations with beautiful noble maidens. Thus manifests the unfathomable Morlise, wrought by Hales. Her true essence concealed beneath a facade of alluring deception, unknown to all. This beguiling falsehood exerts a fatal allure upon all living beings. Once fully captivated, one gradually succumbs to this illusion, ultimately becoming a part of the falsehood, joining the so-called paradise of eternal revelry. The more souls that partake, the more potent this deception becomes, rendering escape from its assimilation increasingly arduous. Presently, apart from the four subordinates of Negri, every living creature nearby has succumbed to this gathering. Even the animals, everything appearing in perfect harmony. Join us, join us, join us. A gentle voice seems to whisper in the ears of a few, awakening their most cherished desires. In the next moment, azure flames ignited from the being known as Black One, spreading and engulfing all participants and their surroundings in flames. The power bestowed by Cadis's secondary soul, the fire of malevolence. Each attack inscribes his malice upon his victims, and when the markings accumulate sufficiently, they ignite into the fire of malevolence, the intensity of which is dictated by the extent of his malevolence manifested. Forgive my audacity, but my desire is for the entire world to ignite in an unquenchable flame, with destruction, calamity, suffering, and despair rampant. Your beauty is precisely what I loathe. Cadis declared with a grin, embodying the essence of a true villain. A colossal mask floated in the heavens, its smile gradually fading, the illusion dissipating as the harmonious scene transformed grotesquely. Once delectable food morphed into putrid flesh and insect-infested bark. Sweet red wine turned into a murky liquid teeming with ominous substances, and the once egalitarian populace metamorphosed. Opulent nobles rode upon the backs of the commoners, bearing their bloodied maws, savagely tearing at them. Black One lay in disarray, entrails strewn about, already deceased, his lingering soul and corpse wholly subjugated by Morlise. Now a mere fragment of the falsehood. Gentle sunlight morphed into impenetrable darkness, fragrant air became a miasma of decay, and the mask in the sky transformed into a gigantic skull, with tender soul strands becoming brittle hair. Some strands, imbued with the fire of malevolence, plummeted, and the skull lunged towards the four below, this assault being undeniably real. Cadis's spear was effortlessly deflected. The immense skull struck the ground, excavating a vast pit, its existence transcending human comprehension, akin to humanity's impotence against natural disasters. Connor's massive form was directly impacted, half of his body reduced to a gruesome pulp, while Cadis and Jack nimbly evaded, and Granny Sia had mysteriously appeared on the other side. The old witch opened a gilded box, within which a golden liquid gently rippled, and an overwhelming sense of foreboding instantly enveloped the surroundings, heralding the arrival of a presence imbued with deadly allure. Chapter 78. The language of dragons. Golden blood floated in the air, dispersed among the other soul entities of Negri, who descended here through the bond of soul blood. Truly impressive. The soul entity of Negri observed the colossal skull-headed evil spirit and remarked with admiration, Hell's technique certainly has its merits. The ability to conjure such a formidable evil spirit in a short span of time and to maintain an organization for so long is indeed not without value. In the current world, the level of individual power has its limitations. According to the Elder Witch, in ancient times, when light first pierced through and brought forth flames, the initial witches who derived their magical powers from the fire liberated their third source of origin. Presently, based on the Elder Witch's perception, there is only one witch in the entire world who has liberated her first source of origin, and that is her, even when all supernatural powers are considered. The number of individuals who have achieved the first source liberation amounts to just over 20. Among them, many have not truly liberated their origins. Take Chris, for instance. He acquired extraordinary strength through breathing techniques, yet did not liberate his own source. If we categorize the power levels in the current world, they can be divided into 4 tiers. The 4th tier consists of individuals devoid of extraordinary abilities, within which there exists a significant disparity, such as between trained mercenaries and farmers who only know how to till the land. The 3rd tier encompasses those who possess derived powers, such as the reanimated dead and even the crow people. Although they have gained extraordinary strength, they are incapable of further enhancement. The 2nd tier corresponds to those who have liberated their first source. Some have done so through various methods, while others, like Chris, utilize breathing techniques or other means to continually augment their strength. The newly born evil spirit, Morlise, belongs to this category, as do the ghostly beings. The first tier consists of individuals like Negri and his companions. Currently, it is known that there are only 3.5 of them. One of them is, of course, Negri, whose residual soul achieved a secondary liberation and subsequently transcended through the soul blood, elevating the quality of his soul entity to the level of a second source liberation. Another is Eldridge, the king of the Roya's kingdom, who obtained power surpassing the first source liberation through the legacy of the First Empire. The third is the already reinstated god of the four faces, the unspeakable tongue cutter from Hells. As for the final half, she herself remains unaware of possessing such power. Only upon her true awakening will she be able to grasp it fully. It is worth noting that this hierarchy of power is not absolute. For instance, ordinary individuals in the fourth tier, if well-trained and adept at leveraging their environment, can indeed triumph over those in the second tier. The same applies to the third tier. The power gap between them and the second tier is not substantial. The primary distinction lies in their inability to enhance their capabilities through personal effort. This stratification of power primarily reflects disparities in strength, yet in actual combat, what truly matters is the combat awareness and whether the nature of the power can counteract that of the opponent. The disparity among entities within the same echelon can be quite pronounced. For instance, the colossal malevolent spirit, MLS, birthed from the Abyssal Stone, possesses the ability to utterly dominate the spectral beings categorized within the same tier during combat. MLS's immense skull let out a piercing shriek, as the overwhelming force emanating from her vast form surged forth uncontrollably. Connor, whose body had been severed in half, was sent hurtling away, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain, while others found themselves retreating to evade the onslaught of her interference. However, none of this chaos seemed to perturb Negri. A profound force of interference radiated from Negri's soul, counteracting MLS's onslaught. Golden blood proliferated in the air, culminating in the formation of an almost flawless corporeal vessel, into which Negri's soul seamlessly integrated, his eyes fluttering open. Up to this juncture, Negri had an array of alternative forms to choose from, including his frequently utilized multi-layered bacterium body, the Black Raven form crafted from Black Raven bacteria, and various other bodies sculpted from different bacteria, encompassing both humanoid and other shapes. At present, however, Negri had opted for the incomplete draconic physique, activating the draconic genes embedded within his soul's blood, thus manifesting in this dragon-like form. Admittedly, this body remained quite unstable, and many draconic attributes could not be expressed, with the risk of collapse looming in the near future. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Negri's form emanated an aura of dominance, a pressure reminiscent of the dragon, which exerted a unique influence on the surroundings, as if the entire world were resonating with the essence of the dragon. MLS appeared provoked by Negri's emergence, as countless withered strands of hair surged toward his form, while her interference grew increasingly ferocious. With a mere gesture, Negri severed the strands, the forces of interference clashing against each other. Yet, it was evident that Negri's interference was far superior. MLS's protective barrier was torn asunder. In a swift ascent, Negri found himself positioned above the massive soul of MLS. Chapter 79. The three gods emerging from the initial flames. Morlise possessed formidable strength. However, her experience in combat involving extraordinary powers was regrettably limited. After all, her original form was merely that of a peculiar noble maiden. Despite having absorbed numerous memories from warriors, these individuals were merely ordinary humans who had not encountered supernatural forces. In terms of controlling power and seizing the opportune moments in battle, Morlise fell significantly short compared to Negri. Given that Negri was indeed stronger than Morlise, he seized the opportunity to decisively defeat her, leaving her soul largely obliterated. With only a remnant remaining, it appears another ghoul could soon be added to the ranks. Observing the remnants of Morlise in his grasp, Negri entrusted her to old Granny Sia, while his own body began to disintegrate. Over the years, the ghoul army had not undergone significant expansion. This was partly due to the scarcity of suitable secondary souls for implantation, and partly because Negri had embarked on a research endeavor concerning residual souls, directing resources towards that study. The ghoul army had reached a sufficient size and thus had not sought further recruitment. Currently, the ghoul army, comprising members who had undergone soul transplantation, consisted of 9 official members. Apart from 2 or 3 tasked with maintaining order in Leah, the majority were dispatched on various missions, typically to gather ancient knowledge from diverse regions or to infiltrate other organizations for intelligence. Understood, my lord, several individuals acknowledged in unison. To utilize the dragon language, one must meet stringent conditions. Merely the issue of vocal apparatus poses a significant barrier, preventing many from gaining access. Another requisite is the dragon might, a form of psychological pressure that resonates with the world. If breathing techniques allow a person to adjust their rhythm to harmonize with their surroundings, dragon might compels the world to yield to its force. Additionally, there exists another condition. The individual employing the dragon language must possess a soul attribute inclined towards draconic characteristics, and their mental or soul level must have achieved at least one liberation of its essence. Otherwise, if one's soul lacks the requisite qualifications and attempts to wield the dragon language forcefully, they risk being overwhelmed by its potency, potentially devolving into a mindless state akin to that of a mutated being, or having their mental strength drained, resulting in the demise of their soul and the departure of their true spirit. Negri, too, needed to activate the draconic factor within the blood of souls to form a draconic body for usage. As for his soul attributes, if one were to categorize them, they would likely align with dominion. His inferior liberation ability pertains to bacterial control, while Jack, a portion of his fragmented soul that serves as a secondary soul, possesses the ability of murderous intent manipulation. Nevertheless, the soul energy that Negri has consumed also bears draconic attributes, and it is precisely this dominion over the dragon that grants him the qualification to employ the dragon language. To comprehend the formidable power of the dragon language, one must delve into the origins of this world. In the beginning, the world emerged from the abyss of darkness, where a beam of white light pierced through it, causing a segment of the abyss to fall. This light brought forth fire, igniting a portion of the abyss and giving rise to much of what exists today. In the primordial depths of the abyss, a deity of darkness underwent a transformation amidst the flames, giving rise to three distinct beings, one of which was the dragon, considered a progenitor of life in this realm. The dragons proliferated, and during the era of the First Empire, they were a common sight. Alas, as the world gradually regressed, the dragons found it increasingly difficult to survive. By the time of the Third Empire, the last great dragon, Valsis, perished, marking the end of an era. Only a few bloodlines of lesser dragons remained. In the present day, even these lesser dragons have become rare, often regarded as calamities in certain regions. The one slain by Chris was among the few remaining of its kind in this continent. As for the other two deities transformed by the primordial flames, one evolved into a new god who established a pantheon, now scarcely better than the dragonkin. The dragons are merely remnants of their once proud lineage, while the deities, perhaps the god of the divine grace sect, is merely a vestige, may or may not be so. Lastly, there are the giants. Legend has it that the first giant, having severed its flesh, cast it into the waters, where it transformed into fish. When thrown into the sky, it became birds, and when it fell to the ground, it morphed into various beasts. Eventually, with little flesh remaining, the giant fashioned the final creature, humankind, drawing from its own form. If I am not mistaken, in the myths of the Kosi people, the progenitor of all beings refers to the giant. After all, the Kosi have entered their fourth empire, and tales from ancient times have morphed with the passage of ages. They have a tendency towards self-aggrandizement, hence they proclaim the giant as the progenitor of all, with themselves as the spirit of the giant, signifying natural leadership. The ultimate fate of the giants is shrouded in various narratives. In Kosi mythology, it is said that the giant, having diversified all beings, met its demise, for they claim to embody the spirit of the progenitor. However, should a true progenitor emerge, the Kosi would be the least pleased. In certain mythological accounts, it is proposed that the skeletal remnants of the giant ventured to an unknown realm, presiding over the death of all things, while other tales suggest that the giant did not depart the luminous flames but remained to guard the fire. In summary, the original triad of deities has not re-emerged, and this world has ultimately devolved into one of low magic, poised on the brink of extinguishing flames and the white light that heralded its creation, slowly marching toward its end. Regardless of the circumstances, life persists. For Nala, despite her aversion to warfare, the battle must continue. However, this young woman is no longer the same. Previously, she was merely a lifeline, and many regarded her support as a harbinger of doom, mocking her as a provincial simpleton. Yet, such derision has diminished as she has genuinely instilled hope within the hearts of many. Nearly 3 days prior, she arrived at Kalamai with her soldiers, coinciding with the siege of Kalamai by Roya's forces. Drawing on an instinctive intuition, she executed a sudden flank attack during the enemy's advance, securing a long-awaited victory for the Inner Chapter 80. The heroic drag and the series of victories enjoyed by the Royas had somewhat intoxicated them. Ultimately, it was the policies of Eldritch that had fostered an environment of desperation among the domestic nobility, transforming them into ravenous wolves. In the early stages of the war, these wolf-like nobles exhibited an intense fervor for battle, driven by their substantial grievances and a desire to alter their circumstances. They believed that the only means to effect change was to overthrow Eldritch's reign or to seize victory amidst the chaos of war. To them, Interkami appeared as nothing more than a lamb ripe for slaughter, devoid of any formidable resistance. Thus, 3 days prior, one of the besieging nobles made the reckless decision to launch a direct assault on the walls of Kalamai. However, as they commenced their siege, Nara, accompanied by her reinforcements, stealthily approached the battlefield via a narrow path. Guided by her keen intuition, she chose the most opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on the audacious assaulting forces. It was fortunate that Nara had already established her credibility among the supporting troops, compelling them to follow her lead into battle. Under her command, Interkami experienced a long-awaited triumph. During the conflict, the savior maiden Nara, who fought valiantly at the forefront, garnered admiration from many due to her embodiment of hope, her valorous deeds, and her striking beauty. After all, the majority of people are visual creatures. Even Negri, whose subordinates were predominantly human, typically presented himself in a human guise. This choice stemmed from a sense of racial identity. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for Negri to maintain a human appearance in the eyes of the populace. Although many understood that Negri was not human, his human facade still earned him their acceptance, facilitating his control over them. Conversely, if he were to adopt the form of a tentacled creature, even with his undeniable allure, the general populace might struggle to find common ground with him. Save for those with particular predilections. Undeniably, appearance holds significant sway in many situations. Had Nara possessed an unflattering physique or an unattractive visage, it is likely that Marshal Wells would have found it considerably more challenging to relinquish command of Kalamai, rather than having the transfer proceed as smoothly as it did. Following their initial victory, a newfound confidence surged through many, prompting several nobles of Interkami to extend their support to Kalamai, while reluctant to submit to the king. They were equally disinclined to witness the demise of Interkami. With the emergence of Princess Nara and the glimmer of victorious prospects, domestic factions began to slowly consolidate. Within the fortress of Kalamai, the command hierarchy of Interkami convened to deliberate their battle strategy. Although command had officially passed to Nara due to the directives of King Sirthai, her military acumen was not particularly advanced, rendering her more of a talisman at this juncture. The true architects of the operational plans remained the original military commander, Marshal Alan Wells, alongside various noble knights, among whom was the notable Rieslaval, who had gained a measure of influence due to his commendable performance in battle. Presently, in terms of both troop numbers and armaments, we found ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Alan Wells spoke in a low voice. That fellow Cardin will undoubtedly exercise greater caution after experiencing a setback. I believe it is prudent to maintain a defensive posture, Your Excellency. Sir Wells' assertion was indeed sound, as domestic support continues to swell. Steadfast defense remains the path to potential victory, remarked a knight in agreement. During this period, the composition of the army was remarkably intricate. The royal family possessed its own forces, albeit limited, while the bulk of the military strength stemmed from knights supported by various noble vassals, fulfilling their feudal obligations. Another significant component comprised mercenaries. Although the marshal ostensibly held complete command, he remained subject to the constraints imposed by the noble knights. Under the feudal system, vassals, once their duties were fulfilled, enjoyed considerable autonomy, which emboldened the nobles to refrain from sending troops even in the face of national calamity. I find this approach unwise, interjected Reese. The army of Royas surpasses ours in strength, and this reality compels us to refrain from mere defense, otherwise, we may not withstand the onslaught. If Royas were formidable solely due to the scarcity of Inakami, then a defensive strategy would indeed be prudent. However, under the current circumstances, even a defensive stance would likely see Royas quickly seizing Kalamai. Their power is overwhelming. Thus, to genuinely seize the opportunity for victory, we must devise a means to take the initiative, strike at Royas' forces, instill a lesson, undermine their morale, and exert pressure that compels them to slow their offensive, granting us more time to await reinforcements. Are you jesting? Scoffed a knight. To be in a position of weakness and not defend oneself, an offensive maneuver would merely invite death. You deem it impossible, and so do the people of Royas. Therein lies our slender chance, Reese sighed, acknowledging the perilous nature of such a course. Should failure ensue, it would herald annihilation. If feasible, he would prefer to avoid such risks, yet the current situation dictated that unyielding defense would yield no opportunities. Then let us dispatch a small contingent of elite troops for a night raid this evening, suggested Nala, whose mind had momentarily drifted elsewhere, startling all present into silence. Your Excellency, are you serious? Alan Wells exclaimed, astonished as he rose from his seat. Indeed, it is settled. I shall lead the charge. Who among you wishes to partake? Nala affirmed with a nod, her instinct whispering of high odds for success. If it felt right, then they must act. This is far too reckless, Your Excellency. A knight protested loudly. Yet Imikami has reached a juncture where risks must be taken, Nala replied softly, meeting the knight's gaze. But there is no need to thrust Your Excellency into such peril. I could lead the charge instead. The knight faltered under Nala's scrutiny, bowing his head. I fear nothing, Nala declared, her eyes alight with determination. Knight, please share your name with me. Alx. The knight stood tall, sword in hand, as if accepting an honor. Alx Rue, heir to the steel flow. Will you join me in action tonight? Asked Nara softly, a smile gracing her lips, her unique charm akin to the legendary dragon's heroic token, captivating all who beheld it. Alex tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, bowing his head as his tone softened. I shall obey your will. Chapter 81. The corpse worm Lace observed from the sidelines, his heart stirred slightly. This was the testament of a dragoness heroism. Throughout history, those who awakened the bloodline of dragons invariably exhibited extraordinary qualities. Whether they became demon lords or heroes, they possessed an irresistible charisma that compelled others to follow them, making them truly deserving leaders. Today, Nala was manifesting this very essence, as Lace surveyed the crowd. He sensed a mixture of admiration and yearning directed toward the savior maiden from those present. Even he, having traversed the shadows of despair, found it difficult to trust others. Yet he pondered that perhaps offering his trust and loyalty to Nala would not be misplaced. As night fell, guided by Nala, an elite team stealthily approached the outskirts of the Roya's military camp under the cover of darkness, initiating a surprise attack. It became evident that prolonged victories had instilled a sense of arrogance among the Roya's nobility. Despite Marshal Kata's previous defeat, they still clung to the belief that Intakami was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Although sentinels were stationed, the Roya's warriors, perpetually in an offensive stance, were lackadaisical in their vigilance, allowing the elite team to infiltrate the camp with ease. Their objective was to eliminate the command echelon, inciting internal discord within Roya's and buying time for reinforcements. Lace reiterated that they had merely half an hour. Once the time elapsed, they were to retreat immediately, regardless of their success. Observing the dispersing members of his team, Lace touched a small cloth pouch he had brought along, containing the monster tome he had salvaged from the graveyard. His earlier proposition of targeting the command tier was not truly the solution. While such an act might create a fleeting chaos within the Roya's forces, it would not resolve the underlying crisis. It was impossible to eradicate the command structure entirely. After a brief tumult, such assassinations would likely expedite the Roya's offensive. To genuinely hinder the Roya's soldiers, alternative methods were necessary, such as unleashing a plague. Lace's gaze turned cold as he proceeded toward his destination. He had previously inquired about the water source for the Roya's soldiers, which came from a nearby lake. He stealthily dispatched a sentinel stationed by the water's edge. Gazing at the fallen body, Lace retrieved the tome, hesitating briefly before opening a page. It depicted a monstrous aquatic creature. Even a child, if they could conquer their fear, could slay it with a single strike. But should it be allowed to unleash its potential, it would become a most terrifying demon. A commotion erupted from the direction of the camp, indicating that others had already engaged. Time for hesitation had passed. Lace withdrew a dagger, plunging it into the sentinel's corpse, letting the blood drip onto the page of the tome. The worm-like illustrations began to stir to life, and translucent tendrils unfurled. Hastily, Lace directed the page toward the lifeless body on the ground. The translucent tendrils penetrated the corpse's wound, ultimately enveloping it entirely. Lace secured a stone to the feet of the lifeless body and cast it into the water, watching as it gradually sank beneath the surface. His breath coming in labored gasps. His actions would not merely bring calamity upon the soldiers of Roya's, but would also leave a toxic legacy for future generations, transforming this lake into a forbidden zone. The creature he had conjured was known as the floating corpse worm, although it could be easily exterminated. Its true menace lay in its capacity to proliferate within the water. Countless larvae would emerge, merging seamlessly with the water, devoid of scent, color, or shape, indistinguishable from the ordinary lake. However, Once a person came into contact with this tainted water, the floating corpse worm would take root within them, leading to weakness, dizziness, and insatiable hunger. Without adequate nourishment, the afflicted would be at risk of sudden death, and even if they survived, their forms would become grotesquely altered, resembling that of a drowned corpse. More alarmingly, the movements of these worms were almost imperceptible, blending with the water to such an extent that even masters of breathing techniques would find them undetectable. It could be said that unless one were aware of these worms and actively sought them out, they would likely remain hidden, only revealed through prolonged observation. It was likely that tales of this cursed lake would soon circulate. As Lys gazed upon the tranquil waters, a shiver coursed through him. For he knew not how many lives would be claimed by this body of water, all due to his own making. Meanwhile, Nala found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle against a middle-aged officer from Royas. A disquieting sensation washed over her. For within him flowed a power that resonated with her dragon blood yet repelled it at the same time. The officer wielded a curved blade that exuded an ominous aura, causing Nala to furrow her brow in unease. "Ah, the savior saint of Inakami," Smick remarked with a sigh. "It has been 7 years since we last met. Though I anticipated this day." "Who are you?" Nala demanded, gripping her knight's sword, her gaze fixed on the officer, who suggested that they had crossed paths 7 years prior. Yet, given their opposing allegiances, it seemed prudent for someone who might disrupt the balance of power in Royas to remain here. Smick drew his curved blade, his form slowly dissipating. "Is that so?" Nala recalled Rivas mentioning that they had fought alongside a Royas man named Smick 7 years ago, if her memory served her correctly. This was indeed him. However, as he noted, their positions were irreconcilable, rendering further discourse futile. Taking a moment to steady her breathing, Nala discerned that the officer was also a practitioner of breathing techniques, as evidenced by his sudden disappearance, likely the result of a particular school of breath. In a fleeting moment, Nala sensed the officer's attack, raising her knight's sword to defend herself, only to realize something was amiss as she retreated. Lifting her sword, she discovered that the blade had shattered in her grasp. Chapter 82. The blade. Nala's heart sank as she faced the peculiar weapon of her opponent. A knife that proved to be unexpectedly sharp. Her knight's sword, a gift from the king, though not a legendary blade, was nonetheless a fine piece, worthy of being a family heirloom in any noble household. Yet, with a single stroke, her knight's sword was severed, a most egregious outcome. Despite the ancient oath binding her not to kill, she implored her adversary to surrender. Smick's voice echoed ominously, his whereabouts unpredictable. Striking with lethal precision from the shadows, "I will confine you until the war concludes." "Not a chance." Nala narrowed her eyes, finally adopting a serious demeanor. A palpable pressure began to emanate from her, her once azure eyes transforming into golden vertical slits, while her pristine throat seemed to quiver as if undergoing some metamorphosis. Smick was astonished to witness the very rhythm of the environment shift in harmony with Nala, aligning with her breath, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of entrapment. Dragoness? He recalled another title for her, and without hesitation, he unleashed his deadly move, his form vanishing instantaneously to reappear before Nala, the curved blade aimed at her. Nala's slit pupils remained unwavering, disregarding the descending knife as the air coalesced around her, obstructing Smick's strike, compelling him to relinquish his connection to the environment's rhythm. With her broken sword in hand, she wielded it as though an invisible blade extended before her, carving a wound across Smick's chest. Shortly after Nala's departure, soldiers began to converge upon the scene. Rising from the ground, Smick observed the wound on his chest, now scabbed over, infected by the blood of souls. His constitution had transcended humanity, allowing the injury to heal almost instantaneously. He gazed in the direction where Nala had vanished, his expression a tempest of emotions. Raising his powerful hand, he felt a profound dread, ultimately choosing to restrain himself, covering his face as he let out a frantic howl. Certainly, considering the floating corpse insects released by Reese, this endeavor could be deemed quite fruitful. However, for Inakami, who had endured a continuous series of blows, this was a rare triumph. To bolster morale, he proposed a cautious gathering, yet amidst the assembly, Nala, the focal point, appeared somewhat distracted. "What a pity for my sword. Should we meet again, I shall undoubtedly suffer the loss of my weapon," she mused, contemplating her confrontation with Smick. She sensed that he had held back. Otherwise, the outcome would have seen her injured rather than the other way around. "Are you troubled over your weapon, Your Excellency?" inquired a nearby knight. "Who are you?" Nala responded, her memory of him faint. "I am Elbashchi. My domain lies near Kalamai, where I possess a fine sword that I believe would meet your esteemed standards." To speak candidly, I had initially intended to keep that sword as a treasured heirloom. However, it appears that entrusting it to your excellency, the marshal, may indeed be the wisest course of action, for it seems that the sword has awaited you all along. Nala was somewhat perplexed. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the sword. In a short while, it will be delivered to you, Elbaz remarked with a smile. As evening fell, when the sword was finally presented, Nala grasped the meaning behind the earlier words. The moment she laid eyes upon the sword, she felt an extraordinary connection between herself and the weapon. This sword, it is said, was forged with the blood of dragons. When wielded, one can hear the roar of a mighty dragon. Alas, I am unable to wield this sword, Elbaz sighed. Each swing feels as though my heart is being crushed, and to force its use could result in coughing blood. Perhaps it is a matter of our unworthiness, while your excellency's dragon bloodline has awakened, making you the rightful owner of this sword. Lace, standing nearby, sensed a slight unease. After all, it was rather coincidental that Nala's sword had just shattered, and now a perfectly suited sword was presented to her. Nevertheless, he had already inquired and confirmed that Elbaz was indeed a local nobleman, and the sword had been examined previously, revealing no poison or curses. Moreover, with Nala's extraordinary intuition, she detected no malice, and thus she accepted the knight's sword. The hilt resembled the wings of a colossal dragon, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the patterns of dragon scales along the blade. As Nala gripped the sword, a bond formed between her bloodline and the weapon, as if the sword were an extension of her arm. It significantly enhanced her awakening dragon bloodline, augmenting her strength by at least 30%. Nala swung the sword, and its whistle echoed like the roar of a dragon, prompting the surrounding noble knights to offer their praises. Such a display could certainly bolster morale, and if it were to be passed down through generations, it might even become part of a legendary tale. Amidst the crowd, Elbaz wore a smile. The task entrusted to him by Lord Negri had been accomplished. It was evident that Nala's intuition did not awaken in the presence of pure goodwill, yet an abundance of goodwill does not always equate to a favorable outcome. In the ensuing days, the offensive of Royas indeed slowed, as the corpse bug began to spread among the soldiers. Although the corpse bug is easily perished, the numerous water sources within the encampment facilitated its rapid propagation. In this era, measures against disease were limited. By the time the water contamination was detected, many soldiers and officers had already succumbed to infection. The tide of battle gradually shifted, at least no longer overwhelmingly in one direction. With reinforcements arriving in succession, the crisis in Kalamai was largely averted, prompting many Intakami to exclaim their gratitude for divine protection. The horn of counterattack sounded for the Intakami, while in the shadows, several unacknowledged battles continued to unfold. Eldritch, how much longer can you remain seated? Negri sat regally upon his throne, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. And then his figure gradually faded away. It was imperative to expedite the infiltration of the Divine Grace Church. Chapter 83. The 3-Year War under the intervention of Negri. The tide of war gradually shifted in favor of encampment, igniting a fervent counteroffensive led by Nala, who painstakingly reclaimed lost territories, rekindling the once diminished spirit of encampment. The nation, on the brink of annihilation, blossomed anew, and the title of the Savior Maiden became increasingly justified. However, the brutality of war intensified. Many nobles perished in the reclaimed lands, and those who distinguished themselves in battle could ascend from their status as freemen to knights, while existing knights might attain noble titles and land. The fervor for combat among the Royas sword, spurred by the oppressive shadow of Eldritch, which had stripped them of almost all their rights. If they could not triumph in the conflict, their only recourse would be to rebel against Eldritch. Thus commenced the 3-year counteroffensive, with the ferocity of battle surpassing that of previous encounters. A lengthy staircase flanked by stone lanterns, their orange flames flickering, led to a colossal black statue at its summit. The statue depicted a humanoid figure with outstretched arms, as if beseeching or embracing something unseen. With its back turned to the staircase, an individual stood in contemplation of the statue's silhouette. Despite the sounds of movement behind him, he remained absorbed in his thoughts. His features were obscured, yet an innate aura of authority emanated from him, instilling a sense of subservience in those who noticed him, as if kneeling at his feet were their rightful place. Should the denizens of Hales encounter this figure, they would discern a striking resemblance to the deity in their beliefs, an unfathomable abyss, forever eluding their understanding. My lord. 2 individuals clad in identical uniforms ascended the staircase, their countenances darkened by the ominous state of affairs in Royas. The statue before them, known as the End God statue, embodied the essence of Royas, Its legacy, ancestral rituals, and the potent elixirs derived from it were all rooted in this monument. What a desolate world it is, Eldritch sighed. After generations of accumulation, he finally gleaned more knowledge from the end god statue, which had birthed Royas and was now leading him toward his own demise. The truth behind the collapse of the First Empire, known as the Age of Gods, revealed that the three deities born from the primordial fire, the creator giant, the new god, and the dragons still lingered in the world, as divine and draconic beings were not rare. Sadly, most of the divine and draconic races departed, rendering the new god and the primordial dragon as culpable figures in the eyes of the world. Their exodus precipitated the first eruption of the abyss, resulting in the First Empire's utter destruction. The price of salvation manifested in the transformation of the end god into the present statue, and now, as the abyss stirred once more, with only a single end god remaining, to whom could they now turn for hope? Do you expect to rely on the so-called divine grace of that false deity, or perhaps on the necromancers of the Sacred Valley? Negri, who has brought upon himself countless troubles, may possess the requisite qualifications, yet such an entity would never engage in such endeavors. Even if the entire world were to descend into chaos. Who is leading? Eldritch inquired. Narada Gul, his two subordinates replied solemnly. Understood. You may leave, Eldritch nodded. Then resumed his gaze upon the statue. Eldritch's demeanor left his subordinates increasingly perplexed. Given the majesty of his intellect, in times past, he would have orchestrated elaborate plans. Even with the so-called Savior Saint of Intercamet, there would have been no room for resistance. The Savior Saint, he chuckled. Salvation is not akin to saving a nation. His eyes fell upon the petrified end god, and he sank once more into contemplation. This is the decree of His Majesty and the esteemed dukes, the herald continued. Nara, clad in armor and wielding a dragon-scale sword, had matured significantly compared to 3 years prior. She surveyed her surroundings. The nobles and knights who had once followed her now bore expressions of anger and confusion, while others bowed their heads in shame. Rhys was not blinded by the allure of command. He understood the current situation well. It was merely a struggle for power. Now that most of Intercamet's lost territories had been reclaimed, only 1 or 2 battles remained. As the Savior Saint who had rescued Intercamet, her renown had reached terrifying heights, unsettling many, including not only the First Earth but also the nobility. It was precisely Eldritch's immense prestige that had allowed him to exert oppression domestically. And now Nara's standing had surpassed even that of Eldritch in the kingdom of Royas. Should she ascend the throne? The noble factions within Intercamet could very well plummet to historical lows. These individuals, in defense of their aristocratic interests, might watch idly as Intercamet faced annihilation. Thus, they would not permit Nara to continue her rise. As for her character, while Nara's integrity was indeed commendable, what of the faith of grace that initially supported her ascent? What about her devout mother? These factors could sway her actions. Though Rhys was reluctant to admit it, he too was a member of the nobility. He could support Nara's claim to the throne, yet he would not allow her to be manipulated by the faith of grace. This was the consideration of the nobles. Nara, though innocent, was not foolish. This mandate was the collective decision of the majority in power within the realm. She could neither defy it nor harbor any desire to do so. Be wary of the First Earth. The nobles still hope for your ascension. Yet Sirth will undoubtedly take action. Rhys, having assumed command as the new marshal, whispered to Nara. His only recourse was to assist her in maintaining control over the military forces. Chapter 84. Retreat. In negotiation, Rheosturmia has grown increasingly silent over the years, ravaged by war. The once prosperous land now harbors mainly deserters and mercenaries. Though a few deranged smugglers remain, their numbers are dwindling. It was anticipated that Eldritch would retaliate upon Nala's emergence, however. Curiously, he chose to remain indifferent. Negri's voice emerged slowly, yet his figure was absent from the throne. Ancia, it seems your prophecy has faltered. Lord Negri, my prophecy has not failed. Eldritch will undoubtedly clash with Nala. It is their destiny, Ancia assured, standing resolutely beside the throne. I have seen it. The flames are about to extinguish. Eldritch Andre has made his choice. He rose because of the end god, and he shall inevitably be bound by it. His refusal to confront Nala indicates his retreat. Eldritch, Negri sighed, expressing a hint of disappointment for the opponent he had long coveted yet never met. So he chooses to yield to Nala. Indeed, he has retreated. Previously, he had no choice. Everything about the end god constrained him. Now, with Nala's appearance, the king hailed as the mightiest in the history of Royas has faltered. He has chosen to relinquish his responsibilities to Nala. Is it not nearly time? Negri inquired. He had existed in this world for 21 years, transforming from a bewildered remnant into a being standing at the pinnacle of existence. He had died, changed, and grown within this realm, and now it was time to reach a conclusion. Indeed, my lord, the abyss approaches. All shall come to an end. And regardless of their choices, victory shall belong to us. Ancia proclaimed with fervor. Nala sat poised in the side chamber of the main hall, embodying her royal stature. Beside her was the ever-smiling Emperor I, whose figure had slightly rounded over the years, exuding an air of affability. Nala shifted uncomfortably, her movement constrained by the cumbersome lady's gown that threatened to tear with the slightest exertion. She found herself perplexed by the purpose of such attire. Ladies and gentlemen, the counteroffensive has finally concluded. Marshal Reese will soon return with victory and emissaries from Royas. After the post-war negotiations with Royas, all who have contributed will receive their due rewards. Emperor I cheerfully raised his goblet, sharing this uplifting news with the assembled noblemen and ministers. Indeed, the war could not persist. The issue of population loomed large. Ultimately, war is a game of numbers, and the years of conflict had conscripted many able-bodied youths into the military. If it continued, the nation would be left in ruins. Now is a moment of perfect timing. One batch of nobles has perished while another rises, allowing the nation to stabilize for at least several decades. Everything appears to be splendid. Wendona, adorned in resplendent priestly robes, sits with a smile on his face in a seat to the right. At the age of 30, having emerged from a life of poverty, he is considered quite advanced in years. However, for those blessed with divine grace, he remains youthful. Remarkably, at this tender age, he has ascended to become the youngest pope of the Church of Divine Grace. Numerous factors contribute to this achievement. Undeniably, his own diligence played a significant role, yet his noble lineage provided substantial advantages. His mentor, Augustine, is highly esteemed within the Church, garnering considerable support during the election. Furthermore, his aristocratic status facilitated a harmonious relationship between the Church and the nobility. With a stroke of fortune, he ultimately fulfilled his ambition and became the Pope. During the negotiations with Royas, he exerted pressure on the emissaries, compelling Royas to agree to the Church's missionary efforts within the terms of the defeat agreement. Initially, one's aspirations were modest, aiming merely to become a bishop. However, upon attaining the bishopric, his gaze shifted toward the papacy, and following his elevation to pope, he yearned to become the greatest pope in the Church's history, fulfilling his vision of spreading the Church of Divine Grace across the entire continent. The divine light must illuminate more souls to stave off the encroachment of the abyss when used. Upon becoming pope, he gained access to the Church's hidden secrets, the most crucial of which pertain to the continent's impending calamity, the abyss. According to the Church's records, the divine light pierced the abyss, igniting a sacred flame that purified a fragment of it. Yet, the deity did not linger. The struggle against the abyss continues. The First Empire, having forsaken the deity due to false gods and dragons, witnessed the resurrection of the abyss. It was only during the era of the Second Empire that the populace, once again beseeching divine attention, managed to quell the abyss. However, this respite was fleeting, as the divine gaze soon waned. With the fall of the Second Empire, faith in the deity gradually dissipated, and during the Fourth Empire, it was even replaced by the worship of numerous spirits by the Kashi people. Fortunately, after the collapse of the Fourth Empire, the first pope discovered the original blessings of the deity amidst the ruins of the Second Empire. Only through the divine light illuminating the earth can the abyss be entirely purified, restoring normalcy to the world. The more souls that embrace faith, the more divine attention can be garnered. Wen's mind brimmed with strategies for expanding the Church of Divine Grace. In negotiations for various interests, the emissaries of Royas made several concessions. However, one point remained non-negotiable. The representative Nala, as the envoy of the Inner Kami, was to travel to the border to finalize the agreement. Chapter 85. We Are Knights. The negotiations had reached an impasse. In many respects, the kingdom of Royas could opt for retreat. However, the stipulation that the envoy to sign the covenant must be Nara was non-negotiable. This demand, almost immediately, raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Nara, as the savior saint of Indokami and a princess, was destined to become the next monarch of Indokami, barring unforeseen circumstances. The moment this requirement was introduced, it faced outright rejection. Numerous noble knights within the realm were ardent followers of Nara, although they had previously forsaken her during the command of the Reclamation War. Their betrayal had only deepened their sense of shame. This time, they were resolute in upholding the chivalric spirit and the nobility's principles. However, it soon became evident that the nobility's principles were, at times, negligible. After several days of deadlock in negotiations, the previously inconceivable shift in stance occurred, as the troops of Royas regrouped once more. According to the Royas camp, failure to acquiesce to this demand would render further discussions futile. Signing the agreement merely entailed a formality, devoid of peril. Was it not rather selfish for the princess to refuse? After all, was she not the savior saint? How could she deny such a modest request? Gradually, this sentiment gained traction, with many advocating for the princess to participate in the negotiations. The kingdom of Inakami could no longer sustain the war. Prolonged conflict had severely weakened the nobility. They were reluctant to endure further losses. Indeed, once betrayal had occurred, a second was inevitable. Nara had not expressed resentment or disdain after the initial betrayal, thus it was presumed she would not do so again. For she embodied the noble virtues of a savior saint. The actions of these nobles grew increasingly contradictory. On one hand, they desired Nara to agree to become the envoy, thereby safeguarding their interests. On the other hand, they wished for her to refuse, as such a refusal would imply that Nara was but a mere title, a savior saint devoid of true nobility. This would absolve their actions of their own ignobility, a comforting thought indeed. In contrast to others, Emperor Circe I would undoubtedly concur. He would relish Nara's demise, for it would secure the throne solely for himself. A majority of the nobility, motivated by self-interest, shattered the already tenuous principles and consented to Nara's participation in signing the covenant. As for the common folk, despite Nara's esteemed reputation among them, they could not alter the decisions of the nobility. Furthermore, most among them supported Nara's engagement in the negotiations, feeling no shame in their stance. After all, was it not the role of the savior saint to sacrifice for the greater good of all? Those in favor argued that this was the opportune moment to evangelize within Royas. Should war erupt anew, the kingdom's aversion to the divine grace church would only intensify, complicating the efforts to spread its teachings within Royas. Ladies and gentlemen, the abyss draws near. Time is of the essence. When, wielding his staff, spoke coldly, the light of the divine should illuminate more souls, rather than being confined merely to the confines of Inakami. Our time is dwindling. The controversies within the Church of Divine Grace gradually succumbed to Luwen's authority, and he could not help but recall the events of years past, when it was his persuasion that had led Nala to take a stand. Now, to see it all undone was a fate he abhorred. I do this for the sake of the world. In recent days, Nala had chosen to ignore the negotiations and the incessant rumors swirling outside, preferring instead to remain at home, tending to the aging Isabella. This woman, though barely in her 40s, appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. The toll of a hard life etched upon her features. The hardships of her early years had left her with lingering ailments, particularly after Nala's birth, when she had no respite and was compelled to labor tirelessly to provide for both herself and her daughter. Nala, do not go, Isabella implored, grasping her daughter's hand. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. Years ago, Jacques had been similarly surrounded by villagers, swayed by a sense of righteousness, ultimately leading him to his demise. But it was the right thing to do, Nala replied softly, her voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. I cannot stand idly by as war looms once more. If I do not step forward, I fear I shall regret it. Mother, I too am torn, yet did you not teach me? When faced with difficult choices, one must choose the path one believes to be correct, Nala asserted, and now I must make the right decision. Isabella's eyes were filled with an unparalleled sorrow. Her husband had perished for making the correct choice, and all she could do then was support his decision. Now, she wished to intervene, yet discovered that she could no longer restrain Nala. Since the moment she had propelled her daughter into the role of the prophesied savior for the sake of their homeland, she had forfeited her ability to impede her. Watching Nala exit the estate, amidst the throng of jubilant onlookers, Isabella suddenly felt that the notion of a prophesied savior should never have existed. Those people had evidently forgotten that Nala had earned that title through her deeds, not because she was obliged to fulfill certain expectations. They were not worthy of salvation. Yet, it was too late. With Nala's consent, negotiations swiftly concluded. Leaving only one task ahead, the representatives of both parties were to sign a peace treaty beside the borders. Accompanying them were the missionaries of the Church of Divine Grace, a nightly procession, and the prophesied savior Nala herself. Your Grace Nala, please allow us to accompany you. A group of knights approached, kneeling before her. The leader being Aux Rouet, the heir of the Steel Flow law. Aux, I recall you have been granted the title of Viscount. And are you not engaged in discussions regarding a marriage with the Count's daughter? There is no need for you to accompany me this time, Nala remarked with a smile. Such matters are of no consequence, he replied. Alx rose to his feet, drawing his knight's sword, which he raised before him with both hands. The polished blade reflected his visage, while behind him, several knights simultaneously brandished their swords, holding them aloft. In unison, they proclaimed, "We are knights, and we shall never fear death." Chapter 86. Some do not deserve salvation. I have always contended that Lady Nala would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, she is the Savior's saint. Ever since Nala made her choice, countless voices have echoed this sentiment. Observing the smiles adorning their faces, Rhys felt an unprecedented aversion. Having taken over Nala's mission to reclaim the land, Marshal Rhys's reputation had soared, even exaggerated by the machinations of those with ulterior motives. His title was elevated, and on the surface, he appeared to be a resounding success in life. Yet, these individuals are unworthy of salvation. Rhys reflected on their recent actions and suddenly realized that despite gaining prestige, status, and power, he had never attained redemption. He had traversed a path shrouded in darkness. Should he choose to succumb to this darkness, it was foreseeable that in the ensuing decades, regardless of whether Hearth could maintain his throne or if the Divine Grace sect could propagate its teachings to Royas, he would acquire what others could scarcely dream of. He would become one of the central figures of the Indokami power, lacking neither wealth, title, nor honor, nor the company of women. Alas, Nala remains too naive. Rhys extracted the tome of monstrosities, laying it open. Without my assistance, it is merely a young girl. I walk in darkness, yet I yearn for that pure light. Flipping to the final page of the tome, he beheld the depiction of an immensely powerful entity. An incorporeal being often referred to as a plague. Once unleashed, it could annihilate an entire city's populace, and, if left unchecked, might even bring a nation to its knees. Rhys dripped blood upon its pages, activating the book, then placed it within a hidden chamber, providing ample flesh as a breeding ground before sealing it away. As he settled into his carriage and gazed at the jubilant crowds celebrating the arrival of peace, he smiled and thought, "Pray, do pray that Nala remains unharmed. Otherwise, you are not deserving of salvation." Eldridge and Nala would soon meet, and the dragon scale sword would fulfill its purpose. Negri waited in silence. From the moment old which Shia pledged her allegiance, he had been devising this plan. In this world, he had reached the pinnacle. Constrained by the limitations of the world and his own, his path upward had vanished. Thus, he needed to discover a means to depart this realm. Having acquired the true spirit transmigration method from interdimensional soul travelers, Negri had previously conducted an experiment. The soul of the subject, upon merging with the true spirit, perished instantly. Much like the reincarnation of a soul after death, it did not traverse worlds, leading Negri to understand that the true spirit transmigration method he had obtained was not flawed, but merely lacking a crucial detail. For instance, the coordinates of other worlds, as well as the methods for identifying and locking onto those coordinates. The so-called true spirit transmigration was nothing more than a direct rebirth. In order to escape the shattered world, one must contemplate alternative methods, much like the ancient deities and primal dragons who once departed from this realm, taking their kin with them while leaving behind those unwilling to follow. It is evident that the new gods and primal dragons possessed the coordinates of another world, which facilitated their choice to leave. The foresight of the old crone, Shiepa, corroborates this notion. Regardless of the possibility of utilizing the ancient pathways to exit this world, it is imperative to prevent the encroachment of the abyss, for under its shadow, all that exists within this realm would undergo a profound transformation, leaving even Negri uncertain of what he might become once enveloped by its darkness. This notion is intolerable to Negri, thus. There must be an individual capable of inheriting the mantle, sustaining the flame, and thwarting the arrival of the abyss. However, not just anyone is deemed worthy of this responsibility. The reason the new gods and primal dragons opted to leave lies in their origins as creatures of the abyss, transformed by the fire that altered their very nature. The three deities that emerged from the flames were, from the very beginning, the embodiment of the flame as continuation. Strictly speaking, had the new gods and primal dragons collectively chosen to shoulder their responsibilities, many of the current predicaments would have been avoided. Regrettably, they fled, leaving the last god as a mere substitute for the new gods, yet a substitute nonetheless, never to be a true equivalent. Thus, in the present day, the hierarchy of this extraordinary world has diminished to its current state. The flames are on the verge of extinguishing, and Eldritch, having acquired the powers of the last god, finds himself bound by duty, becoming yet another replacement. It was only with the emergence of Nala, awakened by the blood of dragons, that she has barely attained the qualifications to succeed the primal dragon, yet she remains too frail. Consequently, Negri entrusted her with the dragon scale sword, an invaluable treasure for all blooded with dragon lineage. Prolonged contact with this sword could potentially awaken the dragon blood within her, drawing Nala ever closer to her draconic heritage. Before we finalize the peace agreement, might Her Highness accompany me to meet someone? The envoy from Royas, a familiar figure to Nala, was none other than the increasingly aged Smick rancher, who, holding the peace treaty, stated resolutely, should Her Highness refuse, the kingdom of Royas shall be compelled to wage war once more. Has the time finally come? Behind Nala, several knights who had followed her wore grave expressions. The kingdom of Royas, having forsaken numerous interests, was willing to instigate war again to summon Nala to the border, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. If they expect to gradually coerce Nala through this affair, they certainly shall not acquiesce. Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of harming Her Highness. Smick's face bore a bitter expression. At this juncture, we cannot afford to cause you any harm. It is His Majesty Eldritch who wishes to meet you. Smick continued. His Majesty is not far from here, and the knights may accompany you. The kingdom of Royas has indeed embarked upon war, driven by our ambitions, however. It is also a course of action taken out of necessity, the underlying circumstances of which Your Majesty will be apprised. Smick, placing his finger upon his heart, declared, I vow by the name of the luminal flow, and in the capacity of the head of the rancher family that this endeavor shall in no way bring harm to Her Royal Highness. The princess. Nala gazed at Smick before finally nodding in agreement. Chapter 87. Walking the right path. The future developments are becoming increasingly evident, my Lord Negri, cackled Granny Sia. Once Nala activates the initial fire camp, the passageway to leave this world will open, and we shall ultimately depart this desolate realm under your guidance, my Lord Negri. Granny Sia asserted with unwavering conviction. Has the dragon's body been completed? Negri inquired, disregarding Granny Sia's flattery and pointing to his forehead. It has been successfully synthesized. Your form now represents the pinnacle achievable in this world. Coupled with the dragon language, you will wield powers that transcend the limitations of this realm, Granny Sia replied earnestly. Then I entrust you with the task of assisting Nala in activating the initial fire camp. You have command over the 3 battalions. However, before that, I must attend to certain matters, Negri said, acutely aware of the formidable body he had painstakingly crafted. Do you wish to meet with Eldritch? Granny Sia asked curiously. Although he has withdrawn and relinquished his qualifications to Nala, he remains one of the foremost powers in this world. I must go to pay my respects, Negri replied, donning his garments and draping a cloak before striding towards the palace exit. My lord, in a broader sense, to ascertain an individual's true identity is not to examine their flesh or soul, but rather to consider their unique essence, Granny Sia mused, momentarily taken aback before affirming. The essence, in its core, embodies the manifestation of the world and the universe, representing the connection between the individual and the cosmos. Hence, the malevolent spirits severed from their essence are deemed aberrations of the world. Are you not afraid of inciting my wrath? Negri inquired. Sometimes. What is erroneous may appear more correct. For instance, Nala, who consistently makes the right choices, is destined for tragedy, Granny Sia asserted. For this world may indeed be fundamentally flawed. Perhaps that is true, Negri nodded, departing from Riastemia. As he left, Granny Sia issued commands to the 3 awaiting battalions. Some were tasked with targeting the members of heirs, while others were to create obstacles that would compel Nala to enhance her abilities, forcing her to continually tap into her dragon blood, drawing her closer to the essence of the dragon, ensuring that she could become the substitute for the primordial dragon. Meanwhile, on the dimly lit staircase, Nala gazed upon the statue of the end god, with Eldritch standing behind it, while her knights remained vigilant of their surroundings. Although Smick had pledged with his honor that he would never harm Nala, honor can sometimes weigh heavily, while at other times, it holds little value. Placing everything above another's honor is the most foolish of actions. Do you truly comprehend what you have done? Eldritch scrutinized Nala intently, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured. Your actions are driving you towards a dead end. I am merely doing what is right, Nala replied. Nara paid no heed to Eldritch's words, regardless of the circumstances. She steadfastly trod the righteous path, and thus, whatever the outcome, she would harbor no regrets. The right course of action. Eldritch mused, then continued. Did you know that during your counteroffensive, I had a clandestine force stationed on the outskirts near Colomai? At any moment, with a mere command, that troop could have surged from behind to join the legions in eradicating you. There was indeed a sense of crisis then, Alas, it soon dissipated. Nara nodded in acknowledgement, recalling how the nobles at the time were eager to initiate their counteroffensive, leaving their rear unprotected. Had they been ambushed, annihilation would have been a genuine threat. It was my retreat that caused this, Eldridge confessed. Had I not faltered, I could have led Royas to conquer Indicami, perhaps even the entire continent, establishing the Fifth Empire. Your appearance granted me an avenue of retreat. He gestured to the statue of the End God behind him, stating, "This is the End God. When the First Empire fell, he was the one who thwarted the arrival of the Abyss. His might lies in the breadth of his dominion. The wider his realm, the more powerful he becomes." Eldridge continued, "The Andre family, through the lineage of ancestral spirits, ultimately endowed me with the power of the End God. Yet, with great strength comes great responsibility, such as the imperative to once again prevent the Abyss's arrival." With a subtle motion of his hand, scenes unfolded around them, depicting the events surrounding the imminent descent of the Abyss as experienced by the End God. "This is the Abyss," Eldridge pointed out. At that time, the End God held the last hope of the continent, igniting himself and transforming all he was into radiant fire to halt the Abyss's emergence, ultimately becoming the statue that stands behind me. I too was destined to walk this path, to lead Royas in mastering the entire continent, and then ignite myself. For at that moment, only I would possess the right to become the torchbearer. Your assertion that I became your avenue of retreat implies that I too possess the right to be a torchbearer." Gazing at the harrowing scenes surrounding them, Nara replied coolly, "Indeed, the qualification to become a torchbearer lies with the three gods who emerged from the flames. The giant has already been consumed, leaving only the new god and the primordial dragon. The End God is the successor to the new god, while I am the heir to the End God. Your draconic blood has awakened to an exalted level, thus enabling you to become the successor to the primordial dragon." Eldridge erupted into a mocking laughter. "Then make the right choice, Savior Saint. Will you choose to become the substitute for the primordial dragon, to burn as the torch? Or will you choose to stand idly by as the Abyss descends, annihilating all?" Yet, since becoming the Savior Saint, Nara had no other choice. Eldridge's retreat had forged her path, propelling her onto the road of self-destruction. "I walk the righteous path," Nara declared, her words unwavering and unchanged. Chapter 88, King Against King. Thus, all is entrusted to you. Eldridge gradually retracted his smile. He suddenly realized that Nala did not choose to give her all for the glory of the Savior Saint. Rather, her actions stemmed solely from the conviction that it was the right thing to do. That was sufficient. No need for applause, no need for honor, no need for coercion. She had never wavered, always treading the path of righteousness, a righteousness that was not dictated by others, but her own. It was this very essence that rendered her the purest of Savior Saints. Such a person inspires admiration, leaving Eldridge feeling inadequate. Had he remained steadfast in his own path, he would have unified Indicami and brought the entire continent under one banner by now. As for the information regarding the Abyss, I shall deliver it all to you. You may verify its accuracy at your discretion." Eldridge signed the peace treaty and handed it back to Nala, then imparted his final instructions to protect the initial fire camp. "A group of corpse guardians has relocated its entrance to another location. You must earn their acknowledgement before they will unveil the entrance. The exact address has already been provided to you." A profound weariness lingered in Eldridge's tone. "Safe travels, Your Holiness. Your Highness. You cannot truly intend to undertake that torch-bearing role, can you?" After they exited the remnants of the End God, Alx could hardly contain his eagerness, exclaiming, "Perhaps this is merely Eldridge's scheme." I sensed the veracity of his words, and I have also felt the presence of the Abyss. Nala narrowed her eyes. With the awakening of her draconic bloodline, she had begun to faintly perceive the approach of the Abyss. "But why must it be Your Highness who bears this burden? Even if the Abyss does descend, there are surely other paths than the sacrifice of the princess." Alx lamented. If given the choice, they would prefer to confront an enemy, to engage in battle, rather than have Nala shoulder such responsibilities. Yet it is precisely Nala's nature that compels them to forsake titles, abandon their families, and relinquish everything in her unwavering allegiance. Then, esteemed knights, Nala smiled, reminiscent of years past when she softly inquired in the Colomir camp, "Will you accompany me?" "You may withdraw now, Smick." Eldridge gazed at the silhouette of the End God statue, once more ensnared in contemplation. "I fear, my vassal, that you may be unable to fulfill this." Smick's voice was laced with bitterness, tinged with a hint of madness. Eldridge turned to see black feathers sprouting from Smick's form, a curved blade radiating an unusual light drawn forth, as his once-aged visage began to regain youthfulness, a distinct aura emanating from him. "Negri." Eldridge's gaze turned icy. "Have you invaded my vassal's body, preparing to pledge your loyalty to me? I bring death, the greatest king, Eldritch. Your journey has reached its conclusion. Negri unfurled the raven wings behind him and charged directly at Eldritch, the vile malevolence. Eldritch remained motionless. From the depths of darkness, several armored figures leaped forth, their knightly swords slicing towards Negri without hesitation. The curved blade in Negri's hand swung, yet contrary to his expectations, it failed to sever the opponent's blade, forcing him to retreat and evade the attacks of the other armored foes. The ancestral armor. Negri sensed the lingering souls imbued within the armor and instantly recognized its nature. Before Eldritch produced the End God potion, the ancestral armor represented the pinnacle of extraordinary might in the kingdom of Royas. Strong individuals, facing death, chose to sacrifice themselves, transforming their lingering souls into ancestral spirits. In a certain respect, these ancestral spirits were akin to Negri's secondary soul. However, unlike Negri, whose secondary soul underwent a secondary source awakening, detaching from its true origin yet gaining superhuman abilities, the ancestral spirits forsook such awakening, relinquishing perception, and ultimately their very selves, to attain immense interference power. The kingdom of Royas affixed these spirits to armor, seeking individuals who resonated with these ancestral souls, enabling them to don the armor and receive the boon of interference power. After sufficient training, they could become true warriors against 100 foes. So, the interference power was bestowed upon the sword, preventing it from being destroyed? Negri pondered. The knights pressed on, brandishing their swords as they charged at Negri, rather than evade. He hurled his curved blade towards Eldritch, who still stood beneath the statue. One of the knights swung his sword, deflecting the blade, while several others plunged their knightly swords into Negri's form. This is bad. Eldritch sighed inwardly, witnessing Negri's body explode. A torrent of dark crimson blood splattering across the ancestral armor, causing several knights to scream in agony upon contact with the tainted blood. To wield the ancestral armor, one must harmonize their spirit with the ancestral essence. Should the armor become polluted, the knight bonded with it would be similarly affected. Negri's blood, infused with his overwhelming mental will, rendered this squad of ancestral knights ineffective. Eldritch had no time to lament. A tremendous force surged forth from before him, the shadow shifting as a scaled hand emerged, its fingertips resembling iron claws. Had Eldritch delayed but a moment longer, that hand would have pierced his eye socket, tearing away his skull and churning his brain into chaos. The immense interference power surged forth like a tidal wave, compelling the hand's owner to retreat, revealing their form. Negri. Eldritch murmured the name, utilizing the attention drawn to Smick's body to conceal himself in the shadows, seizing the opportunity for a decisive strike. This was the caliber of the continent's most elite assassin. Strange utterances, accompanied by the might of the dragon, shattered the Eldritch interference in the air. Devoid of any intent for dialogue, Negri delivered a direct blow to Eldritch's head with a single punch. Crimson and ivory splattered upon the statue behind him as Negri's dragon eyes shifted, remaining vigilant. Beneath his feet, Eldritch's headless corpse slowly faded, revealing its illusory essence. Truly, one must not underestimate it. The oppressive aura emanating from Negri intensified, and in the fleeting moment, he was momentarily repelled by the Eldritch force. Eldritch conjured an illusion, evading Negri's impending lethal strike. Chapter 89. The chapter of Empire. Generally speaking, this is a power that can only be wielded by the remnants of souls. Negri continued, casually scanning his surroundings. After all, the source governs the soul. As long as the source remains, the soul retains its stability, making it nearly impossible to exert any influence. Yet your ability to interfere surpasses even that of an evil spirit like myself. Negri stated with certainty, this must be the power you derived from the End God. Allow me to speculate. Previously, you mentioned that the larger the dominion of the End God, the more formidable it becomes, coupled with your vehement rejection of divine grace. One can draw a conclusion. Negri analyzed. You, too, require something akin to faith, do you not? The more subjects you have bound to you, the greater the augmentation of your mental power. Is that not so, Eldritch? With a flourish of his hand, Negri turned, slicing through the air with a knife hand, momentarily encountering resistance before all fell silent. Or rather, this is indeed your weakest moment. If Negri's conjecture holds true, then this is undeniably the time when Eldritch is most vulnerable. After all, having failed in the war against Interkami, the support from the realm of Royas for Eldritch has waned significantly. Thus, you resort to hiding. Negri's words dripped with disdain, as if Eldritch's act of concealment tarnished his royal identity. In this moment, Negri entirely set aside the prior incident of stealthy ambush. for a thick skin and a dark heart are essential qualities for one in power. His words carried a hint of psychological manipulation, while uncertain of their effect on Eldritch. Any slight shift in his emotions could edge Negri closer to victory. The scene seemed to have reached a stalemate. Eldritch remained concealed in the shadows, sporadically utilizing his ability to interfere, attempting to ambush Negri while refraining from creating too much commotion, fearing that Negri might discover his location. As Negri stated, his strength derives from faith. The higher the public's approval of him, the greater the infusion of their mental power, granting him immense strength. However, following his defeat in the war against Interkami, his mental power had dwindled to a critically low level, rendering him undeniably inferior to Negri in terms of absolute strength. Acknowledging one's own shortcomings is a simple matter in discourse, yet how many can genuinely accomplish this, particularly someone like Eldritch? He has ascended to the pinnacle of the continent, achieving unprecedented success among the kings of Royas and garnering immense glory, yet he is not bound by this honor. Such a person possesses an innate strength. Even if Eldritch were to lose his privileged background, he would still attain success. The only difference would be the magnitude of that success. How exceedingly cautious. Negri approached the several ancestral knights who had succumbed to his mental influence, seizing one of their helmets. With a clap of his hands, the entire helmet shattered into fragments. Despite being infused with ancestral power, without a master to wield it, the armor proved to be utterly fragile in the presence of a dragon's form. With a swift motion of his hand, the fragments of the helmet transformed into tiny steel beads, which he then hurled into a tempest of iron, shooting outward and creating bowl-sized cavities in the stone steps and cave walls. Attuning himself to the trajectory of the steel beads, Negri seized one of the knights, inserting his fingers into the knight's body. The draconic might pulsated with the surrounding rhythm as he uttered an incantation, Keelit. A surge of power infused the knight's form, which was then cast aside into the open space. The knight's body swelled and reddened before erupting into fragments, sending blood and body parts flying. A force emanated outward, dispersing the blood, revealing Eldritch at last. His aversion was not merely due to a distaste for filth, but rather because the blood contained draconic energy. Allowing it to taint him would only invite dire consequences. Negri possessed a limited repertoire of draconic incantations, totaling 4, Jliest, meaning irresistible, which annihilates any obstruction in its path. Keelit, meaning surging power, enabling the infusion of strength into various objects. Deliwo, serving a defensive purpose, and Soul, facilitating flight or levitation. Despite their seemingly straightforward nature, each incantation wielded immense power, and even the most ostensibly trivial, like flight, could become extraordinarily formidable once mastered. It was evident that you have resolved to end my life. Eldritch's expression darkened. He refrained from inquiring about Negri's motives, as the latter's intentions had already become apparent, leaving no room for hesitation. Generally, the power of thought, or interference, manifests as a force that influences the surrounding environment, typically as propulsion. However, Eldritch revealed an alternative application of this interference. My people believe in me. They trust that I can lead them in establishing a grand empire, an empire belonging to the Royasians. The scene surrounding Eldritch began to transform, the steps morphing into a grand plaza, where individuals clad in uniform appeared. This was the embodiment of every Royasian's aspiration, the miraculous force birthed from their hopes. And it represented my ideal nation. Standing among the crowd, Eldritch rose above them. Negri sensed his draconic might's control over the surroundings plummet to freezing levels. Should he employ his breath technique, he would discover that all rhythms here were intertwined with Eldritch. This was Eldritch's formidable strength. A single individual could summon an army. A single soul could forge a nation. Chapter 90, I Am the King. Within the ideal realm of Eldritch, Negri felt as though he were single-handedly battling an entire nation, as if the very air conspired to thwart his every movement. Although no overt attacks were launched against him, his combat prowess was diminished by at least 30%. The reduction in draconic might severely restricted his ability to wield the language of dragons. Uniformed soldiers of Royas, armed and resolute, surged toward Negri. They embodied the aspirations of the Royas people, fearless and unwavering. Yet, as manifestations of Eldritch, each soldier possessed the battle experience of their creator, united in purpose and capable of unleashing formidable combat strength. The soldiers advanced like a relentless tide, and while Negri could obliterate them with a mere punch or kick, they dissolved into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The absence of corpses, which might have impeded the advances of their comrades, only exacerbated the situation. Upon death, they transformed into phantoms, exerting no hindrance on the subsequent onslaught. To make matters worse, Negri surmised that these soldiers were not truly vanquished but could rejuvenate themselves. As he observed, the foes in the square expanded beyond mere infantry to include archers, cavalry, and even siege engines like catapults. If this is your reliance, Eldritch, I can already proclaim your demise. Negri pressed forward toward Eldritch, dispatching any who dared obstruct his path with a mere wave of his hand. The draconic traits adorning Negri intensified: scales, horns, wings, and a tail. His form grew increasingly colossal, the semblance of humanity fading away, exhaling the acrid breath of sulfur. Ultimately, a golden dragon ascended into the sky, its belly churning, unleashing searing flames that incinerated every soldier in its path, before pouncing upon Eldritch and reducing him to mere fragments. This draconic form had been forged over a decade, a feat unnecessary if solely for the purpose of invoking the dragon language. His true aim was to resurrect the might of the dragon. His current embodiment bore a striking resemblance to the ancient dragons of yore. This was the closest any being had come to a dragon since the demise of the last dragon, Valsis, of the Third Empire. Eldritch, if you are willing to perpetuate the flames, perhaps Nara and I shall have no further business, echoed Eldritch from another side, revealing that the body Negri had crushed was but an illusion. In response, a thunderous dragon roar erupted, and Negri's draconic form swelled even larger, emanating an aura of dragon might that caused the surrounding environment to crumble quietly under its weight. You can hear their support for you, yet you surely hear their grievances as well. Negri's draconic form gradually regressed to that of a human, his golden slit eyes gazing upon the despondent countenance of Eldritch. Do you regret it? Negri cautiously approached Eldritch, despite the latter's evident lack of resistance. One could never be certain of any hidden ploys. Regret? Regret for retreating? Eldritch no longer sought to flee. He had accepted his defeat. In light of this, he resolved to retain a semblance of regal dignity. His complexion was notably poor, yet his smile was undeniably charming. In response to Negri's inquiry, he replied with an air of indifference, I am a king. That is merely the burden of a sovereign. I trust that my descendants will fulfill the dreams I could not realize. Rising to his feet, he meticulously arranged his final appearance, resembling a magnificent monarch surveying his subjects. He softly proclaimed, the Roya's empire shall surely come to fruition. Thus, I offer you a funeral. A surge of draconic majesty emanated from Negri, saturating the surrounding space. As he extended his right hand, its sharp claws piercing through Eldritch's neck, severing his head. After a brief commotion, Negri turned to gaze at the statue of the end god behind him, which had consistently faced away from the crowd. With arms outstretched, it appeared imposing, akin to a guardian deity of all beings, for it had chosen to sacrifice itself to thwart the emergence of the abyss. However, upon viewing its front, one would discover a multitude of faces, each vividly alive, dragon visages, valiant humans, enigmatic witches, and supremely noble deities. Their races varied, yet the commonality lay in the anguish, resentment, and despair etched upon their faces. If sacrificing merely one end god could have halted the abyss, why did the new gods and the primordial dragon choose to flee? Betraying their mission and becoming traitors may seem straightforward, yet the new gods and the primordial dragon undoubtedly paid a price. At that time, the abyss was far more formidable than it is now. Thus, the end god commenced his hunt, merging with powerful beings one after another, culminating in their collective incineration. It can be said that the end god devoured more than half of the world's extraordinary beings, compelling them to burn alongside him. Were it not for him, the current state of extraordinary power in the world would likely not have devolved into the paltry few we see today, had Eldritch chosen the path of the end god. Becoming his successor, those who supported him would have transformed into torches alongside him. Therefore, upon perceiving Nala, he opted for retreat. Even after this decision, his reputation plummeted, and he lost the honor of being the greatest king, with his subjects lamenting his actions and deeming him the center of the Roya's kingdom. Yet, he harbored no regrets. In his own words, this was the burden he bore as a king. The title of the greatest king was not misplaced. Negri turned to depart, leaving Eldritch's headless corpse behind. Despite the loss of his head, he remained standing upon the steps, as if still gazing upon his subjects. Chapter 91. The Valley of the Corpse Guardians. The Valley organization is a collective of assassins. As Alx muttered about the intelligence he had gathered, it became evident that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for an ideology, relentlessly undertaking assassinations without hesitation. Anyone who fell into their crosshairs became a target of their utmost efforts. Alx furrowed his brow, declaring, these individuals are nothing short of lunatics. Their victims include nobles, merchants, rangers, and even kings. What is their purpose? Nala inquired, perched upon her steed. Because they possess the abyssal traits. Alx sighed. regardless of who that person may be. Whether a healer who has saved countless lives or a wise sovereign, as long as they exhibit these abyssal traits, they shall be eliminated. Moreover, the more formidable these individuals are, the higher their ranking for elimination becomes. With a hint of disgust, Alx continued. The identification of those possessing abyssal traits is based solely on an inexplicable method employed by the Valley's members, leading to many becoming targets without reason. Truly a dreadful organization. Nala took hold of the documents. Some were provided by Eldridge, while others she had acquired through the teachings of the divine grace, alongside items collected by various nobles. Upon learning of Nala's intention to thwart the abyss's descent upon the valley, Emperor Sirzai could hardly contain his amusement, promptly handing over all the materials regarding the valley in the abyss that he had collected. According to their own assertions, the valley claims to be the vassals of a great entity, guardians of the fountain of life, and that all their actions are for the sake of world peace. They profess a profound respect for life and righteousness, never harming the innocent, holding themselves to exceedingly high standards, and maintaining a clear conviction. They cherish life immensely, regarding each existence as precious and akin to a friend. To them, collecting protection fees, committing fraud, robbery, or even murder are inconsequential offenses. However, once one is marked with abyssal traits, that friendship is irrevocably severed. When some distressed souls sought their assistance, they provided aid with remarkable kindness. If one wished to learn the art of combat and assassination, they were generous in their teachings. Even if one were grievously injured and required the valley's sacred treasure, the fountain of life, they would grant it after due verification. If one were to overlook their merciless slaughter of those with abyssal traits, they could indeed be regarded as the most benevolent organization across the continent, perhaps even surpassing the divine grace, which sometimes resorts to cruelty in its quest for faith. Thus, the valley stands as a peculiar organization. As they prepared to journey to the valley, Nala knew that Hales would undoubtedly attempt to thwart them, and others would likely launch various assaults against them. Everyone, remain vigilant, she urged, glancing at the contingent behind her. A few knights had willingly pledged their allegiance to her, accompanied by several divine knights and priests dispatched by the divine grace. Beyond them, no others stood in their midst. In recent years, Hales had capitalized on the chaos of war, proliferating malevolent spirits throughout the continent. As the number of these vile entities increased due to the ravages of conflict, countless families were shattered, rendering the destitute vulnerable to Hales's insidious ideology, leading them to join his malevolent cause. The strength of Hales has been rapidly increasing. Had it not been for Negri's intervention that thwarted the impending formation of the Divine Quartet, the hand-cutting god, Morlus, Hales would undoubtedly be even more formidable today. Nevertheless, two of the Divine Quartet have now assumed their positions, one representing the unspeakable tongue-cutter and the other the invisible blinder. Hales relinquished Negri and chose to nurture another malevolent spirit, transforming it into the blinder. It is rumored that the third member of the Divine Quartet has also found a target and will soon take their place, leaving only the final representative of the unthinkable headcutter to be accounted for. Without a moment's pause, riding on Manala, she sensed the entity known as the Abyss stirring rapidly. If she did not hasten, many would perish due to the ominous signs heralding its arrival. An arrow flew through the air, embedding itself before Manala, prompting her to pull back the reins. To her surprise, the archer did not conceal themselves but stood boldly in her path. Nara beheld the figure, a robust physique wrapped in layers of bandages, a white mask concealing their face, and short silver hair giving them an air of vitality. Strangely, she felt a sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered this person before, and though they aimed their bow at her, it felt more like a warning or even a protective gesture. Nara sensed no intent to harm. "Forgive me for disappointing your good intentions, but I must proceed," Nara said earnestly. "Please step aside. The matters of the abyss do not concern you. They are not burdens you should bear. Yet, it is I who must carry them now." Nara remained resolute, unmoved by the sincerity of the archer's words. "Then I am truly sorry," Jason said, drawing his bow once more, his voice laden with regret. "I can only wound you severely to prevent your advance." Although she aimed to reach the initial flame camp through the trials of the Sacred Valley, he had asserted that the valley would not recognize her. "I now understand," Nara replied, her gaze unwavering. "I possess the traits of the abyss, do I not?" "Indeed. It is precisely for that reason that the Sacred Valley will deny you entrance to the initial flame camp. It is highly probable that you do not seek to sustain the flames, but rather to extinguish them. You may even already be on their list of those to be dealt with," Jason admitted candidly. "You are Jason, are you not?" Nara quickly recalled the identity of the man through his words. He had once been employed by Osgoodin to combat Negri and had been ambushed by the Raven folk, only to be saved by Osgoodin. Regardless of the circumstances, he shared a connection with Nara and was well aware of her plight, holding a deep respect for her resolve. Thus, he was increasingly reluctant to allow such a person to meet a needless demise. "Forgive me," Nara reiterated, remaining steadfast. If the Sacred Valley truly possessed a solution, perhaps she would consider cooperating. Yet, from any perspective, the valley seemed to be responding only passively to the emergence of the abyss. They exterminated anyone bearing its traits but failed to genuinely perpetuate the flames. Chapter 92. May the Lord's glory ever dwell within me. Jason let out a sigh before unhesitatingly releasing his arrow. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and convictions. Nala was unwilling to alter her resolve. How could he wish to transform himself? If Nala could not conquer her own self, then her journey to the Sacred Valley would be in vain. Only by mastering herself could she earn the right to proceed. With a flourish of the dragon-scale sword, she severed the arrows that flew towards her. Nala dismounted and approached Jason, addressing her companions beside her. "This is my battle. Simply await my victory." "No. Now is our moment to shine," Alx advised. Though reluctant to see our Lord become a beacon, since he has resolved to press on, we must wholeheartedly support him. Time is of the essence. Our Lord's progress must not be hindered, so I shall confront this foe. Alx dismounted, drew his knightly sword, and positioned himself before Nala. "Please, my lord, focus solely on your journey to the Sacred Valley." "I understand," Nala responded, gazing at Alx's resolute visage beneath his helmet. A radiant smile graced her lips as she remounted her steed, setting forth towards the Sacred Valley. "May glory ever be with you." Alx, sword in hand, charged towards Jason, resolutely proclaiming, "I am a knight, bound to my lord's will, destined for victory in every battle." Jason narrowed his eyes. Beneath his mask, his expression remained inscrutable. He raised his bow, crimson light swirling around him, infusing his arrow with a brilliant red radiance that surged towards the advancing Alx. He did not wish to squander time on these knights. Thwarting Nala's quest to the Sacred Valley was his priority. That red streak of light was a manifestation of the power he had acquired from the Sacred Valley, and he believed it would suffice to dispatch the knight. The Fountain of Life, as its name suggests, is a source of vitality. Its waters surge with the essence of life, capable of healing most injuries and ailments. This implies that, given sufficient willpower and a willingness to exert oneself, under the care of the Fountain of Life, any individual can reach the limits of their physical potential. Beyond this, the fountain possesses another function, such as the Bloodburner transformation that Jason underwent. Their hearts were altered to establish a connection with the Fountain of Life, enabling them to store an immense reservoir of life force, thus unleashing extraordinary powers. However, the Bloodburner transformation is not for everyone. It requires a suitable constitution, and the success rate is far from guaranteed. Initially, Jason had declined the transformation out of fear that it would fail, preventing him from seeking vengeance. Yet later, on the brink of death, he was transformed into a revenant by Smick's ritual blade. Lacking the cooperation of pathogens, his body began to decay, compelling him to undergo this transformation. Upon successful transformation, Jason could ignite his life force, infusing it into his weapons to amplify their destructive power. The vibrant red of his life essence held a restraining influence over certain entities. "Do not underestimate me." Alcus breathed rhythmically, the knight's sword in his hand gleaming with metallic luster, deflecting the crimson light shot forth by Jason, which shattered into several fragments that fell to the ground, scorching the earth beneath. "Before I succumb, I shall not allow you to interfere with my master's actions." Alcus raised his knight's sword. Its metallic sheen began to shimmer. Steel flow technique, Alcus Rue. Jason observed Nara and the others galloping by on horseback, then turned his gaze to Alcus. Raising his bow with a gravely serious tone, "Bloodburner," Jason taught. Jason knocked several arrows, the red aura swirling, infusing the arrows with vibrant crimson light, which then shot forth as streaks of red brilliance. Alcus wielded his knight's sword, swinging it continuously as he advanced toward Jason. The steel flow technique, a school of breathing methods, is characterized by its impregnable defense. They serve as your most reliable bastion, unwavering as long as life persists. Such staunch defenders are indeed quite challenging to contend with. Jason sighed, fully aware of the tenacity of someone like Alcus. Once he set his sights on a goal, he would persist even at the cost of his own life, for he himself was of such a nature. The crimson light sped forth, and Alcus managed to cleave through it with remarkable precision, But as the light dispersed, it transformed into scattered brilliance, striking against his armor. The impact was not overwhelming. Yet the heat it carried was intense, causing Alcus's armor to take on a reddish hue. Sweat evaporated into steam, escaping outward as his skin suffered burns, and his hands, gripping the sword, were blistered and oozing, becoming grotesque. Alcus charged towards Jason, rotating his knight's sword, aiming to strike Jason with the flat of the blade. The latter's intent was to prevent Nara from meeting her demise, thus not truly an enemy. Too naive. Jason did not evade, casting his bow aside, seizing Alcus's knight's sword with his bare flesh. The vibrant red of life began to pulse, the searing heat traveling from the blade to the hilt. Igniting Alcus's disfigured hands, dropped the sword. Never. The scent of charred flesh emanated from the knight's hands as he raised his head, attempting to butt Jason with his forehead. Your defense, though formidable, cannot insulate against heat. I have the perfect countermeasure. Cease your assault, or your body will not withstand it. Jason boldly clashed with Alcus's headbutt. Other bloodburners, fearing damage to their bodies, would always maintain a limit when burning their vitality. Yet Jason was akin to a living corpse. His threshold for burning remarkably high. Fighting to uphold the faith of his sovereign, those who possess such honor are the true knights. The radiance enveloping Alcus surged as he exerted every ounce of strength to attack Jason. I am a knight, unafraid of death. May my master's glory reside within me. This man has reached his limit. Jason gritted his teeth, his heart racing wildly, life force surging forth in torrents, manifesting as pulsating red, distorting the air. Before erupting in a violent explosion, Alcus's body flew through the air before crashing to the ground. Jason, dragging his somewhat battered form, approached him and sighed. He still breathes. But he cannot be left unattended. With such a person as a follower, Nala should find success, shouldn't she? Jason gazed in the direction Nala had departed, sorrowfully adding, yet, regardless of whether Nala succeeds or not, does she not face only death? Chapter 93. The Grace Teachings of Divine Favor. Please take care of him. This is your reward. Jason placed a pouch of coins into the villager's hand, gesturing towards the severely burned Alx within the house. Fortunately, he had brought along some wellspring of life. Otherwise, such extensive burns could lead to complications that might result in death at any moment. With that, Jason hurried off in pursuit of Nala and her companions. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to prevent such a tragedy from occurring. Moreover, through the intelligence network of the Sacred Valley, he had discovered that Negri's ghoul army seemed to be preparing to ambush Nala along her path. He was determined to avenge the massacre of his family by Caddis. Lord Negri, the ambush unit is ready, with the ghoul army as its primary force. They will exert all their strength to ambush Nala, provoking her dragon lineage. Granny Sia spoke to a box that shimmered with golden soul blood. But is this truly wise? If we deploy so many ghouls, what if Nala cannot reach the Sacred Valley? Granny Sia inquired, her tone laced with concern. Have faith in Nala. If she cannot overcome this minor challenge, then perhaps the salvation of the world is a futile endeavor. Negri's voice resonated from the soul blood. Understood. I wonder how the battle between Lord Negri and Eldridge is faring? Granny Sia nodded, posing the question. Meanwhile, Negri strode through the streets, his robust physique and perfect visage, coupled with an aura of lethal intensity, drew the attention of many. Did you not foresee this, Granny Sia? Negri's words held an implication. Eldridge's head has already been severed from his body. I did not. I merely liberated a source there, where a statue of the fallen god resides, along with Lord Negri's draconic majesty. I could not foresee the circumstances there, Granny Sia replied with deep reverence. Indeed, Lord Negri is invincible. Eldridge was merely an inadequate king, and thus could not possibly contend with you. Upon hearing Granny Sia's words, Negri stroked his chest, and, with a smile, remarked, Eldridge, while he may not be a worthy strongman, he was indeed a capable king. Is that so? That is an intriguing assessment. Granny Sia said with a hint of peculiarity. So, will Lord Negri be coming over? No. Regarding the strategy against Nala, I shall leave that to your command. If necessary, I will send Noah. Negri stood before a magnificent edifice, a pleased smile gracing his face. Before that, I have another matter to attend to. Then I wish Lord Negri all the success, Granny Sia said with a smile. At that moment, two armored knights approached Negri, gripping the hilts of their swords. One of them barked, Who are you, sir? Why do you stand before the cathedral? Indeed, Negri found himself in the capital of Indicami, in Gramelo. And before him stood the grand edifice of the Cathedral of Divine Favor, regarded as the headquarters of the Grace Teachings. Here, the knights and priests of the Divine Order received the blessings of the deity. Ordinary devotees typically perform a purification ritual at the side entrance before they may enter to worship, while the main gate is only open for grand ceremonies. It is acceptable for an ordinary person to gaze reverently from the threshold, yet the presence of Negri is overwhelmingly potent. He stands as if he were the very epicenter of the universe, exuding an ominous yet alluring charm that evokes a sense of trepidation. Behind him, another knight of divine grace unsheathes his sword, striking down his companion without hesitation, blood spilling forth and causing the onlookers to scream and scatter in panic. Hail Lord Negri! The eyes of this knight are alight with fervor. Yes, notify all lurking agents at any cost, delay the followers of the divine grace. Negri strides forward, his force colliding with the grand stone doors, which shatter magnificently. The commotion stirs many of the divine grace knights and priests into action. Yet some of those once closely allied suddenly become frenzied, turning on their comrades and inflicting considerable harm. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a vast expanse of dark clouds drifts ominously toward this place, a cacophony resonating through the heavens, startling the entire royal city. The black clouds obscure the sun, and black snowflakes begin to fall. Only upon their descent do the people realize these are not mere flakes, but clusters of black feathers, releasing a faintly rancid aroma. Negri advances deeper into the cathedral, where any obstruction, be it a person or a wall, fails to hinder him. In the face of Negri's supreme power, all will be rendered to fragments in an instant. Evil shall not allow you to step forward. A multitude of divine grace knights assembles in a corridor, each raising their swords before them. My lord has promised me the power of justice. I shall cleave through the darkness, vanquishing evil. The knights of divine grace, aglow with the radiance of their blessings, charge toward Negri. Glyast. The dragon tongue resonates, yet Negri's stride remains unbroken, as one after another, the knights collapse beside him, their armor shattering, limbs and blood scattering. Negri traverses the blood-soaked corridor, where a knight who had previously lingered behind now lies in a pool of blood. When Negri passes by, he momentarily halts, then continues onward. After Negri has distanced himself, the knight begins to tremble, his eyes opening to the gruesome scene of carnage. Tears mix with blood as they flow down his face. Positioned further back and sensing danger, he instinctively activates his protective grace, surviving despite his grave injuries. He holds his breath, feigning death on the ground to escape calamity. Yet, Negri's brief pause reveals to him that he has been noticed and spared, an unprecedented fear and humiliation enveloping his spirit. Nevertheless, he cannot deny a flicker of dark triumph within. Yet it is evident that he shall live the rest of his life shrouded in the shadow of this encounter. Negri swung open the door, and a knight, radiant with a brilliant white light, raised his sword to strike at him. With scales glistening, Negri extended his clawed hand to seize the knight's blade, pulling it back forcefully. His palm thrust forward, the sharp nails piercing through flesh beneath the jaw, penetrating the throat, shattering the spine, and tearing through skin. The knight's resolute head was severed from his body. With a flick of his hand, Negri brought it crashing down upon an advancing divine knight. Unfazed, he continued his relentless march forward. Chapter 94. God loves the world, demon. You are a demon. The overwhelming presence of Long Wei combined with Negri's understanding of human nature propelled them forward with an unstoppable momentum. With each of Negri's movements, he provoked the spirits of the knights of divine grace. As Negri drew closer, some, unable to bear the psychological strain, shrieked madly and charged at him, only to be effortlessly dispatched by his hand. Increasing numbers of knights of divine grace arrived, alongside the trainees of the Divine Grace Church's reserve. Emboldened by the fearless blessings of their priests, they chanted praises to the Lord and surged toward Negri from all directions. Negri's dragon might expanded, weighing heavily upon their hearts like a stone. Were it not for the priests bestowing their fearless blessings, they would not have dared to advance. Soul, the dragon language echoed, signifying the power of levitation, a symbol of the dragon's dominion over the skies, enabling living beings to soar. Within the influence of Negri's dragon might, a force enveloped the knights, rendering their bodies light. They charged forward, muscles tense for an assault, yet their suddenly buoyant forms left them disoriented, gasping for breath. One by one, they transformed into balloons, colliding with one another, struggling in midair. Muscle strains became commonplace, accompanied by nausea, dizziness, and the cessation of heartbeats. An array of abnormal states rendered them utterly bewildered. Of course, had they adapted to this state, flying under such power would not have posed a challenge. However, it was evident that they had no time to acclimate. Keel it. Negri seized a fallen knight's sword, channeling power into it, and with a swift swing, the blades shattered into fragments of iron. One after another, the knights perished mid-air, crashing to the ground. Upon their demise, the dragon language's levitation force dissipated, leaving them no chance to feign death. Enough, Negri. This is the Church of Divine Grace, the abode of God. The newly appointed Pope, Ruindona, emerged from the miraculous sanctuary of the Grand Cathedral of Divine Grace, his countenance filled with rage. For him, it was a hard-won achievement to become the Pope of the Church, despite the princess they had appointed failing to inherit the throne. Yet, they had successfully extended the Church's influence into the Kingdom of Royas. In the current continent, other kingdoms exhibited a sense of resignation, with the two most powerful being Royas and Interkami. Once the Church spread its roots in these two realms, the other kingdoms would gradually find it impossible to resist. Ultimately, the Church of Divine Grace would become the faith of the entire continent, and Ruindona's name would be etched into history, revered by countless souls. He would bask in the divine light, destined to become the greatest pope in the annals of the Church. But why, oh why, did Negri choose this moment to wreak havoc, effortlessly conquering much of the Grand Cathedral? Where could he save face for the Church of Divine Grace? Mere trifles. With a light laugh, Negri remarked that from Eldritch, he had discerned the true nature of the so-called deity of the Church of Divine Grace. This god was not even a new god. It belonged to the same lineage as the end god. Its essence was merely a remnant from the initial fire. Having devoured an excessive number of powerful souls from various races, with these souls not entirely consumed. It was this unconsumed residue that emerged from the initial fire. Unlike the three gods who had initially emerged, it lacked even the qualification to be considered fuel. Its emergence marked the gradual appearance of malevolent spirits, and one could assert that it was the primordial malevolence itself. However, this detritus possessed a modicum of power, as it amalgamated the residual souls of numerous strong beings and had once merged with the end god. This bestowed upon it a unique ability. Those who believed in it, if their connection was sufficiently strong and their physical constitution suitable, could receive the traits and powers of those formidable beings, which is the origin of divine grace. Tragically, due to its mixed heritage and the searing flames it endured, after the fall of the Second Empire, it became confined within ruins. After so many years, it had relinquished the ability to think. The first pope of the Church of Divine Grace discovered the primordial malevolence within the ruins and deified it. In reality, this god was merely a vessel of instinct for bestowing grace, while the true authority of the Church resided with the Council of Mystics. As Negri advanced, his overwhelming aura, coupled with the release of draconic might, assailed their spirits. In that moment, even the divine knights, blessed by the fearless grace, could not help but retreat. Negri. The Church of Divine Grace is not a place for your whims. God loves the world. Llewellyn spoke coldly, his staff radiating light that enveloped all present, bestowing the effects of various graces upon everyone. This was the power of the Pope's legacy staff, temporarily granting all graces to all individuals. Those divine knights, previously intimidated, found their fears of death, their longing for family, and their reluctance to part with life vanish, leaving only the divine in their hearts. The divine knights, even the priests among them, roared as they charged towards Negri. Not too shabby, Negri exclaimed, seizing a knight's sword mid-swing. The scales on his hand shattered, a trickle of golden blood spilling forth, and then, with a swift motion, he struck the knight's helm, shattering it and spraying blood. The effect of the resilience grace prevented immediate death from fatal wounds, a seldom chosen boon, yet it proved crucial now. Schleist. The draconic incantation resonated, an unstoppable force crashing against those rushing forward, armor splintering and blood flying. Yet, in response, blinding white light surged as this fervent throng, consumed by the divine, completely disregarded their suffering and charged once more at Negri. Bloodlock and infinite healing, rather cheeky, Negri chuckled, lifting his hand towards the ceiling. The draconic power surged again as he uttered the unstoppable draconic phrase, Schleist. The roof was torn away, revealing the expanse of a starless sky, shrouded in darkness. Chapter 95. The desolation of divine grace. In the next moment, a torrent of darkness surged through the gaping hole in the roof. The cacophony of cawing crows permeating the entire area, as the inky blackness obscured the white radiance of the graces. Negril stood amidst this chaos, weaving through the intertwining shades of black and white, effortlessly dispatching his foes. The resilient grace could only delay the inevitable demise. Without timely salvation, life could not be restored. As the tumult of black and white began to subside, An increasing presence of red emerged, staining the surroundings with blood. Negril ascended the steps, approaching the trembling ruin. Who clutched his staff? Behind Negril lay a mound of corpses, a grim assemblage of both humans and crows, though the latter predominated. Many crows remained perched upon the bodies, indifferently feasting on the remains. "Are you not fleeing?" Negril inquired, offering a modicum of respect to Ruin. "I am the messenger of the divine. And behind me stands the sanctum of miracles, which you, vile creature, shall not breach," Ruin stammered, trembling yet refusing to retreat. A decade had passed since he had narrowly escaped from the storm of thunder, and his urgency to ascend and expand the Divine Grace Church stemmed partly from ambition and lust for power, but equally from fear. Ever since leaving Leia, the mere thought of Negril's formidable presence instilled a profound trepidation within him, that deep-seated sense of impotence gnawing at his resolve. Only by amassing greater power could he hope to escape that fear. Upon becoming the pontiff, he had believed he would conquer his anxieties, but when Negril reappeared before him, he realized that the marrow-deep dread was utterly despairing. "God is with me," Ruin murmured, gazing at Negril, now within arm's reach. He had relied on the blessings of his family and mentor to ascend to the rank of bishop and subsequently pontiff, wielding the influence of the Divine Grace Church to shape the fate of Intercomi and even the entire continent. Yet, in the face of Negril, all those advantages held no weight. When stripped of all support, confronting the raw essence of fear, Ruin suddenly sensed that perhaps not everything was worthy of such terror. In this dire circumstance, one could either be crushed by fear, never to rise again, or confronted head-on, truly recognizing oneself. Negril. Ruin's form radiated a blinding white light as he brought his staff crashing down upon Negril with all his might. "I shall accept your defiance." Negril deftly evaded Ruin's strike, his hand piercing through Ruin's chest, extracting the beating heart and crushing it in his grip. Ruin's soul energy and vitality were absorbed. His ascent was significantly aided by the power of his family and mentor. Yet, among those of similar origins, there were few within the Divine Grace Church. And while many shared his background, why was it only Ruin who ascended to the position of pontiff? It must be acknowledged that he possessed redeeming qualities of his own. Negril withdrew his hand, seizing the staff. This artifact bore a profound connection to the initial dark spirit, capable of harnessing its full power for a brief period, bestowing grace upon many. Had it not been for the assistance of the ravenous flock, Negri, even in his transformed draconic form, would have found it exceedingly arduous to withstand the onslaught of those madmen, each endowed with 9 divine gifts, their hearts consumed solely by the divine. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the doors of the Sanctum of Miracles, revealing the scene before him, a stone platform venerated in the heart of the Grand Hall, adorned with cryptic, harmonious lines. Above this platform hovered a luminous orb. The adherents of the Divine Grace Church would ascend here, standing upon the stone to partake in a sacred ritual, drawing forth the radiance from within the sphere. Typically, due to inherent limitations, a human could bear no more than 5 divine gifts, while 6 gifts could be deemed formidable. Historically, the mightiest of the Divine Grace Knights had managed to encompass 7 gifts. As Negri gazed at the radiant orb suspended in the air, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Had anyone else stood in this hallowed space, they would undoubtedly feel an innate sense of sanctity, as if the orb itself embodied the divine, a creator of all existence. Perhaps, even the orb believed itself to be such. Emerging from the shadows of the sanctum, a cadre of individuals garbed in white robes appeared. Had Lin been present, he would have recognized them as some of the more senior archbishops of the Divine Grace Church. "Negri, do you wish to blaspheme?" inquired one white-robed figure, bearing a scar upon his visage, his tone icy. "God." Negri approached with deliberate steps, scoffing, "Do not jest. Though its essence may surpass mine, such a being, subservient to your wretched wills, can hardly be deemed a deity." His disdainful words caused a palpable shift in the countenance of those present. For the Council of the Hidden Gods, the annihilation of the Divine Grace Church was inconsequential. As long as they continued to wield the primordial evil spirit, they could bestow new gifts and potentially resurrect a new church. Should the secrets of the Divine Grace Church be unveiled, the mystique of the divine would dissipate, transforming it into a mere artifact within reach of anyone. The church would become a target of scorn, albeit still commanding a legion of divine knights. They could fend off greedy gazes. However, with Negri's ruthless onslaught, should their secrets come to light, they would find themselves hunted across the continent. "Perhaps you should first ponder how to safeguard your own lives," Negri proclaimed, brandishing the papal scepter as he advanced towards the members of the council. Suddenly, the scepter radiated a blinding white light, destabilizing Negri's soul structure, drawing him inexorably towards it. "Dick, your words are rather excessive," the scarred white-robed figure remarked with discontent towards the elder with a white beard. Despite Negri being ensnared by the scepter, the secrets remained tucked away in their hearts. Yet, the elder, Dick, paid no heed to this, continuing. "I have prepared all the necessary materials for the forging of soul weapons, my lord Negri." "Well done, Dick." With a flourish of his scepter, Negri struck down the scarred face, while the other members of the secret divine council hurled curses at Dick, bewildered by his betrayal. They had sought to wield the primordial evil spirit to repel Negri, only to discover that he, too, possessed the means to control it, his mental prowess far surpassing theirs. Ultimately, in their despair, they fell victim to Negri's might. Truly, Lord Negri was a figure of despairing strength. Dick, ever the sycophant, remarked with a contorted expression akin to a wilting flower. This Dick Sackler was the most significant traitor within the Church of Divine Favor, having been seduced to Negri's side primarily due to his advanced age. Though he had managed to harness the primordial evil spirit and had even undergone the life-bestowing transformation, his longevity weighed heavily upon him. He sensed his time was short. Thus, he chose to align himself with Negri, betraying the secrets of the secret divine council. Turning to face him, Negri summoned a raven with a wave of his hand. He pierced the creature's body, watching as a visible black substance flowed forth. Before alighting upon Dick Sackler's head, the dark material animated, burrowing into his skin. "Your body shall gradually be supplanted by the black raven contagion. However, vitality is not granted without cost. You must consume the lives of others to sustain the contagion's vitality. But I assume you will not mind." "Thank you, Lord Negri." "Thank you, Lord Negri," Dick cried, even as the contagion penetrated his forehead, causing him immense agony as he collapsed amidst the blood of his comrades. Yet he expressed his ecstatic gratitude. "Take care of yourself," Negri advised, retracting the primordial evil spirit and making his way outside. Several ravens clutched tomes filled with the various teachings of the Church of Divine Favor, provided by Dick. A multitude of ravens descended upon Negri, lifting him into the sky, heading towards the sacred valley, where all secrets of this world awaited discovery. Chapter 96. The remains of the giant My Lady Nara flee swiftly. "Leave this to me," proclaimed a knight of divine grace, gripping a rusted knight's sword, as he stood before a colossal, grotesque creature resembling a mass of mud. The world had descended into an ever more bizarre state. With the encroachment of the abyss, the sky had adopted a perpetual gray hue, shrouded in a veil of ominous clouds. Moreover, a faction of humanity had undergone a grotesque transformation following the arrival of the abyss. Their flesh began to decay, reminiscent of skinned frogs, with chunks of their corporeal form periodically falling away. Their human visage distorted, bones melted away, and their bodies morphed into puddles of sludge, brandishing 5 writhing tentacles. These abominations unleashed chaos upon others, embodying humanity's nemesis. Once they ensnared a human, the flesh would swiftly dissolve, and any weapon that came into contact with them would corrode at an alarming rate. Even the most seasoned mercenaries fell victim to these fiends. If these monstrosities consumed enough human flesh, they could grow indefinitely in size, and most terrifying of all, they were seemingly immortal. Fortunately, their numbers remained scarce, primarily confined to remote areas. The more prosperous cities were largely free from their presence, thus preventing widespread panic, at least for the time being. Yet, time was not on their side. The transformations continued unabated, and everything was in flux. Nara sensed a formidable force attempting to alter her being, though the dragon's blood coursing through her veins vehemently repelled such influences. Yet, if she yielded to this change, she could attain unimaginable power. As Nara and her companions traversed a village, they encountered this wretched creature, which had obliterated the entire populace, now towering to the size of a dwelling. As they rode past, the creature's tentacles lashed out unexpectedly, wreaking havoc upon their horses. Many knights and divine adherents, caught off guard, were struck down. Numerous lives were extinguished in an instant, and amidst the ensuing chaos, more perished. Nara and her comrades devised numerous strategies to vanquish the beast, but it seemed as though an unseen force sustained its existence. In desperation, the Knight of Divine Grace proposed to remain behind to confront the creature. Otherwise, their entire party would be ensnared in this dire predicament. Observing the encroaching abyss and the waning light of the flames, they realized time was of the essence. "My lord grants me the right to sacrifice myself. The divine is with me." The knight radiated a blinding white light, the glow of sacrificial grace illuminating the darkness. It must be noted that although the deity of the Church of Divine Grace was but a false idol, those blessed by its gifts possessed remarkable attributes that were commendable in various respects. Armed with his knightly sword, the Knight of Divine Grace charged at the creature. Nara's gaze flickered as she turned and shouted, "All personnel, retreat. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain." As the white light blazed forth, the creature's form was shattered into countless pieces. Yet, under the influence of some insidious power, the fragments coalesced once more, devouring the flesh and blood of the Knight of Divine Grace, causing it to swell even larger. Time for sorrow is a luxury that cannot be afforded. The terror of the abyss has already been witnessed by all. This is but a prelude to its true arrival, and one cannot fathom how the world would transform should it fully descend. Thus, with unwavering resolve, they must endeavor to halt the abyss's emergence. At long last, they have reached the sacred valley. Nala appears somewhat disheveled, having traveled at breakneck speed, exerting every ounce of effort to maintain their pace. This seemingly ordinary valley, adorned with picturesque scenery, seems untouched by the abyss's dark influence. As Nala and her companions approach, a resounding voice echoes through the valley. "Children of the abyss, depart from this realm. I am human, and I come to sustain the flame. Please open the passage to the primordial fire encampment." Ignoring the unwelcome tone, Nala, with the dragon scale sword resting firmly on the ground, replied earnestly, "The abyss draws ever closer. Anomalies have already begun to manifest. We cannot afford to delay any longer." "Absolutely not," the voice retorted stubbornly. "The sacred valley shall protect the primordial fire and will not allow the children of the abyss to encroach." "How absurd." Nala sighed, realizing that even as the flames flicker perilously low, and they lack the means to stoke them, they still obstruct others from adding fuel to the fire, solely due to the potential threat of extinguishing it. Eldritch's assertions regarding the guardians of the sacred valley were, indeed, not unfounded. Once again, it must be said, each individual possesses their own convictions and perspectives. If mere reasoning could persuade others to compromise and retreat, this world would not be rife with such conflicts. Thus, let us act in accordance with our own will. I firmly believe that our path is just. With that, Nala unsheathed her dragon scale sword and resolutely advanced into the valley. If persuasion fails, then let battle commence. Above in the sky, Negri closed the tome in his hands. During the journey, he had thoroughly perused the truly useful scriptures of the doctrine of divine grace, absorbing the valuable knowledge therein. After all, an organization that endures for many years must possess its merits. Hovering above the valley, Negri gripped the initial evil spirit, a rune appearing upon his forehead, an embodiment of true knowledge, allowing him to observe this place known as the Sacred Valley. What once appeared as an ordinary valley began to transform in Negri's perception. The landscape and earth lost their hues, revealing the hidden truths beneath. The entire valley resembled a colossal hand, yearning to grasp something. The towering mountains flanking it served as the index and thumb, while the valley's terminus formed the mouth of the hand. The remainder of the hand lay deeply buried underground, yet from this singular appendage, one could deduce the immense stature of the being it belonged to. Their identity became all too clear. The three deities that emerged from the primordial fire, among them the sole bearer of responsibility, gave rise to the majority of life's essence in this world. The original Sacred Valley assassins were but followers of the giant, and the so-called fountain of life was birthed from the flesh and blood of this colossal being. Humanity itself, in essence, was crafted by the giants, and the life-giving essence derived from their very being possesses the innate ability to heal the myriad wounds of humankind with ease. Was the initial fire placed within the remains of the giant? Negri gently descended into the valley, which lay in utter disarray, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired here, involving multiple factions. Numerous corpses littered the ground, including those of the assassins from the Holy Valley, the Knights, and the remains of Negri's three legions, the Spectres, the Ravens, and the Dragonfolk. However, these bodies bore no traces of soul or vitality. It was evident that a formidable malevolent spirit had lingered here. Now, with the powerful malevolence having eliminated Negri himself, it could only be the handiwork of Hell's faction. Chapter 97. Reflections on publication. Time flies swiftly. The memories of the previous publication still linger vividly in my mind, and now, this book has finally been released. As a full-time author, I earnestly invite those who appreciate this work to subscribe to it through the official platform. After all, my livelihood depends on my writing, and the subscription fee is modest. This book represents the fruits of my labor. Let us honor that effort. For those who are able, your support would be greatly appreciated. Now, let me address the updates following the publication. After the release, there will be a guaranteed minimum of 2 updates daily. Should the cumulative subscriptions surpass 1,000, I will increase the updates to 3 each day. If they reach 2,000, for updates will be ensured daily. For those interested, my reader group number is 578342111. Life is challenging. Let us encourage one another as we strive forward together. Chapter 98. The Initial Fire, Part 1, Surrounded by a Throng of Crows. Negri approached the mouth of the cave. Inside, a broad staircase descended into the abyss, seemingly endless. Illuminating the descent were luminous stones embedded along both sides. Upon entering, Negri's perceptive field was suppressed by an unseen force, preventing it from extending far. It was no wonder that the specters had lost contact upon entering. In such an environment, even through the blood of souls, reaching the outside world would be a formidable challenge. Without hesitation, Negri continued his descent. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses, predominantly those of assassins from the Holy Valley, alongside the remains of crowmen, dragon men, and even specters. Curiously, there were no bodies of Hell's members to be found. Yet, given that most of Hell's members possessed traits of the Abyss, it was unsurprising, as the Abyss drew near. Those who had acquired a portion of its power had more readily transformed into abominable clay monsters. While such a transformation granted immense strength, it came at the cost of losing all semblance of humanity, becoming utterly irrational beasts that even Hell's own could not control, allowing them to wreak havoc across the continent, further weakening the flames. Among the attackers from Hell against the Holy Valley were merely the three faces of the gods who had returned to their positions, alongside a few individuals lacking abyssal traits. The mortals obscured by ashes, you are powerless against the divine. I have shed my facade and achieved the visage of a god. A tremendous noise echoed from below, accompanied by a resounding commotion. Were they engaging in battle? Negri descended at a measured pace, deducing from the sound that its origin lay with one of the faces of the gods. Though the identity of his adversary remained a mystery, not far from him, Adarn, a rare bloodburner from the Holy Valley, was engulfed in flames of red vitality, illuminating his surroundings. Nearby, he noticed several white points of light. He understood they were the God-granted wielders of the Divine Grace Church, exerting their gifts to the fullest. It was a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate. Not long ago, these two factions had stood opposed, yet now they united against a common foe. Their enemy was the encroaching darkness that surrounded them, representing the unseen and blinding force of the divine. Should one be exposed to this darkness, all would be consumed. Had it not been for the life-giving flames illuminating his path, Adarn would have surely perished. Yet, in addition to the consuming power, the darkness concealed unknown entities that relentlessly attacked. With a muffled groan, one of the white points of light gradually extinguished, marking the fall of another God-granted wielder to the abyss. TSK, 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 what are you still clinging to? The voice echoed from within the darkness once more. Life is but a deception. Flames, wrought from emotion, bind you in chains. Break free, and you shall uncover the true visage of the world. Damn it, what should I do? Aiden continuously burned with the fire of life, his heart filled with an intense urgency. Although he voluntarily remained to hold back this foe, it did not signify a willingness to perish in such a manner. A trace of danger spread around him. Sensing something amiss, Aiden rolled aside, yet he was a moment too late. His left hand was severed by an unknown force, pain gnawing at his very soul. The life energy stored within his heart rushed forth, staunching the blood at the severed edge of his hand. However, this effort proved futile. His life energy was dwindling. The fire of life that enveloped him began to extinguish, and darkness enveloped him, making him acutely aware of everything being consumed by the shadows. With no power to retaliate, he succumbed to defeat, reflecting on his own frailty. Aiden collapsed into the abyss, the red glow that signified his existence gradually fading. Just before the finality of death, he perceived a sound, followed by an agonizing sensation of tearing within his being. An irresistible force surged forth, gradually dispersing the darkness that lingered in the corridor. Yet those who struggled in the dark were also affected. Their resistance against the shadows was already feeble, and the impact of the draconic power caused their bodies to shatter and dissolve into nothingness. Negril advanced slowly, casting a casual glance at those he had inadvertently slain, before directing his gaze at the glaring figure now shrouded in darkness. These few cannot possibly impede your progress. So what ulterior motive compels you to linger here? Negril. The glaring figure hissed through clenched teeth. Before Hellies could find him, the ideal glaring figure was none other than Negril himself, instilling a sense of being a mere substitute within him. Now that the true entity stood before him, ruining the thrill of his hunt, the glaring figure's resentment towards Negril intensified. Just as well that you have arrived. I shall kill you to prove that I am undeniably more powerful than you. The glaring figure uttered with venom, as darkness surged like a tide towards Negril. The closer the abyss approaches, the stronger my power becomes. Negril, you, constrained by the powers of the malevolent spirits, can never triumph over me, who possesses the strength of the abyss. The glaring figure's voice echoed through the darkness, enveloping Negril. Truly grotesque, Negril retorted, sensing the darkness that incessantly siphoned his strength. Hearing the words of the glaring figure, he scoffed. This so-called glaring figure, prior to his transformation, was merely a rational newborn malevolent spirit. His current strength was but a construct amassed by Hellies through sheer resources, compared to the mental fortitude of Negril and Eldritch. His foundation was nothing more than a castle in the air, all built upon that singular power. A radiant white light ignited in Negril's left hand, growing increasingly intense. As everything around him was repelled, be it the darkness, the steps beneath his feet, or the very air above, all were pushed aside by the brilliance of the white light. The gift of justice, as depicted in the teachings of divine grace, enables one to dismiss what is perceived as erroneous existence. Essentially, it transforms willpower into a force of rejection, sweeping aside all that is deemed incorrect. Yet, the true magnitude of Negri's will remain shrouded in mystery. The darkness he confronts is undeniably formidable, yet the will of its master is hardly noteworthy. Radiance dispels the shadows as Negri strides forward, resolutely extending his hand to seize the glaring entity concealed within the gloom. Caught you, pest. In his grasp lies a grotesque humanoid malevolence. As the darkness dissipates, it recoils in terror, frantically shielding its repugnant visage. With a firm grip, the glaring entity shatters into fragments. Just as Negri prepares to absorb the escaping soul energy to glean some insights, those remnants vanish, swept away by an unseen force. The abyss, perhaps? Negri stows away the initial malevolent spirit and continues his advance. Chapter 99, The Initial Fire, Part 2. It must be said that although the primordial malevolent spirit is reduced to mere instinct, it remains remarkably effective. Negri continued his advance, the sounds of battle echoing incessantly ahead. Perhaps due to proximity, the connection of soul blood was re-established, allowing Negri to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Nala, brandishing the dragon scale sword, was engaged in combat with several ghostly beings. The draconic pressure emanating from her intensified, signifying the rapid awakening of her dragon bloodline. Miss Nala, this is how it is. You must defeat them to gain passage through this gate, echoed the words of Elder She. She stood before a grand gate of bones, accompanied by a spring of water, life's fount held by the Sacred Valley assassins. The adversaries Nala faced comprised 3 individuals, a traitor of the Divine Grace sect, the captain of the ghostly forces, Meyerson, who bore the implanted soul fragment of Chris, the portly Connor Kinway, possessing the ability to rebound damage, and a newly transformed ghost, imbued with Morlis's essence. Additionally, in another skirmish, the Avenger Jason Todd confronted the pure villain Caddis Mareg, a battle Jason had yearned for 17 long years. Lurking in the shadows, Les led 3 knights against the ghostly assassin Jack, while a handful of remaining Sacred Valley assassins grappled with some raven-like beings. As for Negri's ally, Noah, he stood quietly beside the bone gate, clad in a black cloak, observing the tumultuous clashes with a serene demeanor. Damn it! Nala exclaimed as she evaded the colossal iron ball swung by Connor, slicing through the illusions conjured by Morlis, then pivoting to parry the knights, sword wielded by Meyerson. Surrounded by 3 ghostly beings, she found herself particularly troubled by Meyerson, who was intimately familiar with her breathing technique. The implanted soul fragment within Meyerson belonged to Chris, the very mentor of Nala's breathing method. Although rendered incapable of employing the technique himself due to his transformation into a living dead, he was nonetheless well-versed in its intricacies, his strikes landing precisely on Nala's vulnerable points. Nala recalled her past encounters with this individual. He had once been a somewhat inexperienced knight. His betrayal had turned the mission to vanquish Negri into a catastrophic failure. In this moment, she could faintly sense Chris's presence emanating from Meyerson. Thus, whether to thwart the impending darkness or to avenge her mentor Chris, she was resolute in her determination to overcome these foes. The scene before her suddenly shifted, and Nala found herself in a sun-drenched meadow. Her calloused hands, once gripping the sword, had transformed into soft, delicate ones, and her armor had given way to a charming dress. Across the meadow lay a serene lake, beside which stood a cozy wooden cabin. The youthful Isabella and a kindly-looking man waved at her from the cabin's entrance. This was the scene Nala had longed for in her childhood, a mother untouched by the ravages of toil and a father, often spoken of, still alive and by her mother's side. Nara wore a smile as she turned and sliced through the air with her sword, causing all illusions to dissipate. Her unwavering conviction remained intact as the dragon scale sword clashed with Myerson's knightly blade, the aura of her draconic might swelling within her. Suddenly, the staircase upon which Negri stood fractured, and a monstrous creature, its gaping maw wide open, leapt forth from the fissure, intent on devouring Negri whole. "Do you wish to ambush me?" Negri ceased his observation of Nara, his form flickering as he jumped to the side. A terrifying force of suction emerged from the creature, engulfing the surrounding light as if it were being consumed. The crows that followed Negri were also drawn into the abyss once they entered its maw. The connection between them and Negri was severed. The monster writhed, consuming everything in its path as it charged towards Negri. With a swift motion, Negri extended his hand, unleashing the indomitable power of the dragon, causing everything ahead to shatter. The creature's flesh was torn asunder, yet its advance remained unabated. For the butcher, the physical form was of little consequence. What mattered most was its colossal mouth, a gateway to the abyss. Although the power of the dragon's tongue obliterated its body, it could not destroy that gaping maw. Truly formidable, Negri mused as he beheld the approaching abyss, acknowledging that, constrained by the limitations of both the world and himself, these beings, empowered by the abyss, had surpassed him and transcended the bounds of this realm. How fortunate I am to possess this, Negri thought as he withdrew the initial evil spirit. Otherwise, facing such a creature would indeed pose a significant challenge. If Negri's soul mass surpassed that of an individual who had undergone the first root liberation, equivalent to the pinnacle of a singular release, then the creature's maw, harnessing the power of the abyss, could be deemed at least a source of power akin to a second liberation. The initial evil spirit was forged from the lingering souls of formidable beings from the First Empire, their essences shaped by flame. Many of these beings were equivalent to those who had achieved the third root liberation. Though diminished over the years, the quality of this soul mass far exceeded Negri's own. Casting the luminous orb in his hand, Negri felt no regret as he hurled it into the creature's cavernous mouth, activating the sacrificial boon. Upon entering, the initial evil spirit erupted in full force. The actions of Hellies appeared decidedly peculiar, from their standpoint. Their objective should have been to thwart Nara's continuation of the initial fire, thus facilitating a smoother descent of the abyss. Yet, in reality, the blinding ones were playfully detained by a few individuals, while the butcher lay in ambush, ready to strike. It was evident that some secret lay beneath the surface of these events. However, it mattered little. Regardless of what transpired, nothing could deter his will. Be it conspiracy or hidden secrets, Negri needed only to accomplish one thing: to conquer and then to dominate. Chapter 100, The Initial Flames, Part 3. It could not continue like this, Nora thought to herself, as the oppressive sensation of the abyss grew increasingly palpable, looming ever closer to this world. If the flame were not sustained, the world would truly be doomed. Faced with the trio before her, Nora could barely hold her ground against them, let alone hope to triumph. Myerson's combat prowess was scarcely inferior to her own, making victory over him a formidable challenge. Beside him, Morlise employed deceptive tactics to disrupt her, while Connor, though infrequent in his assaults, forced her to evade each strike. For even a moment's negligence could spell her defeat. Suddenly, Nora's expression shifted. Her beautiful golden hair began to wither, spots appeared upon her skin, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness enveloped her. Leaning on her sword for support, she cast a complex gaze towards Myerson. At that moment, she beheld a similar affliction upon him, one even more severe than her own. His betrayal of the Church of Divine Grace, his subservience to Negri, stemmed from the torment of disease that plagued humanity. After the implantation of Chris's secondary soul, he had acquired the powers he had long desired. His ability, disease resonance, allowed him to empathize with afflicted individuals, manifesting the same ailments within himself. This, in turn, enabled the creation of vaccines to combat those diseases, which could then gradually spread and integrate into the environment. Each completed vaccine meant one less affliction in the world. Although Myerson had served as the captain of the Phantom Legion for several years, he had spent little time leading, frequently traversing the continent to utilize his power, spreading the vaccine pathogens. Perhaps among all present, it was Myerson who had saved the most lives. His body bore records of countless diseases. When the time for battle arose, he could employ reverse resonance to transmit the symptoms of the diseases he had cataloged onto his adversaries. Yet, the cost of wielding such power was steep. Whether through direct disease manifestation or reverse infection, each use would provoke an outbreak of the recorded ailments within him. Nora, blessed with dragon blood and formidable immunity, could not. However, escaped the symptoms of myriad diseases. The efficacy of his ability lay solely in resonating with ailments, leaving her incapable of expelling the pathogens, as no actual contagions resided within her. The extensive materials Eldridge had provided, rife with information on Negri and his subordinates, flashed through her mind as she observed Myerson's affliction, more pronounced than her own, and in that moment, she grasped the essence of his ability. Suddenly, her perception of Myerson became clouded. He had betrayed his comrades, serving the utterly malevolent Negri, imprisoning the soul of her mentor Chris, and desecrating the dead. These were unforgivable acts. Yet, in his pursuit to cure diseases, he willingly subjected himself to the very afflictions he sought to heal, enduring the agony of hundreds of outbreaks. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Nala must conquer her adversaries. She is indeed traversing the correct path, devoid of any confusion. Enduring the agonies of various ailments, the dragon's might that belongs to Nala surged ferociously, permeating her surroundings. With a unique cadence, she breathed through her mouth and nose, and this amalgamation instilled an overwhelming dread within the hearts of those around her. In that moment, the entirety of the world seemed to be under Nala's dominion. She appeared to transform into a deity, wielding control over the very lives of those in her vicinity. Without hesitation, Nala unleashed her sword. Although it did not strike anyone directly, a charred line suddenly marred Myerson's body, cleaving him in two. The masked Moralis met a similar fate, his form bisected, the cross-section emanating a foul stench of charred flesh. Even the massive iron ball hurled by Connor was bisected in an instant, revealing scorched surfaces that attested to the sword's extraordinary sharpness. As the dragon's might gradually waned, Nala gasped for breath, directing her sword towards Connor, the sole survivor among the three specters. Myerson lay fallen beside her, his undead body proved utterly ineffective. He could sense life ebbing away from him, a sensation reminiscent of his days lying in the slums over 2 decades ago, afflicted by illness and awaiting death. The visage of Augustine surfaced in his mind. It was he who had rescued him from that wretched existence. A man like him ought to ascend to a realm of eternal bliss, while someone like Myerson was destined to languish in the depths of hell. Regrettably, he had not uttered an apology, yet concerning that matter, he bore no remorse. With Myerson's demise, his abilities began to dissipate, and Nala's afflictions gradually subsided. Her gaze remained as sharp and unwavering as ever. With the defeat of these foes, she could unlock the gateway to the primordial fire encampment. The dragon's might, in conjunction with her breathing technique, enabled her to instantaneously command the rhythms of the area enveloped by her power, completely mastering it, and then severing all connections. Noah, observing with a smile, discerned the underlying principle of Nala's recent strike. It could be said that any entity belonging to this world could fall before her blade. This leads to an inquiry into the essence of the breathing technique, which fundamentally serves to attune oneself to the rhythmic movements of all things in this world, thereby allowing one to harmonize with them. And is it not true that this world is forged from flames? Thus, the essence of the world's rhythm is precisely the pulsation of primordial fire. As one of the 3 deities emerging from the primordial fire, the dragon lineage, born of the first dragon, inherently possesses the authority over this world. By wielding dragon's might, they compel all things to yield to their will, thus granting the dragon race the innate ability to exhale dragon breath. Therefore, the moment Nala, intertwining dragon's might and the breathing technique, fully grasped the world's rhythm, she could obliterate all destruction wrought by the flames. Even an immortal being would succumb to death. The breathing technique may very well be a method devised by giants to sustain the flames, and its restriction to humanity serves to prevent this power from falling into the hands of the abyss. Through this phenomenon, Noah unveiled the true nature of the breathing technique. He then recalled the information he had gathered over the years while investigating the Khajian sorcerers. Although the Khajians claimed to be a race transformed from the primordial spirit of all things, his relentless pursuit of the truth revealed a different reality. Rather than being descendants of giants, it would be more accurate to say that they were a hybrid race born of the mingling of humans and deities. The names of the gods invoked by the sorcerers, as discovered by Negri through the memories of the ancient gods, were predominantly those of the original divine lineage, including Negri himself, which was the name of a deity from antiquity. However, during the era of the First Empire, when the new gods fled with their kin, the Khajians, in an effort to obscure this ignoble truth, destroyed a vast amount of documentation regarding the divine lineage after establishing their empire. They altered the creation myths, elevating the giants to the status of primordial ancestors and claiming to be manifestations of their spirit. Reflecting on this, Noah turned to the innocent girl before him and smiled. Chapter 101. The Initial Flame, Part 4. Nara inherited the dragon bloodline of her maternal clan and mastered the breathing techniques passed down from the giants. Her father, Jacques, was of the Cossack lineage, whose strength predominantly manifested in the realm of the mind. It was fortuitous that the three deities emerging from the flames had, to varying degrees, bestowed their gifts upon Nara. It is no wonder she has ascended to the status of the Savior Saint, for perhaps no one else in this world is as fitting to perpetuate the flame as she is. Aunt Sia, observing Nara, chuckled gleefully, having foreseen this very moment, which compelled her to proclaim the prophecy of Nara as the Savior Saint, thereby elevating Nara to her current stature. Connor, gazing at the severed iron sphere, remained silent as he approached Nara. She had exhausted herself wielding that sword capable of severing all, and was now utterly fatigued, incapable of drawing a second strike. Thus, there was little to fear. Nara, wielding the dragon scale sword, panted heavily as she charged at Connor. Meanwhile, other battles drew to a close around them. Jason's white mask had been shattered, revealing his decayed visage. Once transformed into a living corpse, his body had rotted significantly. Despite undergoing the Bloodburner transformation in the Holy Valley, which granted him an abundance of vitality, his decaying form remained irreparable. The battle between him and Caddis was brutally fierce. As a living corpse, enhanced by the Bloodburner transformation, Jason had gained an undead existence, as had Caddis. Thus, their confrontation lacked evasion. It was a reckless exchange of blows. One thrust from Jason met with a slash from Caddis. Their life forces, Jason's flame of life and Caddis's malevolent fire, entwined, one red and the other blue. Since the day 17 years ago when Caddis slaughtered Jason's family, their fates became irrevocably intertwined. One was driven solely by vengeance, while the other sought merely to unleash his malice, igniting an eternal struggle between them. Jason's body had turned to char, his vitality waning, while Caddis, too, was nearing his limits, having consumed excess bacteria that rendered him nearly a corpse. These two wretched beings entwined, exerting every ounce of strength in their relentless assault. Ha! Jason Todd, this is the most delightful battle I have ever engaged in, Caddis rasped, his voice parched yet filled with elation. Perhaps we shall perish together. Do you think future generations will discover our entwined remains and assume we were a pair? Alas, Jason might meet his end here, unaware if he would resurrect from some lake or spring, though it is far more likely that he would simply perish. Meanwhile, Killer Jack adeptly dodged the attacks of several knights, muttering incomprehensible phrases. And what of our esteemed marshal? Can we not call a truce? Such bloodshed is truly regrettable. Jack continued his banter, much to the chagrin of Liz, who was embroiled in the fray, especially when the other party referred to him as Marshal. It felt akin to addressing a despicable pedophile. This sentiment deepened Reese's discomfort. Although he engaged in nefarious deeds, he did not consider himself a villain. In any case, the incessant prattle of the assassin Jack ignited the fury of the knights attacking him, each seething with rage and wishing to rend him asunder, silencing him once and for all. However, this fellow not only possessed remarkable agility to evade their assaults, but also exhibited a resilience akin to immortality, healing from grievous wounds in the blink of an eye. Wait, the leader has arrived. Unfortunately, this world lacks the prowess of the fishmonger, and the realms of Type Moon and JoJo do not intertwine. You would be wise to surrender. Jack's peculiar utterances revealed a crucial piece of information. At the exit, a steady footfall approached, and Negri's figure emerged before the crowd, halting the skirmish between the Corvid and the Holy Valley assassins. Jack promptly darted to position himself behind Negri. Only Nala remained engaged in combat with Connor. Having expended tremendous energy with her last strike, Nala gradually found herself overmatched by Connor. The other knights, eager to assist, were thwarted by the Corvid and Jack. Observe closely. If this is beyond her capabilities, she is unworthy to ignite the flame, Negri remarked softly, arms crossed. As he watched Nala struggle, Noah stood at a distance, quietly invoking various divine names. Through the power of these names, the essence of the world seemed to materialize within his grasp. The subtle fluctuations captivated Nala's attention. Her instincts informed her that the force within Noah's hands was the key to her triumph over her adversary. Endless combat had drained Nala's physical strength, yet simultaneously invigorated her spirit to its utmost heights. The divine names uttered by Noah gradually morphed into a unique rhythm, each name resonating as a spiritual cadence. Within Nala, the latent power of the Kushi, or divine lineage, began to awaken, with the authority of the divine gradually augmenting her being. If the Dragonkin commanded the rhythms of existence to bend to their will, thereby harnessing the force of dragon fire, the divine lineage governed the transformations of these flames. Pure flames could only bring destruction, incapable of manifesting as the myriad forms of existence. With the completion of divine power, Nala's essence synchronized with the rhythms of all things, as various materials replenished her dwindling energy, propelling her towards a higher evolution. Having grasped the authority of the three deities within the flames, Nala could rightfully be deemed a goddess of this realm. Yet, constrained by the limitations of this world, her divinity paled in comparison to those of ancient times. With the dragon scale sword pointed at Connor, he felt an undeniable dread. A mere twitch could lead to his demise at Nala's hands. She could invoke divine authority to transform him into another form, achieving the effects of sorcery indeed. Sorcery itself mimicked such dominion. Step aside, Connor. Negri's voice resonated, prompting Connor to relax and hastily yield. The old hag, cackling, also moved aside to reveal the skeletal gate behind her, with the initial flames flickering just beyond it, a sensation Nala could distinctly perceive. Turning to cast a glance at Negri, Nara was overwhelmed with a desire to end his life immediately, for he was not only her father's murderer, but also a creature of unparalleled malevolence. However, to her astonishment, she perceived that Negri's soul state, while weaker than her own, still posed a formidable challenge. Her instincts suggested that while she might possess the capability to vanquish him, it would necessitate a significant amount of time, during which the flames could extinguish at any moment. Thus, Nara pivoted and approached the skeletal door, which gradually creaked open under the weight of her divine authority. Chapter 102. The Initial Fire, Part 5. If one were to infer based on the position of the bones, then the location of the white-boned gate likely resides within the giant's head. This vast and irregularly spherical space is filled with earth, and at its center, a flickering flame illuminates the surroundings. Though the flame appears feeble, it exudes an extraordinary warmth to those present, as if it encapsulates all the scenes of the world within its flickering light. This is the initial fire, the very essence that has birthed everything in this realm. It may seem like an ordinary flame, yet it is the very embodiment of authority in this world, with the powers of the three deities derived entirely from it. Now, endowed with the powers of the three gods, Nala is set to transform into the Torchwood, to once again sustain this initial fire and purify the abyss anew. The passage through which the new god, the dragon, departed from this world also lies within the initial fire. Only when Nala rekindles the flame, making it sufficiently potent, can Negri utilize the dragon's form to reopen the passage that the dragon once traversed. Without hesitation, Nala, her gaze still clear, strides towards the initial fire. The assassins of the Holy Valley attempt to impede her, yet they find their efforts fruitless, their only hope resting on Nala's genuine desire to perpetuate the flame. Lord Negri, old lady, Sia suddenly interjects from the side. What I foresee is precisely this scene. The girl who wields the authority of the three gods resolutely advancing toward the initial fire, destined to become the executioner. As Nala approaches the initial fire, her steps abruptly halt, as a certain force descends upon them, binding all in place. This power does not belong to this world. Or rather, it does not originate from the realm of flames, it emanates from the abyss. This force manipulates Nala, compelling her to grasp the dragon scale sword and position it against her neck, the sharp blades slicing through her skin. Nala strives to wield the authority of the three gods to resist this force, yet her efforts prove futile as the blade plunges deeper. Negri attempts to move his body, only to find himself utterly immobilized by this power. Testing his voice, he discovers that it does not restrict his speech, and thus he smiles and inquires, the ineffable divinity, the tongue cutter? To his astonishment, one of the leaders of Hells has been lurking beside him all along. He had always presumed that the divine surrounding him must surely be the malevolent spirits. The demand is not of malevolence, but rather the awakening of the essence belonging to the abyss. Old lady, Sia chuckles ominously. The essence is fundamentally linked to the universe, on the continent. Some individual's essence derives from the abyss. This group, the assassins of the Holy Valley, refer to them as abyssal traits. My innate gifts rival those of the primordial witches. Yet this world constrains me. The path to awakening one's essence is a gradual journey towards embracing one's own intrinsic nature. My essence hails from the abyss, but this world obstructs my path to it. Ah, I see, Negri muses, his mind racing. The flame of the world is not as fragile as we have imagined. Those who wish to perpetuate the flame must possess qualifications, and thus, those who extinguish it must also be equally qualified, correct? Indeed, The three divine beings of the initial fire correspond to the three aspects of the divine realm, with the dragon symbolizing the unseen, as it embodies calamity. The divine lineage corresponds to the ineffable, representing the enigma of the gods, while humanity, forged by giants, represents the immeasurable potential for miraculous creation. Only by uniting these three deities can one become the embodiment of flames, reflecting that which transcends the comprehension of this world, the unfathomable abyss. Your intention in elucidating these matters to me must surely stem from a particular purpose. Otherwise, I would presume you would not be so meddlesome, Negri inquired with keen interest. I hold a profound admiration for Lord Negri in this regard, the wise Shepa remarked sincerely. Regardless of the direst adversities, you maintain your composure, seizing every opportunity to fortify yourself until you surmount all challenges. It is precisely because I do not underestimate Lord Negri that I willingly relinquish the originally designated hand chopper, the costly creation known as Morlease, to you, with the earnest intent of imparting esoteric knowledge to earn your trust. Were it not for your existence, my plans would not have unfolded so seamlessly. Even a singular entity like Eldritch is enough to vex me greatly, Shepa exaggeratedly stated. It is indeed Lord Negri's influence that has brought about Nala's emergence, granting me the foundation for all my schemes. The reason I elaborate so extensively to you, Lord Negri, is twofold. Firstly, I genuinely respect you. Secondly, it pertains to the abyss. This world is merely a fragment of the abyss, yet it represents a magnificence beyond our imagination. Following its shattering by the white light, the flames of transformation incessantly alter the nature of the abyss, reducing its original stature. Subsequently, it faced another conflagration from the end god, rendering the abyss increasingly frail. Should it suffer yet another burning, it is uncertain whether the abyss would continue to exist. Indeed, although your essence has been lost and the crown symbolizing the child of the world has also vanished, this poses no significant issue for the great essence of the abyss. You will serve as the vanguard for its incursion into another realm. Thus, I kindly ask for your cooperation, Lord Negri. Hee. The wise Shepa chuckled. The essence of the abyss will restore your essence and crown, perhaps even elevating your standing within the abyss beyond my own. Such a conclusion is truly lamentable, Negri mused, raising an eyebrow as he observed Nala's blade penetrating with considerable depth. Even though Nala wields the authority of the three deities and possesses a physique vastly superior to her former self, should this continue, death would inevitably ensue. Lord Negri, before the ineffable fate I present, you possess no capacity to obstruct it, for fate has foreseen all. The force of fate will inexorably propel you toward the conclusion I have envisioned. Fate, Negri, devoid of any fury at betrayal, calmly analyzed. This power, in its inception, should not have been particularly potent. It is your meticulous scheming over the years, guiding the progression of events, that has accumulated to the present, thereby endowing this force with its current intensity. Am I correct? Like a marble falling from one's hand, it may roll in various directions depending on the terrain it encounters. The ability of the old witch, Shepa, is to ensure that the marble rolls in a singular direction, constructing a pathway to guide it along that course. Initially, the marble possesses the greatest force upon its descent, at which point it may veer off the designated path. However, as it continues to roll, the energy contained within the marble diminishes, ultimately preventing it from straying into other directions. The force currently exerted upon Negri and his companions serves as that very pathway. For years, Shepa has meticulously diminished the marble's inherent energy to its utmost limit. You have awakened too late, Lord Negri. Although Shepa uttered these words, she remained vigilant in her observation of Negri. Just as she stated, her respect for him made her increasingly wary of underestimating his capabilities. Chapter 103, The Initial Fire, Part 6. The old witch, Shepa, harbored a profound admiration for Negri, a sentiment she did not shy away from. However, her veneration did not conflict with her pursuit of ideals. Aware of Negri's formidable power, she took great care in her approach, dispatching the blinding ones and the hand choppers to launch an attack, successfully depleting one of Negri's trump cards, the initial evil spirit of the Divine Grace Church. Had the initial evil spirit remained in his possession, it might have indeed breached her barriers of fate. Fate, which Shepa had acquired upon awakening her roots, was not inherently potent in direct combat. Rather, it necessitated intricate planning to unleash its fullest potential. Even now, despite Nala's acquisition of the three divine permissions, she remained incapable of resisting such power. Yet, even at this juncture, Shepa harbored an apprehension that Negri possessed a hidden card capable of transcending fate. Indeed, it was certain he held such a card. The Divine Grace Church deemed evil spirits as heirs of the world, a statement that held a semblance of truth. Under the constraints of fate, Negri's form gradually sprouted scales, and he spoke softly. The initial fire has been established. A perfect digestive system that gradually consumes the power of the abyss through the cycle of life. Alas, the escape of the new gods and the primordial dragon has left this system with vulnerabilities. Even though the end god later attempted to mend it, residual errors remain, manifested in the form of evil spirits. Thus, the greater the number of evil spirits, the closer the abyss draws, and the closer the abyss, the more evil spirits arise. Dragons are the very source of this world's errors, which is why I seek the power of dragons. As Negri's scales shed, delicate tendrils extended, and his form rapidly morphed into the correct draconic shape, power that could never surpass the limitations of the world. Hence, this is the dragon of fallacy, or what may be termed the dragon of eternal sin. Negri's form underwent a violent transformation. 3 tumors erupted from his back, slimy excretions falling away as 3 meaty wings unfurled. A tail sprouted from his coccyx, splitting into multiple tendrils at its tip. Most terrifyingly, sharp teeth emerged from his chest, arranged in 3 concentric circles, revealing a massive bulge within his body. Merely gazing upon this creature instilled a sense that it should not exist in this world. It seemed the very embodiment of error, its form laden with unforgivable sins, the transgressions wrought by the primordial dragon's betrayal of the world, as if indelibly marked upon him. This was one of Negri's trump cards, to become the world's error, the symbol of the sins brought forth by the primordial dragon's treachery, the dragon of eternal sin. The forces of fate imposed upon Negri by Shiepo were disrupted by this error, allowing him to transcend the confines of fate. The otherwise inconspicuous dragonkin forces, influenced by Negri, underwent grotesque transformations, with the most pronounced change observed in Otter, the former captain of the Chrome Inn, as their bodies morphed into distorted draconic forms, increasingly resembling Negri. The conception of the eternal sin dragon initially stemmed from the figure of Otter, whose heart was shattered by Chris. In a desperate measure, he replaced his own heart with that of the aberrant scales, becoming tainted by dragon's blood and gradually undergoing a transformation. Negri recognized the potential of this newfound power and commenced his research. With the esoteric knowledge brought forth by Granny Sia, including wisdom of dragon language and various secret lore, Negri ultimately realized the true conception of the eternal sin dragon. By intertwining the folly of the malevolent spirit with the sins of dragons, he achieved its current form, acquiring power that transcended the world. One could hardly dispute the greatness of Lord Negri, remarked Granny Sia, gazing at the embodiment of the eternal sin dragon with deep admiration. Indeed, Lord Negri is such a being that even as an adversary, one cannot help but be profoundly awed by his might, not merely in terms of strength, but in the intrinsic capabilities he possesses. Though merely a forsaken malevolent spirit, limited in potential, he seizes every opportunity, tirelessly transforming himself to attain power that surpasses his own limits. This kind of strength is beyond her grasp. The clearer she recognizes her own abilities, the more she reveres Negri. Her address of him as Lord Negri is always heartfelt. "Come now, Lord Negri, allow me to witness your true might," Granny Sia exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation as an overwhelming, indescribable power surged forth from her being. "Let fate envelop everything, placing all under your dominion." As the binding force of fate loosened its grip on the multitude, it surged into the world, and at that moment, reality itself transformed. A blend of the illusory and the tangible permeating existence. Negri let out a resounding roar. Before a cluster of extinguished flames stood a headless maiden, wielding a dragon scale sword and slowly approaching him. She epitomized the incomprehensible executioner of the divine, the savior of the original world, Nala Darkme, now manifesting as the harbinger of the abyss, brandishing the sword of death toward the onlookers. The assassins of the Holy Valley witnessed the collapse of the extinguished flames, realizing that allowing anyone near the primordial fire was folly. Yet what could they do? They possessed no power to halt the unfolding events. "Summon your courage to confront our savior. Though you may be of little use, it would be shameful to flee, wouldn't it?" Noah interjected, an air of excitement in his voice. The eternal sin dragon and the headless maiden, Negri and Nala, one a dragon of erroneous might, the other enveloped in the essence of the abyss. Negri's ascendance was largely due to the dragon-s blood he received from Nala, while Nala's growth was nurtured by Negri's relentless cultivation. Their fates intertwined, ultimately leading to a confrontation that would conclude it all. Who would have thought that I, too, would have a day of saving the world? Aren't we defined as villains? Exclaimed Jack the Killer, his face brimming with excitement. From now on, I can change my business card to Savior J. What a conscientious author. Is it truly appropriate not to subscribe? Below is the list of generous patrons. April 1st, 2018, 012, 500 yuan, all things wither. Yet I thrive alone. April 1st, 2018, 030, 100 yuan. Tao questions the heart. April 1st, 2018, 056, 100 yuan, through hardships. I shall open. April 1st, 2018, 1209, 100 yuan. The Void's Dark Child. March 31st, 2018, 2338, 1 yuan. Shouting 246. March 31st, 2018, 2044, 5 yuan. Fall Sun. March 31st, 2018, 2023, 1 yuan. Rebirth is full of suffering. March 31st, 2018, 1849, 1 yuan. Endless Starlight. March 31st, 2018, 1837, 5 yuan. Book Friend 20180223172559474. March 31st, 2018, 1744, 1 yuan. 1231 YFC. March 31st, 2018, 1739, 1 yuan. Watching on the side. April 1st, 2018, 004, 1 yuan. 7 Underworld Stars Master. April 1st, 2018, 105, 1 yuan. Shadow Pine. 9 Knock. April 1st, 2018, 030, 1 yuan. Guardian. April 1st, 2018, 025, 5 yuan. Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. Ancient Industry Celestial Respect. April 1st, 2018, 020, 10 yuan. Gue Gue De. April 1st, 2018, 019, 10 yuan. Sichin Ninja. April 1st, 2018, 009, 5 yuan. Dust Under the Moon. April 1st, 2018, 008, 5 yuan. Shi Huang V. April 1st, 2018, 006, 5 yuan. Shi Huang V. April 1st, 2018, 1051, 1 yuan. Awaiting a Season of Blooming Flowers. April 1st, 2018, 1002, 1 yuan. Gourd Lamp Source. April 1st, 2018, 936, 1 yuan. Wang Shan Shan. April 1st, 2018, 914, 10 yuan. 3000 Chains. April 1st, 2018, 854, 1 yuan. Simple Rhythm. April 1st, 2018, 741, 1 yuan. Leaf Waves. April 1st, 2018, 618, 5 yuan. Stagnantly Paused. Starting to Read. April 1st, 2018, 202, 1 yuan. Wild Hunter. April 1st, 2018, 156, 1 yuan. Book Friend 14062722585446. April 1st, 2018, 1240, 1 yuan. Azure Blue Melancholy. Heartfelt Thanks. Chapter 104. The Initial Fire. Part 7. Negril emitted a tremendous roar, his dragon claws sweeping across the air. The headless Nala nimbly evaded Negril's assault, striking with her sword and leaving a massive gash on the body of the Eternal Sin Dragon. However, that grotesquely distorted form continued to proliferate, the wound swiftly mending itself to its original state. In the foresight of Xia, Nala, imbued with the powers of the three gods, corresponded to the blinding figure, the cleaver, and the tongue slayer among the divine aspects of hells. Originally, Nala, having harnessed the powers of the three gods, possessed the ability to manipulate everything within the realm of fire. Yet in this future, as the beheader, she commanded the incomprehensible forces of the abyss, although she lacked the ability to govern all matter of the fiery world. Her offensive capabilities grew increasingly bizarre and difficult to resist. Alas, Jean has transformed into a senior, and now she is darkly inclined to slay. Jack the Ripper, spouting incessant taunts, brandished a small dagger and charged at Nala, only to be struck by an unknown force, sent flying back to the ground. He quietly wiped the blood from his face, extending his tongue to the side, rolling his eyes in feigned death. Negril bore the brunt of Nala's attacks. His Eternal Sin Dragon form endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, yet it gradually found itself unable to complete the process of regeneration. Each of Nala's uncanny strikes left a trace of abyssal power within him. The nature of that power transcended Negril's understanding. No matter what methods he employed, he found it increasingly difficult to expel it. If this continued, the abyssal power within him would accumulate until he was ultimately infected, becoming one with the abyss. Once more, Negril bellowed, unleashing searing flames from his maw, yet Nala's form surged with incomprehensible energy, nullifying the flames entirely. Her longsword cleaved through the dragon's breath, striking Negril once again and leaving behind more abyssal power. Gradually, Negril began to perceive the abyssal power as less incomprehensible, yet this was precisely the most terrifying aspect. It signified that the abyss was continuously assimilating him, distorting his cognition. Should he fully comprehend the abyss, it would mean his complete assimilation, rendering him a member of the abyss. Aside from Noah, who utilized his shamanic abilities to create some distant disturbances, the others struggled against Nala, rarely surviving more than 2 encounters in her grasp. It appeared that unveiling a trump card was necessary. Negril swayed his dragon body, his massive tail striking with fiery tendrils, temporarily forcing Nala back. Rising to an upright position, he opened his enormous maw, lined with 3 layers of teeth, and expelled a fleshy tumor. The tumor unfurled in layers, revealing what lay hidden within. It was a head. Even ensconced within the tumor, the head's owner radiated an extraordinary presence, evoking an impulse of submission. The eyes of the head opened, and that indomitable gaze, despite the current predicament, showcased his regal essence. Negril, you truly are shameless. Eldritch surveyed his surroundings, and with the mental communication from Negril, he quickly grasped the situation at hand. In the ruins of the End God, although Negri severed his head, he did not truly kill him. Instead, he opened his own chest and stored it within, manipulating the structure of his body through pathogens to sustain Eldritch, allowing him to endure to this day. In life, no matter how illustrious Eldritch was, he remained merely a man, even with unwavering support from his people. Most would not regard him as a lifelong faith. However, posthumously, the situation shifted dramatically. In certain realms, the living cannot compete with the dead. To the outside world, Eldritch was dead, yet the nobility showed little hesitation in deifying him, particularly in the face of the Abyss's arrival. The influence of the Abyss caused those possessing its traits to mutate into grotesque monsters, rendering the world extraordinarily alien. In such turbulent times, a faith was essential to bolster the people's confidence. The recently deceased King Eldritch was an excellent choice, especially as Negri discreetly dispatched agents to propagate a slightly altered account of the End God's deeds in Royas. If one were to visit the kingdom of Royas now, they would discover that Eldritch's reputation had ascended to near-divine status, with all chanting his name, revering him as the guardian deity of Royas, continually extolling his virtues. Upon realizing the situation, Eldritch, leveraging the powers of the End God, endeavored to connect with those who believed in him. Despite having his head severed by Negri, he found himself compelled to assist him. As he declared, he was a king, bearing the responsibilities of one. If the flame extinguished, the kingdom of Royas would inevitably succumb to ruin. Following Eldritch's emergence, the Headless Maiden aimed her attack squarely at his severed head. This was, after all, a false future shrouded by the fate imposed by the Crone of the West. Those present, ensnared by fate, would find it difficult to break free, and the beheaded ones were unlikely to be vanquished. However, once Eldritch, utilizing the powers of the End God, reached out to the multitude of Roya's citizens who regarded him as a deity, even though their individual fates were feeble, their collective strength could form a formidable variable, capable of diverting the course of destiny. The further they strayed from fate, the more fragile this false future became, rendering the headless entities increasingly weaker. If possible, Negri wished to keep Eldritch within his chest to safeguard this pivotal key. Yet, success and failure were intertwined with the eternal Sin Dragon, possessing a flawed attribute. It would interfere with Eldritch's capabilities. Thus, they would engage in a fierce battle. Negri unfurled his fleshy dragon wings, stirring a tempest, while the tendrils at the tip of his tail surged forth, piercing the bodies of the onlookers, who were largely ineffective. Be they dragonfolk, specters, ravenfolk, or the assassins of the Holy Valley, as well as the knights following Nara, even Noah, who served as Negri's ally, and Jack, the assassin feigning death on the other side, were all ensnared by the tendrils at his tail, becoming sustenance for Negri. The grotesquely enlarged figure of the Nigleria roared as it soared into the air, lunging towards the Headless Maiden. Hundreds of pathogens, evolved from primal bacteria, spread outwards into the surroundings. The Headless Maiden, her body enveloped in an eerie dark abyssal power, did not choose to retreat in the face of the Nigleria's assault. Instead, she charged forward, sword in hand. Chapter 105, The Initial Blaze, Part 8. As the two collided, the body of Negri, the eternal Sin Dragon, began to disintegrate, some of its bodily tissues transforming into a substance akin to mire. These viscous remnants clung to Negri, incessantly assimilating his form. This muck represented the abyssal power that Nala had inflicted upon him, steadily eroding Negri and drawing him into the depths of the abyss. In retaliation, Negri unleashed searing dragon flames, scorching the body of the headless maiden, though she remained unharmed under the shadow of the abyssal might. It nonetheless consumed the very fate that constituted this confrontation. The headless maiden wielded a dragon-scale sword, her own abyssal power writhing as she braved Negri's fiery breath. Advancing towards Eldritch, behind Negri, the dragon tail lashed out, its tendrils ensnaring the headless maiden, while 3 fleshy wings fluttered to obstruct Nala's progress. Eldritch was now wholly reliant on the grotesque tumor separated from Negri for sustenance. A single strike from the headless maiden would spell his demise. The headless maiden raised her long sword, gathering the abyssal force. Negri, ensnared within the mire wrought by the abyss, felt the restraints on Nala weakening. "Nala, are you still treading the right path?" Negri suddenly inquired. The warm flames continued to flicker, and Nala stood beside the fire, lowering her dragon-scale sword, which was perilously close to her throat. Perhaps, in the near future, the kingdom of Royas might indeed witness the emergence of a guardian deity. However, that would bear little relevance to Negri. Cough, cough. "Indeed, I have fallen to Lord Negri," cackled Granny Sia, collapsing to the ground, her frail body barely clinging to life. The evident unraveling of her fate bore heavily upon her. Though she possessed great faith in destiny, the mere thought of facing Lord Negri and the possibility of defeat at his hands rooted itself deep within her heart. Granny Sia remarked with a wry smile, "Just as I suspected. I cannot fathom where I exposed myself, leading you to conceal Eldritch specifically to counter me," she added with a bittersweet chuckle. "You have not exposed anything." "I simply trust no one," Negri replied, maintaining his form as the eternal sin dragon, his body encrusted with the abyssal mire. To secure victory in this battle, he had invested most of his soul into this corporeal form. Should he relinquish his state as the eternal sin dragon, his draconic body would struggle to endure the assimilation of such abyssal muck. "Is that so?" "Truly a reflection of Lord Negri's character," Granny Sia said with a smile, her eyes widening as the spark of life faded. "I am still not powerful enough," Negri mused, despite achieving victory in this encounter. He harbored profound dissatisfaction with his own strength, for there were far too many uncontrollable variables at play. The factors that determined his life and death remained in the hands of others, a reality Negri could not accept. If Eldritch failed to connect with his followers outside of fate in a timely manner, then Negri too would not survive. It ultimately boils down to the fact that Negri himself is rather feeble. Had his strength been formidable enough, he could have directly shattered the fate of Sia. Perhaps, had he detected Ste's conspiracy earlier, matters would not have become so convoluted. If not for your voluntary exposure this time, I might have remained oblivious to the fact that a part of you was lurking within me. Suddenly, Nala, standing beside the initial fire, spoke. How terrifying, Negri. In a false future, had Negri merely questioned Nala about whether she was still on the correct path, it is likely he would have met his demise by now. In this world, there is no protagonist's halo. Mere rhetoric holds no weight. Indeed, Negri's words possess a certain allure, yet he has always relied on psychology, mental fortitude, or dragon might to achieve his desired outcomes. "Do you wish to kill me now?" Negri inquired nonchalantly. "After all, your father perished because of me. Your mentor Chris was also slain by my hand, and all the followers you brought with you have met their end at my hands. No. The impression you give me now is that it would be quite difficult to kill you. Such an endeavor would consume a considerable amount of time," Nala countered, her gaze intensely fixed upon Negri as she posed a singular question. "As one devoid of true spirit, why do you, as an error, exist? Why can one not exist as an error, devoid of true spirit?" Negri retorted. "Perhaps in the very beginning, when I was known as Wang Yuan, I too pondered the significance of my existence and the reason for my being. Every individual harbors desires they yearn for but cannot pursue. For them, these desires represent errors." Negri pointed at Nala, asserting, "Are you not also one such individual? You have indeed walked the righteous path from the outset, unwavering in your resolve. Yet you do not truly lack other aspirations. It is precisely because of this that the Negri within you has grown to such an extent that you remain unaware of it. Wang Yuan was a wretched individual, lazy, arrogant, cowardly, easily contented, and thoughtless in his actions. Yet his greatest virtue lay in his audacity to change, giving rise to the me that resided in his heart. Every moment was spent contemplating how to grow stronger, seizing every opportunity to transcend his limitations and dominate all existence. I am the manifestation of Wang Yuan's ideals. My existence embodies Wang Yuan's pursuits and meanings, and, To a greater or lesser extent, most individuals harbor aspirations akin to those of Wang Yuan. Negri stated, "I do not require meaning. Rather, it is others who seek meaning, which is Negri." Thus, Negri exists within the hearts of each individual. Chapter 106. The Initial Fire. Indeed, in the tapestry of reality, each individual is ensnared by their own limitations and flaws. Perhaps we all embody the flawed essence of Wang Yuan. Each person, to varying degrees, has encountered adversity, and thus, each has harbored fantasies of a more potent and perfect self, capable of surmounting such tribulations. Yet, in truth, how many can truly metamorphose into the person of their dreams? The enigmatic allure of Negri lies precisely in the fact that many aspire to emulate his formidable nature. The reason the ravenous followers were willing to sacrifice their lives for Negri was their yearning to become such an entity, only to recognize their own constraints, thus fostering a belief in merging with Negri. Certain words evolve over time. For instance, the term despicable once denoted a lowly status and shallow insight, but now connotes moral deficiency. Similarly, the word Negri, originally signifying doom and pestilence, has undergone a transformation due to his existence. Now representing a concealed aspect of one's inner self, the second persona, often indicative of a more powerful or rebellious identity against the current milieu. To define you solely by a simplistic notion of malevolence may indeed be a misstep. Nala pondered for a moment before addressing Negri, then turned and stepped into the initial flames. The fire enveloped her, igniting something profound within her being as flames erupted from her core, manifesting as a radiant white light that surged into the heavens, spreading into the unknown. The flames surged and expanded, as the murky essence of Negri's abyssal power was transformed beneath their heat, and flames also began to dance upon Negri's form. Across the continents, people, regardless of distance, beheld that celestial white light, reminiscent of the luminescence found in many creation myths. The once immortal mud creatures, caught in the aftermath, emitted unknown cries of anguish, transforming into fertile soil, fostering hopes of a bountiful harvest in the coming year. In a village where Jason had placed him to recuperate, the inheritor of the steel flow method, Alex Rie, seemed to sense something. Unsteadily grasping his knight's sword, he gazed upon the radiant light. Tears streamed from his eyes, as he felt the rhythm of his liege, whom he vowed to follow. With his knight's sword in hand, aligning himself with that rhythm, Alex employed his breathing techniques to draw closer, undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles and skin hardened, transforming into a different substance. Alex was acutely aware of this transformation. Yet he did not falter. Instead, a smile graced his lips. As a knight, he was destined to follow his lord, undaunted by what lay ahead. For the glory of his lord resided ever within him. Gradually, the radiance dissipated, and the abyss was once more consumed by flames, ensuring the continuity of the fiery realm. At the origin of the primal fire, Negri was engulfed in flames, while at the heart of the blaze, Nara had transformed into a statue akin to the end deity. She stood there with an expression of serene tranquility, her eyes devoid of confusion or hesitation. Indeed, the Nara traversing the righteous path was truly commendable. The primal fire scorched his corporeal form and even his very soul, yet Negri remained unperturbed, for the passage within the primal fire, the gateway to escape this world, had already been unveiled. Amidst this flame, which symbolized the essence of all existence, Negri perceived a transformation within the body of the eternal Sin Dragon. While a torrent of information regarding this world surged into his consciousness, the relatively accurate history unfolded before him. It resembled a form of communication among humanity, for certain tadpoles. Was it not a kind of collision? Of course, that was merely an analogy. Regardless of the true significance of the clash between the white light and the black abyss, for the diminutive lives existing within, it constituted a cataclysmic war that reverberated throughout their world. Following the collision, a fragment of the black abyss, lured by the white light, detached from its core and underwent a transformation in nature, which was the world Negri now inhabited. The white light constructed a system of flames upon it, transforming the beings once dwelling in the black abyss into the flame triad, giants, new gods, and the primeval dragon. The giants, the most formidable among them, fulfilled their purpose by creating more fiery beings, gradually eroding the power of the black abyss through the propagation of life. Their act of creation was a continuation of the flame. However, when the time came for the new gods and the primeval dragon to fulfill their missions, the black abyss retaliated, granting them the free will and opportunity to escape their destinies. Thus, after the new gods and the primeval dragon fled, the world of flames began to collapse. The end deity was a measure of the white light. This time, the white light emerged victorious, albeit not by a significant margin. The value of this fragment of the black abyss had diminished considerably due to the upheaval. And the gaze of the white light and the black abyss gradually shifted away from this place. Their collisions extended far beyond this mere fragment. Hence, the old crone, Shippa, harbored hopes of presenting Negri as a sacrifice to once more attract the attention of the black abyss. There existed the possibility of escaping this world. Yet one could never truly evade the identity of a pawn, for the essence of life, commonly referred to as the true spirit, originated from those existences. Despite these thoughts, Negri resolutely stepped into the passage leading away from this world. Hesitation bore no pathways. Regardless, the prospect of furthering my advancement in this world had become nearly impossible. The incomprehensibly great existences remained too distant from me. My current task was to continually strengthen myself. I hoped that another world might offer a means to enhance the quality of my soul. The form of the eternal sin dragon gradually faded into the passage. Amidst the grand flames, only the unchanged statue of the maiden stood resolutely, perhaps destined never to alter. The former divine knight Rivers and Isabella came together, and shortly thereafter, they were blessed with a daughter. The newly enthroned king of the Roya Empire, driven by ambition and a relentless pursuit of reform, faced an unsettling reality following the infamous Crow's Black Snow incident, which had left the populace in a state of frail health. After the clandestine chamber of a noble was invaded by avaricious individuals, a horrific plague began to spread across the lands of Indicami. In an unknown wilderness, amidst a lush expanse of verdant grass, the last fragment of a finger bone lay submerged. The second batch of reward recipients. Thank you all for your generous support. The following is the list of donations. April 1st, 2018, 2335, 100 yuan by Ye. April 1st, 2018, 1744. 100 yuan by Xioxiaxiaco Nan 1007. April 1st, 2018, 1405. 1 yuan by Bookfriend 20180401125848658. April 1st, 2018. 1334. 1 yuan by Reincarnation Shadow. April 1st, 2018. 1333. 1 yuan by Divine Azure. April 1st, 2018. 1312. 1 yuan by Sudden Flirtation. April 1st, 2018. 1307. 5 yuan by Border of Heaven. April 1st, 2018. 1254. 1 yuan by Qingyu's Case. April 1st, 2018. 1252. 5 yuan by Xuanyu. April 1st, 2018. 1555. 1 yuan by Xiaohouse. Jade Seed. April 1st, 2018. 1555. 1 yuan by Xiaohouse. Jade Seed. April 1st, 2018. 1550. 1 yuan by God Loves Beauty. April 1st, 2018. 1545. 1 yuan by Li Gusang. April 1st, 2018. 1531. 5 yuan by King of Heaven. April 1st, 2018. 1517. 10 yuan by Jian Nero. April 1st, 2018. 1514. 1 yuan by Bookfriend 151216004232965. April 1st, 2018. 1509. 5 yuan by White Phosphorus 233. April 1st, 2018. 1443. 1 yuan by Dark Moon Dawn. April 1st, 2018. 1443. 1 yuan by Dark Moon Dawn. April 1st, 2018. 1807. 1 yuan by 544455 AF. April 1st, 2018. 1806. 10 yuan by Blank Long. April 1st, 2018. 1722. 1 yuan by Kinkankukukai. April 1st, 2018. 1702. 1 yuan by Little One Disappeared. April 1st, 2018. 1653. 1 yuan by Lucky Star and Happy Fruit. April 1st, 2018. 1642. 5 yuan by Endless Starshine. April 1st, 2018. 1634. 1 yuan by Lucky Star and Happy Fruit. April 1st, 2018. 1606. 5 yuan by I Have Long Since Given Up Hope. April 1st, 2018. 1555. 1 yuan by Xiaohouse Jade Seed. April 1st, 2018. 2334. 20 yuan by Ye. April 1st, 2018. 2218. 5 yuan by Bookfriend 20180401153143063. April 1st, 2018. 2059. 1 yuan by 10 Miles of Wind and Smoke. April 1st, 2018. 1933. 1 yuan by Scorpion Tail Cat. April 1st, 2018. 1933. 1 yuan by Scorpion Tail Cat. April 1st, 2018. 1933. 1 Yuan by Scorpion Tail Cat. April 1, 2018. 1918. 1 Yuan by Mutual Slaughtering Love. April 1, 2018. 1910. 1 Yuan by It's Raining 0118. April 1, 2018. 1908. 1 Yuan by Bookfriend 160125154337435. April 1, 2018. 1832. 1 Yuan by I Can't Wait for You. April 2, 2018. 1136. 1 Yuan by My Cousin and I Both Laughed. April 2, 2018. 753. 1 Yuan by Bookfriend 20180401153143063. April 2, 2018. 202. 1 Yuan by Learning Cannot Be Selfish. April 2, 2018. 058. 1 Yuan by Wild Hunter. April 2, 2018. 042. 5 Yuan by Cold Ice and Snow Flame. April 2, 2018. 013. 1 Yuan by Void's Blackspot. April 2, 2018. 009. 1 Yuan by Which Moment. April 2, 2018. 002. 1 Yuan by All Things Wither. Only I Thrive. April 1, 2018. 2340. 1 Yuan by Learning Cannot Be Selfish. Thank you. Chapter 107. The Authority of Calamity. A cacophony of alarms blared as an anomalous reaction of calamity energy was detected in District 14, classified as Level A. The Calamity Emergency Response Unit was urgently summoned to investigate and register the incident. The alarms incessantly repeated their warnings. A diverse group of individuals clad in standard uniforms, armed with various weapons, swiftly boarded kinetic vehicles, two leading the charge toward their destination. Is there any distinctive characteristic of the Calamity energy? Inquired a bespectacled man in uniform, perusing documents in his hands. Beside him stood a woman, similarly attired, her sleek black hair neatly tied back, holding an instrument as she searched for information. Quickly, she located the desired details. The specific address had been confirmed. District 14, Room 101 on 3rd Street, registered to 1 Wang Chao. However, the residence was currently rented out to Su Ming, a 23-year-old male with a profession as a web writer, who was confirmed to be vacating today. The characteristics of the Calamity energy response were not pronounced. Yet, he understood that given his circumstances, it was entirely normal for him to feel detached. As this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected itch spread across his body, accompanied by a foggy sensation clouding his thoughts. Was it due to his insomnia from the previous night? This notion flickered in Su Ming's mind as the world around him began to distort, everything seeming to writhe and transform. What is happening to me? Su Ming extended his hand, witnessing scales emerge momentarily, only to be replaced by tiny tendrils or dark feathers sprouting from his other side. Unsteadily, he stumbled into the bathroom and peered into the mirror. But the reflection that greeted him was not the familiar visage he recognized. Instead, it was a countenance beyond verbal description. Gazing at that face, an inexplicable yearning surged within Su Ming, and soon his consciousness began to wane, his sense of self fading into oblivion. Negri observed the unconscious soul before him. The individual's spirit posed no resistance, and with a mere step further, he could seize this soul, claiming its true essence to exist in this world under its identity. Yet, the notion of surpassing others and the regret it could evoke, was this the obsession that needed to be fulfilled after taking over a host? Negri silently chose to abandon this path. He traversed the fiery passage, advancing toward the objective of the new gods and the primordial dragon, ultimately arriving in a new realm. Initially, he had anticipated that the world of the new gods and the primordial dragon would resemble a magical domain. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that this world bore an uncanny resemblance to the one inhabited by Wang Yuan. The passage out of his world lay concealed within the primordial flames, which nearly consumed Negri. Upon crossing into this new realm, he found himself reduced to a mere trickle of blood. His soul was rendered exceedingly frail. Without hesitation, he chose to invade the body of the nearest individual. According to the natural course of events, he should possess the individual known as Su Ming, subsequently fulfilling his obsessions. Perhaps this tale could even evolve into an exhilarating 2-million-word novel titled Demon King in the city. He would confront his ex-girlfriend, traverse the urban landscape, and soon be surrounded by a bevy of captivating characters: the campus belle, twin sisters, an innocent nurse, an alluring teacher, and a wealthy heiress, one after another, all contributing to a life of indulgent urban royalty. The mere thought stirs a hint of excitement. However, absorbing the soul of this reclusive, ineffectual individual, devoid of any merits, would only taint my essence, and to fulfill his so-called aspirations is utterly tedious. Negri manipulated the remnants of his dwindling pathogens to erode and transform Su Ming's corporeal form. Since my emergence, an enigmatic force has lingered around me, radiating an intriguing aura. It seems this world indeed possesses extraordinary powers, the very vibrations of which might attract the attention of others. Given my current predicament, it would be prudent to refrain from lingering. Negri swiftly assimilated Su Ming's body, disregarding the impending dissolution of the latter's soul. By the time the disaster response team arrived, they were met with a striking scene. The department head, assessing the residual traces of calamity, remarked, "Based on the analysis, it is highly plausible that this is a case of species mutation or an incursion of some sort." A competent woman observed those wielding instruments continuing their analysis, presenting a preliminary report to her bespectacled colleague. "Who wields authority over this disaster? Is it the landlord Wang Zhao or Su Ming's former girlfriend?" "Neither," came the response. "Our investigation suggests Wang Zhao might indeed have issues. Yet there is no connection to Su Ming. As for his ex-girlfriend, she departed several days prior." The serious woman continued. "It appears Su Ming may have seized control over the calamity, but the power of that authority has transformed him into a different creature altogether. What a tumultuous time." The department head remarked, adjusting her glasses and turning to her proficient assistant. "Is it possible to trace the source of the calamity?" "Unfortunately not. The new wielder of authority has demonstrated remarkable adaptability, mastering the containment of disaster power in an exceptionally brief period. However, there is another possibility," the woman stated, her expression growing increasingly grave. "This is not a nascent calamity. Rather, it is a deliberate act of malfeasance by the authority's possessor." "Are you suggesting that, heir?" the department head inquired, pushing up her glasses. "Indeed," the capable woman heir nodded. "What eludes my understanding is why the perpetrator would seek to eliminate a virtually isolated online author." "Understood," heir replied, a glimmer of insight illuminating her gaze. A pitch-black crow descended slowly, alighting upon a tree, the formidable power that had enveloped it now contained. From within, Negri finally gleaned some fundamental information.